Yanli raised an eyebrow curiously. The partner of the baying king? Should I treat her well? Not now, and maybe not in the future, Jibai said sadly.
Why?
You're the king. If you want a female you like to be your partner, just say so, Yanli said. The baying tribe is a bit different from others, Jibai explained. To ensure the king's offspring are strong, the king's partner must be among the best females physically. Schwanger is the weakest female in the tribe. If I choose her as a partner, the tribe might expel her from the village. Yanli frowned. You don't want your own females? Weak females can't do much. They need food and supplies, and they might not be able to have children. If such a female is healthy but becomes my partner, she could be driven out. I can't stop that, Jibai said quietly, with a hint of sadness in his voice. Yanli listened quietly and said, Send her here. But if she's too weak to do anything, you'll need to send more meat. White smiled softly and said, Okay, if you can make Schwanga stronger, I can give you more food.
All right.
The two reached an agreement. Night had fallen, and Lai Yan and Jibai decided to stay here for the night. Fortunately, Bai Tianqingyun and the others had built 2 extra wooden houses during the day, so each of them had a place to stay. At dawn, Missouri arrived in Yanli's small mountain valley. The villagers had just finished breakfast, and Yanli was planning their tasks for the day. They needed to build more houses, but the land they had turned over with hoes was no longer flat. They had to clear a new patch of land. Yanli asked Qiyun and Xingyun to help with the new land. Wenze and Xiongluo returned from chopping down trees for building, and Xiongxing was in charge of chiseling stones. Yanli marked the spots on the ground, and Xiongxing carefully started chiseling. Yanli only asked him to help with some parts, not to carve out the entire stone basin. After organizing everything, Yanli asked Mo Yi, How long will it take to find the stone turtle? 2 or 3 days, Mo Yi replied. Being with Yanli, Mo Yi was starting to understand how to use numbers, and he often heard Yanli mention days passing by. That many days? It's a bit far, Mo Yi said. White overheard their conversation and asked, Where are you going? We're going to find the bones of the stone turtle, Yanli answered. Lai Yan asked, Why do you need the bones? Stone turtle bones are very hard. Even if you find them, you can't use them or eat them. It's useful to find them, Yanli said calmly. Hearing this, Lai Yan's blue eyes lit up. I'll go with you. No, you need to go back to your group, Yanli said. You told your people you'll return tomorrow. Mo Yi and I will be gone for several days looking for the stone turtle's bones. If you don't go back for a few days, your people might think I captured you. Just go back and report you're safe, so there's no trouble. Yanli, what about what I agreed with you last night? It's fine, Yanli reassured White. My people won't hurt outsiders, especially not females. They won't hurt you. When you come back, I'll bring her to you. White trusted Yanli, but he didn't trust Qiyun and the others. Schwanger was the female he liked. To protect her safety, he was very careful in his actions. Yanli didn't mind. Do whatever you think is best. Qiyun and Wenze, you two go hunting on the plains tomorrow. I might be gone for a few days, so I'll leave the hunting to you.
Yes.
Wenze and Qiyun replied together. It took a long time to find the stone turtle's bones. Yanli reorganized the group's tasks, then went inside to prepare the things to bring, and left with Moyue. The way to find the stone turtle was quite far. Moyue completely transformed into a beast, allowing Yanli to sit on his back as they headed out. They traveled along, with Yanli sitting on Moyue's back, watching the scenery on the ground. Most of the land on the Amon continent is covered with forests. They flew through trees all the way. When they finally saw land outside the forest, it was just more trees again. By noon, they stopped to rest on a red fruit tree. Moyue plucked a bunch of red fruits. On a hot summer day, eating a few juicy, sweet fruits helped cool down the intense heat of summer. The two sat on a branch for a short rest, feeling the cool breeze blowing past. Moyue tilted his head and saw a large bead of sweat sliding down Yanli's forehead. He said, Let's keep going on the road now.
Why?
Yanli asked. It's too hot to fly. It was noon, the hottest time of the day. Yanli didn't do anything, just sat on Moyue's back, feeling like her skin was being lightly cooked. After transforming into a beast, Moyue's thick fur made it hard to cool down, so he was probably even hotter. Yanli understood and nodded. After resting for a while, she got down from the tree and headed toward their destination. As soon as she got down, Yanli transformed into a beast again, staying alert. Both of them kept walking carefully. With Moyue around, small predators that could smell him had already run away. Large predators with big bodies couldn't run well in the forest, so there was no need to worry. They walked a long way without feeling danger. Yanli gradually relaxed and looked at Moyue beside her, chatting casually. Moyue, the place with the stone turtle's bones is so far from the village.
How did you know about it?
I saw it when Uncle Tion and I went out to look for a new hunting plane, Moyue replied. Yanli nodded in understanding. They continued chatting lightly until sunset, when they arrived at an open space. When they reached there, many small predators wandering around immediately ran away. Moyue said, "We've arrived. Are the stone turtle's bones here?" Yanli looked around but didn't see anything that looked like bones. Not far ahead, she saw a small hill covered with golden vines, and on the vines, there were bunches of small, rice-like golden fruits. Moyue stepped into the small hill, pushed aside the vines, and said, "This is the stone turtle's bones." Yanli walked over, leaning her head in to look. Seeing what was inside, she was surprised and slightly opened her mouth, even though she had seen many storms and rains before. The strange little hill was actually the skeleton of a dead stone turtle. The skeleton of the stone turtle looks like a natural barrier, covered with vines. Clusters of golden fruits hang down like purple wisteria flowers, looking very pleasing. The vines are wrapped around the skeleton, and the reddish sunset light breaks into small fragments that scatter onto the ground of the skeleton. Inside the skeleton, there is little sunlight, so the weeds on the ground are small and sparse. The fallen leaves covered with vines are dry, and since it is summer, the ground inside the skeleton is not too damp. The scene looks naturally beautiful. After a moment of surprise, Yanli calmed down and looked at the bones of the stone turtle. He walked over and gently tapped the bones with his finger. The bones made a solid thud sound. The sound was deep but quiet, indicating that the bones of the stone turtle were solid. Yanli looked up and blinked. He tapped all over the bones, and each spot made a firm, steady thud sound. Usually, such sounds mean the object is solid. If it were hollow, it would sound different. Most bones have marrow, but after a long time after death, the marrow disappears, leaving a small hole in the center of the bones, making them hollow inside. Yanli couldn't figure out how the stone turtle's structure was built. For such a large body, he found no bones with marrow. He drew his dagger and struck the bones of the stone turtle heavily. With a loud thud, there was no mark on the bones, and the force was so strong that his hand went numb. He tried several more times, but only scratches appeared on the bones, with no significant damage. The bones of the stone turtle are very hard. Even hitting with stones won't break them, Moyi said. Yanli withdrew his dagger. "I'll try with a different tool." He then took out a saw he had brought beforehand. He placed the saw on the bones and pulled it back and forth with a creaking sound. The bones of the turtle are really tough, but as the saw friction increased, scratches appeared. "Let me try," Moyi said, placing his hand on the saw. Yanli found it a bit difficult to saw through and, seeing Moyi's confident expression, handed him the saw. Moyi pulled the saw with less effort, and Yanli looked around at the gradually darkening surroundings. "I'll go find something to eat. Wait here for me," he said. "Okay. There are no plains here, only forests filled with small, fierce beasts. Moyi going along might make it harder to find food, so it's best for Yanli to go alone." Yanli caught 4 birds in the forest, found a small creek nearby, cleaned the birds thoroughly, and returned to the skeleton with the cleaned birds. Moi was still sawing bones. Yanli went to find some dry grass and firewood, started a fire, and stringed the birds to roast them by the fire. After finishing, Yanli got up and went to look for Moi. Moi had already cut a piece of bone. As Yanli suspected, the stone turtle's bones are solid. The bone they sawed is the smallest in the turtle's body, but it is still thicker than Yanli's thigh. Moi handed the bone to Yanli and asked, "Do you still want it? Let's take a piece of bone back for experiments to see if it can be useful." No matter how hard the bone is, Yanli didn't know if these bones could be used as tools like chisels. It seemed unlikely, but since they were in a wild animal world where everything was beyond what Yanli knew in the past 500 years, she decided to experiment first. Holding the bone, they went to the fire. Yanli's eyes fell on the vine wrapped around the skeleton. The fruit that looked like rice grains. She wasn't sure if it was the water rice she knew. She had identified the food before. It was non-toxic. Yanli stepped forward, broke off a small piece of the fruit, and returned to the fire. "Moi, have you ever eaten this?" Yanli asked. Moi shook his head. "The shell is small and hurts the tongue when eaten. I've seen many, but never eaten." Yanli sat cross-legged on the ground, peeled a small piece of the fruit, revealing a greenish fruit. She put it in her mouth. The green fruit had a slight sweetness. Because it was small, she didn't taste much and finished quickly. But the texture was somewhat similar to the rice in the fields. Maybe this fruit could become rice. She decided to take some back to dry and test later. The bird they ate tonight was caught by Yanli for the first time. It was edible, but the meat was not good, slightly sour and fishy. Even with seasonings and cooking skills, it wasn't very tasty. With her chef skills, Yanli had never eaten such unappetizing food. After eating one to fill her stomach, she was already reluctant to eat more. "Drink some water." Moi handed her a water gourd filled with water. Yanli took a sip, feeling more full. Now she finally understood why Cloud and the others had adult beasts and didn't want to wander outside. She was so capable, yet tonight's dinner was poorly cooked. "Adult beasts find it even harder to survive in the woods than you," Moi said. "Small predators in the forest run away when they see beasts, and large predators on the plains hunt in groups. If one is injured, it might be chased by more than 10 others, sometimes even more." Lien stretched lazily and lay on the ground. "It's not so bad being a female. When I can't catch big prey, I settle for small ones. If I can't win, I run." Mo Yi didn't speak. He looked down at Lien quietly. Lien raised an eyebrow and looked at Mo Yi, who had been silent all along. His amber eyes held many unspoken words, as if he wanted to ask something but didn't know how. "What's wrong?" Lien asked. "You seem to have a lot to ask." I asked, "Will you answer?"
Mo vie replied.
Lien smiled slightly. "You want me to answer?" Mo Yi remained silent. He didn't speak. Although he didn't answer immediately, Lien saw from his eyes that he wanted to know everything. "First, what do you want me to answer?" Lien asked. "Ask away. When you left the village, you had nothing in your hands, but just by me going to find you, you had this strange sharp tooth." Mo Yi looked at Lien's dagger. "The sea is cursed by the god Amand. No fierce beasts go there. Creatures like your sharp tooth wouldn't be found. And that tooth doesn't look like a beast's. In the nearby woods, I've never seen anything like that. Since I was young, I've played in the village woods, but I've never seen anything like what you have." He kept asking these questions aloud, one after another. Lien wasn't surprised by Mo Yi's questions. He was a clever orc. Not asking didn't mean he didn't have doubts. However, before Mo Yi cared little about her. Whether he knew or not didn't matter much. But as they spent more time together, Mo Yi wanted to learn more about her, because Lien always gave him a strange feeling. "Mo Yi, if I tell you, will you still be able to stay with me like now?"
Mo vie nodded.
"You won't hurt us." "That's true. I have no reason to hurt you. In fact, I need you to go back," Lien said. The power here was granted by the local inhabitants. As long as they didn't hurt her, Lien wouldn't hurt them. So making friends with them was something she had to do. "Rely on us to go back." "What do you mean?" Mo Yi asked. Lien thought for a moment and said, "I am a fairy." Mo Yi's head was filled with a big question mark. All the orcs believed in the existence of the god Amand, even though none of them had ever seen Amand himself. Mo Yi also believed that when Yen Li said she was a member of the Amand god's clan, she couldn't help but be surprised. A Mond god gave me a task to complete a trial in this body. When I finish, I can go back. She really came here to complete her task, just replacing Hongyu Xianzun and Xianming Xianzun with the Amon god she was familiar with. In simple terms, she didn't lie. Moe heard this and immediately shifted her attention. You went back. Will you come back? Go back where? Here. I'm not sure. I don't know when I'll finish the task. Maybe I'll only finish it when I'm old. Although her cultivation and merit are currently above 5,000, if nothing major happens, it's fine. If she uses her power, all her hard-earned cultivation could disappear instantly. Moe remained silent, her golden eyes fixed on the fire, as if she was thinking about something. Yenli said, Moe, do you really believe what I'm saying? Moe's golden eyes refocused, and she looked down at Yenli. I'm a little unsure, but since it's you speaking, I can believe it. I don't know what your original clan was like, but you're the one I brought back to the village. I've been watching you. You're completely different from the person you were before, like 2 different females. Yenli, you're not bad. I believe what you say. You're very accurate about that. Yenli smiled slightly. No wonder I consider you a smart beast man. I really am not the female you brought back. It's complicated. But I swear, I am Yenli, and I won't hurt you or your people. That's true too. Yenli tilted her head and looked into Moe's eyes, her smile softening. I'm just here to do a task. For now, I'm no different from a female. You can feel it. My hand is just like any other female's. Yenli reached out her hand to him. Moe didn't hesitate. He took her small hand and held it. I've only ever touched your hand as a female. When you go back, you can touch other females' hands.
No.
Moe answered quickly, without hesitation. Then you'll just have to believe what I say. Yenli tried to pull her hand back, but Moe held it tightly. I've believed in you from the start. You have strange things, say strange words, but I've never felt that there's anything different about you. You're strange, but also normal. I just don't understand you, but I've never disliked you. The words I've never disliked you sounded especially comforting. Yenli looked into Moe's eyes with a gentle smile. Moe looked at the smile in her eyes and felt his mood lift. Yenli was willing to share her matters with him, which made Moe surprisingly happy. Go to sleep. We'll go back tomorrow. Moe changed the subject. You're not sleeping? I'm watching the surroundings. Then you should be the one sleeping. Yenli sat up and said, You need to sleep because tomorrow you'll fly me back. If you're tired, I can't carry you. Moe frowned slightly, not fully agreeing with Yenli's decision. For us to return on time tomorrow, Moe, you must sleep. Or, you can sleep first and I'll wake you when I get tired. You can't stay awake just for tonight and expect me, a gentle little female, to carry you back like a big beast. I'm not sleeping. I can fly tomorrow, Moe said. Yenli pressed his shoulder, forcing him to lie on the ground. Who knows if we'll encounter dangerous beasts tomorrow? To prevent all possible problems, you must rest well. Listen to me. Yenli's attitude was firm, leaving no room for Moe to argue. Moe looked at her, reached out his hand, and asked, Can I hold your hand?
Why?
Because I'm afraid you'll disappear. Such a big person wouldn't just disappear for no reason. Yenli wanted to retort, but seeing Moe's gentle golden eyes, she didn't want to argue. She placed her small hand in his palm, feeling held and cherished, her heart warming. Go to sleep quickly. Moe slowly closed his eyes. Yenli looked at the campfire and added a few dry branches. After finishing, she transformed her ears into animal ears and stood them up, listening carefully to the sounds around her. They didn't do much today, mostly sitting on Moe's back. Staying up all night wasn't difficult for Yenli. The night quietly passed. When dawn was just beginning, Yenli withdrew her hand from Moe's palm. With this slight movement, Moe slowly opened his eyes and immediately sat up. Seeing the faint light of dawn, he frowned. I'll be sleeping on your back for a long time today. Don't look guilty. I never let myself suffer, Yenli said. Believing her words would make one seem foolish. Since they met, she had always shown great kindness to other beast men. Such a female wouldn't let herself suffer. Mo Ye's toes didn't believe it. We won't eat breakfast. Let's go back to the village early to eat. Yenli stretched lazily. Mo Ye nodded in agreement. He was about to transform into his beast form and head back with Yenli. Yenli approached the small skeleton, took out a dagger, and cut the golden fruit from the vines, placing them into a cloth bag she brought. After filling the bag completely, Yenli happily said, "All done. We can go back now." Mo Ye didn't ask why she was picking these fruits. After gathering everything, they left the skeleton site, and Mo Ye transformed into his beast form. Yenli lay on Mo Ye's soft fur, feeling very comfortable. Perhaps too comfortable. She didn't sleep all night, and soon she felt sleepy again. She closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Mo Ye turned his head to look at her. Seeing that the small person blinked and then quickly fell asleep, his wings relaxed a little. The return trip was much faster than the journey there. The sun was high in the sky when they arrived back in the valley. Yenli, who had been sleeping on Mo Ye's back for most of the day, was now full of energy. As soon as they landed, she drank a large sip of water and started working. She brought a bamboo basket to hold the millet she had collected and laid it out to dry in an open space. Then she took some bones to the pavilion. Xiongxing was carving a stone pot for the Bai tribe. Over 2 days, he had carved out a large hole. Yenli approached and looked at it, pointing out, "Xiongxing, you need to carve here too." Xiongxing was surprised to see Yenli return suddenly. He flinched and asked, "King, you're back?" "Yes," Yenli replied. She praised him. "In just 2 days, you've carved it quickly and nicely." Xiongxing was happy to hear the praise. He smiled and said, "It was a bit difficult at first, but as I kept working, I found it wasn't so hard." "Xiongxing, if you think it's not hard, I can teach you how to carve stones in the village later. I will also show you what to do next," Yenli said. Xiongxing nodded happily. Yenli asked him to continue carving. She took the large bone of the stone turtle and moved to another side. Looking at the big bone, she pondered how to split it apart. After thinking for a while, Yenli found an axe. She placed the bone upright, swung the axe down with a loud thud, and the bone lost balance and fell. She picked it up and saw that it was still almost undamaged, with only a shallow scratch. Is it really that easy? She wondered. After a few more strikes, the bone still only had shallow scratches, with no significant damage. "Do you want me to do it?" Mo Ye asked. Yenli shook her head. "This bone is even harder than stone. With a few axe strikes, a stone would chip, but this one shows no reaction. It looks like I have to use a saw to cut it." Mo Ye, hold the bone steady, and I will saw it. Mo Ye was very happy to help. He held the bones while Yenli moved the saw back and forth. The friction from the saw left marks on the bones. The bone was not very big, so it was quickly cut into 2 halves, then sawed again in the middle. The quartered bone became much smaller, small enough for Yenli to hold with one hand. Yenli looked at the front part of the bone, thought for a moment, and found a stone. He rubbed the bone back and forth against the stone for a long time. The front part of the bone, which was originally flat, now had a slight. Bones are strong and can stay intact if used carefully, but they cannot withstand grinding. Over time, grinding changes their shape. Seeing Yenli's actions, Mo Ye leaned over and asked, "What are you doing?" "If the bone is flat, it can't be used. If I want to use it, I need to sharpen one end like an axe. After sharpening, it's still very hard. If it remains hard, it could temporarily replace iron." Yenli lifted the polished bone, reached out to touch it, and the area that had been rubbed became very smooth. He then took the stone to the water basin, rinsed the stone with water, and saw powder from the bone rubbing come off into the water. Mo Ye sat nearby, watching Yenli's actions. It was the first time he saw Yenli do this, and he didn't know how to help, so he just watched silently. Not long after, Qi Yun and Wenze, who had gone hunting, returned with 3 brown-spotted deer. When they saw Yenli come back, they respectfully approached and said, "Your Majesty, you're back." "Yes, you've also returned from hunting," Yenli replied. Qi Yun and Wenze lowered their heads in guilt. Yenli didn't understand why they suddenly felt guilty and asked, "What's wrong?" "We went hunting today, but we didn't catch many prey," they explained. They usually went hunting with Yenli as bait, but didn't set traps with nets. They often missed the right moment to pull the nets, causing the prey to escape or making the process slow. After a long effort, they finally caught 3 animals. Compared to Yenli's hunting results, they fell far short. "It's okay. As long as you caught something," Yenli said, setting down the bone and looking at the 3 brown-spotted deer in the cage. The 3 deer were as large as horses and looked gentle and cute. They didn't have the sharp horns or terrifying teeth that fierce beasts usually have. Even though they were adult deer, their small, rounded antlers on their heads looked harmless. Maybe because they seemed harmless, Chi-yun and Wen-zhe didn't tie the deer up. Curious about their first prey, Yenli examined them carefully. It was toxic. 2 red words suddenly appeared before me, and Yenli paused for a moment. "Chi-yun, Wen-zhe, have you ever eaten this deer's meat before?" Chi-yun hesitated, then looked at Wen-zhe. Wen-zhe also looked at Chi-yun with confusion, and the 2 of them looked at each other, asking questions silently. Chi-yun asked, "You haven't eaten it?" "No, have you?" "We haven't either." "Then why did you catch it?" Yenli asked. Chi-yun shyly scratched the back of his head. "They moved slowly and walked into our trap, so we caught them. But, Your Majesty, you once told us to try eating poisonous snakes, so even if this deer is poisonous, we might be able to eat it." "That's hard to say," Yenli said. He drew his dagger and gently cut the deer's body. The deer, in pain, ran away. Yenli checked the blood on the dagger and saw it was poisonous. Even the blood was toxic, so this deer was probably full of deadly poison. "It looked so cute but was poisonous," Yenli said. "Let it go. If it's poisonous, it can't be eaten." Chi-yun and Wen-zhe exchanged a glance and looked a bit regretful as they released the deer. The gentle deer, after being pushed out of the cage, calmly walked away, without rushing or fear. The deer that Yenli had cut lowered its head to lick the wound and seemed completely relaxed, not wanting to run. This deer was proud because of its poison, and even in front of those trying to catch it, it remained so calm. "How do you know that deer is poisonous?" Mo-yi asked. "I could tell," Yenli replied. "Have you caught similar animals before?" "Yes, once a beast man brought one back to try eating. After that beast man died, no one has caught one again." Unlike Yenli, who had the skill to identify poisons, the beastmen relied on trial and error. Every time they caught a dangerous beast, they would let one of their own try eating it first. If nothing happened, they would eat it later. If something went wrong, they would never try again. Yenli said, "If you catch a new dangerous beast and aren't sure if it's safe to eat, bring it to me first. I can help you judge." Mo-yi nodded in agreement. It was almost evening now. Yenli didn't continue working on the bones but washed his hands and went to prepare dinner. Just as he stood up after washing his hands, a beastman's anxious shout came from behind him. "Yenli?
Yenli."
Yenli turned to see who was calling him. It was a lion covered in brown fur. The lion ran up to Yenli, trembling and speaking with a choked voice. "Yenli, save my mate and cubs, save
them."
"What happened?" Mo-yi asked solemnly. "Today the cub is about to be born. May has been in labor since last night and hasn't delivered yet. Just now, she was bleeding a lot." Xingxin's voice trembled as he spoke. "Save them. Yanli, please save them." Xingxin knelt before Yanli. Moi listened and felt a pang of worry, also looking at Yanli for help. "Take me to see them first," Yanli said. Moi immediately spread his wings. "I'll take you there." After saying that, he picked up Yanli and flew toward the village. On the way to the wild lion tribe village, Yanli quickly checked the marketplace. The only medicines available were universal healing ointments and antidotes, and they were very expensive. Yanli currently has 7,598 merit points. She originally had about 6,000, but they suddenly increased by over 1,000 because that night she taught several people to do basic math from 1 to 30. Each person earned 100 merit points, and 15 people learned it, adding 1,500 merit points just from that. First, even if she had enough merit points, there were no usable medicines in the marketplace. Yanli once worked as a midwife and helped deliver babies. She knew how to deliver babies, but before she could get there, the person was already bleeding heavily, which could be fatal for both mother and child. Now, Yanli's cultivation level is 5,396. It would cost 5,000 points to learn a mid-level herb identification skill, which is too late. Should she spend 5,000 points to learn basic medical skills? What illnesses can basic medical skills treat? Reply to the host. Basic skills can cure colds, fevers, and injuries like sprains and bruises. That's all? Does it really cost 5,000 cultivation points? Isn't that unfair? Host, don't forget that unlocking a skill often grants many other items randomly. With 5,000 cultivation points, the system can give the host many things. Yanli paused briefly, then realized and immediately chose the medical skill. Suddenly, her system backpack was filled with a series of items. Among them were 2 bottles of universal antidote, 2 bottles of universal healing ointment, 10 bottles of low-level nutritional supplements, 5 bottles of mid-level nutritional supplements, 1 bottle of high-level nutritional supplement, 2 bottles of disinfectant, 5 packs of gauze, a box of hemostatic patches, a box of fever reducers, a bottle of bruise ointment, a bottle of cough syrup, and a box of anti-inflammatory medicine. So many items appeared at once. This skill point was worth it. A bottle of universal healing ointment costs 10,000 merit points in the marketplace. As for the nutritional supplements, Yanli had already taken one when she arrived here. After drinking it, her previously anemic and malnourished body quickly improved. Yanli hoped these medicines would be helpful and aid the pregnant women through their difficult times. Moe took Yanli directly to Sher Xion's home. Outside Sher Xion's house, many beastmen and females were gathered. Everyone looked worried and said, "May must survive. We haven't seen a new cub in our village for a long time. Yes, life in our village has finally improved. Now everyone can eat well, and if she leaves now, it would be such a pity." They kept talking anxiously. Someone saw Yanli and shouted, "Yanli is here." Hearing this, everyone turned to look behind them. Some looked hopeful, others looked at her with disdain. Why is she here?
Exactly.
Isn't she allied with the White Eagle tribe and the Fierce Wolf tribe? Why come to us? Sher Xion actually brought her here. What can she do? Maybe it's because of her that May and the cubs can't be born. When she was with our tribe, she took a lot of food. What are you talking about? Our village has improved so much, and there's enough food. Isn't that thanks to Yanli? I knew you'd say that. Don't you find it strange? When she was in the village, she only ate and couldn't do anything. As soon as she left, she started building her own tribe and allied with the White Eagle and Fierce Wolf tribes. It all looks suspicious. Yanli was surprised to hear some females whispering about her and the beastmen. She had always interacted with Moe and others who were kind to her, so she didn't realize that some in the Fierce Lion tribe disliked her so much. And they could even explain their dislike so rationally. If she hadn't been reborn into the original body, she would have been useless in the village, only eating. But once she left, not only was she strong, she also did everything well. From a normal person's point of view, that was really frustrating. It seemed that the native people of this continent weren't fools. "Everyone, be quiet." Yi Tu's deep, commanding voice rang out among the crowd. Zhou Zhuang immediately fell silent. Yi Tu stepped out from the crowd, his gaze sharp and stern, no longer the gentle and kind look he had when talking privately with Yanli. "Yanli, what are you doing here?" "There is a beast man who hopes I can save his mate and unborn cubs, so I came." "Can you save them?" "I don't know, but I will try my best." Yanli wasn't sure how much her current resources could help or whether she could save the female and the cubs. She couldn't promise success if she lacked confidence. "King, she says she can't save him," said a beast man. Yet coldly glanced over, immediately falling silent and not daring to speak further.
Let me try.
"Can't you do anything either?" "Let me try. Maybe I can save him." Yetta looked at Yanli for a long moment, then seemed to compromise and closed his eyes. "Let her go in and help." Follow Yan Li's instructions. Do whatever she tells you.
King this.
But Yan Li, Mei, and the cubs can't all be saved. You need to leave the territory of the wild lion tribe and go somewhere else. Many members of our tribe are unhappy with you. Yan Li glanced at everyone. Most of the wild lion tribe's anger now came from Yan Li doing nothing in the village and living freely outside it. Yan Li understood their feelings. Besides, being older, she wouldn't get angry about this. She calmly nodded.
All right.
Yetu made the tribe members step aside, allowing Yan Li to enter the simple hut. Once inside, the smell of blood hit her strongly. Looking closely, she saw the bloodstains on the animal hide bed. A lot of blood was continuously flowing from Mei's lower body. The animal hide was already soaked red. The female assisting with the birth could do nothing more, tears falling as she looked down. Mei seemed to have given up struggling. Her pale face was expressionless, her eyes empty. Yan Li quickly walked over, poured a bottle of basic nutritional supplement into Mei's mouth. After drinking the supplement, Mei's complexion improved slightly. Yan Li didn't hesitate. She took out another bottle of basic nutritional supplement and poured it into Mei's mouth. After drinking 2 bottles, Mei's eyes showed a glimmer of hope. Her body, which had been cold and weak, gradually warmed up again, feeling much more comfortable. Yan Li said, "Don't give up. Your partner is still waiting for you." Hearing this, Mei's eyes reddened, and large tears like broken pearls streamed down her face. Yan Li said, "Save your strength. Give birth to your cub, then cry." Mei choked and nodded weakly. Yan Li turned to her lower body and used her learned birthing skills to help Mei push the cub out. After drinking the nutritional supplement, Mei regained some strength and endured the pain, cooperating with Yan Li. It took a long time, but finally the cub was born. The cub had been inside too long, its body red and looking very frightening, with weak breath. The female assisting with the birth was happy to see the cub come out but also worried because the cub looked like it might die. Yan Li carefully cleaned the cub's mouth and nose, then gently poured a drop of nutritional liquid into its mouth. Gradually, the little creature's face looked much better and its breathing became stronger. Then, as if to let others outside know he had arrived in this world, he cried out loudly. Yan Li also relaxed and wrapped the little one in a soft beast hide, then handed him to the female who was watching nearby in shock. The female held the baby and came back to her senses. Yan Li didn't speak to them but turned around, picked up a water gourd, wetted a piece of beast hide, and cleaned Mei's body. Then she applied some medicine to Mei. After a visit to the ghost gate, hearing the cubs crying, Mei peacefully fell into a deep sleep. Worried that something else might happen, Yan Li fed Mei a bottle of basic nutritional supplement. The supplement made Mei's face look much better. Having experienced the benefits herself, Yan Li knew Mei was fine now. She sighed in relief, just as the happy laughter of people outside reached her ears. While she had a moment, Yan Li checked the marketplace and found many new medicines, but no nutritional supplements. I activated the medical skill. Why isn't there any nutritional supplement in the marketplace? Host, nutritional supplements are hard to make. There is only 1 bottle in the marketplace, which you have already used. Other nutritional supplements can only be obtained with the medical skill. Fine, rare items, 1 bottle used, 1 less. The door, which had been tightly shut, was pushed open. Entering was Shershin, the beast man who was first treated with universal wound medicine by Yan Li. He walked to the bedside, first looked at Mei's condition, and seeing she was still alive and well, knelt suddenly in front of Yan Li. "Yan Li, no matter what happens in the future, I will help you. Even if it costs me my life. Your life belongs to your partner and cubs. Protect them well," Yan Li replied. Perhaps out of excitement or other emotions, Shershin trembled and tears streamed down his face. Yan Li didn't stay any longer, and got up to leave the room. Night had fallen completely. In the flickering firelight, the people outside looked at Yan Li, wanting to say something but afraid to speak. Yetu said, "Yan Li, come here. I have something to tell you." Yan Li didn't refuse and followed her. They arrived at home. Yetu sat down first, signaling her to sit as well. Yan Li understood her gaze and sat down. "Thank you," for saving the females and cubs of my tribe. You're welcome. I saved them because it benefits me too. Saving 2 lives might bring 3,000 merits. Although she spent 5,000 skill points, she felt it was worth it. So, Yenli could accept all this. Indeed, you saved Mei and her cubs. The tribe members will treat you more kindly, yet to thought that the benefit Yenli mentioned was this. Yenli did not deny or respond. Yitu said, I apologize to you here for what the clan members said. Wild Lion King, it's okay. They are telling the truth, and I understand. Yitu looked at her with doubt. Yenli appeared calm, with no sign of anger or happiness, as if nothing had happened. I'm glad you don't dislike us. Yenli, I still say the same thing. I don't dislike you. The words I told you before you went to save Mei were just to calm the clan. Even if you leave, I will have Mo find you. Yenli raised an eyebrow but said nothing, staring at Yi Tuesday, seeing her silent. Yitu asked, what's wrong? Wild Lion King, no matter why you said that, it might be a little hurtful to hear. Luckily, I am not very emotional, so I didn't get upset. Others might have been angry enough to leave. Yenli remained very calm, showing little emotion. Because she showed no emotion, Yitu was unsure if Yenli was angry or not. While Yitu hesitated, Yenli stood up. Wild Lion King, it's late now. I need to go back to the village to cook dinner. I won't stay longer.
Goodbye.
Yitu felt guilty and didn't say anything more. Yenli pushed open the door and left. Mo was waiting outside. Seeing Yenli come out, he looked at Yitu inside. Yitu gave him a subtle signal. Please take good care of Yenli. Although Yenli didn't look angry, some words spoken in the village and by himself to her caused some tension. As the king of the tribe, Yitu didn't want to comfort Yenli too much. At this moment, Mo's role was important. Mo didn't fully understand Yitu's look, but nodded respectfully out of loyalty to the king, and then followed Yenli. They left the king's house and headed toward the village entrance. Passing by beast men of the wild lion tribe, they looked at them with curious eyes. They didn't dare to speak loudly or whisper. The two quietly left the village. The silver moonlight cast a faint glow over the dark night. Entering the forest, the dampness and coolness made the night breeze very refreshing. Tiny glowing creatures fluttered around, illuminating every corner of the woods, so it wasn't as dark as expected without moonlight. Yenli looked at the beautiful scene in the forest, and the little anger she had from the wild lion tribe disappeared. Yenli, are you angry? Silent Yu softly asked, following behind her. Yenli turned around at the sound, and a firefly flew past her. Silent Yu's handsome face moved from left to right, from shadow to light, carrying a mysterious aura. Yenli asked, if it's about how the beast men of the wild lion tribe feel about me, I am not angry.
Why?
Because I am used to it. She is a novice immortal, trying to earn merit. At first, she didn't understand much and had no firm boundaries, helping others when they were in trouble. Good deeds don't always bring praise and thanks. Once, she was a maid in a wealthy family. The young lady she served didn't want to marry her intended, so she was asked to substitute. Before the wedding procession, the young lady cried and held her hand, saying she would be grateful. But on the wedding day, right after the ceremony, her husband's family was destroyed. The assassin sent to wipe out the family was actually her young lady. The assassin killed her and her husband's family. The young lady said that dying for her was Yen Li's blessing. That was the first time Yen Li was betrayed. She was so angry she wanted to kill the young lady. She hated her for over 20 years because of this. Until she saw the young lady being executed by slow slicing after her crimes were exposed, and saw her tragic death, Yen Li's resentment disappeared. After her hatred was gone, Yen Li suddenly remembered those days. During those 20 years, she almost lost her chance to become an immortal because of her hatred. The immortal Mingsheng, the immortal lord, specifically came to her and told her that becoming an immortal was not easy. It required enduring many hardships, and more challenges would come. Without strong faith and control over her emotions, she could easily fall into evil. If she truly wished to become an immortal, the immortal lord would help her. By then, Yenli had already accumulated merit through 3 lifetimes of effort. She didn't want to give up. Besides, she had no intention of giving up on this goal in her life. She asked the Immortal Lord for help. The Immortal Lord helped her by sealing her emotions, so she wouldn't feel too much hatred, anger, or sadness no matter what she faced. Request Failed morning was mainly spent setting traps to catch prey and gathering. After collecting a basket of wild vegetables and fruits in the afternoon, Yenli called over Xingyun and the others to cut some bamboo. Then she taught them how to weave fish traps. Besides the forest, they also had a vast ocean. There were many edible things in the sea. Catching them by hand took a lot of time, but if they set traps in the sea in advance, after leaving the fishing basket for a while, it can be collected later in the evening to save time. Considering that the creatures in the sea are quite large, Yanli made a big fishing basket. Once Yanli finished making a fish basket, she asked Qi Yun and the others to help weave theirs. She went to the pavilion, took the tools from Xiongxing, and finished sealing the stone pot for the Beiying tribe. Xiongxing helped a lot, so Yanli only did some finishing touches, polishing the stone pot with a sand stick and washing it with water. The large stone pot was now complete. Xiongxing watched happily, excited that one of the big stones had become a stone pot and that he had contributed. After finishing the stone pot for Jibai, Yanli relaxed and handed the tools to Xiongxing. Xiongxing carved the stone into a pot too. Okay. Xiongxing eagerly went to carve the stone. Wang, look at the egg, little Wendy said, holding a large egg bigger than both his hands. It was a haha bird's egg. The last time they caught haha birds, 2 of them were still kept in captivity. Yanli rubbed little Wendy's head and said, "Find a good place to put it. This egg is yours to eat." Really? Little Wendy's eyes sparkled as he looked at Yanli, unable to believe such a good thing. Yanli nodded, "Yes, for you. But next time, Wendy, don't get too close to the haha birds. They are fierce and might bite you." Mother went to get it. Wendy is just watching outside, little Wendy said. After spending some time with Yanli, Wendy realized she wasn't as scary as he first thought, and they started talking more. Yanli looked up and saw Aisha walking toward them. Aisha respectfully bowed. Yanli advised, "Next time, if the haha birds lay eggs again, let Wenze go in and get them. It's a bit dangerous for you to go in." "Okay." Aisha replied without arguing and nodded. Having received her answer, Yanli turned to do other things. She picked up a piece of wood to make a wooden basin when Qi Yun, Wenze, and Xiong Luo came over carrying the woven fish baskets. "Wang, we finished weaving. Put some leftover raw meat inside, then take it to the seaside. Only you 2 go. I won't go. Let's see if you can catch fish and shrimp." "Wang, you're not coming with us? How will we know how to place the baskets?" Qi Yun asked, scratching his head. Yanli didn't want to teach them everything. They are beast men and need to think for themselves, for the better future of the village. So, Yanli firmly insisted that they go to the seaside alone to place the fish baskets. Whether they catch fish or shrimp doesn't matter. The main thing is to try. Seeing Yanli's firm attitude, Qi Yun and Wenze had no choice but to go to the seaside alone to put out the fish baskets. Yanli advised them, saying, "There are many poisonous fish in the sea. When you catch them, bring the fish baskets back directly. I will tell you which ones are poisonous and which are safe. Also, once you put down the fish basket, don't guard it constantly. Leave it and come back later. Tomorrow morning, go get it again." Yanli also told them roughly the times for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Since they are Yanli's beast men, they listened to her for everything. Many words and phrases are gradually becoming her way of speaking. The 2 nodded in agreement, took 4 fish baskets, and went to the sea to catch fish. After they finished and returned, Yanli gave them a basket and asked them to pick and dry some chili peppers outside. Lala and Xiao had nothing to do, so they went along to help pick the peppers. Yanli continued working on making a wooden basin. Halfway through, a dark shadow covered her from the sky. She looked up and saw a large white eagle descending. On the eagle's back, there was a slender, beautiful female with a gentle and lovely face. Jibai slightly turned to make it easier for Schwanger to land on the ground. When she landed, Bai reverted from beast form, put on her beast skin, and looked at Yenli with a friendly greeting. I guessed right, you've really come back. Is she Schwange? Yenli washed her hands and went over. Schwange had heard of Yenli before, and today, seeing her, she realized that the impressive female Bai described was actually very cute and much shorter than herself. Yes, Yenli. I brought her here. As we agreed, please help teach her more, Bai said, placing her hands on Schwanger's shoulders. Looking into Schwanger's eyes, she showed endless tenderness. Schwange looked up and saw the affection in her eyes, her cheeks turning slightly red. Seeing the sweetness between them, Yenli instantly felt full, like she had eaten a lot of dog food. All right, I will take good care of her. I'll help Schwanger become strong enough to be her partner. No one in the village will oppose, Yenli teased. Schwanger blushed. King, how can you say such things to Lord Yenli? She was shy and didn't know what to say. Bai said, that's exactly what I want. I hope you become stronger with Yenli, so I can choose you as my partner and they won't oppose. Thinking about the villagers' opposition to them, Schwanger's eyes welled up with tears.
I'm useless.
Schwanger, to me, you're better than any other female. Don't say that, Yenli said gently. But stop it. I can't stand these mushy words, Yenli interrupted their heartfelt conversation. A person who has lived for 500 years and remains single, even if most of their emotions are sealed, does not like to eat dog food. Reach out your hand and let me see how weak your body is, Yenli said. Schwanger slowly extended her hand.
Yani çeket her pulse.
Schwanger's body was fine, just very malnourished and weak. Yenli looked at Bai, who looked confused under the gaze. What's wrong? Is there also a food shortage among the eagle tribe? Bai nodded. There are many beast men who eat a lot, so the food given to females is very little. Is it enough now? Your method is good, Bai praised. Yenli frowned. I saw you bothering Mo Yi and others while they hunted, and I thought you had enough food. I didn't expect you to not have enough yourself and still bother others. Normally, since you fly in the sky, hunting should be easy. It's not that simple, Bai said. This continent's beast men and fierce beasts have coexisted for a long time. The fierce beasts know how to avoid beast men. Since we fly in the sky, if the fierce beasts see us, they become alert. When we get close, they hide in the woods. The trees in the forest are dense, making it hard for us to fly in beast form, so we can't go in. Also, we can't catch many prey ourselves, so naturally, we can't let the enemies eat too much, Bai said with a look of, I did nothing wrong. Yenli didn't know how to respond to his comment. If I don't eat enough, you won't either. Such mutual harm. No wonder the wild lion tribe dislikes them so much. Are you still bothering the wild lion tribe while they hunt? Yenli asked. Bai shrugged. If it were before, we definitely would. But now, with your hunting method, even if the fierce beasts are alert, it doesn't matter. In fact, making the fierce beasts chase them is helpful. The new hunting method is to make the fierce beasts chase, regardless of chaos. Then don't bother the wild lion tribe anymore. The first step to resolving conflicts is to stop bothering each other during hunts. Less friction means the conflicts between the two tribes won't escalate, and slowly resolving their grievances is a good thing. Is the wild lion tribe looking for a new hunting plane? Bai suddenly changed the subject unexpectedly. Yenli looked at him calmly. I don't know. What's wrong? Didn't see them hunting on the plane. I'm wondering if they're looking for a new place to hunt. Bai's instincts are very accurate. Having lived on this continent for a long time, he often guesses what others are doing as long as they don't appear. Yenli said, we didn't go hunting on the plains today either. You usually don't hunt there often, so it's normal that they haven't appeared. But the wild lion tribe is different. They always hunt on that plain. If they suddenly stop coming, they might be looking for a new hunting ground. Bai initially wanted to help Moy and the others cover for them, but Bai has his own opinions about the matter and won't be easily swayed by Yenli. Finding a new plain to hunt on is good for me and the fierce wolf tribe. If one tribe stops hunting on the plain, we have more food to hunt. Not seeing them around also makes us feel better, Bai said. We think the same, Moy, who had just come in with Yenli, heard Ji Bai's words and spoke up in disagreement. Ji Bai heard his voice and looked up. So, you're really going to find a new plane to hunt on? Yes, Moy admitted straightforwardly. A clever glint flashed in Ji Bai's eyes. Seeing this mischievous look, Yen Li changed the subject and said, "The stone pot you wanted is ready. What are you planning to take back?" Really? Ji Bai immediately looked around and quickly spotted the large stone pot beside the pond. He hurried over, reached out, and touched the stone pot. The outside of the pot wasn't polished, the carved patterns slanted downward, but the inside was polished smooth with abrasive stones. This was their White Eagle tribe's stone pot. Thinking of this, Ji Bai felt a little excited. With this pot, the tribe members could enjoy delicious stews with hard nuts and haha birds. At least for one meal. They could eat their fill. Yen Li, can the bones of the stone turtle be used? The wild lion tribe's beastmen had found a new hunting plane, and Moy went hunting with them today, not with Yen Li. We haven't tried yet. We were doing other things today. It's not too late to try now, Yen Li said. The two of them went to the pavilion. Yen Li took out the unpolished stone turtle bones and handed them to Xiongxing. Xiongxing, try using this to strike. Xiongxing took the stone turtle bones, replacing a chisel, and hammered it with a hammer. The bones didn't sound like metal. When hit with a hammer made of iron, they didn't produce a ringing sound. Instead, the hammer struck the bones with a dull, heavy thud. Under the hammer's impact, the bones showed no signs of cracking. Since they weren't sharpened, only a few stones could be chipped off, but some stones could still be broken out. Seeing this, Yen Li blinked. If turtle bones can truly replace tools like chisels made of iron, then future stone carving noise will be much quieter. Try hitting a few more times, Yen Li said. Xiongxing followed the command, using turtle bones to strike, with the bones pressed between the hammer and the stone, showing no signs of damage. Yen Li's expression brightened, revealing joy. Moyi, it seems turtle bones can really replace some tools. Moyi turned his head to look at Yen Li's side profile with a gentle expression. Yes, he replied simply. Ji Bai asked in surprise, how did you remove the turtle bones? With the right tools, Yen Li said, extending his hand. Xiongxing, give me the bones. You keep chiseling with the original tool. Xiongxing obeyed. Mo Yi asked, can I go grind the bones to try? Of course. I'd be happy. Yen Li said eagerly, glad to have help. Mo Yi took the turtle bones and went to the water pool, squatting down to grind on a stone. Ji Bai looked at the scene with some envy. It seems you've taught Mo Yi a lot. Living nearby has its benefits, Yen Li replied.
Ji Bai. King.
Lala and Xiao Er, returning with a basket of chili peppers, saw Ji Bai and hurried over to greet him. Ji Bai nodded. Seeing the basket full of chili peppers, he remembered the fierce, spicy taste and shivered. What are you going to do with so many of these fruits? Eat them. You might not be used to it, but Lai Yan is, and I am too. It's very tasty. Yen Li almost patted her thumb to praise the chili peppers. Ji Bai ignored her and warned Shuang Er, don't eat food made from those fruits. One bite can ruin your mouth. Shuang Er stared at the beautiful red and purple chili peppers, surprised at how terrifying these fruits were. The ruby-like eyes looked with fear, and she nodded. Yen Li rolled her eyes at him. It's not that scary. Only you and the females of the wolf clan can handle it. Others are afraid when they see it.
Yen Li siga. You don't understand.
I won't tell you. Lala, Qian, and Wenze? Qian said she wanted to check if the trap caught any fierce beasts and then take us to the valley entrance. She's going to the forest, Lala replied. Ji Bai was again confused. You set traps in the forest to catch fierce beasts. Aren't most of the beasts small? Can small beasts eat enough? I can eat half of one myself, and 3 or 4 beastmen should be enough. Hunting far away is too difficult, and my tribe doesn't have enough people. If small beasts can eat enough, then catching large, fierce beasts isn't necessary. Yen Li muttered to herself, her gaze falling on the small golden fruits drying in the basket nearby. It would be great if I had rice. With rice, I could eat less meat. What's rice? Ji Bai asked. Yen Li looked at him with tired eyes. You're such a curious kid. No matter what you see or hear, you always ask questions.
Because I don't know, he replied.
Seeing how reasonable he sounded, Yanli ignored him and walked over to the grains she had picked from the turtle bones. She took one and bit into it. It's midsummer now, and the hot sun quickly evaporates the moisture from the fruits. When you bite into one, it's a bit hard with a crunch, but dried fruits taste more like rice when bitten. Jibai watched Yanli's actions and, curious, took one to try. He immediately made a face. This fruit doesn't taste good. It's small and flavorless. Because that's not how you eat it, Yanli explained. Then how do you eat it? Jibai asked. Yanli didn't answer right away. She looked thoughtfully at the fruits in front of her. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She grabbed a handful of dried small fruits and went to the pot. She put rice into a wooden bowl, then took a clean stone pot and placed it over the fire. When all the water in the stone pot evaporated, Yanli added some pig fat. When the fat started to boil and sizzle, she poured the fruits into the hot oil. The oil hissed loudly at high temperature. Then, the small fruits burst open with a popping sound, like green flower buds blooming. Seeing this, Yanli used a spoon to scoop out the fried fruits and place them in a wooden bowl nearby. She fried all the fruits, then sprinkled some fine salt on top, stirred to distribute the salt evenly, and took out a green fruit to peel off the shell and taste. In her past life, Yanli was a young girl from a poor farm family. Her family didn't have much to eat, but she looked forward especially to harvest season. After harvest, some ripe rice grains would fall into the fields, and after collecting the rice, the leftover stalks would be burned to fertilize the next crop. When burning the rice stalks, Yanli would pick a small branch and gather the popped grains from the burned stalks. Sometimes she'd find perfectly popped rice, but if unlucky, the grains would turn to charcoal. In her reborn life, Yanli endured real hardship. As a food lover, she had very little to eat and knew very few things. Her stomach was often empty, and she had to find her own ways to get food. Because of the painful memories from that past life, Yanli has a special fondness for popcorn-like grains. This small fruit, which looks very similar to grains in color, tastes like the memory of fried food after being cooked in pig fat. I need to go back to Reborn tomorrow. Although I haven't yet cooked this into rice, with a careful attempt, Yanli has already decided that this can replace rice. Jibai frowns. I just brought someone over, and you're going out again for a few days? What are you going there for? I want to gather more Shirgui bones and pick more rice. With rice, hunting will be easier. Rice? This? Jibai picks up a fried grain and tastes it. It's salty, with a fried aroma, crispy and tasty. It's pretty good. Schwanger, try this. Jibai quickly gives a small handful to Schwanger. Schwanger can't be as unruly as him and looks at Yanli with concern. Yanli says, eat it. Fried in pig fat, it doesn't taste good when it cools. Eat it while it's hot. Currently, Yanli only has oil extracted from various fierce beast fats. Oils like peanut or sesame oil haven't been made yet. For now, having oil is good enough, and Yanli doesn't dare think too much about it. After sharing the fried fruit, Yanli begins to think about what to do next. Rice has been found, but husking it is a big task. In Yanli's knowledge, there is a wooden rice milling machine called a hulled rice machine. Building it would be somewhat complicated and tedious. But once made, it can be used for a long time. The key is, with rice and meat, it's easier to fill the stomach without eating only meat every day. Eating meat every meal means hunting a bird like the haha bird. There's no time to hunt large fierce beasts every day. Thinking of this, Yanli decides to make a rice milling machine. She gets up and goes to the place where dry wood is stored. She finds a few completely dried pieces of wood, sets them aside, and then, based on her memory of the rice mill, draws a plan. Jibai finishes eating the fried grains, walks over to Yanli, and sees her drawing on the ground. He asks, "What are you doing now?" "Making a rice grinder." Yanli looks up at him and asks, "Why are you still here? Aren't you going back?" The sky is gradually turning yellow, and evening is approaching. If Jibai goes back now, he can reach home before dark. Jibai says, "Schwanger is here, so I won't go back tonight. I'll go tomorrow. Fortunately, I built 2 extra wooden cabins for residents in advance, so Yanli wasn't worried about where he would sleep here. She lowered her head and continued drawing the construction plan for the rice milling machine. She quietly calculated, and suddenly, a voice called out, "Wang, someone is looking for you. Why can't they give her some time?" Annoyed, Yanli looked up and saw a brown horned lion approaching her. Sitting on the lion's back was Mei, who was rescued yesterday, holding a small cub born just yesterday in her arms. The two of them reached Yanli and knelt down without saying a word. "What's going on?" Yanli frowned. "Get up quickly. Lord Yanli, thank you for your help yesterday. If it weren't for you, Lily and I wouldn't have survived. From now on, our family of 3 is your debt," Mei said softly. "Lord Yanli, Wang has allowed me to stay here for a while to help you with work, to repay your kindness for saving Mei and my cub," said Sir Xian. Hearing this, Yanli's eyes brightened. "I accept your gratitude." Since she was short of help at the moment, having someone come to assist was exactly what she needed. "I'll come to find you when I have free time. Lord Yanli, just call me if you need anything." Sir Xian was a bit excited. He was worried Yanli wouldn't let him help, but just being able to assist was enough. "Okay, come early tomorrow. I need to leave early and will be gone for a few days," Yanli said as she took a step forward, looking at the small cub in Mei's arms. The tiny cub hadn't absorbed much nutrition in Mei's belly. It was small, with little flesh, perhaps because it had been given a drop of nutrient solution. Its face still looked rosy. The cub, only a day old, hadn't opened its eyes yet. It clenched its tiny fists and slept peacefully in Mei's arms. "Just thank me, and let your Xian come. You've survived the ordeal, but you still need to rest and recover. Also, such a small baby shouldn't be exposed to the wind so early. If he gets sick, it will be very troublesome," Yanli muttered as she looked at the little one. Seeing the baby, Yanli couldn't help but grumble about the new parents. It's good to be grateful, but they should also think about their little one. "I wrapped Lily in 2 animal pelts, so he won't get sick," Mei said. "You still need to be careful. The little one is very fragile," Yanli said, reaching out to poke the baby's cheek. Jibai came over, looked at Mei's cub, and asked, "They brought the cub to thank you. What did you do?" "Yanli saved Mei and Lily's lives," Nana said as she approached. She suddenly ran out, speaking loudly again. This scared the small cub in Mei's arms, causing it to cry loudly. "Nana, lower your voice. You scared Lily." Tsuesu scolded angrily. Nana knew she had done wrong, so she quickly went with Mei to comfort the little cub. The cub was soothed and soon quieted down, sniffling, then closed its eyes and snuggled back into Mei's arms to sleep. Nana patted her chest and softly said, "Yanli, you're really amazing. Mei and Lily were almost gone, but you managed to save them both. Yanli, when you were helping Mei give birth, what did you give her to drink?" The female animals helping with the birth said that after Mei drank your stuff, she gradually gained strength and was able to give birth to Lily. Also, Mei lost so much blood. Even if other females gave birth to cubs and survived, they wouldn't be able to move so quickly. "Lower your voice." Yanli pushed Nana away as she became more excited and moved closer. "That was medicine. I happen to have a few bottles. Now they're gone, and it's hard to get more. So don't make me sound so amazing. Saving one doesn't mean I can save the next one. Even if you only saved one, Yanli, you're still very impressive. We all thought Mei and the cub wouldn't make it. Our fierce lion tribe hasn't had cubs born in a while. We all care about Mei and Lily. They survived, and everyone saw hope."
And
Nana looked happily at Yanli. Some members of the tribe who used to dislike you don't dislike you anymore. Yanli looked at Nana and was silent for a moment. "Whether they like me or not doesn't matter. We're not from the same tribe, so it doesn't affect my life. But Yanli, you're so kind. I hope everyone likes you," Nana said. Yanli pushed her away and said to Mei, Thanks. Now take the cub back quickly. Don't let him stay in the wind too long." "Okay." Mei and Shirshin listened to Yanli's instructions and turned back toward the village. Yanli continued to look at the drawings she had finished. Seeing Nana follow, she quickly said, Stop. Don't step on my drawings. Nana hesitated and didn't dare to step down. Jibai, walking behind, also paused. Yanli sat back in her original spot. Chi-yun and Wenze came over with birds in their hands and said, "King, we caught many birds in the trap. What should we eat tonight?" Yanli looked at the birds in Chi-yun and Wenze's hands. Both had at least 20 birds, which meant they had caught all the birds in their traps. Looking at the ground drawing, Yanli knew it couldn't be done. She stood up again. "Put that over there and lock it up. These few are for cooking dinner. Have you checked the fish traps by the sea?" Yanli asked. "Wang, we haven't had them long," Chi-yun replied. "Our traps haven't been out long either, but we caught some birds, right?" Yanli urged. "Go check. With bait, you should catch fish quickly. Even if you don't get 10, 1 or 2 is good. If you catch any, put them in the back basket. Don't use your hands." Chi-yun had experience catching poisonous beasts, so Yanli reminded him a few more times. Chi-yun and Wenze put the birds into cages, then carried the bamboo baskets to the seaside to check. Yanli gathered some wood to surround her drawn design plans, so no one would accidentally step on her hard work. Once done, she went to boil water and prepare to cook the birds. Jibai watched Yanli busy working, her eyes fixed on her. Suddenly, Schwanger coughed twice nearby. Jibai was startled and quickly asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "Wang, I just have a little itch in my throat." "Is it really just an itch?" Jibai asked skeptically.
Schwanger nodded.
Jibai said, "Schwanger, if you're not feeling well, tell us. Especially tell Yanli. Did you hear what they said just now? That female almost died. Yanli saved her cubs and her. Yanli will make you stronger." Schwanger frowned slightly, a hint of sadness in her blood-red eyes. She had been sick since she was young, and over the years, she often fell ill. If she weren't a female, she would have been abandoned by her tribe long ago. But even as a female, there are disadvantages. She can't be with the person she likes. Darkness quickly filled the night sky. Chi-yun and Wenze returned from the sea, bringing back 2 large fish and some shrimp. Yanli cooked the big fish into soup and used the bird meat to make mushroom stew. After dinner, Moyi handed her the polished stone turtle bone. One end of the turtle bone was sharpened and thinner than before. Yanli tried again, but hammering the thinned end of the bone didn't change anything. Stone turtle bones are so hard. If you encounter them, do your beastmen think you can win? Yanli asked with doubt. Moyi said, "Stone turtle bones are tough, but their meat is soft. Stone turtles are quite gentle among fierce beasts. If they are born in one place, they might stay there or nearby for their whole lives," Jibai added. Yanli blinked and asked, "If the place where the stone turtle was born has no water or grass, wouldn't it starve to death?" Jibai nodded. "Most stone turtles don't live to grow up. Their bones are not strong, and they are eaten by fierce beasts before they get big. So, there are very few stone turtles. You are lucky to find such hard stone turtle bones." Such strong bones suggest the turtle was quite large. Moy explained, "The older the stone turtle, the harder its bones." Thanks to their explanations, Yanli understood well what a stone turtle is. She no longer wondered why their bones are so hard. She looked at the sharp-edged stone turtle bones and suddenly had an idea. She took a piece of wood and used the bones to carve, surprisingly able to shave off some wood shavings. These bones might be so sharp they could be used as knives. "Jibai, tomorrow you should take your females back to the tribe," Yanli said.
"Why?"
"Tomorrow I need to go get stone turtle bones and harvest rice. If I'm away for a few days, it could be dangerous for too many females left in the village. So you take them back first. I'll leave a beast person in the village to protect Aisha and Wendy. Since the stone turtle bones are so useful and there's plenty of rice, and because they are far away, it's better to gather more in one trip." Yanli doesn't want to make too many trips. "Yanli, are you walking there?" Moy asked. Yanli nodded. "We don't have flying beast people here. I can bring beast people from the lion tribe to help you get the bones and rice back. But you'll need to teach us how to carve stone pots and sharpen the bones," Moy said. Jibai looked at him with a meaningful glance. The White Eagle tribe paid 20 pieces of beast skins for a stone pot. But if the lion tribe had tools and learned how to carve stone pots, they could make as many as they wanted later. Yenli, if you need beast people to help, the White Eagle tribe can also assist, Jibai hurriedly said. We are flying beast people, and we can help you do things faster. Yenli was smart and understood their true intention. They wanted to trade temporary help for tools and skills to carve stone pots. Moi was clever and realized this. Helping once could get them long-term benefits. On the surface, Moi seemed to profit greatly, while Yenli lost a little. But teaching others was a good deed, and from that point of view, Yenli didn't lose much. Moreover, Moi was her good friend. When Moi offered help, Yenli wouldn't refuse. Jibai found the stone turtle, and since Mo Yi had helped find it, I promised to cooperate with him. As for your words, we can work together again next time. Jibai doesn't understand what cooperation means, but he understands that Yenli chose Mo Yi. Yenli, if I find new stone turtle bones, will you teach us how to carve stone pots?
Jibai asked.
Yenli thought for a moment and shook his head. You don't need to find more stone turtle bones just to carve stone pots. The bones Mo Yi found are large enough for us to use for a long time, so I don't need another set. But if you really want to learn how to carve stone pots, I have something else I want. What is it?
Rice.
The small fruit I fried earlier. If you can find more for me, I can teach you how to carve stone pots, and I will also give you a set of tools. Since there are enough stone turtle bones, there's no need to trade for more. But rice is different. As food, more is always better. Hearing that there is something to exchange, Jibai nodded in agreement. Okay. After making arrangements with everyone, Mo Yi went back first. He told Yi Siu before bed that night. Jibai also stayed overnight. Yenli finished his bath and lay on the bed, listening to Bar's report. Today, he didn't do much, set traps, gathered wild vegetables, made a fish trap, and cooked 4 dishes. His current cultivation level is 107, plus the original 1399, totaling 1506. Yenli taught Qiyun how to set traps for hunting and also how to make fish traps with Wenze. Bear Xing already knows how to carve stone pots. Each skill learned by a beast man earns 100 merits. Here, he gained 400 merits, plus a fixed 14 merits, and 2 merits from Xiao Air eating with them today. His total merits now are 11,028. After calculating, Yenli opened the merit shop. As his merits increased, new medical skills appeared, and many medicinal items were added to the shop. These medicines are for minor illnesses and pains, but they are quite expensive. 1 fever reducer costs 2,000 merits. The merit shop is truly expensive. Lying on the bed, Yenli thought about what he needed to do tomorrow, but couldn't sleep. He got up and went to the pavilion, lit a fire, and picked up a bamboo he had prepared earlier to start weaving. He had just begun when Jibai's voice sounded behind him. Not sleeping yet? What are you doing?
Bamboo basket.
Why are you making that? Tomorrow, the wild lion orcs will go to help gather stone turtle bones at the turtle skeleton site and bring back rice. Some baskets are too few, so I will make a few more so they can collect more to bring back. It's rare for the orcs of the wild lion tribe to help, so naturally, I want them to gather as much as possible to avoid making multiple trips. With fewer people, work feels more difficult to do freely. Are you not going tomorrow? Jibai asked. No, with the help of the wild lion orcs and Mo Yi knowing how to remove the turtle bones, let them go. I will stay in the village to do other things. With Mo Yi and the orcs helping, I plan to make the rice milling machine while they are out working. Once made, this tool will help shell the rice, so we can enjoy fragrant rice. I don't know how long it will take to make this tool, but for now, staying in the village to build the rice mill is the right choice.
Can you teach me that? Jibai asked.
I nodded gently. I can teach you. What will you trade for it? My tribe recently caught a lot of snow goats. I will give you 1. You're so generous. I won't be polite.
Come here.
I moved aside to give him space and took some prepared bamboo strips to start teaching him from the basics. Bamboo weaving is easy to learn. After finishing the first basket, Jibai already grasped how to weave bamboo baskets quite well. There are many trees that make bamboo baskets around here, Jibai suddenly said. Behind our tribe's mountain, there's a large area, but it's different from yours. Our trees are the same size, but very smooth, with golden-colored bark. They're not edible. We always thought those trees were useless. Wow, bamboo is a great thing. Having bamboo in the wild is like having the whole world at your fingertips. If a female had told Jibai this before, he definitely wouldn't have believed it. But after weaving bamboo into baskets and seeing ordinary trees turn into useful tools in their hands, Jibai nodded in agreement. Now I understand its use. When I go back, I can teach my tribe how to make them. Yenli, Jibai turned to look at Yenli. Please take good care of Shuang Air for me. Sure. I will watch over her well. But if I teach you to weave bamboo baskets, you have to give me a snow goat. And if you want me to take care of Shuang Air, what will you give me? Send 2 more snow goats, so I will give you a total of 2.
Deal.
He set his price, and Yenli didn't even negotiate because Jibai was too generous. Oh, by the way, tomorrow I will bring Xiaoer back. After we return, I will send someone to deliver the goats and bring back the stone pot.
Yenli nodded understandingly.
Jibai Dao said, bring me some bamboo bark. I want to practice making baskets. The 2 of them spent the whole night weaving bamboo baskets. When they were very tired, they finally stopped and went to sleep. Because they stayed up late, Yanli didn't wake up when dawn arrived. Moi came to wake her up from her sleep. Yanli was shaken awake, groggy and opening her eyes slowly, her dark eyes full of tiredness. Did you sleep late again? Moi asked, noticing Yanli's faint dark circles under her eyes. Last night was an accident. I had to stay up late. Mo, how many people did your father send to help me? Yanli stood up, stretched lazily, and tried to wake herself up. Including me, there are 10 of us. That many? The wild lion tribe usually only sends about 30 people for hunting. Sending 10 beast men to help her was quite a lot. We need to bring some stone turtle bones, Mo said. Yanli nodded clearly. Okay, no problem. I don't need many tools right now. For me, the most important thing is the fruit attached to the stone turtle skeleton. Mo, whatever fruits you can pick, bring back as many as you can for me. Mo saw Yanli eating puffed rice made from those grains, knowing it was a type of food that could be eaten. He was about to agree when he suddenly paused, realizing something, and asked, Yanli, you're not going? Yes, Yanli nodded. I won't go. I will let Qi Yun Xing Yun and Xiong Luo go with you. Why not go? I have other things to do. I am a bit busy and can't leave right now, so I won't go. Mo's deep black eyes slightly narrowed, showing a hint of disappointment. But, always good at hiding his feelings, he concealed his sadness and looked calm, with no sign of disturbance. Okay, he replied. Yanli left the house and went outside to find Qi Yun Xing Yun and Xiong Luo, giving them instructions on what to do outside. Last night, Yanli prepared 3 large baskets, each about as tall as her half-body and quite wide. She added grass ropes, turning the bamboo baskets into backpacks. Just use these 3 baskets to carry the fruits. Don't take anything else except the fruits. King, are we supposed to get the stone turtle bones? Qi Yun asked confused. Yanli said, 3 big pieces of turtle bones are enough. The main thing is the fruits. Even with many tools, Yanli doesn't have enough people to carve stones. 1 set is enough to gather the bones of the stone turtle for later use, so they won't lack tools and can find replacements quickly without trading at the market. Mi's situation is different. It's food, and they need as much as possible. Qiyun and others don't know what Yanli is really thinking. The green rice, when popped into popcorn, is indeed tasty, but it's too small. Eating a whole basket won't fill their stomachs, so there's no point in harvesting so much. But Yanli is their king, and whatever she says, they do. Yanli doesn't want them to ask why she is doing certain things. After hearing her, everyone nods in agreement. She arranges everything for them, then walks over to Mo. Mo, bring the cart, she says. The cart is mainly for carrying fruits and the bones of the stone turtle. With so many beast men, just have someone bring them back. Also, the fruits might fall through small gaps, so find some big leaves to cover the cage and block the gaps. Yanli shows Mo how to do it using a few leaves. Seeing how it's done, Mo nods clearly. Are the fruits really that tasty?
He asks.
Yes, Moe. When you bring them back, I'll tell you the right way to eat them.
Okay.
They send the others out of the valley. Once their figures disappear into the woods, Yanli returns to the valley. Wenze, come here, she calls. Wenze walks over obediently. Take the over there, and turn the soil. Dig from the high spots to the low spots, then press the soil flat to make the land even. The valley's ground is wide and shaped like a pit. The 10,000 Beasts tribe now has only 8 beastmen, plus the people staying here, totaling about 10. The white-horned rabbits arrived not long after they moved in. Some run away, others are caught. The valley is now completely controlled by the 10,000 Beasts tribe. Yanli plans to use any piece of land she wants. She asks Wenze to level the land so they have a place to dry the rice they harvest. After arranging Wenze's work, Xiongxing comes over and asks, should I keep carving stone pots? Yes, go carve the stone pots. Xiongxing understands and turns to continue carving. Yanli wants to weave a bamboo mat to lay on the ground for drying the grains. A small amount can be dried in baskets, but large quantities cannot. She picks up a machete and heads toward the bamboo forest. Aisha and Wendy run over. King, I have something to tell you, Aisha says. What is it? Yanli asks. The white-horned rabbits and the haha birds need grass to eat, but they haven't had any today. Before, it was Xiong Luo who went outside to pull some back. Previously, Xiong Luo was mainly responsible for raising the white-horned rabbits and haha birds. After Yanli caught them, he stopped paying attention, almost forgetting about it. Just as he was about to go out to cut grass, he caught a glimpse of a figure walking into the village. It was Xian. Xian approached Yanli respectfully and bowed. Lord Yanli, I am here to help with work. Xian, you're just in time. Can you help me gather some haha birds, white-horned rabbits, and the grass they eat outside? Yanli asked. Without hesitation, Xian agreed. Yanli handed him a basket to carry the grass. With Xian helping, Yanli had time to do other things. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Jibai's voice behind him.
Wait.
Why are you still here? Yanli asked, sounding a bit impatient. Why does everyone come when I try to do my own work? I was about to go back. You look busy. If you need help, you can ask Lala and Schwanger, Jibai said. Yanli looked at the 2 people standing behind him and asked, aren't you afraid I'll tire them out? They eat well and sleep well here with you, and they can learn from you. Helping you with some tasks isn't a problem. Besides, doing some work makes them stronger, Jibai replied. Since you say so, I won't refuse. Do you want the trees from our side? If you do, I'll ask the tribe to send some sheep when they deliver the others, and I'll bring some trees for you. Yes. Yanli answered immediately, without hesitation. She only had a few bamboo sticks here, and once they were cut, there was nothing left. But with the recent increase in rice, bamboo baskets became very needed. The bamboo here was no longer enough, and since the other side was thoughtful enough to send some bamboo, Yanli was naturally happy to accept. Then I'll go now. Take good care of the females in my tribe, Jibai said, transforming into a white eagle. He let Xiaoer sit on his back, his sharp claws grabbing the bamboo basket he made last night, and flying away. As he left, Lala and Schwanger stepped forward. Lord Yanli, is there anything we can do for you? Lala asked. Wait here first. I'll come back after I finish cutting the bamboo, Yanli replied. He hurried to cut a few bamboo sticks, then split and thinly shaved them to start teaching the 2 how to weave bamboo baskets. Thinking that Aisha still didn't know how to weave, he called her over as well. Once the base was set, the rest was easier. Yanli let them practice weaving, and when they encountered difficulties, they would come to ask him. He then picked up other bamboo pieces and turned them into a mat. I ordered bamboo weaving skills, and because Yanli already knew how to weave bamboo, her hands moved very quickly. In the blink of an eye, she had completed half of a mat. Schwanger and the others saw Yanli's fast hand movements and were so surprised they opened their mouths wide and couldn't close them for a moment, staring blankly.
Ow.
Suddenly distracted, Schwanger's hand was cut by a piece of bamboo, leaving a shallow bloodstain. Lala heard the sound and turned her head to look. She saw blood beads seeping from the side of her right index finger, and her eyes showed some dislike. Be careful. If you get too many injuries here with Lord Yanli, the king might think Lord Yanli is bullying you.
I'm sorry, Shuang'aru isperda polugitikale.
Lala's dislike became even clearer. She truly didn't understand why Jibai liked Shuang'e, a weak female who was clumsy and only knew how to eat in the village. Such a female staying in the village would only be a burden. After seeing how powerful Yanli was, Lala looked down on Shuang'e even more. What's wrong? Yanli heard their voices, stopped her work, and looked at them. Shuang'e secretly curled her index finger to hide the bleeding spot. Lala said it's nothing, just Shuang'e cut her hand. Yanli put down her work, went over, and took Shuang'e's hand to look. She saw a bamboo thorn had pierced into her flesh. The bleeding wasn't much, just a small wound. Seeing this, Yanli turned around and went back to her room. She took a bandage, pulled out the bamboo thorn, and then covered the wound with the bandage. There might still be bamboo splinters on the bamboo pieces. Take your time working, no need to rush, Yanli advised before continuing her own work. Lala looked at Shuang'e's bandage and spoke, Lord Yanli, you don't need to spend things on her. Shuang'e is useless, and giving her more stuff is just a waste. Hearing this, Yanli turned to look at Lala. In Lala's eyes, she saw the disdain Nana once had for her. Lala, you don't like Shuang'e? Yanli asked straightforwardly. Lala didn't hide her feelings. Yes.
Why?
Shuang'e's health is poor. She can't do anything. She only knows how to eat in the village. What Lala said, Shuang'e had heard many times in the village. But no matter how many times she heard it, it still made her feel uncomfortable every time. Lala continued, every time we work, she suddenly collapses. When she falls, she sleeps for half a day. She hasn't shown any strength when doing physical tasks. The old clan leader even found herbs to treat her body, but she never got better. If she were not female, she would have been driven out of the village long ago. Hearing Lala's words, Shuang'e suddenly felt her vision blur, and her breathing became heavy. Yanli noticed Shuang'e's labored breathing and had a bad feeling. She stepped forward and patted Shuang'e's shoulder. Shuang'e, stay calm. Listen to me, and do as I say. Don't think about anything. Open your mouth and breathe in, then breathe out slowly, Yanli instructed. Shuang'e listened to Yanli and followed her advice. Soon, her blurry vision cleared, and her breathing became smooth again. The discomfort from her brief struggle to breathe disappeared completely. In the past, if she had experienced such symptoms, she would have fainted. But with just a few words from Yanli, her breathing returned to normal. Yanli crouched down, took Shuang'e's face in her hands, and looked at her. Did Lala's words just now make you uncomfortable?
She asked.
No, nothing. Shuang'e avoided Yanli's gaze. Yanli held her face gently and looked into her eyes. Shuang'e, if you want to become stronger, you need to listen to me. Did Lala's words just now upset you? Hearing this, Shuang'e's red eyes flickered several times before she dared to meet Yanli's dark, steady gaze. When her eyes met Yanli's determined eyes, a flood of emotion surged in her heart. Shuang'e felt her eyes welling up with tears. She blinked quickly, trying to hold back her tears. But her fragile nature made it impossible to control her emotions, and tears started falling uncontrollably. I'm sorry, I'm so useless. Shuang'e cried like a rainstorm, her tears falling like pear blossoms, making people feel heartbroken. Lala, however, was unconcerned and even more dismissive. Lord Yanli, don't waste your time on her. She's always like this, completely useless, and she cries easily. It's only because she can cry so much that the king pities her and wants her to be his partner. Hearing this, Shuang'e cried even more sadly. Yanli frowned slightly. Lala, I know why you dislike Shuang'e, but you're hurting her. Lord Yanli, how am I hurting her? I just said a few words and didn't even hit her. Shuang'e, if you don't want to be looked down on, you need to control your tears, Yanli said softly, wiping her tears. Not crying doesn't mean no one cares about you. Some people might look down on you, but if you want to change, the first step is to stop crying. Lord Yanli. Shuang'e, your words are useless. I checked her pulse. Your body is weak, but that's not the reason you often faint. Just now, I saw your breathing getting heavier, and you felt like you couldn't breathe. Have you ever had the experience of keeping your mouth open but being unable to breathe? Yanli asked. Shuang'er looked at him in surprise with her beautiful eyes. Lala asked nervously, Lord Yanli, how do you know? Did Wang tell you?
No, igasa, Yanli rablia.
Your body isn't seriously ill, but you tend to faint easily. When I saw your breathing getting worse just now, and you almost fainted, I wondered if you were overbreathing. Lord Yanli, what is overbreathing? Shuang'er asked, holding back tears. Yanli explained, overbreathing means breathing so hard that you feel like you can't breathe. It's a mental problem. Just now, I saw Lala talking, and you didn't dare to reply, only apologizing. From this, I see you're very insecure. Even if it's not your fault, you blame yourself. You feel guilty about your weakness. Under this pressure, you start to overbreathe, which causes your body to temporarily lack oxygen. This can lead to dizziness and weakness. Shuang'er, do you have this problem? Every word Yanli said pointed directly to Shuang'er's condition. No one had ever understood her fainting and her feelings so well, even revealing her thoughts, which even Jibai didn't know. Lord Yanli, how do you know all this? Can my illness be cured? I want to be healthy,
she cried.
Since she was young, her body was weak. The other girls her age said she was not a real girl, which made her very insecure. Falling in love with Jibai only made her pain worse. Everyone in the tribe knew Jibai liked her, but because her body was weak, they always tried to stop her from seeing him. The elders even threatened to kick her out of the village if she didn't give up. Shuang'er didn't know what to do. All the words and figures around her felt like a heavy stone pressing down on her, making it hard to breathe. This small illness can definitely be cured. Think positively, don't dwell on bad things. Also, try to see your good points. Lala said you're useless, but look, your basket is almost finished, even faster than Elsa and Lala. Lala looked down at her bamboo basket and then at Shuang'er's basket. Indeed, Shuang'er's basket was much faster than hers. Hearing this, Shuang'er also looked and widened her bright eyes. Lord Yanli, you are lacking only confidence, thinking you are bad at everything. But in fact, you do very well. You just don't realize it. When others criticize you, you can't handle it. Your body isn't weak. It's your heart that is too fragile. Once your heart becomes strong, this illness will naturally go away. Lord Yanli, how can I make my heart strong? First, wipe away your tears. Second, smile more. When you face difficulties, find ways to solve them instead of crying. Lala says you can't do things, so try to do better than Lala. Also, it's normal to get hurt. Look at my hands, there are many scars from splinters and sharp grass. Yanli opened her hands, showing many cuts from bamboo splinters and sharp grass. Getting hurt is a sign of effort. Of course, try not to get hurt if you can. But if you do get hurt, don't think you're useless because of a small wound. Truly useless people are those who fall and can't get up again. No matter how fragile the body, falling and getting back up, that's strength. This was the first time someone told her these words. Shuang'er's tears flowed again as she hugged Yanli tightly. Thank you, Lord Yanli. I will become strong. Yanli patted her back. I'm glad you understand what it means to be strong. That way, I won't need to spend too much time explaining what I just said. Shuang'er held Yanli tightly, unable to speak. After a while, her emotions gradually calmed down. Yanli let go of her. Keep working. I need to go and take care of other things. Okay. After Yanli's guidance, Shuang'er's mood slowly stabilized. Lala turned her head to look at her side profile, feeling upset inside. She called out, Lord Yanli, Lala, you're not really wrong. From the perspective of our tribe and yourself, you might think Shuang'er is useless. After all, you've always survived like that. Yanli understood what Lala wanted to say and spoke first. But I think, since you're all part of the same tribe, you should help each other. You shouldn't bully your own tribe members like outsiders do. Even if Shuang'er's body is really weak, she has been working hard to help. If you truly paid attention to that, you wouldn't think she's a bad tribe member, Yanli said. Lala turned her head to look at Shuang'er, then at the bamboo basket in her hands, and lowered her head in guilt. They are all from the same tribe, and Schwanger is also at fault. Schwanger is wrong because she is too timid. If you were stronger, no one would dislike you.
Lord Yanli.
From today on, be strong. Everything will get better, Yanli encouraged.
Schwanger nodded understandingly.
Lala shyly lowered her head.
I'm sorry.
I won't say you're useless again, but you need to become a healthy female quickly. The king is already of age to find a mate, but because of you, he still doesn't have one. Our tribe needs the king's offspring.
Schwanger was surprised.
She didn't expect Lala, who just said she wasn't, to say such things. She held back her excitement and nodded, saying okay.
Ah.
Lala sighed deeply, feeling guilty, but also a bit defiant. Lord Yanli, if there are wounded or sick animals wanting to join your tribe, would you welcome them? Lala suddenly asked. Yanli sat on a woven bamboo mat and thought for a moment. How serious is their illness? They can't work for long and will waste food in the village. Lala was referring to Schwanger. Yanli could tell such health issues are usually temporary. Once treated, they can be as healthy as us. If it's a severe condition where they can't get out of bed, they still have some awareness. They can help weave small items or work with animal hides. There is always something they can do. No one is completely useless. Truly useless animals have long died on the continent of Amand. Amand's medical level is poor. Even minor illnesses can be fatal, let alone serious ones. Lord Yanli, you say that because you are confident you can support all the tribe members and prevent them from starving, Lala said. Yanli's eyes sparkled with confidence. He agreed, exactly. I truly believe that. If you want to drive Schwanger out of the tribe, then come to my tribe. I welcome you and won't let anyone bully you. Lord Yanli, thank you, but I still prefer my own tribe, Schwanger said gratefully. Yanli shrugged. Then wait until one day you no longer like your tribe. Come back and I will still welcome you. Apart from Jibai and her father, Schwanger had never heard anyone speak such warm words to her. Feeling the warmth from Yanli, Schwanger secretly vowed to find a way to repay him someday. The conversation ended here. Yanli finished weaving a large enough bamboo mat, making sure it was big enough for storing grain. After stretching lazily, he went on to do other things. After pulling weeds, she went back and picked up some fallen fruits, feeding them to the white-horned rabbits, the cheerful birds, and some small birds. Yanli saw him finish feeding and called Xian and herself to go into the forest to check the traps. They found many small birds and some white-horned rabbits in the traps. She took the birds out of the traps and reset them. She taught Xian how to set traps. It was necessary to teach him because, without Chi Yun, someone had to watch the traps. Yanli was busy making a rice threshing machine, but by noon, she hadn't even finished one part of it. After teaching Xian how to set traps, they took the captured birds back to the village and locked them up, then went out to gather wild vegetables. After collecting enough vegetables, they arrived at the seaside.
It was low tide when they arrived.
Yanli found the fish baskets that Chi Yun and Wenze had thrown into the water. The baskets were caught on rocks, and the vines tying the baskets were secured to a large stone to prevent them from being carried away. Before she reached the baskets, she saw a big fish stuck at the opening of a basket. The tide was out, and only half of the basket was in the water. The fish was struggling and wagging its tail, trying to break free. This big fish was enough for them to have a good meal. Yanli quickly identified it as non-toxic and edible. The main body of the big fish was silver with many black spots. Its tail fin was black, beautiful and strong. The fish had been stuck in the basket for a while. It struggled fiercely, whipping its tail and injuring itself, leaving many wounds. When Yanli arrived, it had little strength left to fight. Xian, put down the basket. Xian responded and lowered the basket onto the fish. Yanli grabbed the fish and quickly threw it into the basket. The big fish struggled a few more times before finally settling down. With the big fish gone, Yanli looked at the basket, which still contained some smaller fish bitten in half by the big fish. She didn't take them out but left them there, letting the dead fish serve as bait to attract other fish. She checked other cages and caught several more edible fish. After gathering all the fish in the baskets, Yanli went to the salt drying area, took some salt, and scooped fresh seawater to dry. After finishing these tasks, she felt satisfied and headed back home. Lady Yanli, Sir Xian called. Yanli looked at him, her eyes asking, "Is something wrong?" "Lady Yanli, is it really safe to eat the stuff in the cursed river of Amand?" Sir Xian asked. Yanli was a bit surprised by his question. "Nana, Shihua, and the others have all eaten it. Haven't you heard them say so?" "They have mentioned it, but it's edible, and there are many edible ones," Yanli said. "But there are also many that are not safe to eat. Just catch the fish I've already caught. Don't catch anything you haven't seen before." Mo Yi was the first to eat fish from the sea with Yanli. However, after so long, Mo Yi hasn't allowed his people to go to the sea to catch fish. The main reason is that they can't tell which fish are safe to eat. Moreover, the wild lion tribe now has enough food, so there's no need to risk going to the sea to catch fish. "The king hasn't allowed us to come here to catch fish," Sir Xian said. Yanli thought for a moment and said, "Sir Xian, you can eat here with me tonight." "No need," Sir Xian quickly replied. "The king said I came to repay a favor. I'll eat in the village when I return. No need to eat here. It's fine. Stay here. I want you to taste the delicious sea creatures. When you go back, tell the villagers how good the fish here really is," Yanli said. Sir Xian was confused. "Why do you want that?" "Because I want to trade fish with the wild lion tribe in the future, if I catch a lot. You've seen that I'm catching small fierce beasts now, but I still need some larger ones." Sir Xian nodded clearly. "I'll tell the king. If he agrees, I'll let you know." "That works." The two of them took the big fish back home. Yanli asked Lala and Aisha to cook a pot of fish soup with a small fish they caught. She then continued to study how to make a rice milling machine. After finishing her research, she picked up a piece of wood and started working. The principle of the rice milling machine was similar to a stone mill, but different because a stone mill was too heavy and would turn rice into powder. Yanli wanted to remove the husks from the rice so it couldn't be as heavy as a stone mill. Therefore, the rice milling machine was made entirely of wood. On the continent of Amand, the trees here are centuries old, and some are truly enormous. Yanli found a suitable piece of wood and began working. Halfway through, she suddenly heard Wendy run over and say in a small voice, "King, the flying beast men are coming." Hearing this, Yanli stood up to look. She saw the beast men from the White Eagle tribe approaching with things. They carried several bundles of bamboo, with golden yellow bamboo that shone brightly under the summer sun, looking like gold. The snow sheep and black sheep were completely different. They were all white, large in size, with little fur. They looked like cows, especially with their swollen parts. Two female snow sheep, both looking very well fed. Seeing this, Yanli couldn't wait to milk the sheep. Lord Yanli, it was Eagle Chu who led the others here. At first, Eagle Chu didn't think much of Yanli, but now he fully respects her. The meal Yanli had earlier is still fresh in his mind, but unfortunately, he has no chance to eat it again. "The stone pot is over there. You can see how to take it back yourself," Yanli said, her eyes fixed on the stone pot beside the water basin. Eagle Chu looked at the stone pot and nodded. The stone pot is heavy for females, but not for them. They easily placed the stone pot onto a beastman's back. To prevent it from falling during flight, Eagle Chu sat on the beast's back, protecting the pot. Once they had the pot, they left quickly. They came swiftly and left just as fast. Yanli looked at the two large snow sheep sent over. Both sheep had curved horns and looked very gentle, without any aggression. Yanli gently pulled on the horns tied around their necks and led them into the pen. The sheep obediently followed. After placing the sheep in the pen, Yanli went to get a wooden bucket and placed it beneath them. She carefully milked the sheep, and to her surprise, milk came out. The snow sheep remained still and obedient as Yanli milked them. After milking about half a bucket, she took it to the kitchen and boiled the fresh sheep milk. Wendy sniffed the milky aroma and leaned over, looking at the sheep milk with curiosity. "King, what is this?" "Sheep milk. It's good for your health," Yanli replied. The sheep milk was boiled, and Yanli poured some into a wooden bowl and took a sip. The milk had a pure, fragrant taste. It was flavorless but satisfying, as it was pure milk. Yanli drank half a bowl and then handed a small wooden bowl to Wendy, filling it halfway. The little creature held the bowl, blew on it gently, and carefully took a sip. The milk was just boiled, so it wasn't very hot. The little one took a sip, and his brown eyes lit up.
King, this tastes strange, he said.
Is it tasty? Yes, it is. Then drink more. It's good for your body. Yanli also called Shuang'er, Lala, and Aisha over to drink. Lala looked hesitant and asked, Lord Yanli, can we really drink this? Mommy, it's very tasty. Both the king and I have drunk it, Wendy said, holding the small wooden bowl and taking another small sip. Aisha saw her little one drinking and gathered courage to try a sip. It was sweet, fragrant, and smooth, much better than she expected. It really is delicious, Aisha said happily. Lala and Shuang'er took a sip and found it really delicious. I didn't know that you could drink snow sheep, Lala said in surprise. Yanli paused and asked, what? This is milk, sheep's milk. Sheep's milk? Lala didn't understand. Yanli looked at Aisha and said, Aisha has had babies before, so she should know. When Wendy was young, what did you feed her? Hearing Yanli's words, Aisha's cheeks turned red immediately. She shyly looked away. Lala and Shuang'er didn't have partners, so they didn't know about this. On the Amand continent, once female animals have mates, older females share their experiences with the younger ones. As beast men, they aren't very wild. In fact, they are quite conservative. Aisha, what did you feed Wendy? Lala asked. Aisha leaned close and whispered in Lala's ear. Lala's face turned red instantly, and she unconsciously protected her soft chest with her hands. Really?
She asked.
Aisha nodded shyly. Shuang'er also asked curiously, what is it? Lala leaned close to Shuang'er's ear and whispered. Hearing this, Shuang'er's pupils dilated, and she also covered her chest with her hands. After a brief shock, all three looked at Yanli. Yanli took a sip of sheep milk, saw their eager expressions, and asked, what's wrong? Lord Yanli, does the snow sheep? Does it hurt? It probably doesn't hurt. It swelled so much, but once squeezed out, it doesn't hurt. Aisha blushed and nodded deeply, feeling strongly about it. It's so strange. Drinking sheep milk makes me feel like a baby, Shuang'er said as she took another sip. Yanli said, the snow sheep was sent by the White Eagle tribe. Haven't you ever drunk sheep's milk? Snow sheep are delicious, but we never knew we could drink this, Shuang'er replied. Lala nodded. When we kill a sheep, a lot of this white fluid comes out. We thought it was the snow sheep's. After all, the snow sheep is all white, so white makes sense. Yanli. Shuang'er nodded vigorously, agreeing with Lala. Yanli said, you are really wasting such a treasure. Do you know how nutritious sheep's milk is? Shuang'er, if you drink a glass every day, you'll get stronger quickly. Wendy, you should drink more too, and your body will also become stronger. King, if I drink more, can I become as strong as my father? Wendy asked excitedly.
Exactly.
Then I will drink a lot. But not too much, just the right amount, Yanli quickly corrected. Sheep's milk is a wonderful drink for Lala and her friends. It tastes good, but just thinking about where it comes from makes it a little hard to accept. After all, they have never drunk milk from other animals before. However, when Yanli said that sheep's milk is good for health, Shuang'er clenched her teeth and finished a bowl of sheep's milk. After drinking the milk, the fish soup was also ready. Everyone had some fish soup for lunch. After eating, Yanli continued to work on the rice milling machine. During the busy days, 3 days passed quickly. On the third day's noon, Moyue brought everyone back. Yanli saw a full cart of millet and the millet in Kueluan's basket on Xingyun's back. The scene in Yanli's mind was full of white flowers. No, the millet here is green, lush green rice. Moyue and the others didn't rest and hurried back, their faces showing some tiredness. Yanli noticed their fatigue and suggested, Moyue, do you want to rest here for a while? It's almost dinner time. I will treat you to dinner. They had more millet than expected, and Yanli felt very happy. She generously invited them to eat dinner. Moyue hadn't seen Yanli for 4 days. Seeing the unhidden smile in Yanli's eyes, he nodded gently. Yanli let them rest on the bamboo mat used for drying millet. The bamboo mat was large, smooth, and slightly cool. Lying on it felt quite comfortable. The beast men sat on it for a short rest, touching the smooth surface and discussing how it was made. Perhaps they were very tired, and since it was comfortable, some beast men lay down to rest. Others followed. Moyue also felt a bit sleepy. To return quickly, everyone didn't rest much on the way back. Once in the valley, there was a strange sense of peace. Moyue also lay down, looking at the white clouds drifting in the blue sky, then turned to look at Yanli busy nearby, and slowly closed his eyes. Yanli pulled out the last remaining black wild boar she caught earlier and slaughtered it. She cooked a delicious dinner for everyone. The wild lion tribe beast men, full and satisfied, happily went home. Moyue saw Yanli busy in the pavilion and walked over. Yanli was piecing together matching wooden planks, knocking and hammering. The finished object was something Moyue had never seen before. Watching Yanli work for a while, Moyue called out, "Yanli." Yanli stopped her work, looked up at Moyue. "Will you be in the village tomorrow?" "I will spend more time in the village. The stone turtle bones in the tribe, I want to borrow your tools to open them. Also, I need to ask how to sharpen the tools and how to carve stone pots. I need your guidance on all these things. There are so many topics to discuss." Moyi paused silently and then asked, "Will I bother you?" "No, Xiongxing is good at carving stones now.
He can teach you first."
"You don't need me to teach you how to sharpen the turtle bones. Just use my original tools to grind them." It seemed that Moyi was making many requests to Yanli, asking her to help him with this and that. But each task required Yanli to do it herself. She could still focus on her own work. The things Moyi needed to learn he could learn on his own. There was no need to trouble Yanli. Moyi's eyes brightened. "That's good." He secretly relaxed. "Moyi, you've been working hard these days helping me. You should go home early tonight and rest."
Moyi nodded.
Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and said to Yanli, "We've found a new hunting plane. I wanted to tell you earlier, but because of the stone turtle bones, I forgot. I might reduce my hunting time in the future," Yanli said. "I've discussed with the king of the wild lions. From now on, we'll exchange the fish caught in the sea for fierce beasts. Shirshin helped her tell you two about this." After eating the fish from the sea, Yi Tu knew how delicious sea fish could be. However, since the wild lions had no way to catch sea fish, they hadn't gone fishing in the sea before. Yanli's suggestion was quickly agreed upon by Yi Tuesday. Moyi was a bit surprised when he heard this, but he quickly calmed down. That plain has many tough fruit trees, with lots of hard fruits on them. Yanli's eyes widened suddenly. "Next time I need hard fruits, I can go there myself to pick them. No need to trade with Jibai anymore."
Moyi nodded.
"The tribe members found the hard fruits and want to learn how to cook haha birds like you do, but we don't have stone pots. They will have them in a few days." Yanli comforted him. "If you want stone pots sooner, you can send more people to learn tomorrow."
"Okay," Moyi replied.
He slightly parted his lips, seeming to gather courage, and asked, "Are you doing okay these days?" Yanli was confused. She didn't understand what he meant and replied, "I'm doing quite well." During these 4 days, she had been busy with the rice polishing machine and hadn't done much else. Her cultivation and virtue progress slowed down significantly. Cultivation depends on what Yanli does to gain more power. Since he hasn't done much, most of his progress comes from daily practice and cooking. The only time he gained a lot was when he spoke to and comforted Shuanghe, which was judged as treating her psychological issues. He earned 50 cultivation points and 800 merits for that. Currently, his total cultivation points are 1,786. Besides helping Shuanghe, he also earned merits by teaching the lion spirit to set traps for small beasts, and Shuanghe, Aisha, and Lala each learned how to weave bamboo baskets, earning 100 merits each. With daily activities included, his total merits now amount to 12,266. In the past few days, Yanli felt the worst about his slow cultivation progress. Everything else was fine. That's good. I'm going back, Moe said. Yanli nodded and watched him leave. After Moe was far away, Yanli looked at the nearly finished rice hulling machine. Finishing this machine should earn him about 1,000 cultivation points. Thinking of that, Yanli continued working on it. The night passed quickly. To finish the rice hulling machine faster, Yanli got up early at dawn and started working on it. He didn't cook breakfast. Aisha and the others went to prepare food instead. As the sun rose, Moe brought 5 tribe members to learn how to carve stones. He told Yanli that the front part would be taught by Bear Star, and Moe needed to prepare a turtle-shaped stone, find an oval-shaped stone, and a wooden stick. He tied the stone to the stick, making a simple hammer. Moe asked the other tribe members to saw the turtle bones and find more stones to grind. Some of his stone carving skills were decent, so he found a stone and began carving. Everyone was busy with their own tasks. By noon, Yanli finally finished the rice hulling machine. The machine was small, so it didn't take long to make. This was natural. Since it was his first time making such a device and basic skills didn't include it, Yanli had to rely on his memory of existing rice hullers. Making a large one would waste more time and materials, so he made a small one. Even if it failed, the waste would be minimal. Seeing the finished rice hulling machine, Yanli took the earliest harvested dry rice to test it. He poured the rice into the machine, turned the handle a few times, and saw the husked rice and husks come out of the outlet. After some turns, most of the rice was husked and fell into a basket. Yanli separated the husks from the rice. There were still a few unhulled grains, but most were husked, which proved the machine's success. Your new invention is really impressive. Jibai's voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Yanli was startled by the sudden voice, looked up, and saw not only Jibai but also Lia Yan in her eyes. When did you two arrive? As you turned that thing, we came. You specifically made that device to shell this fruit. Jibai looked at the rice mill, saw its complicated appearance, and frowned in disagreement. For such a small fruit, making this. How much do you like eating it? Yanli didn't want to explain anything to him. She picked out the clean rice and washed it by the river, because there wasn't much. She grabbed a handful to cook and try, and the rest was used to make seafood porridge. When the meal was ready, Lia Yan squatted beside her. Why didn't you say anything to me? He asked with a bit of sadness. Hearing this, Yanli turned her head slightly. What do you want me to tell you? After all, you're not allies. Besides, the first thing I asked was about you and Jibai. I didn't take the conversation away, so how can you blame me? I haven't come for so many days. Don't you miss me? Yes, I do miss you, Yanli nodded. Lia Yan immediately showed happiness, but Yanli added, I miss the pepper and spices from your tribe. I wanted to find some nearby, but it seems your village's location is better, so the spices are more complete. Maybe we can find some time to dig up pepper trees and spice seedlings from your place and plant them in the valley, so we can have our own. As Yanli spoke, she was mainly talking to herself, not really to Lia Yan. Lia Yan, who was finally feeling a little happy, suddenly lost his joy after hearing her words. Father likes your chili peppers. Do you have more? I brought some peppercorns and other spices to trade. Lia Yan pouted and took out a piece of animal hide, inside of which were different spices wrapped in leaves, a whole big bundle, showing his sincerity. Yanli asked, when you entered the valley, didn't you see the land outside? I saw it. Pick them yourself. It's still chili season. The peppers can be picked now, and in a few days, new ones will be ready. There are plenty of them, so you can pick at your own pace. You're bringing me things, but you want me to go pick peppers myself? Lia Yan still looked dissatisfied. Yanli suddenly realized and apologized, sorry for neglecting you. After speaking, she looked around and saw Chiyun, who was carrying a tree back. She called out, Chiyun, go outside the valley and pick some more peppers to bring back. Yes. Wendy ran over from behind, hugging Yanli's neck and saying, King, Mother has squeezed a lot of milk. Does Wendy want to drink some? Seeing the little one getting closer and closer to himself, Yanli looked at him with a gentle smile. I want to. It smells good and tastes nice, Wendy nodded happily. Yanli saw Aisha walking over with a bucket of milk and said, "Boil it for everyone to drink." Goat milk is best to be milked in the morning, but because of busy chores, she would wait until she finished her tasks and then go milk the goats. By then, it was already afternoon. Yanli thought, as long as they drink it, whether it's morning, noon, or night doesn't matter. King, the milk from the snow goats seems to be decreasing. The amount is less than a few days ago, Aisha said while heating the milk. Yanli replied, then we can wait a few days before milking again. Drinking it every day might get boring. Without a way to store food and with the hot weather, most food goes bad after a day. So, they eat only what they can finish on the same day. You're really busy. It's hard to talk to you for long, Lai Yan said after waiting for a while, noticing they weren't talking anymore, expressing his frustration. There's no choice. Popular females are always busy, Yanli suddenly said proudly. Lai Yan rolled his eyes and was about to speak when Jibai suddenly came over, asking hurriedly, Yanli, what did you do to Schwanger and Lala? What's wrong? I didn't bully them, Yanli said. Jibai sat on a wooden block happily and said, Lala actually helped Schwang and even laughed and talked with her. It's clear they've become friends. Jibai's eyes shone with excitement and happiness. Yanli, how did you do it? In the village, no female is willing to play with Schwanger, and she's never smiled so happily in front of me. His voice was filled with undeniable joy. Lai Yan finally got a chance to talk to Yanli, but was interrupted by Jibai. He said unhappily, did they see you and pretend to be very friendly? No, they don't know I'm here. I was hiding and secretly watching them. Because he was so happy, Jibai ignored Lai Yan's displeased tone. Yanli said, I didn't do much, just helped Schwanger boost her confidence. Confidence? Boost it? Jibai looked confused. What is that? Confidence is a tricky thing. Let me give you an example. If you hunt a snow goat alone and I praise you for being great, you might feel proud and try even harder next time. Jibai nods. Yanli says, but if you hunt a snow goat and I tell you you're useless just because you only caught one and you didn't even need the female, wouldn't you feel bad about yourself? Anyone who dares say that to me, I would give them a good punch. Hunting one snow goat isn't useless. One can feed half the tribe. Jibai is already angry, feeling the scene strongly. Yanli continues, let me compare it this way. Someone else can hunt 10 snow goats in a day, but you only catch one. If that person says you're useless, would you feel the same? Jibai falls silent, thinking for a moment, then reluctantly agrees. If that's the case, hunting one snow goat a day does seem a bit useless. Duaner is probably like that in the White Eagle tribe. She can do things, but everyone keeps saying she can't do this or that, and over time, she begins to think she's useless. That feeling is what we call confidence. Duaner's confidence was suppressed by her tribe, so she feels everything is her fault. Self-doubt is a very scary thing. Once you think you're useless, you feel you can't do anything right. In serious cases, it can even lead to thoughts of wanting to die. The best way to fix this is to encourage Duaner, tell her she's useful and not as useless as they say. Also, tell her to be strong, not to get upset over small problems. When faced with issues, she should find ways to solve them instead of running away. Yanli's reasonable words leave Li Yan and Jibai stunned for a long time, unable to respond immediately. After a while, Li Yan pats Jibai's shoulder and suddenly realizes, I get it now, just praise Duaner more, don't scold her. Did you name Duaner? Jibai says unhappily. Look at yourself, what tribe are you from? Calling her Duaner so intimately. If she knew how to swear, Jibai would have cursed at this moment. Li Yan was just trying to help Jibai understand Yanli's words, but he was looked down upon. If he knew how to swear, he would curse all the beasts of the White Eagle tribe. It's because of your White Eagle tribe that our Fierce Wolf tribe can't get along well with you. You and Yanli are on good terms, but I don't see you forming an alliance. Our White Eagle clan is still better than your Fierce Wolf clan. The cunning Fierce Wolf clan only cares about those 2 pieces of meat, refuses to ally with Yanli, and always wants to learn something from Yanli. None of your White Eagle clan's business. Li Yan stubbornly retorted. Yanli saw the 2 of them getting angry and about to fight. Just as he was about to step in and push them apart, Mo Yi approached and warned them. This is Yanli's territory. If you want to fight, do it outside. Mo Yi's words made both of them calm down and stand further apart from each other. Tomorrow is the hunting plain. If you dare, come then, Lian said. Jibai snorted. I will definitely go, but don't you dare to come. He then looked at Mo Yi with a challenging gaze. Mo Yi stayed calm and didn't join their challenge. King, the goat milk is ready, Aisha whispered. Yanli looked over. Aisha was trembling beside them. If she wasn't busy boiling goat milk, she would have run away. Share it with them. What is that white thing?
Lian asked.
Thinking about the conservative nature of the beast men, who might mistake goat milk for goat, Yanli replied, You drink first. After you're done, I'll tell you. King, yours. Aisha handed over a bowl of warm goat milk. Yanli took the bowl, blew on it twice, and took a sip. Once everyone had their share, Yanli finished drinking. The porridge in the pot had also boiled. Yanli washed the big sea crab he caught last night, which was still alive, then cut it into pieces, waiting to add it to the porridge later. The beast men, who had tasted goat milk for the first time, were focused on drinking it. Lala and Schwanger came over. Seeing Jibai approaching, they respectfully greeted him and then received a bowl of hot goat milk. Having been drinking goat milk for several days here, Lala and Schwanger no longer rejected it. Li Yan finished his goat milk and said, What is this water? Why does it taste so good? This is the first time I've had it. Me too, it's the first time I've tasted it. What is it?
Jibai asked.
Schwanger tugged at Jibai's arm. Jibai turned slightly and asked, Schwanger, what's wrong? Schwanger blushed and whispered in Jibai's ear. After listening, Jibai's face turned pale and red alternately, showing an awkward expression as if he didn't know what to do. Yanli, how can you give us this to drink?
This
is only for cubs. Jibai exclaimed in annoyance. There was a reaction like this, and Yanli was not surprised at all.
Who said that?
In my previous tribe, everyone big and small, female and male, drinks this. It's good for health. Haven't you seen that Lala has gained a lot of weight recently? And our lovely Wendy, after drinking goat milk, has a healthier complexion and a rounder face. Most importantly, she finally looks like a little cub with a sweet milky smell. Yanli picked up little Wendy and gently nuzzled her adorable face. Little Wendy was so happy to be loved by Yanli that she giggled happily. Aisha and Wenza saw how much Yanli loved her cub and exchanged happy glances. Jibai looked at her skeptically. Are you telling the truth?
Ask Schwanger, Yanli replied.
Jibai turned to look at Schwanger, who nodded softly. Your Majesty, I don't know if it's because I drank the goat milk, but since I came to Lord Yanli, I haven't fainted again, and I feel much healthier. Also, I think goat milk is a kind of food. Don't you think that after drinking it, your stomach feels full? Jibai was momentarily stunned. Although it was faint, she did feel a bit full. Drinking water can also make you feel that way, she said, not easily fooled. Yanli said, whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. Anyway, we don't kill snow sheep here. We keep them to milk for Wendy. I like drinking it. Wendy happily raised her hand. Drinking it makes me strong, and I can help Dad protect Mom. As she spoke, Wendy transformed into a cute little brown bear and roared fiercely at her grandmother. Because Wendy's action was so adorable, everyone couldn't help but smile genuinely. Yanli, what exactly is this? Snow sheep milk, squeezed directly from the snow sheep, Yanli answered. Everyone still couldn't understand how it was made. Lala, who had learned how to milk sheep, took everyone to the pen to demonstrate how to milk a sheep. Soon everyone understood what sheep milk was. Their faces showed a variety of colorful expressions. Jibai, if your beast men really can't accept it, you can give it to the females and cubs to drink. It's really good for health, Yanli sincerely said, not joking. The bodies of females and cubs are usually weak, and wasting such good snow sheep milk would be a real pity. Schwanger chimed in, Your Majesty, listen to Lord Yanli. Lord Yanli saved the female May of the wild lion tribe and the cub Lily. She wouldn't lie to us. Even though Jibai's heart was filled with doubt and difficulty in accepting, hearing Schwanger's words made all those feelings disappear. His eyes softened, and he said, I know. When I return to the village, I will make everyone share snow sheep milk for the females and the young. Then, Jibai couldn't hold back anymore and gently hugged the person tightly in his arms. You've changed a lot too. I purposely didn't come to see you for a few days, just to see how much you've changed during these days in Yanli. I didn't expect you to change so much. Sending you here was really the right choice. But I missed you so much during these days apart, Jibai apologized. Sorry, I haven't come to see you since I sent you here. Shuang Er's eyes slightly reddened, and her heart was so touched that tears almost fell. But thinking of Yanli's words, she knew she couldn't cry easily. She hugged Jibai and buried her face in his chest, her voice trembling slightly as she said, I miss you too. In the tribe, Jibai never hid his liking for Shuang Er. Lala had seen them so close before and was used to it. But others didn't have La's strong resistance. Lion got goosebumps all over and asked, are they mates?
Not yet.
They're in the stage of liking each other. Maybe after some time, they'll become mates, someone explained. Lion nodded understandingly. I also like a female in the Lai Wolf tribe, but I wouldn't miss her so much that I want to hold her all the time if I didn't see her for a few days. Yanli said, your feelings are different from theirs, right? How are they different? Mo Yi asked. Ordinary liking is just seeing the other as a friend, not wanting her to be your mate. True liking means wanting her to be your mate, and only her. If she becomes your mate, other females can't compare. Not seeing her for a day feels like a long time, and you'll worry about her. Whether she's doing well, staying warm, or being bullied, Yanli explained. Yanli, how do you know how I feel inside?
Jibai asked.
Yanli smiled proudly. Of course I know. Even though he's been single for over 500 years, he hasn't seen a pig run or eaten pork before. By watching and listening more, he naturally understands. I like females in the tribe, but I've never thought about making them my mates, Lian said. So do I really not like them? Don't ask others about this. How you feel inside is how you feel. Others can't decide that, Yanli replied. Lian fell silent, quietly thinking about what Yanli had said. Yanli didn't talk much with them, as the porridge was still simmering in the pot, and she returned to the kitchen. The porridge was already boiling, a bright green pot that looked a bit like strange cuisine. First she added, then after it cooked a bit, she put in the prepared crab. After boiling, the seafood porridge was ready, along with the 2 bowls of rice she had cooked. Seeing the green, oily rice and porridge, Yanli took a deep breath, mentally prepared herself, and picked up chopsticks to taste a bite of rice. The green, oily rice tasted similar to regular rice, but when eaten, it had a fresh plant-like aroma lingering in the mouth. This rice was different from what Yanli had eaten before. The rice she had eaten before was sticky. After cooking, the grains would stick together. But this green, oily rice was not sticky. Each grain remained separate after cooking. Although the grains were separate and not sticky, they didn't feel dry when eaten. The cooked rice was soft and tasty. It would be great for making fried rice. Yanli scooped a bowl of seafood porridge to try. Indeed, the rice had no stickiness. Even in the porridge, the grains stayed separate like beans, unlike other porridges that become thick and sticky when water is added less, blending the ingredients and rice together. The crab added to the porridge could be easily separated from the rice when picked out. Yanli tasted the porridge, and the flavor of the crab combined with the fresh aroma of the rice. The taste was a bit strange, but not unpleasant. If you could accept it, you might find the flavor quite nice. It was edible and not bad to eat. This strange green fruit could be used as rice, but cooking rice with it was better. The porridge was a bit less good. Having reached this conclusion, Yanli put down her chopsticks and saw everyone watching her. Everyone take a bowl. It's not much, but each person can have half a bowl, Yanli invited. She didn't really like the porridge made from this rice, so she quickly shared it with everyone. Aisha brought bowls and served half a bowl to each person. Everyone tasted the seafood green rice porridge, and their expressions were a bit complicated. They found it hard to judge the flavor, neither truly bad nor particularly good. It's delicious, Jibai said. I didn't expect this green fruit to make such tasty porridge. Jibai's eyes lit up as she sincerely thought the porridge was delicious. Shuang'er nodded in agreement. I think it's good too. I don't really like it. It tastes a bit strange, Lai Yan said with a frown as she finished her bowl. People's tastes really do vary. Lai Yan, do you want to try some of this? Yanli recommended the rice to him. Li Yan frowned with some disgust. I'll just eat a little. She gently scooped a small amount with a spoon, tasted it, and her tightly knit brows slightly relaxed. It doesn't seem as bad as I thought.
Yanli nudda.
Starting today, this fruit will be called green rice, and it will be our main food.
Main food?
What's that? Jibai asked curiously, taking a bite of rice. His eyes brightened. Cooking it like this seems even tastier. Main food means from now on we mainly eat rice and eat less meat, Yanli explained. Lian looked more disgusted.
How can we not eat meat?
No meat, no strength for hunting. For beast men, eating meat is the right way. Have you ever thought about what to do one day, if there's no meat? Food, whether tasty or not, shouldn't be disliked, as long as it fills your stomach. Lian pursed her lips. She didn't like green rice, but she had to admit what Yanli said was true. Food is important, and you have to eat it whether it's tasty or not. Yanli, I came today not just to see Shuang'er, but also to tell you something, Jibai said. Yanli asked, what is it? You told me before that if I could find green rice and trade with you, you would teach us how to make stone pots. I've been leading my people to explore other places these days, and found a spot with lots of green rice. Really? Yes. How much do you want? Will you teach us to make stone pots? That area had plenty of green rice, and Jibai thought they could get quite a bit. Plus, after giving some to Yanli, they could store some for themselves. Jibai genuinely thought green rice was delicious. He didn't dislike it as much as Li Yan did, and after eating, he even wanted more. Green rice cooked into rice was still edible. Yanli wouldn't mind having less food. Jibai's request was simple, so she nodded in agreement without much thought. After drinking goat milk and eating some porridge, her stomach felt a little full. Yanli stood up and moved to the pavilion. Just as she sat down, she heard Bai Er's voice in her mind. Host, you cooked so little today. I can't give you cultivation points. So, these two won't get any cultivation points. So, stingy? Host, cooking rice is so simple, it's not as hard as cooking vegetables. I think giving you cultivation points underestimates you. It's okay, you can keep underestimating me. I'm not very strong anyway. Then, how about 1 point of cultivation? Really stingy. Host, you're destined to become an immortal. You shouldn't be so cautious about a few cultivation points. That's not fair. I just cooked rice and porridge. Didn't spend much time or fire. Is a little cultivation point really considered cultivation? Think about how I was just 1 point of merit away from graduating from the preparatory immortal stage before coming here. Now you tell me that people who become immortals shouldn't worry about small cultivation levels. Why don't you tell the managers of the preparatory immortal stage that I don't care about that little bit of merit and just let me become an immortal? Yanli is getting more excited the more she thinks about it. The Amand continent is indeed good. She's used to living here, eating well, and working hard every day to see another tomorrow. This feeling is quite nice. But when she thinks about how she almost became an immortal and now has to start all over again, she feels frustrated. She wants to persuade herself to be more tolerant, but how can she expect the people managing her to be tolerant? All right, host, I understand your request clearly. From now on, I will give you 5 cultivation points for cooking and making porridge.
I can accept that.
From giving 1 cultivation point to 5 is a good improvement. Bar sighs softly, and then stops speaking. Yanli looks at the rice polishing machine she finished, and plans what to do next. Just then, her gaze falls on the bamboo sent by Jibai. Yanli stares at it intently, and suddenly her eyes brighten. Jibai, come here. Jibai, who is with Shuang'er, hears Yanli calling and walks over. What do you want? I plan to make some bamboo tables and chairs. I'll teach you how. When you learn, bring me more bamboo later. What are they for? For sitting like this. Yanli points to a wooden stake used as a chair substitute. Jibai doesn't understand. Why use bamboo instead of just wood for sitting? Yanli replies, that's a good question. It's true that you can sit on wood, but tables are different. You need to learn how to make those too. Okay, I'll learn. There's so much bamboo over there, and just a bit of effort to bring it over. Jibai doesn't know what a table is, but he's willing to learn, and he won't lose out. Seeing his agreement, Yanli immediately starts making a bamboo table. She doesn't know if in her previous life she ever made bamboo tables and chairs, but even though a lot of time has passed, her memories come rushing back as she begins. Her hands move naturally, guided by those memories. Making a bamboo table isn't as simple as just tying a few bamboo sticks with vines. She doesn't use a single vine or nail. She relies on precise fitting and joining to create a sturdy table. The orcs don't mind not having a table. Over the years, they have always sat on the ground, eating meat and drinking soup freely. When a table and chair suddenly appeared, they felt a bit uncomfortable sitting on them. Apart from the fact that a table isn't important to them, turning bamboo into a table amazed them all. However, the first time they saw a table, their eyes showed confusion. After a long silence, Lu Yan broke the quiet first. This bed is too high and too short, not suitable for sleeping. Did you make a mistake, Yanli? Seeing the table, the orc's first reaction was to think it was a bed. Yanli frowned slightly and squinted her eyes. This is a table, not a bed. What's a table used for? Bai, the curious one, asked. Yanli brought over a wooden stake and sat beside the table. It's used like this. Basically, it's for placing things like food during meals. Lu Yan asked, why put things on it? Can't you just hold them in your hands while eating? No, that's not good. The table is too low and close to the ground, which can get dirty easily. Making it higher is better for hygiene and makes eating more comfortable. Unlike the orcs, Yanli was used to sitting at a dining table. She felt more comfortable eating with a table. She initially wanted to carve a stone table to save bamboo, but for various reasons, the stone table was put aside. A wooden table would work, but there was little dried wood. Luckily, Bai brought a lot of bamboo, so the first table was made from bamboo. This bamboo has a golden yellow outer skin, shiny like gold, looking rich and beautiful. Yanli was very happy with this bamboo table. Others couldn't understand Yanli's idea. It was already dark, and they called Yanli several times to eat. She kept saying wait. Lu Yan, who was starving, asked, Yanli, forget about your table. It's time to eat. Everyone is waiting for you. Didn't I tell you to eat first? Just as Yanli finished speaking, her stomach growled loudly. Gurgle, gurgle. Let's have dinner. Yanli quickly changed the subject. Tonight's dinner was simple. Bird stew with mushrooms, roasted birds, and fish soup. Yanli served herself a bowl of meat stew and fish soup, then picked up a roasted bird and placed it on the bamboo table, sitting upright. Just as she was about to eat, Yanli turned her head to look at everyone. Everyone looked at her with a what are you doing expression. Someone was about to speak, but when they saw Yanli look over, they all waited for her to start talking first. Yanli said, Chi-yun, you all can eat too.
Wang.
Don't say it. I won't eat if you don't. From now on, I will set a new rule. I will have my own table with enough food for me, and then you can eat. Wang, that's not right, Chi-yun insisted. Chi-yun, I am the king. Don't keep questioning my decisions. Yanli's face was serious and angry. She glanced at Wendy, who was dozing in Aisha's arms. Aisha, bring some food for Wendy. Let him eat, and then go to sleep. Yanli hurriedly set up a bamboo table, forgetting everything around her. Adults can go hungry, but the little ones can't. Wendy was just over 3 years old, but very well behaved. He didn't cry or make trouble when hungry, and he didn't go to sleep when sleepy.
Wang.
Aisha could tell Yanli was talking about Wendy, but she still had some worries. Yanli's expression grew even more serious. How many times do I have to say it? I am the king. If you don't listen to my orders, leave my tribe. Yanli had always thought this rule would make her tribe respect her, but tonight she realized it was a bad idea. She refused to eat, and even her young ones couldn't eat either. It was too cruel. This rule had to be broken. Eat, Wenzi said. Aisha nodded and shook Wendy, encouraging him to eat dinner. Little Wendy opened a small slit in his eyes. Aisha had to feed him fish soup. Unknowingly, The little guy started to get more energetic while eating and finally woke up completely, happily eating from a small wooden bowl. Seeing Wendy eat, Xingyun propped his elbow and gently bumped Qiyun's stomach. "Brother, we should still listen to the king." Wenzi and others didn't take Qiyun's strict rule seriously. After seeing Anli eat, they also started to eat. Xingyun handed a roasted bird to Qiyun, but Qiyun didn't take it. Xingyun broke off a piece of wing and stuffed it into Qiyun's mouth. Qiyun was startled, took out the wing, and said, "Wang, even if you want to drive me away, I will never agree to this. I can't do it. Even if I starve, I can't eat before the king finishes eating. Your temper is really like a stone in a cesspit, hard and stinky," Yinli said. Having lived so many years, she had never seen someone so stubborn. "Everyone eat.
Don't worry about him.
If he wants to starve, let him." Seeing this, Xingyun also dared not eat. Wenzi took a bite of the roasted bird, looked at Qiyun, and asked, "Was this rule really so important in your previous tribe? We used to be the king's children, able to eat together with the king." Xingyun, "Brother, we never did this back in the village, but here, you follow this rule more than anyone else." Xingyun muttered softly, "I just don't understand why you do this." Xingyun, in the old tribe, we were the king's children, but here it's different. Without a king, we won't survive long. Respecting the king is what we should do, Qiyun insisted. When others heard him, they paused their actions and wanted to put down their food. Moy carried his food and came to the table. Yanli glanced at him and said, "Aisha." Aisha turned around when she heard this. Yanli said, "Young ones are the future of the tribe. As long as there are young ones, the tribe has hope to grow stronger. My tribe is doing well now, so there's no need for even one young one to suffer. So, ignore Qiyun. I trust you all, and I won't argue over small things like this. Just follow my instructions. When there's enough food on my table, you can start eating." Yanli often argued with Qiyun about eating, but he hoped this would be the last time. "Please don't argue about such small matters again." Aisha nodded and said, "King, I understand." Yanli sat up straight, ready to eat. Jibai and Lian, while they were talking, also moved a wooden stake to sit down, testing how useful the table was.
They looked at Yanli.
Seeing Yanli place his bowl on the table, pick up meat with chopsticks, and imitate doing the same, they realized how helpful a table could be. But thinking about how difficult it looked even when Yanli used a bamboo table, the two remained silent and just ate. After dinner, Jibai and Lion stayed at Yanli's house again. Yanli took Moy to the edge of the valley. As Moy was walking, he suddenly stopped. "Yanli." Yanli looked up. Moy hesitated, pursing his lips, and after a moment, said, "Those days. I also." He couldn't finish his sentence. The silver moonlight shone on his face, making his usually stern and cold, handsome face look a little gentle. "Yanli, if I don't see you for a while, will you miss me?" He changed the subject, and what he said took on a different meaning. Yanli did not understand why he suddenly asked this question. Out of politeness and friendship, Yanli replied, "I will think about it." Moi heard this, and a bright smile appeared in his golden eyes. He smiled and said, "I will think about it too."
Yanli.
Why does it feel like the atmosphere is a little off? Having received a satisfying answer, Moi happily walked home. Yanli didn't think much and returned to the wooden hut. He lay on the bed and asked, "Bar, report today's progress." Today was the day the rice hulling machine was completed. As Yanli expected, the rice hulling machine, which was beyond skill, improved in both detail and functionality, giving him 1,500 experience points. He also made a bamboo table which gave 50 experience points. Including other gains, his total experience is now 3,360. His merit points didn't increase much, currently only 12,280. Seeing that his merit points hadn't increased much today, Yanli asked, "Bar, Mo Yi and the beastmen of the wild lion tribe already learned how to carve stone, and even made a stone pot. Why didn't this give merit points?" Replying to the host, "The beastmen of the wild lion tribe learned to carve stone pots not because you taught them, but because the beastman Xiongxing from your tribe taught them. Merit points are awarded when the host teaches others. Only if they learn from you can you gain merit. Bar, who taught Xiongxing to carve stone. It was the host. Since I taught him, the credit belongs to me. Why isn't it counted as merit? Host, have you considered this possibility? What possibility? A beast man learns to carve stone from you, then goes to another tribe and claims that he figured out carving stone himself. Will those beast men who learned from him remember your name? Also, the wild lion tribe originally had gourds for cooking meat soup, and stone pots only reduced their gourd consumption. So, stone pots are optional for them. Lastly, your carving stone skills were learned after activating a skill. According to your standard for merit calculation, shouldn't the merit you earned from teaching others to carve stone reset to 0? Sorry, I was greedy. It's okay as long as you understand. Whether it's cultivation or merit, please do it yourself.
Got it.
This was the second time Yanli bargained with Bar, and he lost. But Yanli was willing to lose. As Bar said, if merit was calculated based on that algorithm, all the merit he previously earned would be reset to 0. But everything had to be taught personally, which meant his life would become even busier in the future. Thinking of this, Yanli suddenly brightened and remembered something. Bar, our tribe has built so many houses now, but you haven't given me any cultivation or merit. Is it because these houses weren't built by me? Every day, Yanli follows Bar's instructions, believing that her cultivation and merit are proportional. Sometimes she doesn't think about why she has no cultivation or merit. Hearing this, Bar reminded Yanli that the houses, as well as Lala and her weaving, are all without cultivation. Yes, host. You don't need to worry. With your own hands, it's not hard to earn 100,000 merits and 100,000 cultivation points. If you don't use your cultivation, you still have about 20,000. That's true. Host, it's already late. You should rest early so you can do more tomorrow. Alright, good night, Bar.
Good night, host.
Last night, Yanli learned how to judge new cultivation and merit levels. The first thing she did this morning was to think about what to do today. The wild lion tribe has now learned how to make stone pots, so teaching them isn't very useful. Currently, she hasn't learned 2 skills: weaving and kiln firing. Yanli really wants to learn kiln firing because it means the arrival of porcelain, which would give her another option for containers. But unlocking these skills costs 4,000 cultivation points. She only has 3,000 points now, which isn't enough. Moreover, the skill she most wants is an intermediate appraisal skill. With intermediate appraisal, she can identify herbs. She already learned medical skills, so she can't always rely on the herbs inside. The herbs are effective, but Yanli wants to save them for necessary times. So, she has to wait before unlocking weaving and kiln firing. Today, she still needs to work hard to earn cultivation points. The fastest way to do that is by hunting large fierce beasts. Yanli thought of Mo Yi telling her about a new hunting plane they discovered. It's time to go see that plane. Yanli went back to her room to prepare and planned to find Mo Yi in the wild lion tribe. Just as she was about to leave, Aisha called out, "King." She was holding a soft beast hide and came over to Yanli, showing her. "King, the beast hide you asked me to make, I've finished 2 pieces." During the time Aisha had the beast hide, it had transformed from an unusable piece into something almost like wearable leather. It was from a fluffy wolf. Inside, it was soft, and the outer fur was well-treated and still attached nicely. The Lilang tribe gave Yanli a set of beast clothing made from fluffy wolf fur. After processing, the fur was still intact, showing how firm the wolf fur was and that it wouldn't fall off. Usually, most processed animal skins lose their fur, but this one didn't, making it perfect for winter clothes. Once it's processed, just store it in the warehouse. When needed, take it out, Yanli said. Aisha nodded happily. Yanli added, "Thank you for your hard work. I'll leave the animal skins to you for processing." Aisha's face immediately turned red with happiness and shyness. "It's my duty. I'm glad I can do something for the king." Seeing how capable Yanli was at everything, Aisha's admiration for her grew stronger each day. She always wanted to help Yanli in some way. After processing about 20 animal skins, she managed to prepare 2 pieces. She knew she wasn't very skilled but couldn't wait to show Yanli, just to let her know she was useful. Yanli, I'm going back, Lai Yan said, carrying a bag of seasoned chili peppers. Yanli looked at him and suddenly remembered something. Lai Yan, I want to go back with you. I need to visit your tribe.
Sure.
It was rare for Yanli to ask to visit his tribe, so Lai Yan was more than happy to agree. Wait a moment. I need to grab a few things, Yanli said. She turned around and picked up a basket and a gourd filled with water. Lai Yan looked suspiciously at Yanli's gear, wanting to ask what she was carrying all that for. But he thought, whatever Yanli is doing, I shouldn't ask. Asking might make me look silly. So, he just focused on his own tasks. When they reached the mouth of the valley, Lai Yan transformed into a strong, fiery red wolf covered in thick fur. The quality of an orc's body could be seen from their fur after transformation. Lai Yan's fur was smooth and shiny, waving gently in the breeze like ripples on summer water. Climb on, Lai Yan invited. Yanli didn't hesitate and sat on his back. Lai Yan ran at full speed, his fiery red fur flying behind him. From afar, he looked like a blazing flame moving against the wind. Soon, they arrived at the territory of the Lilang tribe. Yanli saw familiar rocks and patted Lai Yan's body. Lai Yan, let me down. Lai Yan stopped and asked, puzzled. We're almost at my tribe. Why are you stopping? Yanli turned slightly and stepped onto the ground. I'm not going to the Lilang tribe. I'm here to dig up some pepper trees and fragrant orchids nearby to plant at home. Spices that add flavor to food are essential. After thinking carefully, Yanli decided to take a day off to go find and harvest spices. After all, planting can also help improve cultivation, so it's not a waste of time.
I thought you came to visit my tribe.
Lai Yan looked at Yanli with a slightly sad expression. Yanli said, without the permission of King Lai Wolf, as an outsider female, I shouldn't go to your village, or I might be disliked. It's not like that. My father treats you differently from other females. I can tell he doesn't dislike you, Lai Yan replied. Every time I tell him about you, he listens carefully and doesn't say I'm bothering him. My father wants to form an alliance with you, but I don't know what he's hesitating about. Among the Wild Lion tribe, the White Eagle tribe, and the Lai Wolf tribe, the Lai Wolf tribe has the least experience with Yanli's abilities. Most of the credit goes to the Wild Lion tribe. In the Wild Lion tribe, Yanli saved their females and young, taught them hunting and how to care for captive fierce beasts, as well as water drawing, stone carving, and bamboo weaving. Living nearby made all this easier. The White Eagle tribe, on the other hand, trusted Yanli completely after she helped by air resolve her worries. The White Eagle tribe's advantage is that they can fly, making travel quick. The Lai Wolf tribe isn't as fortunate. They can't fly and are farther away. Yanli wants to form an alliance with them, but she doesn't have much time. She can't visit the Lai Wolf tribe every day to show her skills. So, her attitude toward the Lai Wolf tribe is, if they come to ask for help, she will help if she can. If they want an alliance, they can do as they please. Therefore, the Lai Wolf tribe hasn't formed an alliance with her yet, and Yanli isn't in a hurry. Let King Lai Wolf hesitate if he wants. Do whatever you think is best. I need to go do some work. This place is a bit far from my tribe, so I need to finish quickly and get back before dark. Wait a moment. I'll put things back and then go with you, Lai Yan said. It's much better with me leading than you wandering around alone.
Thank you.
Wait here for me to come back. Lai Yan quickly ran back to the village, not making Yanli wait long. He arrived soon after. Let's go. Lead the way. Lai Yan walked in front, guiding Yanli into the forest. There was a small path often used by people, stretching ahead and gradually descending. They didn't walk for long before hearing the sound of water falling from above. The path Lai Yan led was toward the sound of water, and the louder the sound, the closer they got. Soon, Yanli saw the place where the water sound came from. It was a tall waterfall, with water rushing down and crashing into the surface below, making a loud noise. The river formed by the waterfall had many fluffy wolves gathered around, drinking water. Yanli and Lai Yan both stopped at the same time, waiting for the wolves to finish drinking before moving on. After crossing the river, they continued into a forest. Not long after, they came out of the trees and saw a sloped field in front of them. That had a few scattered trees, which were not tall and had sparse branches. Only a lot of leaves could be seen, with no visible fruit. In the open areas without trees, there were many wild grasses and flowers. However, the plants on this were well taken care of. The wildflowers and grasses were planted by type, with few weeds, and there were small paths to avoid stepping on the plants. Did you take care of this land? Yanli asked. Lion nodded. Yes, every day we pick wild grasses for grilling meat and the peppercorns you mentioned. You see, those are peppercorn trees. The trees have many small thorns, so it's hard to pick the peppercorns. We break some branches and bring them back to pick slowly. These are fragrant orchid leaves, which can be used for seasoning. And these are red fragrant fruits, small and tasty when crushed and rubbed on meat. Also, this is a type of ground leaf. When fresh, it feels cool in the mouth and tastes a bit strange, but when cooked, it's very delicious. We also like to chop it up and sprinkle it on meat to eat together. Lian enthusiastically explained their collection of spices. It was filled with various herbs and spices, many of which Yanli had never seen in the Lai Wolf tribe. Do you plant so many spices here? Aren't you afraid of fierce beasts trampling them? Yanli asked. Fierce beasts were troublemakers on this continent. If they weren't grown in a safe place, the crops would probably be destroyed by them. The fierce beasts don't come near this, Lian said. The plants here have strong smells, and the beasts can't eat them. They don't like the scent, but our Lai Wolf tribe likes these smells, so we plant fragrant plants here. This is your territory. If I take some, will the Lai Wolf King be angry? Yanli asked. In the wild, Yanli was not afraid to dig up plants. But when he heard it was planted by the Lai Wolf tribe, he dared not to dig recklessly. Father said you can take some back, but tomorrow I want to go over and dig some chili peppers to plant, Yanli said. No problem, Lian replied. The chili peppers were wild and abundant. Yanli had already picked many to dry, so he was not worried about Lian going to dig them. What do you want? I can help you dig, Lian asked. Yanli thought for a moment and said, everything, dig 5 of each. 5? I know. Yanli, are you trying to test if I can do math correctly? Since learning simple numbers from Yanli, Lian now instinctively tries to do calculations whenever he hears numbers. Yanli liked his eagerness to learn. Okay, she replied. After they agreed on who would dig what, Lian took a stack of large leaves, arranged them into a circle, sealed the bottom, and used a small branch to connect the leaves at the edges, fixing the shape. You need to put the plants you dig out with some soil inside this, so when you return to the village, they won't die. Lian handed the leaf container to Yanli. Yanli took the leaves, surprised, and looked at Lian. She had initially thought to line the bottom of a bamboo basket with leaves, then add some soil, and place the seedlings inside. But the method Lian described was something she hadn't thought of at first. The beastmen have lived on this land for a long time and have developed their own small tricks and habits. The wolf clan is known to be cunning, as described by Mo Yi and Ji Bai. Now it seems they truly deserve that praise. At least, they're the first group Yanli has seen that knows how to sprinkle spices on grilled meat, grow the spices they encounter outside, and manage them well. This alone is already impressive. There are 7 types of plants that can be made into spices here. Except for Sichuan pepper seedlings, the others are about the size of wild grasses. They quickly finished digging the seedlings and headed back along the same path. On the stone road back to their territory, Yanli said goodbye to Lian. Thank you for the seedlings, Lian. Next time you visit me, I'll return the favor. No need. We have plenty here. Taking a few isn't a big deal, Lian replied. He looked at the still high sun and said, Yanli, it's still early. Do you want to visit our clan? Yanli also looked at the sun. The time spent digging spice seedlings was faster than she expected. Besides, since she was on the wolf clan's territory, it would be polite to say hello to Liang. She followed Lian toward the wolf clan. When they entered the territory, the beastmen there looked at Yanli with curiosity. This wasn't her first visit, it was the second time. But this gaze was no less intense than the first time, even stronger, like a hungry wolf seeing meat after a long time. If she didn't know that the other person posed no harm to her, Yanli would be on high alert, ready to run at any moment. Did I offend your people? Yanli quietly asked Lai Yan, confused about why everyone around was looking at her so intensely. Lai Yan replied, no. Yanli asked, then why are they looking at me like that? Lai Yan looked at the people around who were watching Yanli and smiled. Everyone likes you. Last time you left, you grilled some meat for everyone and they all enjoyed it. Even the females tried to cook meat like you, but none of them made it as tasty as you did. So this time, they want to see you again and taste that meat. Orc life is very simple and dull. For them, the most important thing is eating. In the past, they thought just being full was enough. But after the fierce wolf clan learned 2 hunting methods, one was setting nets to trap large beasts, and the other was using the blood smell of small beasts to lure other small and medium-sized predators, they could hunt more. Before, they could only catch large beasts to eat. Now, with the second method, they can also hunt medium and small beasts. More food means they won't go hungry. But whether human or orc, there is always a feeling of dissatisfaction. When hungry, they want lots of food. When full, they want to eat well. When they eat well, they still want to eat better. No matter what, there's always a sense of unfulfillment. Right now, the fierce wolf clan is in the stage of wanting to eat better. Learning my cooking skills might be a bit difficult, Yanli said. She is cooking now with her culinary skills active, carefully balancing spices and controlling the heat to make it perfect. Even without her chef skills, Yanli can still make tasty food, but it would be slightly less flavorful. I think it's also quite difficult, Lai Yan nodded in agreement. Yanli didn't bother with him and went to see Lai Ying. Lai Ying, who was older and had little to do, was playing with the young ones in the tribe. He was surrounded by 5 cubs, the oldest about 6 or 7 years old, the youngest around 3 or 4. Each held 3 or 4 small red fruits, about thumb-sized. Seeing Yanli arrive, Lai Ying sat up straight. Long time no see, Wolf King. Indeed, it's been a while. After the last time, I thought you'd come back to us. I didn't expect you to not visit again, and when you did, it was just for the spice seedlings. Li Ying's words carried a hint of blame towards Yanli. Yanli said, King Lai Wolf, you know my orc tribe is small and busy. Thank you for your generosity this time, allowing me to dig up the seedlings you planted. Next time you come here to exchange peppers, I will repay your kindness. Why isn't it you coming to us? Just to take a small advantage, Yanli replied. The Lai Wolf tribe has many members, but my tribe is short of people. It might take a long time for us to send someone over to the Lai Wolf tribe. As you can see, I, as the king, don't even have enough guards around me. Li Ying sighed helplessly, unsure what to say to Yanli. Is there nothing else you want to say after coming to see me twice? No, just thank you for your generosity and sharing some seedlings with me. Li Ying glared at Yanli. He thought Yanli would bring up forming an alliance again, but she surprisingly didn't mention it. All right, thank you. Now go. Li Ying dismissed her with a displeased tone.
Yanli nudda.
Then I'll leave. See you next time, King Lai Wolf. After saying that, Yanli turned to leave. Suddenly, a young creature coughed behind her. Yanli didn't pay much attention and took a few steps away. Suddenly, she heard Li Ying call out anxiously, Yaya, what's wrong? Yaya, speak up. Yanli turned back and saw a small figure with a red face, struggling to breathe. Seeing this, Yanli remembered the small fruit she held earlier. Based on the symptoms, it seemed the fruit had choked her. Yanli quickly walked over and pushed the child aside. Let me try. She then used a method her old doctor master taught her, called Hyamric abdominal impact, placing the child in front of her, positioning herself, and performing the same motion several times. Finally, she coughed out the small fruit stuck in the child's throat. Once breathing returned to normal, the child looked a bit dazed, then burst into tears, throwing himself into Li Ying's arms. Li Ying held the nearly suffocated child, his eyes slightly reddening. Other tribe members saw the child was okay and sighed in relief. Yanli saw the child was safe and advised, Young ones, don't give them such small fruits. If this happens again, just do what I did. Children eating can easily choke if they're not careful. When Yen Li was with her master before, she had used this method to save several children. She didn't expect the orc cubs of Lord Amand to have such incidents. Yen Li turned to leave. Liang called out, "Yen Li, wait. Can you treat injuries?" "I can do a little now." "What does that mean?" "I have some healing skills, but I am still learning about herbs. Once I understand herbs better, I will truly be able to heal," Yen Li said. "Because I don't know many herbs, I don't dare to say I can fully heal." "Your words are always hard to understand exactly what you mean," Liang said.
Yen Li nudda.
She is a fairy in training who has lived for over 500 years and has been taught many strange things by Fairy Ming. She knows she is quite strange, but she can't help it. Furthermore, she doesn't know how well the beast men can understand or accept things. So, she can only explain after they ask questions. "But it doesn't matter if you don't understand completely," Liang said. "Yen Li, our fierce wolf clan is willing to form an alliance with you." Yen Li was a bit surprised. "Because I saved your cubs?" "Enough," Lai Yen said. "Yaya is my sister's cub. She died the day after she was born. Not to mention anything else, Yaya is the most precious cub to us." When talking about her late sister, Lai Yan's eyes flashed with sadness. Seeing the little one crying from fear, Yen Li's expression softened. Taking care of little ones is not easy. If you're not careful, they could get into danger. In the future, try to keep them away from danger as much as possible.
Yes.
King of the fierce wolves, I won't let you regret forming an alliance with me. From now on, if you need anything, just come to me. We can trade items, and I might give you a small discount, Yen Li said. Liang looked at her thoughtfully and said, "Yen Li, I will visit your territory tomorrow. Since we are allies, I should know what your clan is like." "All right, I will be waiting for your arrival," Yen Li replied. After agreeing on the alliance with the fierce wolf clan, Yen Li left their territory and immediately transformed into her beast form, then ran away quickly. In the blink of an eye, her figure disappeared into the dense forest. Liang watched her go, deep in thought. Grandpa Yaya called softly. Liang held her tightly. "It's okay. Today, Yen Li came. If she hadn't come, what would you have done?" In the fierce wolf clan, there was once a small cub just like Yaya. She was fine one moment, then suddenly started gasping, struggling to breathe, her cheeks turning red. After a while of struggling, she passed away. Seeing Yaya and that cub in a similar situation, Liang was very worried about losing this adorable little one. But he didn't know at the time that the cub's death was caused by something blocking her throat. Liang turned to look at Liang and Yaya, smiling happily. After many days of trying hard to persuade Liang to join forces with Yen Li, he never expected that a small act of kindness from Yen Li would be more convincing than all his words. If Yen Li hadn't been busy, their tribe might have already allied with Yen Li. Finally, they had formed an alliance, thought Liang. From now on, he wouldn't be afraid to seek Yen Li's help, even if others in the tribe said he was not doing his work properly. The spices in the basket were light. Yen Li jogged along the way and arrived at the wild lion tribe's village as the sun was setting. He continued walking toward that direction and met Mo Yi and others returning from a hunt. Mo Yi told the tribe members to carry the prey back to the village first. Yen Li looked at the fierce beast they caught. The beast looked very gentle. It had no sharp horns and no sharp teeth. Its fur was brown, and its big, black, shiny eyes looked harmless. He had never seen such a gentle beast on the plains. It must be easy to take care of. Seeing Yen Li's eyes follow the brown-yellow ox, Mo Yi asked, "Do you want it?" Yen Li nodded. "It looks gentle and easy to care for. It's also fierce. They run very fast. If you get hit while they're running, their bones could break. Their skulls are harder than stones." They talked as they walked toward the valley. Yen Li said, "It seems that the fierce beasts of the Amon tribe have some way to protect themselves. Are you going to pick wild vegetables over there?" Mo Yi asked. "No, I went to the wild wolf tribe." Mo Yi was surprised and immediately looked tense. "Did they do anything to you?" "No, the wild wolf king is quite kind. I went to dig wild herbs that can be used as spices for cooking." Li Yan took me to find them and even agreed to let me take some of their seedlings. Oh, and I just remembered something good to tell you. Yanli was eager to share. The Wild Wolf tribe agreed to form an alliance with me. Mo Ye's golden eyes flickered with emotion. He was silent for a moment before asking, why did they agree? I saved a young member of their tribe. That young one is the granddaughter of the Wild Wolf King. Because of that, they agreed to ally with me. What illness did that young one have? It wasn't really an illness. She almost choked to death on a small fruit and nearly suffocated. Emoyi didn't understand what a trachea or suffocation meant, and his golden eyes showed confusion. When I get home, I'll tell you more details, Yanli promised. The two hurried back to the valley. The spices they had been collecting all the way back looked exhausted and tired. Yanli quickly found a sunny spot, planted the seedlings, and watered them. After finishing, she called everyone over and taught them the Heimlich maneuver for abdominal pressure. She explained how to help young animals, orcs, or females who might choke on food and have their airways blocked. After hearing Yanli describe the symptoms of choking, everyone looked surprised and worried. My grandma died like that, Laura said. Schwanger, do you remember?
Schwanger nodded.
At first, she said her throat felt strange and she wanted water. But after drinking, her face stayed red, and gradually, she stopped breathing. Our village also had young animals that suddenly stopped eating while they were eating, Aisha said. We never understood why, but now we finally do. Our tribe also has orcs who get like that. It was just after the snow melted. Everyone went hunting, and after 2 days of hunger, they saw food and ate quickly. One of our tribe members suddenly collapsed while eating and died, without a drop of blood. Wang Yi said we only now understand what happened, Qian explained. Living on this continent is very hard. With limited medical knowledge, even small illnesses can be deadly. Choking on food is especially dangerous because they can't always save themselves. But after Yanli's teachings, they won't be helpless in such situations anymore. She taught them first aid methods, then turned to the kitchen to prepare dinner. When she arrived, she saw a stone stove that seemed to be struggling under the weight of a heavy iron pot, which had toppled onto the ground and tilted slightly. The stove wasn't tall, so cooking required squatting down. Reaching for things meant standing up and moving around, which was a bit inconvenient. Cutting vegetables was easier because there was a large stone used as a table at the perfect height for chopping. Still, they needed to improve the kitchen environment. Are you cooking dinner? Emoyi asked from nearby. Yanli snapped back to reality.
Yes.
Want help? No need. The ingredients are small beasts.
We can handle it.
You still have some stone turtle bones to grind, right? Just focus on your own work. The stone turtle bones for the stove are enough. I haven't decided what to make with the rest yet. Gathering a turtle bone takes a lot of time and effort. It takes about 4 days to go back and forth. Even if the lion tribe has many people, they might not want to waste so much time and energy on it. Yanli listened to Mo Yi and thought for a moment. She kindly asked Mo Yi, is there anything else you'd like to learn? Do you want to teach me? Mo Yi asked. Yanli nodded, surprised by his response, and smiled. I see you're smart and learn quickly. Teaching you won't be hard. So whatever you want to learn, I can teach you. After all, we're good friends. Good friends? Mo Yi softly repeated the words. Yanli thought he didn't understand and asked, you don't know what a friend means? Yes, I do, Mo Yi replied. It's just that I've never had a friend before. As the young cub of the Lion King, the tribe members only show him respect and affection from a distance. Now that Yanli is the king of the beast tribe, she understands how lonely it can be to be at the top. Qiyun and the others respect Yanli very much, but because of her status, they can only be her subordinates, not her friends. I am honored, Yanli said with a gentle smile in her eyes. To be your first friend. Mo Yi was slightly surprised, feeling a gentle tug at his heart. Thank you. I'm glad to be your friend. Since we are friends now, if you want to learn anything else, just tell me. No matter how busy I am, I will find time to teach you. You teach me so much, but I don't have anything to give you in return. Maybe because they are friends, Mo Yi doesn't want to take advantage of Yanli. He believes that giving without receiving isn't the way he has always behaved. Yanli looked around and whispered into Mo Ye's ear. Mo Ye, have you forgotten? I am an envoy of the god of Amand. He has given me many tasks. When you learn what I teach you, the god of Amand will reward me with some things. So, you don't need to think I gain nothing from teaching you. I also benefit. Her breath, soft and warm, brushed past his ear, making him feel ticklish. The faint fragrance coming from her also made Mo Yi distracted. After finishing her words, Yanli stepped back from Mo Yi. Mo Yi looked into her eyes, but quickly regained his focus. Why does the god of Amand give you these rewards? Because he's a kind old man. To get his rewards, you have to do good deeds, Yanli shrugged. After practicing cultivation for so many years, she still doesn't understand why immortals are supposed to be always kind and helpful, while demons are seen as the worst villains who do evil without remorse. However, in any circle, you must respect their rules. Yanli entered the immortal world and worked hard for over 500 years. She was already shaped into a kind and good person. When she was preparing to become an immortal, she encountered many frustrating things, but she was often watched over by the immortal Lord Xianming. Whenever she showed any signs of wanting to do something bad, others would step in to stop her and guide her. Because of this, Yanli's personality gradually changed. She learned to forget her anger quickly after being upset. Because of her calm nature, other immortals often scolded her for being too gentle among her peers. Still, she kept trying to become an immortal and believed in repaying evil with kindness. She hadn't fully mastered this, but her main principle was, people don't offend me, I won't offend them. I advise you to do good, but if you ignore me, I see you as dirt. Nana once bullied you, but you still shared food with her because of Lord Amand? Mo Yi asked.
Yanli nudda.
Yes, but Nana felt sorry and apologized. After she learned about my abilities, she never dared to bully me again. Plus, she looks cute when she's obedient. Since she wants to learn to be good and stop causing trouble, I won't hit her anymore. Is the alliance with the Fierce Wolf clan and the White Eagle clan also because of Lord Amand? Mo Yi asked further. Yanli told Mo Yi about her reasons for helping these clans, mainly to gain more merits and some other assistance outside of merits. She also admitted this openly to Mo Yi. Mo Yi understood why Yanli wanted to help these clans. He felt complicated inside but couldn't find the words to say. After dinner, Mo Yi didn't ask Yanli what he wanted to learn or do. Yanli had already clearly told him that he could tell her what he wanted to learn. If he didn't say anything, she wouldn't chase after him to ask. Forcing someone to do something they don't want is exhausting. Yanli didn't want to do such thankless tasks. After taking a shower, Yanli lay on her bed and said, Ba Air, come out and report today's results. Host, today you saved a young creature who choked on a fruit and nearly suffocated. You earned 3,000 cultivation points. You planted 45 unknown usable plants, earning 45 cultivation points. You cooked 4 dishes, earning 32 cultivation points. Plus, you gained 3 points from daily activities, totaling 6,440 cultivation points now. The merit for saving a small creature is 3,000 points, plus the regular daily 14 points, bringing the total to 15,294 points. Suddenly, I received 3,000 cultivation points and 3,000 merit points. Yanli was momentarily stunned. I only saved a little creature, and I got so many cultivation and merit points. Before, saving 2 creatures only gave me 1,500. That's different. Previously, you relied on medicines provided by the system. This time, you didn't use any system-given medicines and used a treatment method not available in basic medical skills, so you earned more cultivation and merit points. Hearing this, Yanli didn't think much and immediately upgraded the basic appraisal to an intermediate level. Besides healing, gaining cultivation and merit points is really a great deal. If I focus on healing and save more people, the merit and cultivation points will flow in like a flood. On the way home, I was much closer to my goal. Host, I want to discuss something with you, Bear said. What is it? From now on, after you finish a task, your cultivation and merit points will automatically increase after 1 hour. You won't need to ask me every night before sleeping. Why did you suddenly change the reporting rules? Did I have a little busy work? As a system administrator, you stay in the system all day. What could you be busy with? Host, I am a spirit left by the immortal Mings and the immortal Hongyu. I stay in this system to help you solve questions. Reporting your daily achievements consumes a lot of my spiritual power. To stay connected with you, I am working my cultivation when you don't need me. But doing this every day makes me tired. No, I think it's unnecessary to communicate with you while I cultivate. Your interface already has notifications showing how much merit and cultivation points you've gained. Just check there, no need for me to report. Yenli was silent for a moment, then looked at the notification screen with the words displayed. Isn't this notification the one you said would pop up when you finish something? I will set it so that after you complete a task, a notification appears, marked with a clear time. If you see anything unclear, you can ask me. Yenli sighed lightly. All right, if you have your reasons, I can accept the change in reporting. Thank you for understanding, host. Sigh, I still enjoy finding some time each day to chat with you. After all, in this continent, I can communicate with you without any barriers. Since we're not from the same continent, communicating with Mo Yi and others sometimes causes misunderstandings due to unfamiliar words. The only time I feel free to chat is when I talk with Bar. Although, their conversations are only about cultivation and virtue. Host, if you need to talk, you can find me, but there's no need to do it every day, Bar said. Yenli replied, got it. I will try to make sure the native people on this continent can communicate with me easily. Today, lying is coming to the valley. As the host, Yenli woke up early before dawn and went into the woods to hunt fierce beasts. Afterwards, she went to the seaside to catch fish and, once she gathered enough ingredients, she started preparing a meal to invite her guests. Ji Bai and his tribe arrived at the valley and saw Yenli cooking. He asked suspiciously, why are you making food so early? I formed an alliance with the Lai Wolf tribe. Today, the Lai Wolf King is coming to my tribe. To show friendship, I want to prepare a delicious meal for them. Winning the favor of beastmen is not very difficult. First, teach them things. Second, save some of their people. Third, give them tasty food. Using strength alone might not make them submit, but these three methods can effectively reduce their hostility. Since we've already allied with the Lai Wolf tribe, we should strengthen this friendship. Ji Bai frowned unhappily, annoyed, and heavily set down what he was holding. You're really impressive. Even the Lai Wolf tribe is willing to ally with you. They dislike interacting with outsiders and beastmen more than we do. It's obvious they're the last tribe willing to ally with me, Yenli said calmly, not caring about his anger. Ji Bai's anger was ignored, which only made him angrier. Why do you want to ally with them? Who Yenli allies with is her own choice. She won't harm you, Mo Yi's calm voice slowly responded. Hearing his voice, Ji Bai turned to look back. Just as he was about to speak, he saw that Mo Yi wasn't alone. Yi Tu and Shirtian had come along too. Seeing Yi Tu, perhaps out of respect for elders, Ji Bai restrained his aggressive attitude toward Mo Yi and snorted without speaking. Yi Tu glanced at Ji Bai and the White Eagle tribe beastmen standing behind him. There were 12 beastmen from the White Eagle tribe, each holding something heavy wrapped in animal skin. Yi Tu looked at the White Eagle beastmen and then spoke with Yenli. Yenli, can I stay here today and see Lai Ying's wolf come? Yenli asked Mo Yi to pass on a message to Yi Tu. Today, the Lai Wolf tribe's lying will come. Do you guys not fight? Yenli tentatively asked. Yi Tu said, we can't fight anymore. When Mo Yi was that age, we fought every day. Now that she's become queen, I haven't seen her at all. Yi Tu's golden eyes showed a hint of nostalgia. Even though their clans had many disagreements in the past, after so many years apart, they still felt some longing for those times. Yenli noticed that Yi Tu's eyes showed no anger or displeasure towards lying. He knew that if they met, they wouldn't fight. As long as they didn't fight or cause trouble, Yenli was fine with their old friends gathering. Ji Bai saw they were silent for a while and said to Yenli, Yenli, about the green millet I told you about, I've already brought it here. Hearing this, Yenli noticed the items in their hands. He opened one of the animal hide bags, which was full of shiny, golden grains. Did you find so much? There's even more, but those are ours. Yen Li, is this enough for us to learn how to make stone pots? Yes, it's enough. Yen Li called Qi Yun and Xing Yun to place the green millet on the mat to dry. Ji Bai didn't understand why they needed to do that and asked, "Why do you need to dry it?" Drying the green millet makes the seeds inside hard. Removing the shells won't hurt the inside. Also, we can't eat all this green millet in one day. Drying out the water inside will help us store it longer. But most importantly, green millet must be dried before eating, so it has to be dried. Hearing this, Ji Bai raised his hand and pointed his fingers inward. Eagle Chu saw this gesture and immediately understood. He stepped forward and asked King, "Is there something you need? Tell the clans to take the harvested green millet outside to dry. Use animal hides as mats. If you don't have anything to cover it, be careful, there might be dirt and small stones in the millet," Yen Li reminded. Ji Bai gave Eagle Chu a quick look, and Eagle Chu immediately understood what was happening. He led 2 clansmen back home. Yi Tu overheard their conversation and also looked at the green millet. Such small fruits, isn't it troublesome to eat? It's okay. Anything edible is worth the trouble, Yen Li said with a determined, fiery look. For good food. Good food was now a goal for the orcs. Among the orcs Yen Li knew, only the wolf clan could eat spicy food. Before, Yen Li only dipped sauces to satisfy their craving for spice, since their pots weren't many, and making extra spicy dishes was a waste of time. But today was different. The wolf clan could eat spicy food, and they were the main guests today. Yen Li could confidently cook spicy dishes. Non-spicy dishes could be handed over to Aisha, Qi Yun, and the others to prepare without any problem. Yen Li wants to make 2 pots, one for herself. She spends 100 merit points to buy some chili powder and dried chili peppers. On the Amand continent, the peppers are not yet dried, so she doesn't plan to use them. She also misses the spicy peppers she is used to eating. Today, she caught many shrimp and from the fish trap by the sea. The first dish she plans to cook is spicy dry pot shrimp and crab. The ingredients are not complete, so she can only replace some with wild vegetables she gathered on the Amand continent. Additionally, she opens her chef skills to cook, so she doesn't need to spend much time searching for substitutes. She skillfully selects, prepares, and cuts the ingredients, then starts cooking. In a short while, the spicy aroma spreads, followed by the fragrant smell of shrimp and crab. When the dish is ready, she plates it and takes a shrimp to taste. Her eyes fill with tears because it tastes so good. This is the flavor she loves, spicy, numbing, fragrant, and fresh. On the Amand continent, she finally tastes a truly spicy and numbing dish. Wenze, Xiong Luo, come here. She calls loudly. Wenze and Xiong Luo come over when they hear her. She says, "Go to the sea and catch more shrimp and catch as many as you can." The cooked dish isn't enough for her, let alone for the Lilang tribe members. Wenze and Xiong Luo nod in agreement. Seeing this, Mo Yi says to Mo Yi, "Gather some tribe members and send them to the sea to catch what she needs. Also bring some meat. We'll eat at Yen Li's place. We can't just eat her food." Understood. Mo Yi nods and leaves. Hearing this, Yen Li says, "King Guangshi, do you have any extra dry gourds? If so, give me a few. I need to serve the dishes." "Of course, Mo Yi. Have Nana and the others bring them over. You just go to the sea to catch fish and shrimp," she replies. Mo Yi nods again. "Wang, the meat of the white-horned rabbits has been cleaned," Qi Yun reports. Yen Li takes the 3 cleaned white-horned rabbits, cuts them into pieces, and of course, the main dish will be spicy rabbit meat. The ingredients for spicy rabbit meat are quite complete. Except for starch and cooking wine, everything else is there. To pursue perfect flavor, Yen Li spends 100 merit points to exchange for a bag of starch and a bottle of cooking wine. Now she has enough ingredients, so she begins cooking. After the rabbit meat is cooked, she tastes a piece. As expected, it's delicious, fragrant, spicy, and numbing. The rabbit meat is tender, juicy, and really tasty. Elder Twin, who was learning cooking nearby, watched Yanli enjoy a piece of rabbit meat with a happy face. She looked down at the cooked rabbit meat. Jibai had told her not to eat it before, but seeing Yanli enjoy it so much, she still wanted to try. Yanli, can I have a piece? Elder Twin asked. Jibai's face turned pale at her words. Elder Twin, you can't eat it. Your mouth and tongue will hurt a lot. Elder Twin, Wong is right.
Don't eat it.
Lala had tasted Yanli's spicy sauce and almost got overwhelmed by the spice. Those who haven't eaten spicy food find it very hard to handle the heat. Seeing everyone acting like they're facing a big danger, Elder Twin still felt curious. You all say it's so scary, but Yanli looks so happy eating it. Since Yanli already ate it, that means it's safe to eat. Of course it's safe. If it wasn't, who would spend so much time and effort making it? But you've never eaten chili before, so even a little spice feels very hot to you. If you really want to try spicy food, start with mild spice. I don't recommend you eat it now.
Why?
Elder Twin asked. Yanli smiled slightly. Because I made it medium spicy. The beastmen of the wolf clan are used to Sichuan pepper, which is both numbing and spicy. Medium spice should be tasty and fiery for them. Yanli's mind imagined the expressions of the wolf clan beastmen tasting her spicy seafood hot pot and spicy rabbit meat. Of course, if they really couldn't handle the heat, it's okay, they could stop. She could finish it all by herself. I still want to try a small piece, Elder Twin begged, looking at Jibai and Yanli.
Just a small piece.
I'll finish it all. No, if you really want to try, go ahead. But if you can't handle it, don't force yourself, Yanli said, giving her a piece of meat. She was willing to share, so she naturally agreed. Having Yanli's permission, Elder Twin looked at Jibai with pleading eyes. Jibai sighed helplessly. Wait for me. I'll get you a glass of water. Elder Twin was happy and nodded obediently. Jibai went to pour water and prepared a cup nearby. Yanli cut a small piece of rabbit meat and handed it to Elder Twin. Elder Twin grabbed the meat, looked at it, and took a bite. She didn't rush to swallow, but chewed the meat slowly. Jibai watched nervously, gripping the bamboo tube tightly. As the spicy flavor hit her, Elder Twin immediately inhaled sharply, took the water-filled bamboo tube from Jibai, and drank a big sip, then continued eating. Elder Twin, you're still eating? Jibai exclaimed in surprise. Elder Twin said, this taste is so strange. Even though my mouth and tongue feel very uncomfortable, I still want to eat more. She took another gulp of water. I want to eat more, Schwanger said. Jibai looked at her suspiciously and asked, is it really that delicious? Yes, it is, Wang. This is a very strange food, but it is indeed tasty.
Schwanger enthusiastically recommended.
Jibai was a bit tempted because last time he only had a dipping sauce, but this time it was cooked through many steps, so the flavor should be different, right? Yanli, try a piece too, Jibai said. Yanli looked at him doubtfully and asked, can you really eat it? I think so, Jibai replied uncertainly. Yanli had a mischievous idea and said, then I'll give you some, but you have to finish it and not waste any. Okay, go prepare some water. Jibai filled a bamboo tube with water, readying himself nervously. Yanli picked a larger piece of meat and handed it to him. Jibai prepared himself mentally, took a bite, and quickly made a painful face. His features twisted from the spiciness. He hurriedly drank water and swallowed the rabbit meat. Looking at the last piece of rabbit meat left, he resigned himself and swallowed it. After tasting, he finished all the water in the bamboo tube, hissing, it's a bit tasty but too spicy. It made me dizzy. Schwanger, are you dizzy? Yanli asked.
Schwanger shook her head.
No, I'm not. It was a bit uncomfortable at first, but now I feel better. Then I'll teach you both how to cook without chili. Even without chili, dishes like dry pot seafood and braised rabbit can be eaten. They just lack some flavor. Wang, the bird you wanted has also been prepared. Chi-yun brought over a cleaned small bird. Yanli asked him to put it in the pot to cook. After boiling out blood and foam, they took it out and skewered it for roasting. Chi-yun understood and went to do so. To save time, the bird was fully cooked before roasting. While the bird was cooking, the fierce wolf tribe's beastmen finally arrived. Learning that Yanli's group was in the territory of the Wild Lion tribe, the Sunfire tribe sent 15 members to accompany them. Passing by the Wild Lion tribe's village gate, they took a detour below, but still felt a bit worried that the villagers might suddenly come out and attack. They nervously arrived outside Yanli's valley. The entrance to Yanli's valley was blocked by bamboo. If they didn't often pass by the nearby road, first-time visitors wouldn't be able to find Yanli's village at all. Once inside the valley, the aroma of food was overwhelming. Their earlier worries eased considerably. Lying looked at the scenery of the valley. There were several wooden houses, each filled with different items, some with wood blocks, others with stones. Under a pavilion, Lying saw Yanli busy in front of a stone pot. On the other side, Yitu and Shirtian are sitting, playing a counting game with small twigs in their hands. Ji-bai is walking back and forth beside Shuang-er. The small valley isn't crowded, but it looks lively. Yanli, we're here. Lai Yan runs ahead first. Hearing the sound, Yanli looks over and sees the large group arriving. There are quite a few people, and the prepared food might not be enough. When guests arrive, Yanli washes her hands and goes to greet them. King Lai Wolf, welcome to my tribe. Lying came with Yaya. He looks at you too, and then at Yanli. Lion has been telling me that you formed an alliance with the White Eagle tribe of the Wild Lion tribe. I thought he was just joking, saying it to make me and you allies. I didn't expect him to actually be here. Yanli, today is the day I visit your tribe. Why is he here? Lai Ying's words show clear displeasure. Yanli is surprised. Seeing Yitu's attitude, she thought they knew each other for many years and shouldn't dislike each other. But now, seeing Yitu, Lying looks so angry. King Lai Wolf, the Wild Lion King, just came to visit, nothing more, Yanli quickly explains. He means no harm to you. You can pretend he isn't here. Such a big orc, and you want me to ignore him? Lai Ying's anger makes his veins stand out. Yanli feels his anger and doesn't know what to say. Having an outsider king come to their territory in the Wild Lion tribe is normal, especially if Yitu just comes to take a look. Moreover, Yitu shows no hostility. But Lying does. Yanli doesn't know how to calm the situation. Grandpa, why are you angry? Yaya asks softly. Hearing her innocent voice, Lying slightly suppresses his anger, so he won't scare the little girl. I'm not angry, Grandpa. That's good. Grandpa, don't be angry. Yaya doesn't want you to be angry. Okay. Lying tries to control his anger. Yanli, if you hadn't saved Yaya, I would have turned around and left. Thank you, King Lai Wolf, for giving me this face. Yanli admits her mistake. Lying had a hard time agreeing to the alliance, which shows he's not as easy to please as Yitu and Ji-bai. Fortunately, Lying brought Yaya with him, or the alliance might have fallen apart. Yanli leads Lying to another pavilion to rest, not the smaller pavilion where Yitu is resting. I poured a glass of water for everyone. Yaya was leaving the Fierce Wolf tribe for the first time. She looked around curiously and saw Wendy following Elsa. Yaya, are you going to play with Wendy? Yanli asked. Yaya looked at Wendy and asked, is his name Wendy? Yanli nodded. What kind of beast is he? A bear, a brown bear. Can I see his beast form? Of course. Yanli waved at Wendy. Wendy, come over and show Yaya your beast form. Little Wendy obediently came over and transformed into a cute, fluffy little brown bear. Seeing this, Yaya's tail, a fluffy, fiery red little wolf tail, appeared behind her. She quickly hugged Wendy with her small hands. Grandpa, I want to play with him. Go ahead. Langshan, you stay with Yaya. Yes. Yaya pulled Wendy and ran out of the pavilion to an open space to play, while Langshan watched them from the side. As Yaya left, Yanli prepared himself to endure Lei Ying's anger at any moment. At that time, Mo Yi and some tribe members who had caught many fish and shrimp arrived. Mo Yi glanced at their side and went to Yitu's side, saying, Father, I've caught quite a few shrimp and fish.
Give them to Yanli.
Yitu stood up and walked toward them. The beast men of the Fierce Wolf tribe looked nervous as they saw him approaching. Lei Ying stared at Mo Yi. When they got closer, Yitu snorted coldly. What a pity. You look so much like Hong Yu, but your beast form is like yours. Mo Yi and Yi Tu looked up at Lei Ying at the same time after hearing this. Both father and son had complicated feelings in their eyes. Seeing their expressions, Lei Ying's disdain grew stronger. Yi Tu, you dare to appear before me again? You should have died long ago and never shown up in front of me. Really dead? I'm afraid you'd miss me. Yi Tu said calmly, with a peaceful expression that contrasted sharply with Lei Ying's anger. Lei Ying clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I wish I could kill you myself. King Lei Wolf, if you're really angry, come at me. I didn't tell you beforehand, Yanli said. Yanli, you don't need to take the blame. I came to see him myself because I was really scared. Until I die, I never got to see him. After all, Hong Yu's regret before death was that she never saw him. Roar. Before Yi Tu finished speaking, Lei Ying transformed into a red wolf with some white fur and lunged at Yi Tu's Shirtian, and Mo Yi saw this, and immediately beast transformed to block Lei Ying's next attack. The beastmen of the fierce wolf tribe also beast transformed to assist Lei Ying when they saw the others doing the same. Yanli did not expect them to start fighting. He immediately went to Chongying's front and pushed away his wolf head. King of the Wolf Clan, are you refusing to form an alliance with me? Yanli looked serious, with slightly angry phoenix eyes. Even if you have many grudges, this is my territory. The king of the Lion Clan is my guest. If you hurt him, our alliance will be considered broken, and I will fight you too. Chongying's blue beast eyes glared angrily at Yanli. He looked down at Yi Tu beneath him, but did not move his claws. Lu Yan saw something was wrong and quickly stepped forward to stop him. Father, we dislike the Lion Clan, but we can't miss the alliance with Yanli because of the Lion Clan. Have you forgotten Yanli's healing skills? Without her, what will happen to our people when they get sick in the future? Hearing Lu Yan, Chongying slowly withdrew his claws in displeasure and took a few steps back. You too, if you're not dead, shut up. Can you call her by her name, Hong Yu? Hong Yu is my partner. Has your clan been kind to her? Yi Tu interrupted angrily, claws gripping the ground tightly. Do you think I don't know how she has been treated in your wolf clan? Your people haven't been kind to her, and neither have you. You haven't been good to her either. Before Hong Yu died, she asked me to tell you something.
Sorry.
Yi Tu looked a bit lonely as he stood up and glanced at Yanli. Yanli, I'll go back and make things difficult for you. After speaking, Yi Tu left with Lion Tian. Mo Yi was about to follow when Yi Tu said, Stay here with Yanli. He hates me but not you. You and your mother look very much alike. Father, tell Yanli about your mother. We're causing trouble like this, and she still doesn't know what's going on. Yi Tu patted his shoulder before leaving again. Yanli was a bit stunned by their commotion. He looked at Mo Yi. Mo Yi watched Yi Tu and Lion Tian leave before turning to Yanli. He hadn't yet reverted from beast form, and his golden beast eyes looked calmly at Yanli. I'm the sister of the king of the wolf clan, he said.
Bang!
Chongying angrily punched the ground, making a loud noise. Lu Yan looked at Chongying in surprise, also surprised that Yanli, who was used to wind and rain, was hearing about this for the first time. Your mother is from another clan? Yanli asked carefully. Mo Yi nodded calmly and shifted back to human form. Anger still burned in Lei Ying's heart, but since Night 2 was no longer present, he wouldn't direct his fury at these young ones. He relaxed his beast form and said to Yanli, if Night 2 is around, don't ask me to come. Yanli, I will allow you this one time. But if it happens again, we won't be allies anymore. Sorry, Yanli immediately apologized. Although she didn't know about the past feud between Night 2 and Lying, she was aware of the outsider attitude of the orc tribe. She shouldn't have believed Night 2's one-sided words and let them meet. This was her mistake. After Night 2 left, Yanli apologized again, and Lai Ying's anger completely faded. He tilted his head and looked at Lai Yen with blue eyes. From now on, if you come here, you will handle it. I won't come again, Lai Ying said. Lai Yen straightened his back.
Yes.
Seeing that Lai Ying didn't continue to cause trouble, Yanli breathed a sigh of relief. King Lai Wolf, I will go make something tasty to make up for it. Your territory doesn't have many clan members. What could be so good to eat? Liang looked skeptical. Yan Li smiled confidently. King Lai Wolf, just wait and see. Liang still looked doubtful, but said nothing. Yan Li told him to rest here, while she went to continue cooking. In the kitchen, Yan Li started preparing the and shrimps caught by Mo Yi and the others. Mo Yi helped with the cleaning, washing the at the pond. Lai Yan followed, resting his elbows on the counter and gently nudging Yan Li. Yan Li ignored him. He kept nudging several times, making Yan Li a little impatient. What's wrong? Can't you say it directly? Do you always knew about Mo Yi's situation? Lai Yan whispered close to Yan Li's ear. He glanced at Mo Yi's back, finding it hard to believe that he and Mo Yi were brothers. I don't know, Yan Li said. This isn't something you should know better than me? Father never told me, and no one in the tribe did either. When the females in the tribe became mates of other tribes, Father probably thought it was shameful and didn't tell me. Didn't you always fight over the food Mo Yi and the others hunted? Didn't they fight back? Lai Yan was silent. He recalled those times when they fought over food. Back then, they didn't know about this. When they took the food, the lion tribe didn't come after them. As these incidents happened more often, Lai Yan thought the other side was afraid of him. But Mo Yi, so strong, never fought back. Maybe it was because his mother was a female of the Lai Wolf tribe. I just found out about this today. Thinking back, it's strange, Lai Yan said. Yan Li asked, why is it strange? It's hard to explain, but it's very strange. We have always been enemies with the wild lion tribe. I really can't understand how they could become partners. Yan Li also couldn't figure out what was going on. The wild lion tribe doesn't lack females, and Night 2, as their king, has plenty of females as mates. Choosing a female from the fierce wolf tribe as a partner shows true love. Did the wild lion king take her away? Yan Li asked. Lai Yan shook his head blankly. Father never told me about this. I don't know what really happened, but it seems Mo Yi knows something. Do you want to ask him? Lai Yan's eyes were full of curiosity, but Yan Li wasn't interested in pushing further. He simply refused. Not asking. It's a private matter. Asking too much just causes trouble. If you won't ask, then I will find time to ask Father myself. Although Yan Li was also curious, the people involved didn't want to talk about it, so he naturally didn't ask. Yan Li focused on cooking. She made 2 dishes, one spicy and one non-spicy. She initially planned to just make the spicy one, but after learning about Mo Yi's mother, she suddenly felt guilty and decided to make the non-spicy version as well. There were only 4 dishes: dry pot shrimp and crab, spicy rabbit meat, roasted bird, and a pot of fish soup. They weren't many in variety, but the portions were enough. Yan Li carried the food to the table and told everyone to wash their hands before sitting down. Liang saw the bamboo table for the first time and was confused. It's so high, it's hard to grab and eat. We can sit on chairs, Yan Li said. Liang hesitated but sat on a chair, staring at the table full of delicious food. For a moment, she didn't dare to move or eat. Since it was her first time visiting another tribe and experiencing completely different cooking and food, Liang didn't know how to handle it or whether she could eat. Yan Li served everyone a bowl of fish soup and placed an empty bowl in front of them. She used chopsticks to serve food for everyone. Wild Wolf King, you can eat now, Yan Li said, offering Li Ying the roasted bird first. The bird was cooked and then roasted, so it didn't need to be on the charcoal fire for long. When roasted until both sides were golden and sprinkled with cumin and chili powder, it was ready to eat. They covered the bird's cavity with a peeled red hairy fruit, stuffed with chopped fungi that absorbed the broth during cooking. Because it wasn't roasted for long, the juices stayed inside. Biting into the crispy outside meat, it was fragrant, spicy, and crunchy. When she opened the cavity, the juices flowed out, and the aroma of the fungi was strong. Liang only took a bite of the outside meat and was immediately captivated. Although the inside lacked spiciness, the broth was delicious and sweet, with the fresh flavor of fungi lingering on the palate. Yan Li's roasted bird is much spicier than what they usually eat, but biting into it helps ease the spiciness. A roasted bird was quickly finished by Liang, who couldn't wait to eat a second one. Yan Li saw him finish and asked, "How is the Wolf King?" Does it suit your taste? Very good, delicious. It's a bit spicy, but it feels nice to eat. Try this rabbit meat. If it's too spicy, you can drink some fish soup. Liang still wanted to eat more roasted bird, but since Yanli also made the rabbit meat, out of curiosity, he grabbed a piece and started eating. The rabbit meat was boneless, cut into small pieces. One piece in his mouth, the flavor was noticeable, but it wasn't very satisfying. He looked at the wooden spoon and scooped some meat into his bowl himself. This is also good, but the pieces are too small, Liang said. Yanli explained, smaller pieces absorb the flavor better. As she spoke, Yanli put a piece of rabbit meat into her mouth. She didn't use chopsticks. She ate with her hands like Liang, feeling that eating shrimp and roasted meat with hands is more fun and satisfying. Grandpa, why is my meat different? Yaya asked softly. Her beautiful blue eyes looked at the red meat in Lai Ying's bowl, then at her own bowl, which had less red meat. She bit into the soft meat, confused. At this moment, Liang also noticed that the meat in their bowls was different. Clearly, Yaya's meat didn't have chili. Why is Yaya's meat different from ours? Liang asked. Yanli replied, Yaya is too young. Her stomach is delicate and can't handle such spicy food. Lai Ying's mouth was almost on fire from the spiciness. Although he didn't understand what a stomach was, Yanli knew about healing and had saved Yaya once before, so he listened to her. Yaya, do you think this meat tastes bad? Yanli asked. Delicious this meat is for when Yaya grows up. When you're older, I'll make it for you, okay? Okay, young girls are so easy to coax. Yanli, we've been eating like this since we were little and we grew up healthy, Lai Yan said. Yanli asked, are female bodies also healthy? I don't know. It seems that female bodies are often weaker than ours. If your body stays strong, your diet can be whatever you like, but I can't let the little one eat such spicy food. Besides, as long as she thinks it's tasty, that's enough, Yanli said with a squint, looking at the adorable Yaya. When Yaya saw Yanli looking at her, she happily said, meat is delicious. I wish I could always eat such good meat. Liang felt the same way. At first, he disliked Yanli because she couldn't make anything tasty, but now he liked these foods very much. Yaya can live here so we can eat every day, Yanli tempted. Before Yaya could answer, Liang excitedly refused, no way. Our female members are few in our clan. Giving you one means even fewer, Liang said. Yanli smiled and said, just joking, don't take it seriously. If you want to eat such delicious food every day, you can send your people here to learn. Liang nodded, that's possible. Yanli continued, but learning isn't free, you have to exchange things. Liang frowned. Why should we exchange things? Aren't we allies? King Lai Wolf, if I only borrowed from the alliance and took your clan stuff for free, would you be happy? Yanli asked. The alliance is one thing, but some matters should be settled clearly to avoid many conflicts. Liang looked down and thought. Lai Yan said, Father, the Wild Lion clan and the White Eagle clan also trade with Yanli this way. I think it's good. Our Lai Wolf clan is so strong, we won't get Yanli's things for nothing. We give back more than we get. Yes, you're right, Liang agreed and nodded. Let's do the trade. Sure enough, good deals are made at the dining table. A delicious meal, a few words, and the other side agrees. The beast men from the Lai Wolf clan ate their fill, sat down to rest, and seeing it was late, Liang told Yanli, we should go back now. Bring some chili peppers home. You're going to plant them too, right? Liang nodded, wanting to say something. He looked at Mo Yi nearby and said, Yanli, when you first came here, I was very angry. But now I only dislike you too, not you. Not being angry with me is a good thing, Yanli said sincerely. Liang lowered his eyes slightly. It's been so long. I still dislike Yi Tuesday. After seeing him today, I dislike him even more. He almost made me refuse to ally with you. You truly are a different female, as Lai Yan said. An alliance with you could bring big changes to the Lai Wolf clan. His eyes lit up with admiration as he looked at Yanli. Fortunately, he didn't completely refuse to ally with us. From today on, as long as you are here, whatever you say, our beast men of the Lai Wolf clan will listen. Yanli's eyes flashed with surprise. King Lai Wolf, why are you giving me such power? I refused to ally with you many times. When I came to your territory, I almost fought you Tuesday. You didn't chase us away immediately and even gave us tasty food. Yanli, you are a good female. I also made mistakes regarding the Wild Lion King. Yanli, you are a very different female. I used to think you were just good at hunting, but you saved Yaya, and you have those foods we've never eaten before. Also, your territory has many tools I haven't seen. You still have a lot to do before becoming a king, but before that, if you can change our lives, I am willing to believe in you. Before Yanli finished speaking, Lying interrupted her. Lai Ying's eyes were not blind. After arguing with Yi Tu, he had seen the stone pots, water pools, wooden bowls, wooden plates, and the trained fierce beasts in the valley. Yanli's tribe members of the Beast clan had fewer than 10 fingers in total, but their territory had everything it needed. At least, they could have a meal, and they wouldn't go hungry tomorrow. Yanli saved Yaya, which was an important reason for Lying to agree to the alliance. But his impression of her changed for many reasons. Delicious food, creating new and interesting objects, he, in beast form, pounced on Yi Tuesday. Yanli, without regard for danger, stood up to stop him. For a female, Yanli showed the courage of a beast and possessed skills they didn't know. Her broadening horizons, her age-old intuition told Lying that an alliance with Yanli was not a bad idea. When Yanli heard Lai Ying's words, she was a little surprised but quickly calmed down and smiled softly. I'm glad to have your trust, Lai Wolf King. That's good to hear. Lying looked at her. Come visit the Lai Wolf clan when you have time. I'm leaving now. Yanli nodded gently. Lai Yan saw the departing clansman, deliberately the last to leave, and approached Yanli. He said, Yanli, I think my father really likes you. I can tell. Then you should treat our Lai Wolf clan well. We value loyalty very much. Once we form an alliance, we consider you all as part of our clan. If you treat me well, I will treat you well too. Rest assured, I am not a treacherous person. Treacherous? What's that? Before Yanli could explain what a treacherous person was, Lying urged him to catch up quickly. Lai Yan bid farewell and hurried to catch up with them. After they left, Yanli returned to the kitchen, where she processed the remaining fish, shrimp, and put them into a pot to cook. Ji Bai, who hadn't left yet and saw everyone else had gone, came over to Yanli. Are you still hungry? I'm full. Then why are you still cooking? For the Wild Lion King, Yanli said. Many of the shrimp, and were caught by them. How can I not give them some? I need to make some hot food to send to them. After hearing this, Ji Bai looked at Mo Yi. Mo Yi had overheard their conversation and turned his golden eyes toward them. They exchanged a glance. Ji Bai remembered Mo Yi's connection with the Fierce Wolf clan and muttered softly, I didn't expect that. Expect what? Yanli asked. Mo Yi approached and stood close to Yanli. Do you need help? Before he could answer, Ji Bai asked, Mo Yi, what's your opinion of the Fierce Wolf clan? Ji Bai, who was watching the scene, saw everything clearly. When someone disliked asked about his private life, Mo Yi's cold golden eyes glanced at him sharply, like winter frost, cold and icy, with a hint of disdain. You probably don't have strong feelings for the Fierce Wolf clan, Ji Bai concluded before Mo Yi could reply. The Fierce Wolf clan and Yanli can eat those deadly foods, but you can only eat the same as us, food without chili. Ji Bai, don't bully Mo Yi, Yanli said seriously, raising a wooden spoon. Mo Yi's private matters are his own. If he wants to tell, he will. If he doesn't, he won't. You can't ask or interfere with his choices. You really protect him, Ji Bai muttered softly. I haven't even said anything about him, but I'm already defending him. I won't answer your questions, Mo Yi said with a slight smile, his golden eyes looking at Yanli's serious face. It doesn't matter whether you know my story or not. But, Yanli, if you want to know, I can tell you. So good? Yanli was a bit surprised and froze for a moment. Ji Bai, hearing this, was used to it and encouraged Yanli. Yanli, Mo Yi is willing to tell you. Go ahead and ask him. Yanli rolled his eyes at him, showing clear annoyance and saying, You're such a gossip. I won't ask, Yanli said calmly, his dark eyes fixed on Mo Yi. The partner of the King of Lions is their matter from their generation. We are the new generation. The older generation can handle their own affairs. We only need to take care of ourselves. After all, the person I care about is Mo Yi, not Mo Ye's mother. I just want to know what kind of beast man Mo Yi is. Mo Ye's lips curled slightly. He looked at Yenli kindly but said nothing. Jibai had expected to hear some gossip but was disappointed by what he heard.
He felt bored.
This is so dull. After saying that, Jibai left to find Shuang Er to chat. As night fell, the sky darkened. Jibai returned to his clan, and Mo Yi carried the dishes Yenli had prepared and went back. When dinner was just ready, the villagers prepared to eat. Mo Yi approached Yi Tu, placing down 2 baskets filled with food. The aroma of the cooked dishes spread everywhere. The onlookers sniffed the delicious smell and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Lord Mo Yi, did Yenli cook these? From the look of it, only Yenli could have made such food. We've never seen anything like this. The beast men nearby discussed excitedly about the food. Mo Yi replied, Father, these are made by Yenli. How did she send us so much food? Yi Tu asked, smelling the aroma and picking up a roasted bird. We caught a lot of fish, shrimp, and today for Yenli. You didn't get to eat much, so she made more and sent it back for you. I almost ruined her alliance with the Lion-Wolf tribe. She's not angry, and she even sent food back. She's truly a kind female. Mo Yi didn't reply. He already knew how good Yenli was. Mo Yi, work hard to make Yenli your mate, Yi Tu said. If Yenli becomes your partner, together you can help lead the wild lion tribe to become even better. That's a good idea. With Yenli here, we'll get to enjoy many delicious foods every day. Not only that, if anyone gets sick or hurt, Yenli can heal them. If Yenli becomes Lord Mo Ye's mate, she won't need to help the White Eagle tribe or the Fierce Wolf tribe anymore. Then, our wild lion tribe will still be the strongest. Everyone became more excited, as if good news was just around the corner. Mo Yi lowered his brows slightly, stood up, and took a step toward home. Just as he was about to leave, Yi Tu's voice sounded in his ear. Mo Yi, hearing everyone's words, don't you have anything to say? Father, I told you before, Yenli won't become my mate. That's how I feel now. You don't like her? Yenli said she's my good friend. I cherish her very much. I want her to do what she wants, not for anyone else. Besides, Yenli is an envoy of the Amand god. How could I even dream of making her my mate? Being treated as a friend by Yenli is already a good thing for Mo Yi. He wouldn't dare ask for more, even if he. Lost in thought, Mo Yi put away his feelings and returned to rest. Yi Tu watched him leave and asked Shirtian, do you think Mo Yi likes Yenli? If he didn't like her, why would he keep visiting her every day? But he said he wouldn't let Yenli become his mate? Night too felt a bit headachy. He truly hoped Mo Yi could become a partner with Yenli. Seeing that his child also liked Yenli, he wondered why he didn't want the other person to be his partner. Maybe there are other reasons, like Yu and Hongyu? You two also went through many difficulties to be together. When talking about a lost partner, Night Two's eyes flickered with sadness. Yes, falling for someone from another tribe really requires a lot of preparation. Tonight is a moonless night. The stars in the sky are shining brightly but cannot bring much light to the dark night. In the valley, a burning fire still glows, lighting up the darkness. Yen Li comes out of the bathhouse, water droplets on her hair like pearls falling. She walks to the fire, sits nearby, and uses the heat to dry her wet hair. After a busy day and washing up, she feels sleepy. It would be nice to have a rocking chair now. Lying in a rocking chair, feeling the night breeze and watching the stars, it sounds like the life of an old person. But when she feels a little tired, lying leisurely and watching the stars is also a kind of pleasure. At least she doesn't have to endure the heat of a hot summer day and then dry her wet hair by the fire. With nothing else to do, Yen Li begins to check her current cultivation level given by the system. She calls out for Bar several times but gets no response. Yesterday, Bar told her he would report his cultivation and merits in a different way starting today. He has fewer chances to come out. Yen Li didn't forget about this. She just called out a few times, hoping to chat with Bar, but when she saw no response, she had to check her total merits and cultivation points. Both merits and cultivation points have changed. Today, Yanli only did one thing, cooking food. To host Lai Ying and others, and to repay the kindness of the wild lion tribe, she spent her day cooking. The system awarded her cultivation points twice for the dishes she cooked. Each time, she made 4 dishes, totaling 8 dishes, earning 64 cultivation points plus the fixed 3 points. Adding this to her previous points, her total cultivation now is 1,507. Her merits are a bit higher. From the 15 people from the Wild Wolf tribe, she earned 30 merits. The food she brought back for Moe earned her 40 merits. It seems the beast men of the Wild Lion tribe ate separately. Plus the fixed 14 merits for her tribe and subtracting 200 merits for exchanging chili powder, starch, and cooking wine, her current merits total 15,178. She didn't earn many merits today, but these efforts are worthwhile for laying a foundation for the future. The most important thing is that today, I finally tasted a familiar flavor again. Thinking about spicy rabbit meat and hot pot with spicy shrimp and Yanli remembered the remaining chili powder. She swallowed hard. What a delicious meal that would be. Yanli, Yanli. Hearing Air's call, Yanli opened her eyes. What's wrong? I thought you were asleep. If you're tired, go back to your room to rest. Sleeping here is dangerous, Air said. Yanli nodded. Okay. I'll go inside to sleep now. You should sleep early too.
Er nodded in response. All right.
Yanli touched her hair, which was almost dry, and went back to her room to sleep. Once she lay down, sleep came quickly. As the night deepened, the fire in the campfire gradually went out. At this moment, in the dark night, a figure silently entered the valley. Clang! Just as Yanli was sleeping soundly, a loud noise suddenly woke her up from her dream. She opened her eyes and looked around. The night was still dark, so dark she couldn't see her hand in front of her. Yanli waited quietly for a while, but didn't hear any other sounds. She was about to go back to sleep. Suddenly, she heard the ha-ha call of a bird, sounding like a scream. The few ha-ha birds she had caught before hadn't been killed. She kept them to lay eggs. After raising the ha-ha birds, she could usually find 2 eggs a day. Yanli stored the eggs, dreaming that once there were enough, the ha-ha birds would hatch more little ha-ha birds. So even though ha-ha birds are noisy and fierce, she still kept them in the valley. In the valley, their ha-ha calls could be heard from time to time, day and night, without stopping. Yanli was already used to their calls. But the more she listened carefully, the more she felt something was off about the sound. She hurried outside, grabbed some dry grass from the remaining embers of the fire, and rekindled the fire. The firelight couldn't illuminate the area where the animals were kept. Yanli picked up some bamboo strips, bundled the remaining pieces together, and set them on fire as a makeshift torch.
For now it would do. King.
Wenze, Chi Yun, and others also came over after hearing the voice. The ha-ha birds were still screaming. Yanli's face was serious. Let's go and see what's happening with the ha-ha birds. Not only the ha-ha birds, but other fierce beasts in captivity were also making noise. Wenze and Chi Yun sensed something was wrong. They transformed into beasts faster than Yanli and arrived at the place where the ha-ha birds were kept. A fierce beast had broken in. Because it was too dark to see clearly, Wenze and Chi Yun, both in beast form, worked together to hunt down the intruder. When Yanli carried the torch over, the fierce beast had already been stopped and was lying on the ground, barely alive. Its fierce eyes looked at Yanli. Chiyun didn't give it a chance to breathe and bit through its neck. Yanli used the torch to light up the beast's appearance. It looked somewhat like a dog, with 2 long fangs at the corners of its mouth, sharp and long claws, and gray fur all over its body. What kind of fierce beast is this? Yanli asked. Wenze replied, it's a gray dog, a type of beast that only comes out at night to hunt. It's the most dangerous beast to watch out for in the forest at night. Yanli looked at the now-dead beast and shone the torch on the ha-ha birds inside the enclosure. Originally, there were 4 ha-ha birds in the cage. One was killed, another was barely alive, and the remaining two were hiding in the corner, trembling. Yanli felt very sad. Her plan to hatch birds was gone. King, what should we do with this gray dog? Seeing Yanli silent, Chiyun asked. Yanli activated her identification skill and checked the gray dog. It was non-toxic. Have you ever eaten a gray dog? Yanli asked. Chiyun nodded. Yes, after our tribe was destroyed, we wandered outside and were attacked by gray dogs at night. We caught some to eat. Does it taste good? Not really. At least it's edible. Although she felt sad about the two haha birds that had died, Yanli quickly cheered up and asked Chiyun and the others to take the meat away and prepare it. They didn't know what time it was now, but after the disturbance caused by the gray dog, no one could sleep. Yanli followed the footprints of the gray dog with her torch and found that it entered from the closest of the 3 exits near the forest. Since outside that exit was the woods, with nothing blocking the view, a clear path could be seen from outside. The road was wide enough for a 100-gene gray dog to easily enter the valley. It had been several months since they had been in the valley, and this was the first time a fierce beast had broken in at night. Fortunately, no one was hurt tonight. It would take some time to build a door, and she felt it was her duty to do so. Thinking of this, Yanli went to the wooden house where the wood was stored, found some pieces, and started carving them into planks. King, do you need our help? Chiyun and the others finished dealing with the haha birds and came over. Yanli, hearing this, didn't refuse their kindness and asked them to help make the wooden planks into a door to block the exit. The group worked until dawn. Yanli measured the size of the entrance and then started assembling the planks into a door. What she wanted to make was a large, openable door. She didn't want to block the entire path, leaving a small opening so that if danger came, there would be a way to escape. When the gate was finished, Chiyun and the others were a bit worried. King, it's so thin, a fierce beast could just crash through. Add another door, and also make something that can give an early warning, Yanli said. Chiyun and the others didn't know what the warning device was. Yanli thought for a moment and told them to build another door. She then went to make something that could alert them if a fierce beast or other monsters entered their territory. Yanli went to the seaside and picked up many beautiful shells with interesting patterns and colors from the soft sand. She filled a bag and on her way back to the territory, she gathered some vines. Back in the valley, Yanli drilled holes into each of the shells she collected. Wendy was attracted by the shells Yanli brought back. After helping Elsa finish her work, he came over and curiously looked at the shells with his pretty gray-brown eyes. He didn't dare to touch them. King, what are you going to do with these? They're so pretty, make wind chimes. Yanli looked up and saw his fondness, then asked, Do you like shells? Yes, I do. Then I will make a string of wind chimes for you, Yanli said. Wendy's eyes lit up immediately, shining with joy. Thank you, King. Using shells to make a warning bell, Yanli still had some left. She made a simple wind chime for the little guy with the remaining shells. She hung the wind chime on their house door. When the wind blew, the shells gently clinked together, producing a clear, pleasant sound. After finishing the wind chime, Yanli used vines to connect the remaining shells at one end, tying the other end to the edge of the door she had made. If the door was pushed open or something broke in, the movement of the vines would shake the wind chime hanging near the bed. When the wind chime rang, they would know immediately who had come. For safety, Yanli set up a shell warning bell on each of the 3 paths leading in and out, so they could detect anything entering their territory. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was evening again. Moyi returned from hunting, bringing the meat they had agreed upon. He crossed the bamboo forest and reached the flat ground. The usual clear path was blocked by a strange wooden plank. Moyi stared at the plank blankly for a while, unsure how it was assembled or why it was placed there. If he reached out to push it, would the plank fall? He didn't know what the object in front of him was. But Moyi was sure that it was made by Yanli. To avoid damaging the gate, Moyi transformed into a half-beast, spread his black wings, and flew directly over the gate to enter. Yanli is just behind the door. She had just tied the wind chimes to the back when she heard the sound of wings flapping. She looked up and met the dark eyes of Moyi. Emoyi, you're here, Yanli said as she tied her knot and stepped back a few paces. Emoyi landed where Yanli had moved aside. He looked at the door and asked his question. Why did you block the exit? Last night, a gray dog entered the valley and killed 2 haha birds. To prevent dangerous beasts from sneaking in while we're not paying attention, we made a gate, Yanli explained while examining the door she made. The bottom of the door wasn't buried in the ground. Instead, there were 2 wooden stakes buried in the soil, on each side. On the left side, the door was connected to the wood, while on the right, there was a protruding part. Behind the door, a heavy wooden plank was placed across between the door and the stakes. How do you go out? Emoyi asked. It's simple, Yanli said. She lifted the horizontal beam, pulled the door back, and it opened. When the door moved, the shells hanging behind it made a clicking sound. Emoyi reached out and pulled the door. The door was very flexible and moved smoothly without any discomfort. Orcs' doors are very simple. They use a large leaf or a hanging leaf to cover the entrance. Many orcs don't bother making doors at all. Yanli had never seen such a door before. Such a thin door. Dangerous beasts might bump it open a few times. Stone would be better, Emoyi said. At night, we can reinforce it with stones. But during the day, moving stones back and forth is troublesome. Yanli considered Emoyi's suggestion. A better door would be good, and we also have a shell alarm system. If a dangerous beast enters, we will know immediately. Hearing this, Emoyi looked around. In the bowl-shaped valley, surrounded by tall mountains, the formation of the valley looked like it was dug out by someone with a shovel. It wasn't very deep, but the mountains on the sides suddenly had a section cut out, forming a pit over 10 meters deep. This height makes it unlikely for dangerous beasts moving through the forest to jump down easily. But it doesn't mean that if a beast jumps from above, it won't get hurt badly. Large dangerous beasts can be 7 or 8 meters tall, so this height isn't too high for them. Yanli, have you thought about dangerous beasts coming down from the mountain? Hearing this, Yanli looked up at the tall mountain. Her eyes flickered with a plan, and she stared for a while before glancing sideways at Emoyi. Emoyi, I know what you want to say, but you can see the current situation in my tribe. Even if there is danger, we can't find anyone to build a wall on the mountain. We can only use other methods to prevent problems. She is overwhelmed with tasks, unable to finish them all. After passing the intermediate appraisal, Yanli didn't have time to go outside to find herbs to test the skill. Instead, she was busy in the valley, helping Lian Ying and others. They spent a whole day setting up the gate. The hidden danger Emoyi mentioned will likely require another day tomorrow to set up warning bells to prevent fierce beasts from falling down from above. Yanli, you could try to get the Wild Lion tribe, the White Eagle tribe, and the Fierce Wolf tribe's beastmen to help build the wall, Emoyi suggested. Yanli shook her head. Bringing all 3 tribes together might lead to a 3-way war later? The matter between Yi Tu and Lian Ying made Yanli a bit anxious. Who knows if there are grudges among them? If there are grudges and they fight, she would be caught in the middle. Neither side would treat her well. Emoyi's lips suddenly curled into a sly smile. Just make sure they don't gather together. Yanli looked puzzled. Psst. Divide the area where the wall will be built into 3 parts. Each tribe is responsible for 1 part. If they see each other doing something, they will want to compete and win. They will definitely finish building their part of the wall as quickly as possible. The wall might be finished faster than you think. That's clever. Yanli couldn't help but praise. I never thought of this good idea. Using the conflicts between the tribes to get things done. Suddenly, Yanli felt that Emoyi was a bit scheming, even considering her own tribe. But inviting the 3 tribes to help build the wall, besides that, I have to provide their 3 meals a day. Won't I have to go hunting every day? And pots and other utensils might not be enough. Thinking about the consumption needed to build the wall, Yanli frowned. The cost of hiring people can be replaced with other methods, but the Fierce Wolf tribe and the White Eagle tribe are half a day away. They will definitely need to stay here. Otherwise, traveling back and forth would waste too much time. The beastmen have big appetites. 20 gene of meat if not stopped, they could eat it all. When hiring others to work, they must be fed well. If each tribe sends 3 beast men, that meal would require 60 jin of meat. Yanli is only eating 2 meals here, and after counting these 2 meals, suddenly, Yanli understands why the Mad Lion tribe has Moi around. It's because everyone still can't get enough to eat. Actually, even if the Mad Lion tribe keeps some fierce beasts, the amount of food the tribe members get each day is only a little more than before, not much. After all, if orcs don't control their eating, they might really eat too much. To avoid starving in the future, even if they have many tame fierce beasts, they will still control their eating, avoiding overeating. As long as they feel full, that's enough. Yanli genuinely wants the orcs to eat enough, so she plans for larger portions. Moi listens to Yanli's worries and asks, "Do you want the Mad Lion tribe to help carve stone pots? Our tribe has special orcs for carving stone pots. If you need more pots, we can help carve a few for you." "No need. If I use yours, I'll owe you more. I'll do it myself." Yanli thinks deeply, glancing at her skills in the all-knowing system. She looks up at her cultivation and merits, then focuses on the kiln burning skill in her skills list. Kiln burning is for firing porcelain. Porcelain can be shaped from clay into any form and fired into usable pottery. And she can fire several at once. Given the current frequent shortages of bowls, plates, and pots, firing porcelain is the best solution. However, unlocking the kiln burning skill costs 4,000 cultivation points, and she only has 1,507. She has 15,178 merits, which can be exchanged for cultivation points if needed. But is it worth it? Yanli ponders for a moment, then finally decides to exchange 3,000 merits for 3,000 cultivation points, reaching the 4,000 needed for the kiln burning skill. As soon as she activates the kiln burning skill, the system immediately gives her several bags of clay and a manual turntable. Reading the description of the clay, she learns it is high-quality kaolin clay, suitable for firing porcelain. With these 2 items, Yanli saves time searching for clay. Next, she just needs a kiln for firing porcelain. The basic kiln burning skill offers limited knowledge, mainly about the structure of the kiln, which is just about covering the kiln with soil. Yanli has also tried making porcelain before. Once, she was reborn into a poor farming family. They lacked bowls, so she made 30, but most broke or cracked. In the end, only one was usable. That experience was so discouraging she never wanted to try firing porcelain again. Now, with the skills support, she still feels a bit worried. Firing porcelain is really difficult. It's not enough to just find some wet clay, shape it, and fire it. If the clay isn't suitable or the firing temperature is wrong, it will all be a failure.
Yanli.
Seeing Yanli, who had been staring blankly without speaking, Mo Yi called her softly. Yanli snapped out of her trance and looked up at him. The sunset's fiery glow shone on Mo Yi's face, casting a gentle and warm light that made him look much softer. His golden eyes also shimmered with an alluring, captivating color. "When do you plan to start building the wall?" Mo Yi asked. Yanli replied, "Of course, the sooner the better. But I need to come up with something new to exchange for your help in building the wall. Mo Yi, when you talk to the king of the wild lions about this, could you ask him for 3 days' time?" Okay. He didn't ask what Yanli needed the 3 days for. He simply agreed. After getting Mo Yi's approval, Yanli took advantage of the remaining dusk before it completely darkened. She found a spot and began working on a clay kiln for making pottery. First, she used A to dig a rectangular hole. Then, she dug a channel for adding firewood. Once these were done, she placed a wooden board across the hole and used water to mix the clay into a mold. After smoothing the clay on the board, she found round branches and inserted small holes into the clay. When finished, the sunset's glow disappeared and the sky gradually shifted from gray to a dim hue, finally turning pitch black. After dinner, she didn't chat much with Mo Yi. When he left and everyone else was asleep, she entered her room. She found some large leaves, took out a bag of kaolin clay from the system, and brought out a large turntable. She filled a water basin, mixed the kaolin into a clay slip, and placed it on the turntable. Holding the turntable, she spun it with one hand while gently shaping the clay with her other hand. With skill enhancements, the process went smoothly. Where she used to spend half a day just to make a cup, she could now quickly craft a beautiful, well-shaped bowl. After finishing the clay on the leaves, she arranged 6 bowls and 3 plates on the floor of her room. Lacking confidence, she only used some of the kaolin clay she had, feeling quite satisfied just to produce these few items. Of course, the real test was the final firing. Shaping was easy. The hardest part was firing the pottery. Night had fallen, and she couldn't do anything else. She washed her hands, heated some water in the kitchen, took a bath, and lay down on her bed.
She opened the system to check.
As she unlocked new skills, many more tools appeared in her system backpack. Today, I spent 3,000 merit points to exchange for 3,000 cultivation points. My original merit points, 15,178, are now reduced to 12,192. The expected amount was 12,178, so the extra 14 merit points are a gift from today. I didn't do anything else today, so my merit points only increased by the fixed 14. As for my cultivation, it's even simpler. I started with 1,507 points, used 1,000, leaving me with 507. Adding the fixed 3 points, I now have only 510 cultivation points. Seeing these merit points and cultivation, Yenli paused in surprise. Although I didn't do anything else today, I did build a door, right? I even taught Yun and the others how to build it. Why are there no merit points or cultivation points at all?
Baad.
Yenli called several times but received no response. She didn't believe it and kept calling but still no reply. Could this system be broken? I remember the immortal Xian Meng mentioned that Lord Hong Yu was working on something called a system. Since it was their first try, they were still studying it. I heard about it, but never knew when it would be finished. Maybe because she was accidentally killed suddenly, they hurriedly put the system on her to make up for it. Now, this system might be malfunctioning, swallowing the cultivation points and merit points meant for her. Yenli thought to herself that this was bad. If that's true, could she go back? She called out for Bar several more times, but still got no response. If she hadn't seen the system appear before her, she would think it was just a dream. Since Bar didn't show up, Yenli felt her eyelids grow heavy, as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds. Eventually, she gave up looking for Bar and closed her eyes to sleep, planning to continue searching tomorrow. When she finds Bar again, she will carefully talk to it about how the system swallowed her cultivation and merit points. The night quietly passed. The next morning, as soon as it was light, Yenli continued working on her clay kiln. Last night, she finished the bottom part. After a night, it was not completely dry, but the surface was almost dry. She took out the sticks inserted inside, and holes appeared one by one. Next, she covered it with a layer of mud. She found soft branches to form a shelter, then covered the branches with mud, both inside and outside. Firing a kiln requires careful temperature control. At different temperatures, the finished pottery can break or stay intact. Yenli didn't know much about this, so she just followed the skills she had learned. After sealing the top, she placed the bowls and dishes she made last night inside, then covered the only outlet with mud. Finally, she finished all these steps. The last thing to do was to start a fire. Remove the wooden planks and start the fire. Yenli watched the fire burn, feeling very nervous. Since she had experienced failure before, she wasn't sure if she could succeed this time, even with her skill boost. King, the beast men from the wolf clan are looking for you. Qi Yun's voice came from afar. Hearing the voice, Yenli turned around and saw Lai Yan walking toward her with 2 beast men. I thought you all would come yesterday, Yenli said. Yesterday, we spent some time choosing who should come here to learn, Lai Yan replied. It's been a day since we last came, and your territory has changed again. His gaze fell on the door. Yenli said, the night before last, a gray dog entered the valley. To stay safe, I made a door to block it. That thin, it can't stop much. Don't worry, I'll put a big stone in front of it before bed. By the way, you came just in time. I have something I want to discuss with your Lai Wolf clan. What is it? Can I borrow a few people to help build a wall? Yenli looked up at the tall mountains around the valley. At first, I thought the cliffs and high mountains were the best defense, but fierce beasts don't follow normal logic. They might jump down from the mountains, so the village could still be in danger. For safety, it's better to build a wall. Lion looked around and nodded in agreement. Yes, your place is too low and not as tall as ours. We live in caves, and a wall at the entrance keeps the beasts out. Yanli, why don't you also carve out a mountain cave to live in? Lai Yan suggested. The Wolf clan's home is a cave dug into the mountain wall. Inside the cave, there are many rooms of different sizes for the clan members. At night, they sleep in the cave, and during the day, they eat and drink in a protective circle made of stones. No, that's not possible. Yanli shook her head. Caves are damp and bad for health. My clan isn't in danger enough to live in caves. Plus, building a wall is a simple task that just takes some time. Living in a cave is absolutely out of the question. Yanli also had a lovely idea of building a beautiful wooden house. Even though she didn't yet have the intermediate carpenter skill, she believed in her dream and was working hard toward it. She wasn't the type to give up just because of a small difficulty. Fine, do as you wish, Lai Yan said, giving in. When do you want to start building? Can you arrange for a few beastmen to help me build the wall? Point 5? Li Yan cannot give Yanli an exact number, but based on his understanding, 5 is probably the maximum. When Yanli heard this number, it was still within an acceptable range. He nodded and said, a maximum of 5, preferably 3. Your tribe's beastmen can stay here until the wall is built, and I will cover their food and drinks. Also, if you send more people, I can teach you how to make porcelain. Make porcelain? What's that? The unfamiliar word came from Yanli's mouth, which made Li Yan very curious. Yanli smiled and deliberately teased, I'll show you once I make some. Don't worry, trading with me won't make you lose anything. Your tribe only has 7 members, plus you, that's 8. 7 adults and 1 child. Even if you're very skilled, you're no match for us. That's why we're not worried about lending you people and losing out. Just answer, I trust you, directly here. All that talk earlier sounded a bit annoying. Yanli patted his shoulder. I also need to find Ji Bai to ask for a few tribe members to help. Your 2 tribe members can stay here and learn from Xingyun. Xingyun has learned a lot under my guidance, and he can teach you. Are you going to ask the beast men of the Bai Ying tribe to help build the wall? Yes. This land is so big that even if your tribe works on it all year, it might not be finished. Of course, we need more people. Don't worry, with me here, they won't fight. Yanli called Xingyun over, gave a few instructions, then left with Wenze to hunt in the plains and talk to Ji Bai about this matter. Li Yan came today to visit Yanli for fun. Since Li was going out to hunt, he naturally wanted to go along. Yanli hadn't finished weaving his net, so he sat in the carriage to weave. Li Yan had seen Yanli's carriage a few times but had never ridden in it. Seeing Yanli sitting inside a cage, he was curious and sat for a while but quickly got out. He didn't like the feeling of being confined and watched inside the cage. He got out, turned around, and sat on top of the cage. Li Yan's feet dangled outside as he looked at Qi pulling the cart and asked, Isn't it heavy for you to pull us 3 alone? Do you want to try? Yes. Li Yan jumped down. Qi moved aside to make room for him. Li Yan tried pulling the cart like Qi. After a few steps, his eyes sparkled. It's so light, I can move it with little effort. Anything made by the king is good stuff. Qi said proudly, as if he made it himself. Li Yan returned the carriage to Qi and then turned to find Yanli. Yanli, you should teach us how to do this. With it, moving things will be much easier for everyone in the future. Although I want to teach, it takes some time. I'll teach you when I have free time, Yanli said. You don't need this right now. Focus on learning what you need urgently. All right. By noon, they arrived at the hunting plains. The number of species in the plains is decreasing. Most of the gentle ones have been caught by Li Yan and others. Only the more fierce-looking creatures remain. The White Eagle tribe and the Fierce Wolf tribe are already hunting. Yanli's goal is to find Ji Bai. She sent Qi and Wenze to hunt, while she went to find Ji Bai and others. The White Eagle tribe uses their wings to patrol the sky before hunting. Even though they now have other hunting methods, they still stick to their original way. Li doesn't know where they are hunting now. The best way to find them is to go to the most obvious place and attract their attention. Li broke a leafy branch and came to the edge of the plains. She first transformed into her beast form, then walked toward the center of the plains.
She walked step by step.
Among so many fierce beasts, Li remained calm. She carried the branch and walked peacefully among them. She looked like a brave general in armor, fearless and heroic. Her strong presence made even the instinct-only fierce beasts realize that this weak-looking female was not to be messed with. When she reached the center of the plains, she waved the branch and shouted, "Jibai, can you hear me? If you hear me, come down. I have something to talk to you about." She called several times. Finally, the flying white eagles responded. Li waited for them to come down. Before they did, Jibai's anxious voice came from the left. "You're too bold. Do you know where this is? We rarely hunt here because it's dangerous." Jibai flew over and squatted in front of Li. "Come up quickly." Li sat confidently on his back. Seeing her settled, Jibai took off again, grumbling, "There are many fierce beasts here. If you anger one, the others will attack you. We've hunted here for years, but never dared to go to the center of the plains. How come you dare? You usually seem so smart. Why are you being so stupid now?" Jibai kept grumbling like an old mother. Li said, "It's okay. I know very well whether it's dangerous or not. I have something to find you for. Can we find a place to sit and talk? You have something to ask me? You can go to my tribe," Jibai said, focusing on the main point. Li followed his words and asked, "I don't know where your tribe is?" Jibai was momentarily surprised, then remembered that Li had visited the wild lion and fierce wolf tribes, but not the white eagle tribe. "Then let's go to our white eagle tribe. Once there, we can talk more. Let me tell Chi-yun and the others. I want to go to your white eagle tribe." Jibai replied, "Okay." He took Li to Wenzai's place, just informing him before heading to the white eagle tribe. The white eagle tribe is very close to the plains. They flew only a short time before reaching the tribe. The white eagle tribe's people mainly live inside a tall mountain peak. The mountain is straight and steep, making it hard to climb. Near the top, they dug out caves for living. Jibai led Li to the biggest cave, walked inside, and pointed at a wooden stool, saying, "Sit down." Li sat down casually and looked around Jibai's home. Jibai's home is a dugout cave. Outside, there is some light, but inside it gets darker. In the middle of the cave, there is a fire pit with ashes, probably used for lighting at night. During the day, the fire is out, leaving cold ashes in place. Inside the cave, there are very few things. "Do you think I have few things here?" Jibai handed her a cup of water, made from a bamboo tube. "Thank you." Since there is nowhere to put the cup, Li held it in her hand and replied, "It's different from what I expected. You're the leader of the White Eagle tribe. I thought your place would be better. Animals without mates usually live like this. Even if I am king, it's no different. You're the king of the White Eagle tribe. Didn't the previous king leave you anything?" Since she couldn't see Jibai's room, the few things visible made it look less like his home. The previous king's belongings were given to the tribe members. In the White Eagle tribe, the king is a symbol of strength, so everything must be earned with your own hands. You can't use what the previous king left. I live alone, and as long as I am comfortable, I don't need many things. You really are easygoing. Compared to your home, my home has fewer things. Jibai looked into the distance. If Shuang Heir becomes my partner, I will work hard to make this home better. But now, the tribe doesn't allow me and Shuang Heir to be together. Li, you must help me so I can make my home better. This is good. I will find a way to make Shuang Heir partner. You can lend me 3 White Eagle tribe beasts for a while. What do you want my people to do? Li told Jibai about building the wall. After hearing this, Jibai happily agreed. That's not a problem. As long as you make Shuang my partner, I will lend you as many as you need. If I lend all your people, won't they go hungry? They won't, Jibai replied confidently. Actually, they'll eat very well. The beasts helping you with work won't let them go hungry. Maybe sending all your tribe members to your side is a good idea, using your resources and living off you. During this time, I will stock up more food in my tribe. As he spoke, Jibai's plans started to form. 3 beasts might not be enough. The faster you build the wall, the better. Maybe I should lend you a few more? No need, no need, Yenli quickly declined. Lending too many beasts is too much for me to support. Just 3 will do. If the tribe members were his own, Yenli could arrange things himself. There's no need to allocate all manpower just for building the wall. But if he borrowed people from other tribes, Yenli could focus on helping with the wall, while others like Qi Yun could concentrate on hunting. That way, they wouldn't go hungry. Jibai felt a bit regretful. If I lend a few more people to Yenli, he could save a lot of meat every day. After all, beasts eat a lot. Yenli, since you're visiting my tribe, I'll show you around, Jibai said. Yenli was a bit surprised. What's there to see here? A quick look at the cave was enough. You'll see when you come along, Jibai said. He carried Yenli on his back and flew out of the cave. As they approached the mountain peak, they could hear laughter and chatter from above. At the top was a flat area. The White Eagle tribe knew there weren't many places to play inside the caves, so they flattened the mountaintop and built a few grass huts to shelter from rain. They also surrounded the edge with a fence to prevent young cubs from falling off. During the day, the beasts went out to work, and the females and cubs were brought here. The cubs played happily, and the females cooperated in their tasks, creating a lively scene. At the top, Yenli saw a clearing where green leaves were covered with green millet, more than what the 10,000 Beast tribe had. Did you find so much green millet? Yenli asked. Jibai smiled proudly. We White Eagle tribe are the rulers of the sky. From up here, we see more than others. When it comes to finding food, we're better than other beasts. This amount of green millet is nothing to us. Yenli glanced at him, without speaking or objecting. The wind was strong on the mountaintop. Occasionally, the breeze blew, moving the small strands of hair on her forehead. The white-haired, red-eyed White Eagle tribe members were busy with their own tasks. The 2 stone pots sent over through the trade were already boiling food. Under the thatched hut, there were 2 large tree stumps hollowed out, used by the female to fetch water and cook. When Yenli visited the White Eagle tribe, she noticed there was very little here. Jibai, you can bring back Air and La La and the others and have them learn what I teach. They've already learned quite a bit. Jibai exclaimed. Yenli said, they mainly learned cooking with me. Cooking just needs edible ingredients, and they can figure it out themselves. Also, they learned some basket weaving with bamboo. I think your tribe needs baskets or similar containers. Jibai remembered Yenli's basket and nodded in agreement. You're right, we do need those. Didn't you trade green millet for the stone pots before? After they go back, send a beast man to learn from them. But I have a better idea now. Do you want to learn it from me? What is it? Firing pottery, a way to turn clay into containers. If you learn it, it can solve your storage needs. Also, this involves borrowing beast men from you. Although Jibai didn't know exactly what firing pottery was, giving 3 beast men to Yenli and learning from her had always been useful. Without hesitation, Jibai agreed to Yenli's conditions. This place was a bit far from the tribe. After finishing the discussion, Yenli said, it's time to go back. To be able to visit the White Eagle tribe again in the future, Yenli didn't sit on Jibai's back to return. She had Jibai take her to the ground, then followed her directions back to the plains. Walking on the ground, Yenli now knew how to find her way next time. In the plains, she found Qi Yun and Wenze still hunting. The beast they caught looked like a mix between a dog and a sheep, gray all over, with 2 curved horns on its head and short, fine fur. Since these 2 had previously caught a poisonous beast, Yenli examined it carefully and confirmed it was non-toxic before feeling relieved. They caught 5 beasts in total, which was a good result. When the time was almost up, the 3 of them headed back with their hunting spoils. A day passed peacefully, without wind or waves. Early the next morning, Yenli arrived at the earthen kiln. I burned the kiln all day and through the night, but now there are no flames and the temperature has dropped. Even if I get close, it feels cold and there is no heat at all. Yenli gazed at the kiln, took a deep breath, and reached out to remove the top layer of mud. The mud, after being burned in the intense fire for a long time, became quite hard. Yen Li took a piece of stone, gently tapped it, and the mud crumbled apart. She moved the pieces of mud aside, feeling nervous inside. Although she now had the skill to fire pottery, she still struggled to control the fire's temperature. The basic firing skill only taught her the fundamentals and how to make pretty porcelain, but actually firing it successfully still depended on her practice. She moved the mud away, revealing a bright white color.
Jenny was surprised.
She quickened her efforts to clear the mud, and a clear, white object appeared before her eyes. She succeeded. All the bowls and plates she had shaped were intact and undamaged. That's wonderful. Yen Li was very happy. Having the skill was great. She had done what she couldn't before. She happily took the bowls and plates out and couldn't wait to share the good news with everyone. She ran to the kitchen and saw Mo Yi bringing Shi Hao, Shi Zhe, and Shi Jie over. Yen Li ran up to Mo Yi and shared, Mo Yi, look. I successfully fired the porcelain. Mo Yi looked at the bowls she was showing off, only glancing briefly before his gaze settled on Yen Li's happy face. He had seen her joyful expression many times, but he never got tired of it. What's this used for? Shi Hao leaned in and asked, curious, not daring to touch it. Yen Li replied, from the shape, you can tell, it's for eating and holding things. Holding it like this, is it much better? Yen Li picked up a bowl and handed it to Shi Hao. Shi Hao took the bowl, feeling its coolness, and was intrigued by its size. It's a bit small. What kind of stone was it carved from? This isn't carved from stone. It's made by firing mud, Yen Li explained.
Mud?
Shi Hao looked down at the ground. Is this the mud you mean? Yeah, that's right, but it's a bit different, Yen Li said. This is made from mud, not as hard as stone. It can break if dropped, so you need to handle it gently. Yen Li, are you planning to borrow people from us to do this? Mo Yi asked. Yen Li nodded, noticing that Mo Yi's brows furrowed slightly. Isn't that okay? This is new stuff. We should show it to father first, Mo Yi replied. All right, I'll go find the Wild Lion King right now. Yen Li picked up the bowls and dishes, ready to leave, but suddenly remembered something. She paused and looked at Shi Hao and the others. Are you here to help me build the wall? Yes, to help build the wall for you, Shi Hao proudly said. Yen Li, everyone wants to help build the wall, so father had them compete to see who is the strongest. The strongest person will come help you, Mo Yi explained. The beast men of the Wild Lion tribe all wanted to help Yen Li build the wall. The main reason was that Shirshin was assigned to help Yen Li, so he could enjoy delicious food every day and bring some home for his partner, Mei. Everyone in the tribe was jealous, but without Night 2's order, they couldn't go to Yen Li's tribe freely. Finally, the opportunity arrived. No one wanted to miss it, so they all eagerly volunteered. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Night 2 organized a contest. The 3 winners felt proud and happy. Yen Li said, your Wild Lion tribe is very enthusiastic. Wait here for a moment. I will go find the Wild Lion King and come back. Shi Hao nodded in agreement. Yen Li and Mo Yi went to the Wild Lion tribe to find Night Tuesday. Yen Li explained the purpose of the bowls and dishes, the materials used, and the process of making them. Night 2 looked at the bowls and dishes and asked, can you make ceramics in any size you want? Of course. We can make clay pots and jars for cooking, or large containers for water or other items. In short, making ceramics can solve many storage problems, Yen Li replied. It was rare to see Yen Li so passionate about promoting her work. Because she had more knowledge and skills than others, Yen Li rarely tried to persuade others to do things. But when it came to making ceramics, she showed more enthusiasm than her allies. Night 2's lips curled into a gentle smile as he looked at her. All right, let Mo Yi learn from you. From now on, if you want to teach anything, Mo Yi will learn from you. After saying that, Night 2 cast a meaningful look at Mo Yi. Mo Yi, who looked like a block of wood, didn't notice Night 2's gaze, but he felt happy inside, thinking about spending the rest of the day with Yen Li. King of the Wild Lions, you can also let Nana and the others learn. Making ceramics isn't difficult. Yanli said. If Moyi learns to make ceramics, won't there be fewer hunters leading the group? Shihao told me they came to help build the wall after defeating their tribe. Strong beast men have come to my village. What will you do? Yanli, our fierce lion tribe is not as weak as you think. Shihao and the others are indeed quite strong among young orcs, but that doesn't mean their weaker tribe members are helpless. Knight too straightened his posture. I am the leader of our tribe. I always consider the well-being of our people. I think sending them to your tribe is not a problem. You don't need to worry that without our fierce lions, your tribe can't survive. Fierce Lion King, with your words, I feel at ease. Knight 2 nodded lightly. Yanli took the finished porcelain and returned to the valley with Mo Yi. When they arrived, Ji Bai was already waiting with the tribe members. Yanli carried the bowls and dishes and explained to Ji Bai about the exchange. In the Beiying tribe, white is their favorite color. Regardless of how nice the bowls and dishes look, they liked the color, so they agreed to use the porcelain to exchange for the orcs. After discussing this, Ji Bai went to find Lala and Shuanga to tell them about returning home. When Shuanga heard this, she hurriedly ran over to Yanli, hesitatingly asking, Yanli, did you tell the king that we can go back? Yes, you two have learned quite a lot here. It's time to go back and teach our people. Shuanga lowered her head, showing reluctance. Ji Bai saw through her thoughts immediately. Shuanga, don't you want to return to the tribe? No. I want to go back, but I still have a lot to learn here with Yanli, Shuanga said uncertainly. She liked life here. Though there weren't many people, it was relaxed and free. Everyone helped each other, and no one spoke harsh words behind their backs. There was delicious food every day, and she saw things she'd never seen before. Growing up, Shuanga was looking forward to tomorrow for the first time. Being with me, you can indeed learn a lot. But the next period will be busy. I need to take care of the 3 borrowed orcs, build a wall, and do other things. I've already taught you everything I can. I don't have time to teach the difficult stuff. Yanli tilted her head slightly, showing a hint of helplessness. Shuanga's eyes reddened slightly. I haven't fully learned what you taught me, Yanli. If I go back and can't teach everyone well, what should I do? Isn't there me? Lala put her arm around her shoulder. The king asked me and you to come here together so we could learn more. If there's something you don't understand, I can help. When the time comes, if neither of us knows something, the tribe won't blame only you. Lala. Shuanga's eyes shimmered with tears, like clear autumn water. Lala chuckled softly and said, All right, have you forgotten what Lord Yanli taught you? Be strong. When facing difficulties, don't back down. Break through the hardships and move forward. Just go back to your tribe. What are you afraid of? Yes, I shouldn't be afraid. In the past, only Ji Bai would comfort her and speak kind words. But now there's also Lala. Thinking of this, Shuanga felt she shouldn't be afraid anymore. Ji Bai smiled kindly, and in Shuanga's eyes, he saw a firmness he had never seen before. You're just going back temporarily. Once I finish the busy work here, you can come again to learn from me, Yanli said. It's just a temporary separation. We are allies now, and there will be chances to meet. Yanli. Shuanga couldn't hide her excitement and hugged him tightly. When you're done with your work, make sure to call me. Okay. Yanli agreed happily. All right, let's go back. Yanli still has a lot to do, so don't bother her here too long, Ji Bai said, stepping forward. With the hope that Yanli might still meet again, Shuanga felt no sadness about parting and left with Ji Bai. Yanli watched them leave with a gentle smile. After they were gone, his smile slowly faded. I wonder if, when the day really comes to part, I will be willing to let go? Really part? Mo Yi, standing nearby, asked softly with a questioning tone. Yanli replied, if Shuanga and Ji Bai become partners, they probably won't come here often, right? If Ji Bai is willing, he can still send them here like now. As the king's partner, as long as he serves the tribe, he can be anywhere. Yanli smiled and said, That's good. Now let's arrange for everyone to build the wall. We need to divide the area properly for them to build. After speaking, Yanli turned to find the beast men sent by the Beiying tribe and Shihao and the others. The beastmen sent by the Bai Ing tribe included Ing Chu and two others named Ing Yang and Ing Qingxing. Knowing their names, Yanli paused and said, "In all these days here, this is the first time I've heard of a beastman's name with 3 characters. There are many beastmen in the tribe. To avoid name conflicts, some have multiple characters," Ing Chu explained. Yanli nodded in understanding. Not wanting to chat about trivial matters, he led them to the edge of the mountain valley and said, "The trees here don't need to be cut down. Don't cut the trees that will be used to build the wall. I'm worried that if you cut too many, heavy rain could cause a landslide." "A landslide? What's that?" Sure Hao asked. "It's simple. Here, the ground suddenly collapsed, and the soil flooded my territory. This is called a landslide," explained Yanli in the simplest way. Most people who haven't seen a landslide couldn't fully understand this phenomenon. They just needed to follow Yanli's instructions. Yanli marked the area for building the wall. When they reached a point where they saw 3 marks on a tree, it meant their territory was complete and they didn't need to build further. A simple marker was enough. Sure Hao and others understood. To help them build the wall faster, Yanli gave them machetes and saws. The original machetes and saws could only be used by 1 person. Yanli needed to exchange for new ones from the shop, each costing 500 points of cultivation. Since these were usable tools, Yanli generously exchanged 2 machetes and 2 saws, totaling 2,000 points of cultivation, all paid with merit points. Their merit points dropped from 12,178 to 10,178. They had been saving them before, but now they had to use them. Yanli felt a bit sad, but new tools were essential to finish the wall quickly. After giving them the tools, Yanli taught them how to use the machetes and saws. The saws cut down trees, the machetes trimmed excess branches, and sharpened the part inserted into the soil. Sure Hao and others had never seen these tools before. When they tried to imitate Yanli, they couldn't help but praise how useful the saws and machetes were. "Lord Moyue, we can also make saws and machetes from turtle shell bones. It's so convenient for cutting trees,"
Sure Hao said.
Moyue looked at Yanli with curiosity. "Can we take them back to the village tonight?" "Of course. Take your time to look. If you want to exchange these for other things, that's fine too," Yanli replied. Moyue nodded silently. Sure Hao and Ing Chu would figure out how to use the saws and machetes, so Yanli felt assured and went on with his own tasks. When he reached the ground, Yanli paused when he saw Moyue walking beside him. He said, "Jibai forgot to leave someone here to learn how to make porcelain. Are you going to find him?" "No, he should come in a few days. We'll wait until then. For now, I'll teach you how to do it." Besides the right temperature, another very important factor in making porcelain is the clay. Not just any soil can be used to make porcelain. The most common traditional clay is kaolin. Even after digging up kaolin, it can't be used immediately. It needs to be processed through a process called taoship, clay washing. The process involves removing stones and other impurities from the clay, then using the finest clay to make the raw porcelain. She ordered the kiln burning skill and received a few packs of ready-made kaolin, which could help Yanli solve her urgent problem. However, if she wanted to teach others, making clay bricks by herself was essential. So, Jibai decided not to rush Yanli to learn porcelain firing. She first wanted to study the soil collection with Moyue. As long as she understood how to gather soil and make clay bricks, everything else would be easier. Fortunately, these are basic knowledge for firing porcelain. Once she learned the beginner kiln burning skill, she naturally had this knowledge. Now, it all depended on the results of the experiments. Yanli returned to the village, carried a bamboo basket, and went outside with Moyue to find clay. The summer heat on the Amand continent was extremely intense. Yanli had been on the continent for over 2 months, but she felt that summer there seemed very long. Even after more than 2 months, there was no sign that summer was ending. Luckily, the forests on the Amand continent were plentiful, so walking in the woods wasn't too hot. As soon as she entered the forest, Yanli opened her identification system. Since her identification system was now at the intermediate level, it prompted more information during identification. Yanli used the identification skill on a wildflower under a tree, and it gave a prompt: unknown plant, edible, medicinal value, can treat colds and chills. Seeing that it had medicinal value, Yanli didn't hesitate and immediately dug up the whole plant. She also saw some nearby and decided not to give up, digging them all up to take back. Originally, Yanli came out to gather clay for porcelain firing, but after upgrading to the intermediate identification skill, she couldn't stop digging up medicinal herbs. When she left, she hadn't planned to do anything else, but Moyue was beside her, accompanying her as she gathered herbs. By noon, the intense summer heat filtered through the lush leaves. Sweaty, Yanli looked for a place to rest. When she sat down and felt the dampness of the soil, she suddenly remembered her original purpose for coming out. Almost forgot why I came out in the first place. Moyue looked at her. After resting, Yanli remembered her main task and hurried to find suitable soil for porcelain making. While searching for soil, Yanli discovered that with the intermediate identification skill, as she unlocked more skills, her ability to identify things increased. Previously, she could only identify whether something was toxic or non-toxic. After upgrading to the intermediate level, she continued using the identification skill, and because her attention was on the soil, she suddenly received a prompt. Would you like to identify the soil? After agreeing, a line of information appeared. Fertile soil, suitable for planting, contains many stones, not fine enough for porcelain. Seeing this prompt, Yanli was stunned for a long time. To test whether her intermediate skills could be used elsewhere, she examined the trees. Sure enough, the trees showed the same prompts, indicating which types were good for making furniture and their hardness. Since activating her intermediate skills, Yanli had not had time to use them. But once she did, she realized there were so many uses. After learning this, Yanli quickly found suitable clay for making porcelain. Once she found the clay, she couldn't use it immediately. She needed to wash it in a basin, refine it into fine mud, dry it, then crush it with a wooden stick until it was ready for shaping porcelain. This complicated process made Yanli feel a bit annoyed, even with her skills. However, making porcelain was worthwhile because after the initial effort, she could produce many items at once. Compared to carving stone pots, which took a lot of time for each one, porcelain was more efficient. Wooden bowls and buckets could also be made, but they required detailed carving, which also took a lot of time. Thinking about how making one batch of porcelain could produce more than 10 bowls and plates, she realized that the most time-consuming parts were finding clay and firing the kiln. In the early stage, she needed to prepare the washing basins and gather more clay blocks. Afterward, everything became easier. She needed at least 5 or more washing basins. On the continent of Amand, where there was no cement or stone bricks, Yanli built the basins by the river, digging out 5 and lining them with wooden planks to prevent the clay from mixing with river mud, ensuring her work was not wasted. Yanli and Moyue had not finished their work when night fell. When she returned to her tribe, she learned that Lai Yan had already sent people. The visitors were Lai Yan himself, along with Lang Yun and Longshang. They arrived at noon, but Yanli had not yet returned to the valley, so they started working on their own, first chopping trees. As soon as Yanli arrived, Lai Yan couldn't help but scold her. Yanli, why are you so late? As the king, you've been away from the tribe for too long. What if something happens? It's fine. The 10,000 Beast tribe is protected by the Wild Lion tribe, so we're still safe. No other tribes dare to enter the territory of the Wild Lion tribe so boldly, Moyue agreed. Hearing this, Yanli's eyes suddenly brightened. Moyue, besides the White Eagle tribe, are there other beast tribes near the Wild Lion tribe? Yanli, I know what you're thinking. Moyue, don't tell her if there are other tribes nearby. Lai Yan said excitedly. Moyue nodded gently, standing on Lai Yan's side in this matter. Yanli knows which orc tribes are nearby, and will go to discuss alliances. The White Eagle tribe and the Fierce Wolf tribe are good examples. Moyi does not want Yanli to form alliances with more tribes. She is already busy enough with alliances with the Fierce Wolf and White Eagle tribes. Lai Yan, even if I form alliances with other tribes, I won't forget what I owe you, Yanli said. Lai Yan pouted. Even so, it's hard to talk to you now. If you have many alliances, it will be even harder to speak with you. All right, if you don't want to talk, I won't force you. As long as we're nearby, we'll meet someday, Yanli said calmly. She isn't in a rush to find all the nearby tribes for alliances.
Besides, she already has too much to handle right now.
She takes the herbs she collected and washes them at the pond. Yanli brings a bamboo basket and sorts the herbs. The herbs here look quite different from those she has seen before. To remember them easily, she takes small wooden boards and writes labels like cold medicine herb number 1 and bruise and injury herb number 1. Later, she records new herbs in the order she finds them, keeping it simple and easy to remember. Lai Yan sees the writing on the wooden boards and, for the first time, notices the characters. Apart from the number 1, which he understands, he cannot recognize the others. Yanli, what are you writing on these boards? Lai Yan's curiosity is hard to contain. Mo Yi also glances over. Yanli explains, these are characters. Characters? Yes, every word we speak can be written using characters. For example, I write it like this, and you write it like that. She writes the words I and you on the boards. Lai Yan stares at the characters for a long time, trying to find a pattern but cannot understand them. Mo Yi asks, why do you need characters? Yanli replies, for passing down knowledge. Passing down? If everyone knows how to read and write, I can record my life using characters. Even after I die, those who can read can understand what kind of person I was through my writings. Also, I can write down medicinal herbs and healing methods. People who know how to read can learn my treatments from my books and help more people. Of course, the most important point is that human memory is limited. For example, I tell you I need white rabbit, chili peppers, white fungus, garlic, wild greens, red berries, small red fruits, and other items tomorrow. You must bring back all of them without missing any. After you sleep, can you remember everything? Yanli asked. Lian Yan listened nearby with a distracted look. After a moment, he shook his head, and his eyes regained their brightness. No, I just heard you say it, and I already forgot. Father once taught me some medicinal herbs. It took me several days to remember them, Lian Yan said. Yanli smiled slightly. If you write down what you need, you can remember it even after tomorrow or the day after. That's the benefit of writing. As long as it's not destroyed, it can last forever. Yanli's eyes suddenly lit up. Let me give another example. If I write down the dishes I cook, the ingredients I use, and the cooking methods, then your tribe, if there are people who know how to read and write, can learn how to cook without coming to my tribe. This example was simple and easy to understand. Lian Yan's mood lifted again. Yanli, if you teach us writing, we can learn many of your skills. Yanli frowned slightly, but didn't answer immediately. Seeing her hesitate, Lian Yan asked Yanli, don't you want to teach us? It's not that I don't want to, but writing is much more difficult than numbers. Since I taught you simple numbers, I haven't had time to teach more. Without paper and ink, it's hard to teach writing. If I do, I can only teach 2 or 3 characters a day. As long as you're willing to teach us, 2 or 3 characters a day is fine, Moe said. I want to learn. With your words, I can't refuse to teach, Yanli replied with a calm smile. Moe was surprised and a little flattered, then a gentle smile appeared on his lips. Yanli, thank you. You're welcome, you're welcome. Since you want to learn, let's start with our own names. It's the same old method. Learning to write begins with learning to write your own name. While waiting for Aisha and the others to finish cooking dinner, Yanli handed them both some wood boards and charcoal and had them write their names. Then, she took a stick and carefully taught them how to write their names on the ground by. Moe and Lai Yan are already adults with strong learning abilities. After teaching them once, they can write their names well. When they see them able to write, Yanli pulls Wendy over and starts teaching her from the simplest strokes, encouraging her to learn together. Seeing Yanli teaching Wendy, Lai Yan quickly gathers his people to learn as well. Yanli doesn't stop them. After all, the merit for teaching is given per person, and the more people taught, the more merit she receives. Her only worry is whether these merits will be credited to her. But regardless, she still does the work. Since she's going to teach, Yanli also calls Shi Hao and the others to learn together. Time flies during the lesson. Before they know it, mealtime arrives, and Yenli tells everyone to go eat. After eating, she teaches for a while longer before letting everyone rest. Sure, Hao and his group can return to the wild lion tribe to rest, but the wolf and eagle tribes must stay here. Fortunately, Bai Yun and Xiong Luo's houses are enough for them during the day. Yenli did not let Shuang Er and Lala stay in their rooms, as those rooms were previously used by females, and she promised Shuang Er to welcome them back anytime. Whether they come or not, the rooms should be kept available for them. After bathing, Yenli lies down on the bed and calls out, "Ba Er, are you there? Host, is there something you need? Ba Er, you finally came out. Do you know how hard I've been thinking about you? Host, why do you miss me?" A cute little boy's voice reveals some awkwardness. "Yenli, what else? When you're not here, the system consumes my cultivation and merit." Consumed? I built a door myself yesterday, and I also taught Cloud and Wenze how to make doors. Yet, you only give me daily cultivation and merit, and I get no merit at all. Yenli becomes more excited as she speaks. "Host, wait a moment, I'll check." There's no response from Baer, but soon the voice returns. "Host, after my investigation, it's indeed like that. Now, we will add the merit and cultivation to you, 50 cultivation points for building the door, and 100 merit points for teaching Cloud and Wenze. Just make up for it." Yenli nods in satisfaction. She then asks, "Ba-er, why does the system swallow my cultivation and merit?" "Host, it's not swallowing, just that it didn't report in time." Not reporting in time? The universal system was created by the Hongyu Immortal Lord. Its functions are not perfect, and sometimes there are bugs, like your cultivation and merit not being reported promptly. Will these kinds of problems keep happening to Host? If you find any doubts, just say so. We will investigate, and if the investigation confirms the issue, we will give you back your cultivation and merits. That's really unfair to me. Yenli, hands behind her head, said, "It's clearly your side that caused the problem, making me anxious. But you only give me a small compensation, which feels too careless. Would you consider compensating me? How about this, Host? If we make 3 mistakes, you can choose 1 item from these to receive for free." As she spoke, a cloth, disinfectant, nutrient solution, sickle, shovel, and saw appeared in front of Yenli. Seeing the compensation, Yenli's spirits lifted. That's more like it. Proper compensation is necessary when doing things. If you make more mistakes, I won't get angry. We will try to reduce errors. "Err," in a dull, young boy's voice said. Yenli didn't speak, quietly watching the items being offered. Err waited a moment, but when she didn't reply, he asked, "Host, if there's nothing else, I'll go first." "Who are you really, Err?" Yenli suddenly asked. Err was silent for 3 seconds before replying, "Host, what do you mean by that?" "Err is just Err. Who else could I be?" "Err, you don't seem like a system at all. You can bargain with me, negotiate, and seem like a person managing my life on the other end." "Host, don't try to fool me, Err. I've been a cultivator for over 500 years. I've seen storms and winds. Do you really think a few words can fool me? I also thought I'd be exposed soon, but what does it matter once I am? Yenli, reborn on the continent of Amand, is your final task. To return to the primal world. You must survive there and eventually go back." Er and Yenli are old acquaintances. He knew he couldn't hide his true identity from Yenli for long, but he didn't expect her to figure it out so quickly. Once exposed, he simply stopped pretending and openly revealed his identity. Yenli was not surprised. She had sensed something strange before. Although she had never been to another world, she had heard many interesting stories from the mouth of the immortal Venerable Xianming, especially about systems. The immortal Venerable Hongyu was researching this, and out of curiosity, she asked many questions. It was known that systems either follow strict rules or hide personal motives. This system is very easy to manipulate, and Yenli had long suspected something. But this time, the clues she saw were too obvious, so she exposed the truth. "Does that mean, Bar, you are now in the wilderness realm?" Yenli asked. Bar sighed softly and replied, "Yenli, I know you have many questions now, but I can't answer them. My job is to report the cultivation and merits of the system. I won't tell you much about anything outside the system. If you want to know something, just focus on accumulating cultivation and merits, then come back to discuss. From what you're saying, it sounds like my arrival in the Amand continent is part of someone's plan. I don't know if it's a plan or not. I was just assigned to connect with you. You should focus on cultivating and earning merits in Amand. I'm busy here too. Remember, if you leak information, I will compensate you later. I will come to see you once every 7 days. You can try to make up for it, but don't forget, you said if you make more than 3 mistakes, I can choose something as compensation. Did I'm still too kind to you? Yanli smiled but said nothing. Bar said, I'll try to avoid problems. If you have anything else to say, just speak quickly. When you're done, I need to get busy. Report your merits and cultivation for today. Based on what you said, it will be hard for me to talk to you more in the future. Bar sighed softly and began reporting. You gained 30 cultivation points from gathering herbs and wild vegetables, 5 points for each ceramic bowl you burned, with 6 bowls totaling 30 points. Each plate is worth 5 points, 3 plates total 15 points, plus a fixed 3 points. Your current cultivation is 623. Teaching others to read and write earns 30 merits. Sharing food earns 16 merits. Daily fixed merits are 14. Your total merits now are 10,338. That's all for the report. Do you have any questions?
No.
Then I'm leaving. Wait, Yanli called out. Bar, who are you really? Do we know each other in the wilderness realm? I know you, but you don't know me.
Why?
You only think about becoming an immortal, ignoring everything around you. I've passed by you many times, but you've never looked at me directly. Yanli was speechless. In the past, Yanli was indeed like that in the wilderness realm, careless about others. Her closest contacts were the immortal Ming Xianzuan and the little fairy assigned to give her tasks and settle merits. She never thought about making friends with others, mainly because she was busy ascending to immortality and didn't have much time for socializing, so she focused on her cultivation. I have nothing to do, so I am leaving. I am very busy here and don't have much time to chat with you.
Goodbye.
Feeling guilty, Yanli did not call out to Bar again. Without Bar's voice in her mind, everything felt quiet, as if everything had returned to normal. Yanli looked at the ceiling, feeling a little sad. Bar, over in the wilderness realm, knew what she was doing here. Does that mean that her every move is known by the immortal Mingxian? Suddenly, she felt like she was being toyed with, held in someone's hand. She had never felt this way in the wilderness realm. For a moment, Yanli was unsure whether coming to Amand continent was a trial from the 2 great gods, or just an accident. Never mind, she suddenly thought. Anyway, the food here is pretty good. Life is a bit hard, but being able to enjoy a good meal each day is enough. In the past few days, Yanli focused on building the kiln. Yesterday, she dug a washing pool, and today she started using it. She used her skills to operate the washing pool, and everything went smoothly. She successfully got the clay brick she wanted. Holding the finished clay brick, Yanli brought Mo Yi to the spinning wheel. She skillfully shaped the brick into a bowl. After finishing, she remembered to teach Mo Yi how to do it. She placed a clay brick on the wheel and said, Mo Yi, try shaping it. Mo Yi nodded, placing her slender fingers on the clay brick and trying to imitate Yanli. But this kind of delicate work isn't easy to do just by watching. A piece of clay in Mo Yi's hands kept bending and wobbling, changing shape constantly until it finally turned back into a lump of mud. She didn't expect it to be so difficult. Mo Yi looked up, her golden eyes showing a hint of sadness. Yanli said, This takes some skill. Let me show you how to do it. Mo Yi put her hands back on the clay. Yanli's hands are small, but on this continent of strong warriors, laziness and weakness can be deadly. Her hands, especially her palms and fingertips, are calloused. Her rough, slightly coarse hands rested on Mo Yi's back of her hand, feeling rough yet soft, making her itch to scratch. Yanli leaned in close, and a faint fragrance emanated from her. The sensation of her hands and the scent made Mo Yi feel uneasy and distracted. Yanli held Mo Yi's hands, and the clay on the wheel finally turned into a nice-looking bowl.
Just do it like that.
Do you feel it now, Mo Yi? Yan Li asked. Mo Yi heard this, came back to his senses, looked up at Yan Li, and met her dark, almond-shaped eyes. He hesitated for a moment and stiffly nodded, I can try again. Then do a few more and I'll keep shaping. Yan Li took a piece of wood and a lump of clay. She first made a base, then took a round, long from a larger piece of clay, and wrapped it around the base to form a circle. She then pinched it with her hand. Back and forth, her jar gradually took shape. Mo Yi saw her method and asked, Can I do it like that too?
Yes.
But Mo Yi, you see, the shape made this way isn't very pretty. Using a potter's wheel makes the shape and thickness look much better. If you care about practicality rather than appearance, you can use a simple, rough method. Mo Yi looked at the bowl Yan Li made first on the wheel and then at his own unshaped clay lump. He lowered his shoulders and said, I will make this one first. All right. Yan Li nodded with satisfaction. Mo Yi continued to work hard with the wheel, and Yan Li helped correct him when she saw mistakes. In the valley, Wendy, who had nothing to do, saw them shaping pottery and found it interesting. He wanted to join in. Yan Li didn't discourage his curiosity and learning ability. She gave him a piece of wood and some clay, letting him sit in the middle to try. Lian Yan returned from the mountain and saw Mo Yi, Yan Li, and Wendy, 2 adults and a child, together shaping clay. At first glance, it looked like a happy family of 3. Seeing such a peaceful scene, Lian Yan suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. He frowned and angrily walked up to them.
Yan Li.
Yes? Yan Li looked up at him. Lian Yan said, We worked so hard building the wall for you, and now you're here playing with clay with Mo Yi? Who said I'm playing with clay? Yan Li argued back, I'm making porcelain for storing things. Clay can't be used for storage. Even if you shape it like that, water will get dirty and meat will get dirty too. You're a clever female. Don't you know that? Lian Yan didn't look at the successfully fired porcelain and saw Yan Li shaping the clay. He instinctively thought she was just playing here. Why are you so aggressive? Yan Li looked at him with confusion. You haven't even seen the finished product, and you're already scolding. When I finish, you can scold me then. I didn't scold you. I'm just a little angry. Why are you angry? I don't know. Just angry. Lacking confidence, Lai Yan awkwardly avoided Yan Li's gaze and spoke. He didn't even realize what he was angry about. It sounded like unreasonable fuss. Yan Li didn't argue with people who made trouble without reason. She turned to look at the dried bowls and cups she had prepared earlier, then stood up after washing her hands. Let's go. I'll show you whether I'm playing or working. Mo Yi, you come too. The dried bowls and cups were moved over. Yan Li continued to use yesterday's kiln to fire the porcelain. After sealing it, she ignited the fire and kept it burning brightly. Keep it burning until tomorrow morning. Come back then to check. Xingyun, watch the fire here and make sure it doesn't go out. The busy Xingyun responded with a nod. The new clay was still in the testing phase. They would decide whether to continue after seeing the results from firing. After shaping bowls and cups all morning, Yan Li stretched lazily. She noticed that Lai Yan still looked a bit angry and asked, Don't be upset. Tomorrow morning, you'll see if my clay work is useful. Hearing this, Lai Yan looked at Yan Li, then glanced at Mo Yi with a slight annoyance and asked, Why are you always with Mo Yi? Not exactly always. Yan Li turned to look at Mo Yi and thought about how they had important work to do together. She said, We naturally stay together. We have work to do, Mo Yi added. Lai Yan didn't believe it. I also have work. I helped build the wall. Why don't I stay with you? If I could build the wall myself, I wouldn't ask for your help. Isn't it because I'm busy and overwhelmed that I asked for help? Why doesn't he help build the wall? Lai Yan pointed at Mo Yi and asked,
Yan Li fronat.
Does this kid keep making trouble without reason? No, he's been causing trouble from the start. The wild lion tribe already sent beast men to build the wall. Mo Yi is here to learn porcelain making from me. Lai Yan, if you find building the wall difficult, you can tell the Lion King to assign someone else, Yan Li suggested. Lai Yan immediately shook his head, unwilling. No, I won't change. I'll do it myself. Since you agreed to help me build the wall, do your part properly. I'm doing my part too. Let's not bother each other, okay? Listening to this, Lai Yen found nothing wrong with her words. But just thinking about Yenli always staying with Mo Yi made him a little angry. He raised his eyebrows and glared at Mo Yi. Mo Yi sensed his hostility, but calmly looked back and leaned slightly toward Yenli. His calm gaze carried a hint of provocation. If it weren't for his promise to Yenli not to cause trouble, he might have acted differently. Mo Yi's action deserved a punch, but now he could only hold back his displeasure. Yenli simply prepared some food and, in the afternoon, carried a bamboo basket to pick herbs and wild vegetables outside. Mo Yi said nothing and followed along. While picking herbs, Yenli explained their uses to Mo Yi. After listening, Mo Yi's expression changed. Yenli, didn't you ask me before about herbs that treat fever? Yenli suddenly realized I didn't know about herbs back then, but now I do.
Why?
Because the divine granted me this knowledge. It made me understand which herbs are useful. This was true. The all-knowing system was given by the immortal lords. Although the skills were earned through hard work and cultivation, tracing the source showed that divine guidance was never wrong. Mo Yi listened carefully, frowning in thought, and didn't ask more. But he quickly gathered his thoughts. As Yenli dug up herbs and explained their uses, he listened seriously. Time flew by quickly. As evening approached, Yenli's basket was full of wild vegetables and herbs. She was satisfied and ready to carry them back. Mo Yi had already taken the basket ahead of her. His gentlemanly manner was something Yenli was used to. Just as they were about to step forward, suddenly, there was a splash. A small, dark creature fell from a tree and landed in front of them. Yenli looked at the fallen creature. It was small, weighing about 20 jin, around 10 kilograms, completely black, with a round head and two small, pointed horns on its forehead, looking somewhat like a dragon. However, its fur was short and dense, with small wings on its back and sides. If the beast looked like a lion, Yenli would think it was Mo Yi's child. This little beast was injured all over, with some wounds where the skin was torn and flesh exposed, blood still dripping down. It looked like it had been attacked by a fierce beast. Yenli picked up the little creature and said, "Who would have thought we'd find a fierce beast by accident? We can have it for dinner tonight, but I wonder if the meat tastes good?" After speaking, Yenli activated the identification skill. The result hadn't come out yet when Mo Yi's calm voice sounded. "Yenli, this is a cub of the Night Dragon clan. You can't eat it." Identification result. This creature is a beast man. Beast man? Yenli, who was holding the little beast's wing, quickly changed her hold when she heard it was a beast man. Such a small cub, how did it end up here? The Night Dragon clan, after their cubs turn 10, will drive them out of the clan.
Why?
To make them stronger. Mo Yi glanced at the unconscious little night dragon. The little night dragon that was expelled from the clan can't return unless it catches a much larger fierce beast to bring back. If it sneaks back secretly, it will be expelled again.
Yenli fronat un fappili.
Aren't they afraid of extinction? Without young ones, how can the clan stay strong? The Night Dragon clan isn't large, but they are very strong. Even the elders are powerful. Also, their clan hides away, so no one knows where they are. Since this little one appeared here, does that mean the Night Dragon clan is nearby? Yenli gently stroked the little creature's head. Mo Yi replied, "Probably not. We checked the nearby places. We know all the clans around, and there is definitely no Night Dragon clan nearby." Yenli no longer worried about where the little one came from. Seeing the injuries on the small creature, she focused on its merits and strength. She carried the little beast back to the valley and asked Aisha to boil some hot water to clean its wounds. The herbal medicine Yenli brought for stopping bleeding finally came in handy. She ground the herbs into powder and applied them to the wounds. Wendy watched the little creature curiously, blinking its big, watery brown eyes. "King, is he the only one? What about his mother and father?" "I don't know. Wendy, do you want to stay here and watch over your brother? When he wakes up, tell me," Yenli said softly while gently patting Wendy's small head. Wendy eagerly wanted to help Yenli. When she heard Yenli assign her a task, she nodded firmly. Okay, Yenli carried the dirty water outside. The kitchen was busy with cooking smoke rising as Aisha, Chi-yun, and others prepared dinner. Shi Haoing, Chu, and others also helped. Thinking about Lai Yen and the others coming to help build the wall, Yenli realized she hadn't cooked a meal for them yet. She asked Aisha to wash the herbs they dug up and went to prepare dinner. When Shi Hao and the others heard Yen Li was cooking dinner, their eyes lit up. Lai Yen listened more intently and quickly said to Yen Li, "Don't forget to add chili when you cook. Just like last time. The food Aisha makes in your clan doesn't have Sichuan pepper or chili, and it's tasty, but it's a little lacking in flavor." The Wolf clan was used to spicy food. After tasting Yen Li's spicy rabbit meat, they loved even more spicy dishes. Yen Li was a bit surprised by Lai Yan's request. She looked at the pot thoughtfully and then said, "To make a special spicy dish for the three of you, let's just have hot pot." Hot pot. After trying it once, Lai Yan's expression was a bit complicated. "Yen Li, hot pot is delicious, but is it spicy enough? Want something spicy? I'll make you a spicy hot pot. Mo Yi and the others can have a mild one. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. Trust my cooking skills." "Okay, I'll trust you." Hot pot is simple and easy. Everyone helps by cutting meat and washing vegetables, while Yen Li prepares the broth. To make it easier for everyone to eat, Yen Li makes 3 clear broths and 1 spicy broth. When the broth boils hot, she adds the meat and ingredients, then cooks for a while. During this time, Yen Li makes dipping sauces for everyone. Soon, the food is ready and everyone sits around the hot pot. Yen Li and Lai Yen eat the spicy hot pot. Yen Li adds plenty of chili to the spicy broth. When it boils, it's bright red and looks a bit intimidating. Lai Yen picks up a piece of meat to taste. The meat soaked in the spicy broth is spicy, numbing, and fragrant. After one bite, he wants to eat more. Yen Li's dipping sauce for the spicy hot pot doesn't contain chili. It's made with fragrant oil fried with sheep's white fungus and pork fat, plus some wild vegetables. The oil has a mushroom aroma, and the wild vegetables are light and fresh. When she picks up meat from the hot pot and dips it in the sauce, it's a little oily and flavorful. The aroma of the oil, the spiciness of the meat, and the freshness of the vegetables all burst in the mouth, creating a wonderful taste experience. It's so delicious that everyone wants to say yummy. After eating, Yen Li feels full. Wendy runs over on her short legs and says softly, "King, that brother woke up. I talked to him, but he didn't respond." Yen Li pats her little head.
Good job.
"Go have dinner. I'll go see him." Okay, Yen Li enters the room. The little beast, covered in wounds and just waking up, lies on the bed. Its blue eyes, like gemstones, are clear but show strong hostility when they look at Yen Li. "Little one, don't be so hostile. I'm not a bad person. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yen Li, and I am the king of the beast tribe. What's your name?" Yen Li shows friendliness and moves a chair to sit at a distance from the bed. The little beast's blue eyes watch Yen Li cautiously, clearly assessing her. "You are the one I found, and I treated your wounds. If I had hostility towards you, I wouldn't have helped heal you." Yen Li continues to show her good intentions. "I won't tell you where the Night Dragon tribe is." Yen Li slightly smiles. "I don't really want to know where your tribe is. I just want to know your name. What's the use of knowing my name?" The small beast's voice was not as soft and sticky as Wendy's, but it also sounded gentle, with a touch of youthful calmness. "Now that I know your name, I can call you that. If I don't know your name, I can only call you little guy. I don't want to be called little guy. My name is Isido." "Isido? That's a strange name." Isido angrily bared his teeth and glared at Yen Li to scare him. "Your name is strange. You look weak and useless. How can you possibly heal me?" "He's awake?" Mo's soft voice drifted calmly. Yen Li looked back at him and nodded. "Yes, he's awake. A little fierce." When Isido saw Mo, he paused, fear flickering in his blue eyes. His small body moved closer to the bed to hide. As a beast man, even though he's still young, Isido could tell that the beast man in front of him was very strong. He wasn't his match. Being expelled from the clan at such a young age, it's natural to be fierce towards others outside the group, Mo said. Hearing the words expelled from the clan, Isido looked angry. I wasn't expelled. I came out for a trial, to become a warrior of the clan. You're so young. Do you even know what a warrior is? Yanli asked. Isido proudly lifted his chin. Of course I do. My father is the strongest warrior in the clan. Everyone respects him. My mother said that when I finish my trial and return, I will definitely become a warrior like my father. It seems this is a custom of the Night Dragon clan. This little guy wandering outside, so young, doesn't think leaving home to live on this dangerous continent is a bad thing, Yanli said, resting his chin on his hand. He's a very brave little one. Brave? You think I'm brave? Isido's blue eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yanli nodded. Yes, very brave. But you don't have much strength. A stiff smile appeared at the corner of Isido's mouth. What did you say? Living alone outside takes courage. But you got yourself all hurt. If it weren't for us, the blood from your wounds would probably attract fierce beasts that would eat you in one bite. Yanli calmly explained his thoughts. Isido, as if stepped on his tail, suddenly stood up excitedly. I got these wounds because 2 adult beastmen bullied me. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have so many wounds. If it were fierce beasts, they couldn't hurt me. You were bullied by adult beastmen? Yanli asked. Isido was about to answer, when suddenly, his stomach growled loudly. Isido still had a beast form. It was hard to tell if his cheeks were red, but his dark eyelids drooped slightly, and his eyes showed embarrassment. I'll get you some food, Yanli said, glancing at Moyue. Moyue, watch him for me. Okay. Yanli went to the kitchen, picked up a wooden bowl, filled it with meat, sprinkled some chopped wild vegetables on top, drizzled a little sauce, and handed him a bamboo skewer. Among the beastmen, Moyue and Lian were the ones who ate here most often, and they had already learned to use chopsticks. But the new beastmen still couldn't use chopsticks. To make eating easier for them, Yanli had prepared bamboo skewers in advance. In the room, the fire flickered and danced. Moyue leaned against the doorframe, calmly watching Isido. Isido woke up to find himself in a strange place. His alertness never faded from his eyes, and his beast form remained, as he was wary of potential danger at any moment. Yanli brought in some meat, placed the bowl in front of him, and said, Eat. Isido hadn't eaten meat for several days. During this time, he had been surviving on fruit. The meat Yanli brought smelled very tempting. Isido looked at it, swallowed hard, took the bowl, and said, I will return the meat to you. I like borrowing and returning, Yanli replied. When you're healed, remember to give it back. Hearing this, Isido felt reassured and relaxed his beast form. He sat on the bed and wolfed down the meat, even forcing himself to swallow the hot food that burned his tongue. Eat slowly. There's more if you're still hungry, Yanli said. But Isido was so hungry that he ate greedily without regard. While he ate, Yanli observed Isido carefully. Isido had beautiful black hair, shoulder length, and looked like he hadn't eaten well for some time. He was very thin with bones showing. His face was youthful and cute, and he would likely be a handsome man when he grew up. He finished the bowl of meat quickly, including the broth. Yanli asked, Do you want more? More? Is there more? Isido asked, eyes flickering with hesitation. Perhaps because he was starving, he found the meat very delicious. Yes, there is more. But if you want to eat, go outside and eat with everyone else. I won't bring it to you again, Yanli said. Isido wanted to throw down the bowl and say he didn't want it, but the aroma of the hot pot drifted into the room with the breeze. The smell of the meat and his empty stomach were wearing down his pride and dignity. Yanli said, I'll go out first. If you want more, bring your bowl out. That I don't have beast clothes. Iso lowered his head and spoke. Yanli took a piece of beast hide from the shelf and handed it to him. Wrap yourself with this. Iso took the beast hide, wrapped it around his thin body, skillfully tied a knot, and then went outside with Yanli. Seeing so many unfamiliar orcs outside, Iso's nerves were tense, and he looked cautiously at everyone. Yanli knew he was on alert, so she asked everyone to step back a little, letting him sit and eat peacefully. When he saw the meat in the pot, Iso had the strong urge to lift the whole pot and eat it all. Seeing how quickly he was eating, Luo Yen said this little beast from the Night Dragon clan really can eat a lot. It's okay. He will return what he eats to me, Yanli replied. Although she didn't mind Iso eating the meat, after talking with him, she realized that this 6 or 7-year-old little beast had a strong sense of pride. If it was free for him to eat, he wouldn't eat much. He would only eat more if he was told he had to return it. Then he would eat boldly and freely. Why is a young member of the Night Dragon clan near our territory? Shihao asked, confused. I remember, the Night Dragon clan should be far from our group. Isn't it said that the Night Dragon clan hides very well? Shihao, do you know where they are? Iso paused for a moment, quietly lowering his gaze and glancing toward their side. Shihao said, I don't know exactly where the Night Dragon clan is. But I heard from a beast from the Grey Fox clan that they have seen many adult members of the Night Dragon clan on the Yami Plain. They guess the clan might be nearby. The Yami Plain is very far from here, a long journey, Shihao added. Yanli looked down at Iso. Iso's gaze shifted slightly, just enough to meet Yanli's eyes. He felt like his thoughts might be exposed, so he quickly avoided her gaze and lowered his head to eat meat. I don't care where the Night Dragon clan is. I don't want to find them either. Iso, before your wounds heal, don't forget about returning my meat, Yanli said. Iso replied, I know. I won't owe you any meat. Yanli didn't say anything more to the little guy. She turned around to add fire to the kiln over there, then came back to take a shower. Everyone had finished eating and was cleaning up the dishes. Yanli saw Iso standing nearby, unsure of what to do, and approached him. Iso, go take a shower, she said. Shower? Iso's pupils moved nervously from side to side. Yanli said, you're very dirty and smell bad, so go take a shower quickly. I don't want to shower. The brave warriors of the Night Dragon clan never take showers. Isidore immediately protested and even ran away in beast form, staying far from Yanli. Unkind little one, Yanli muttered softly, harder to soothe than adult beast men. Just ignore him. He's a young outsider, Lai Yan asked. Yanli, are you thinking of letting this young one join your group? That's my idea. Such a young cub is probably innocent and naive, with no bad intentions. He's still small, but Yanli enjoys raising him. Growing up together, watching him change from dislike to loyalty, feels good. The Night Dragon clan would never join other groups. They'd rather die than join anyone else, Lai Yan said. Yanli looked at him skeptically. You guys are a bit strange. How are we strange? Aren't you saying the Night Dragon clan is far away? Yet you seem to know a lot about them. Shouldn't the first beast men you meet be unfamiliar? The sea people come to invite us to fight their clan every now and then, Moyi explained. Yanli was more curious. Sea people? What kind of group is that? The sea people are the biggest group on Amand continent. They have lots of food and animal skins. Every so often, they invite us to fight their clan. The winning clan gets a lot of food. We've been there and the Night Dragon clan has been too, Moyi said. We've seen many beast clans there. The more we go, the more beast men we recognize. Yanli blinked, surprised by this news. Amand continent actually has gatherings like exchange meetings. Moyi, next time the sea people invite us, can I come too? Yanli also wants to see the beast men living far away on this continent and find out how many there are. She also wants to see how powerful the biggest beast clan really is. Yes, Moyi agreed. Isidore didn't want to take a bath, and Yanli didn't insist. She took some time to teach Moyi and the others to read a few simple characters. After they finished writing, she let them rest. After a busy day, Yanli felt tired, with her back and waist aching. She stretched lazily and saw Isidore curled up in beast form in a dark corner. Yanli walked over to him. Knowing Yanli wasn't a bad person, Isidore didn't hide. His big blue eyes looked at her bravely. Are you going to sleep here? Yanli asked. Isidore replied, I can leave your tribe. Then you should sleep here. If I let you go, the smell of your wounds might attract fierce beasts, and they could eat you. If that happens, I won't have any meat to give you. So, stay here until I get my meat back. As he spoke, Yanli turned to look at the cloud rising behind him. Are there any empty rooms? No, Your Majesty. When Wang, Lai Yan, and the others arrived, our tribe's houses became too few. Just find a place for this young night dragon to sleep. He won't join our tribe anyway. Qian looked at Yisudo with dislike, especially because Yisudo had been rude to Yanli. He glared at Yisudo with contempt. Yisudo met Qian's gaze, showing his sharp teeth and a fierce look, as if to say, I'm not someone you can bully. I understand. You've had a busy day. Go rest, Yanli said. Qian nodded and went to rest. Yanli walked over to the wooden house, grabbed some large planks, and laid them side by side near the fire in the kitchen. Then he returned to his room and spread a beast hide on top. After finishing, Yanli looked at Yisudo and patted the beast hide. Come here to sleep. The ground is dirty, and if your wounds get muddy, it will be harder to heal and could get infected. That could be deadly. Dead, do you understand? Of course I know. I'm not that stupid cub called Wendy. Yisudo walked proudly to the spot Yanli prepared. Just as he was about to sit down, a fist knocked on his head. Why did you hit me? Yisudo protected his head with his tiny paws, puffing up his cheeks angrily. Yanli didn't feel guilty about not bullying the weak. He scolded with a serious face. Our Wendy is very smart. Don't speak badly of Wendy. Humph. All the fools are in this tribe. They listen to you, a female. That's why other tribes aren't as strong as us night dragons. Yisudo didn't think he was wrong and kept bouncing around Yanli's sensitive areas. Yanli didn't know how to deal with this little guy and angrily slapped his. Yisudo jumped up in anger. Why did you hit me again? I didn't say anything wrong. Because you're the biggest fool. I saved your life. Humph. Yisudo turned his head away and said nothing. Yisudo, if you think you're a brave little warrior of the Night Dragon tribe, you'd better not run. You owe me your life and some meat. Until you've paid me back, you can't leave, Yanli said seriously, his dark eyes fixed on him. Yisudo felt quite resentful towards Yanli, but since Yanli saved him and he had eaten her meat, he couldn't fully justify his feelings. His confidence was a bit lacking. I understand, Yanli said softly with a slight smile, then turned to rest inside. The pride and arrogance of the Night Dragon clan made them dislike owing favors. Even though Yisudo was just a young beast of about 10, he understood this well. The next morning, Yanli woke up to find Yisudo already awake, still in his beast form. His cautious gaze softened a little when he saw Yanli. Yanli glanced at him but said nothing, rinsed his mouth, and washed his face. After finishing, he went to check on the small creature. His beautiful blue eyes sparkled like precious gems in the morning light. So lovely. Is there something? Yanli asked. Yisudo looked away and showed a fierce expression. Yanli didn't speak. He stood up, planning to check if the pottery kiln had succeeded in firing the ceramics. Wendy's soft voice sounded. King, good morning, Wendy, Yanli replied kindly. Wendy hugged Yanli's leg tightly. Yanli happily held him in his arms. Yisudo looked at their interaction with a hint of longing in his eyes. Good morning, King. Aisha and Winza approached respectfully. Yanli nodded slightly. Everyone else also woke up, and the quiet valley suddenly became lively. Mo-yi also arrived in the valley. Yanli saw him and said, Mo-yi, you're just in time. I was about to check if the ceramics we fired yesterday turned out well. Lian, come along too. That clay from yesterday? Lian asked doubtfully. Yanli nodded in response. The three of them went to the kiln. The soft clay, after long firing in the flames, became especially pliable. Yanli broke the clay and took out a well-shaped bowl and cup. This time, the clay used was different. So, the color of the fired bowls and cups was not the same as the high-quality clay Yanli initially used. The fired ceramics were a deep black color, completely black, with smooth surfaces. Although the color was different from what Yanli expected, the firing was very successful. Lian saw that the items taken out of the kiln looked different from what was put in yesterday, and his eyes showed surprise. How can this be? He asked in disbelief. Yanli handed him a cup. Try it. Would it get dirty if used for water? Lian took the cup, stared at it for a while, then looked back at Yanli and turned to pour water into it. Pouring water into a pitch-black cup made it impossible to see anything. Lion then poured the water from the cup into a bamboo tube. The water was crystal clear with no traces of dirt. Yanli took out the bowls and cups she made this time and placed them on the bamboo table in the kitchen. Seeing the increasing number of dishes, she felt quite happy. Moe, do you like the bowls and cups you made?
Mo bien noted.
You've learned how to make them. You can go back and teach the beast men of the crazy lion tribe, Yanli said. Moe was a bit surprised and a little regretful. I'll go back to teach them soon. Yanli looked at Isido. Isido was very interested in the dark-colored bowls and cups he made. His big sapphire eyes kept staring at them. When he caught Yanli's gaze with the corner of his eye, he immediately looked away. Yanli examined the wounds on Isido's body. His injuries weren't serious, mostly scratches. She said, Isido, come here. I need to put medicine on your wounds. Isido didn't refuse treatment. After Yanli finished applying the medicine, he stood quietly, letting her treat his wounds. Once she was done, she asked, Is there anything else uncomfortable? No, he replied. Good. Yanli stood up, arranged what Hiyun and the others needed to do today, and was about to carry the basket out of the valley. Lion called out to stop her. Yanli, won't you teach me how to make that clay? Wait until you finish building the wall, or you can go back to the Howling Wolf tribe and ask 2 more people to come and learn from me, she replied. Wait until I finish building the wall, then I'll come and learn from you. If I go learn from Yanli, I can stay here longer. Thinking of this, Lai Yen felt excited. Yanli carried the basket out of the valley. Moe went back to teach the tribe members how to make porcelain. Today, Yanli's main task was to gather medicinal herbs. She entered the forest and had only taken a few steps when she heard a sound behind her. She stopped and looked back. There was no one behind her. The wind blew, and a dry leaf slowly floated down. Isido, I know it's you. Come out. As soon as she finished speaking, the beast-shaped Isido stepped out from behind a large tree nearby. How do you know I came out? You have the medicine I gave you on your body. I can smell it. Tell me, why did you come out with me? Your wounds haven't healed that quickly. Isido shyly avoided Yanli's questioning gaze and muttered, You're a female and don't want the beast men to go into the forest. You saved me, so I followed you to help you. Do you want to stay by my side? Yanli asked, Since you want to save me, staying close to me would be better, right? Isidro glanced at Yanli with a low look but said nothing. He stepped over and walked beside her. One person and one beast moved together silently. Isidro was very quiet, not saying a word while following Yanli. With a small guard nearby, Yanli felt safe collecting herbs. Isidro looked around cautiously. Suddenly, he caught the smell of a fierce beast in the air and quickly warned Yanli, Hide quickly. A fierce beast is coming. Where? Over there. Isidro pointed with his small paw to the left. Yanli turned her head and saw, behind a tree, the silhouette of a wolf with ears. There were about 5 ear wolves she could see. Yesterday, she and Moi were moving in the forest and small fierce beasts didn't dare come out. Isidro was still young. His aura wasn't as strong as that of an adult beast, so the earwolves dared to attack them.
Got it.
You hide well. Yanli shifted into beast form and drew the dagger at her waist. Isidro watched Yanli in her beast form. Even after transforming, females only had their ears, tail, hands, and feet changed. Other parts remained the same. So, a female beast in transformation looked almost the same as in human form. I told you to hide well, but now you want me to hide? Isidro said in disbelief. Those earwolves could kill you. It's okay, I can handle it. Watch my backpack. Yanli walked toward the earwolves. Seeing a brave female approaching, the earwolves immediately attacked Yanli. Isidro wanted to curse Yanli, but the situation didn't allow any hesitation. He rushed forward to protect her. Before he could reach her, Yanli had already killed one earwolf. She stabbed her dagger into the first wolf that lunged at her. Her speed was fast. With a quick strike, she took down all the earwolves that tried to attack them. Isidro stood stunned, watching the wolves fall to the ground. He was slow to react and didn't regain his senses for a long time. Yenli returned, took her backpack, and put 2 ear wolves inside. 2 others were caught at her waist, and she couldn't carry the last one. She turned to look at the dazed Isidro and asked, "Can you help carry this wolf back?"
Yes.
Isidro snapped out of his shock and ran to Yenli. Yenli placed the wolf on his back and said, "We need to get back to the village quickly. If we walk too slowly, more fierce beasts might come." "I know." Everyone on a Mondar continent knew this rule. Even if Yenli didn't say it, Isidro knew to find a safe place when he smelled blood. Although both understood this, their luck was not very good. Just a few steps after leaving, the rustling sound came from the bushes behind. Yenli looked back and saw that the ears wolves were still there, with more of them. There were about 20 or so, led by a larger one. Since they were already here, Yenli saw that the opponent was a fierce beast he could handle. He threw the fierce beast in his hand and said to Isidro, "Isidro, go back to the village and call Xingyun and the others to help me deal with the wolves." "With so many fierce beasts, can you win?" Isidro asked in surprise. Yenli replied, "It should be fine. Don't ask anymore. Hurry back. If you go quickly, maybe you can come back and help me kill 2 of them." Isidro hesitated for a moment, then looked at the ears wolves rushing toward them. No longer regretting, he quickly turned and ran toward the valley. Yenli drew his dagger. Seeing the fallen companions, the ears wolves all lunged at Yenli. Yenli swiftly dodged the attacks and managed to take down all the ears wolves. As the number of ears wolves decreased one by one, Yenli knew that if he kept fighting, victory was within reach. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded behind him. A huge creature flew over and crashed heavily into a large tree on the left. The tree shook violently from the impact, shedding many leaves. The remaining ears wolves, sensing danger, turned and ran away. Yenli looked at the creature that hit the tree. It was a giant blue python. She turned her head toward the direction the python flew from. Emoyi frowned tightly, worried, and asked, "Are you hurt?" "No." Yenli looked at the unconscious python and asked, "Did you save me?"
"Yes."
"When I arrived, I saw it tangled in the branches and falling from the tree, right behind you, trying to bite you." Emoyi was out with the tribe members digging mud. Halfway through, he suddenly smelled blood and came over. Seeing the python attacking Yenli, he didn't hesitate and ran forward, punching the python to send it flying. "Thank you, Emoyi," Yenli said. Her eyes caught the python slowly moving, showing signs of waking. She walked over and cut off its head, ending the threat completely. "Lord Emoyi?" The beast man from the wild lion tribe, who followed, froze at the bloody scene. Yenli said, "This snake can be eaten. Emoyi, you can take it back."
What?
Snake can be eaten? I've never heard of that before. Snake can be eaten? Can it really be eaten? Aren't these fierce beasts poisonous? The beastmen from the wild lion tribe looked skeptically at the dead python. They had never eaten snakes or similar fierce beasts. On the continent of Amand, most pythons are highly poisonous, but the orcs don't know how to handle them. Some have been poisoned after eating snake meat, so for safety, they avoid all dangerous snake creatures. Emoyi had tasted snake meat at Yenli's place. He knew it was edible, but since Yenli made it, he wouldn't dare to eat it if others prepared it. "Yenli, we can't cook snake meat. Please take it back," Emoyi said. Yenli looked at the dead python and then at the ears of the wolf, his eyes brightening. "In exchange for the ears of the wolf, you should be willing to cook the wolf's meat." Emoyi didn't refuse Yenli's offer and nodded in agreement. Based on the size of the python, Yenli traded 5 wolf ears for 1 snake. Yisudo called Xingyun over, and Yenli asked him to carry the wolf ears and the snake back to the village. She was covered in blood, and walking in the forest was dangerous, so she also helped carry the wolves back. Emoyi asked 2 tribe members to accompany them, then continued digging mud with the remaining tribe members. Shile followed behind Emoyi and asked, "Lord Emoyi, do you like Yenli?" Emoyi didn't reply, just glanced at him. Shile said, "When you saw the python appear behind Yenli and looked so tense, it was the first time I saw you show that kind of expression." Mo Yi remained silent. Xiao continued, but when you talk to Yan Li, you put your expression away. You should let Yan Li see how you really feel. Shut up and work, Mo Yi snapped, glaring at him. When Yan Li returned to the valley, Aisha and others saw the python and kept their distance, avoiding it. This python wasn't poisonous, so anyone could handle it without risk of poisoning. However, the orcs had an inexplicable fear of snakes and dangerous creatures like them. Seeing they were afraid to handle the snake, Yenli told them to deal with the wolf ears and took care of the python herself. After finishing with the snake, there was still plenty of time. Yenli went to the river to get clay and returned to the village, planning to make 2 teapots for boiling water. Wendy saw Yenli playing with mud and came over to join. Yenli shared some clay with him. Just as she was about to start, she noticed Yisudo nearby and called out, "Yisudo, come help me." Yisudo didn't refuse and asked, "What do you need? Can you help me mold a pot out of clay?" "The same shape as this one," Yenli pointed to a stone pot nearby.
Yisudo ba Yenli a favor.
Although he looked reluctant when told to do the task, he obediently followed her instructions, working diligently. Yanli watched him make it but didn't plan to teach him how to do it. Yisudo held the mud, pinching and shaping it, but the thickness was hard to control. Wendy saw this and took on the role of teacher, softly teaching Yisudo how to do it, even though she herself couldn't shape it well. Yisudo didn't complain and quietly listened to Wendy's instructions. The older and younger children got along very well. Yanli also focused on making a teapot. When the teapot was finished, the 2 small ones hadn't finished yet. Yanli stood up to make another clay kiln, hoping to fire more ceramics at once. The clay kiln was dug out, and Yisudo's pot was almost done. Yanli took it over, made some repairs, and then crafted a lid and a handle based on its size. Finally, it was left to dry in the sun. After finishing this pot, Yanli made another one. When the shaped ceramics were placed into the kiln and fired, daytime was turning into evening. As another day was about to pass, Yanli turned around and went to the kitchen. She saw Xingyun, Xiongluo, and Aisha cooking dinner. Seeing Yanli, they all came forward to ask for help. "King, we've cleaned and cut the snake meat, but we haven't cooked it yet," Xingyun said nervously. Yanli looked at the prepared snake meat and said generously, "No problem, I'll cook it. Also, when we eat, don't tell Lei Yan that it's snake meat."
"Why?" Xingyun asked.
Yanli grinned mischievously. "I'm curious to see what their expressions will be when they find out they've eaten snake meat." Everyone. They never realized Yanli also liked to play tricks. Although snake meat is usually the least preferred ingredient among beastmen, Yanli's cooking skills are good, and she can sense the quality of the ingredients, so others would dare to eat it. After eating, Lei Yan and the others were told it was snake meat. They were initially startled, but quickly calmed down. Yanli didn't expect this reaction and felt that the fun of teasing was greatly reduced. "Is that all? Don't you find it scary or disgusting? Once it's in your stomach and you throw it up, it's uncomfortable and wasteful. But Yanli, aren't all snakes poisonous? How did you make this meat safe to eat?" Lei Yan asked. Yanli explained how to remove the toxins from the snake's body before eating the meat. Everyone looked surprised and a bit regretful about the snake meat they had discarded earlier. Another day quietly passed so quickly. After teaching them a few words, Yanli went to rest. The next day, Yanli checked her fired porcelain again and saw that all the pieces were successful. She then stopped focusing on making porcelain and waited for Xingyun and Xiongluo to finish feeding the fierce beasts. After that, she would teach them both how to make porcelain. With enough porcelain, there was no need to continue working on the clay pot. After teaching them to make porcelain, Yanli began to teach Xiongxing woodworking. The wood she had cut and set aside had aged enough to be used for furniture. Now that they had enough porcelain, the next step was making furniture and other items. Yanli already knew how to be a carpenter. The work wasn't very difficult, neither very easy nor very hard, but it was much simpler than making porcelain. So, Yanli decided to teach Xiongxing directly, letting him learn slowly. The wall was being built, the porcelain was being fired, and woodworking was ongoing. Several busy days passed. When Xiongxing finally mastered the carpenter's skills, Jibai arrived. Jibai came with Shuang and Lala. They arrived in the village, whether in the valley or on the mountain. Everyone was busy. After some time apart, many new things had appeared in the valley. Jibai found Yanli in the carpenter's house. Seeing the tables and chairs she made, he said, "Yanli, although your tribe has few people, they work just as quickly as us. It's been a while since I visited, and now there are so many new things." Yanli turned around when she heard him call her. After he finished speaking, she stood up. "With so few people in the tribe, we can only make up for it with hard work. Shuang, how have you been during this time back in the tribe?" Since seeing Yanli, Shuang smile never faded. Her beautiful red eyes sparkled with joy. When she heard her ask, she nodded happily. Lala put her arm around Shuang shoulder and praised, "She's learned a lot from you and teaches everyone when she goes back. Because she teaches well and remembers a lot, everyone's view of her has changed. They all like her now." The elders in the tribe are also not opposed to her being a partner with Wang Cheng. Hearing this, both Shuang and Jibai felt as if honey had melted in their hearts, and their smiles were very sweet. All the tribe members don't oppose, so why haven't you two become partners yet? Yanli asked. Yanli. Shuang carefully looked at Yanli's eyes and timidly spoke, "I want to learn more from you here, so that the tribe will accept me. Is that okay?" After saying this, Shuang heart was pounding anxiously. She looked at Yanli with worried red eyes. "I want to learn everything about Yanli and bring it back to my tribe. Even if Yanli people are kind, they are not part of our group. Yanli doesn't care much about teaching things. She only cares about merit and cultivation. Also, Shuang and Jibai are quite friendly, so even if she leaves for the wilderness realm, they will likely treat the 10,000 Beasts tribe well." Hearing Shuang's request, she replied without much thought, "If you're not afraid of tiring yourself, I can teach you whatever you want to learn." "Thank you, Yanli."
Shuang happily hugged Yanli.
Jibai also smiled slightly. When they released each other, Jibai said, "Yanli, I have something else to discuss with you." "What is it?" "I've been drying the green millet for many days. Look at it now, is it okay?" Jibai finished speaking, and a beast man from the White Eagle tribe, holding a bag of dried green millet, stepped forward. Yanli took a piece of green millet and bit into it. It had become very hard from drying, and it cracked loudly when bitten. "Once it's dried like this, after removing the shell, it can be eaten," Yanli said. "Can I borrow the shell-removing device from your tribe? I'll give you a small snow sheep in return," Jibai asked. Yanli smiled. "Of course you can." Just borrowing the millet shelling machine once would earn her a small snow sheep, a great deal for Yanli. Yanli asked Xiongluo to bring out the millet shelling machine. The machine is simple to use. Pour in the rice, turn it, and it works. After demonstrating once, Yanli let them try turning it themselves. "Yanli, you told us before that this is hard to do and requires many resources to exchange for it. Can you teach us how to make one?" Jibai asked. Having a millet shelling machine in her tribe would make removing millet shells much easier. Otherwise, they would have to run around every time to shell millet, which is tiring. "I've been busy with new things lately and haven't had time to teach you how to make the millet shelling machine. But besides that, there's another way to shell millet, pounding it." "Pounding millet? It's simple. Just use a pestle and a container. Pound the green millet to break the shells. But it takes more effort and time compared to using the machine. If your tribe has females, they can do this to shell the millet." "Is there really such a method?" Jibai was a bit skeptical. Yanli said, "This is a method I saw in other tribes. Different people live in different places and have their own ways of life and survival, just like the Lilang tribe can eat spicy food, but your tribe can't handle any spice. Please teach us how to pound millet first," Jibai said. "The tools needed for pounding rice are few, just 2 types. A stone pot can replace a traditional container for pounding rice. Among the Yanli tribe, many stone pots are available. Take a deep-carved stone pot and find a sturdy wooden stick from a wooden house. Smooth a section of the stick, put the green rice into the stone pot, and then use the wooden stick to poke into the rice. Repeat this several times until the shiny, golden shells are removed, revealing the green rice inside." Yanli repeats the process several times, but her hands start to feel tired as she hasn't finished removing all the shells. That's it. Now you try. Yanli hands the wooden stick to Jibai. After trying, Jibai confirms she can remove the shells and asks Yanli, "Why don't you use this method for shelling? Use a rice hulling machine and you'll understand why I don't use this method." Jibai takes some rice and puts it into the rice hulling machine. She turns the handle twice, and the rice comes out with the shells separated. This method is much faster than pounding rice by hand. In just a few moments, it's much quicker than pounding for a long time. That is indeed much faster, Jibai says. Yanli shrugs, "But I don't have time to teach you. Your tribe has many women, so you can use pounding to shell the rice. As long as the shells come off, speed isn't so important. The Wansho tribe values efficiency only because they are fewer in number." Hearing Yanli's advice, Jibai divides her people into 2 groups to shell the green rice. After finishing this, Yanli asks Schwanger and Lala to learn how to make pottery, while she carries a bamboo basket to gather medicinal herbs. Jibai notices a small black creature always nearby Yanli and can't ignore it. She asks, "Yanli, where did you find this little beast from the Night Dragon tribe?" "I found it while gathering herbs outside," Yanli replies. "I'm not just a find." Isido protests angrily. Yanli corrects herself, "I rescued it." She turns to look at the little creature. "Am I right in saying that?" "Humph." Isido doesn't reply, haughtily turning her head away. Jibai asks again, "Will it join your tribe?" "Probably not. It's just helping out as a way to repay me for saving it." Isido doesn't protest, but shows a very disdainful expression, turning her head away from them. It's getting late, so Yanli stops chatting with Jibai and heads outside with Isido to gather herbs. A large and a small figure arrive at a plain. Yanli squats down to collect herbs and wild vegetables. Isido stands on a high place, looking around cautiously with her blue eyes, alert to her surroundings. Suddenly, seeing a figure nearby, Isido said, "Yanli, a wolf with ears is approaching." "Quick, hide in the tree," Yanli replied. She slung her basket on her back and climbed up the nearest tree with Isido. The approaching ear-eared wolf saw them climbing the tree and let out a furious roar below. Isido glared at it and said, "Why are we hiding from them? I can beat them. I don't want to get covered in blood. I only gathered a little medicinal herb. If I bring back the blood-stained wolves, it will delay my progress. When can I freely use the herbs?" Currently, the main danger in this area is the ear-eared wolves, along with various birds and snakes. Yanli and Isido go out daily to gather herbs. They can bring back some each day, but they can't control how many wolves they kill. Too many wolves are killed, and it affects their cultivation progress. By now, cultivation is less important. Yanli now sees the wolves as food. However, she values the herbs more than the wolves. If she has gathered enough herbs, Yanli would have no hesitation to bring the wolves home as food. "You are a strange female. I can't understand what you do," Isido said. Yanli said, "You're also a strange little beast. I can't understand what you do either." "How am I strange? Your wounds are already healed. You've done enough to repay your kindness over these days. Why haven't you gone back to your group to hunt the fierce beasts?" Isido's wounds weren't serious to begin with. Yanli used herbs from a Mon continent to make medicine, which worked very well. After 2 days, Isido's wounds had healed. Before healing, Isido helped with chores. After healing, he worked even more diligently. Yanli felt that what she had done was enough to repay her life-saving kindness. Isido turned his head away proudly and said, "It's none of your business. When I want to go back, I will. I won't be freeloading in your tribe. If you want me to leave, I can leave anytime. I won't chase you away. You can leave whenever you want, but you need to tell me when you leave." The ear-eared wolves circled under the tree for a while. Seeing Yanli and Isido stay on the branches for a long time without coming down, they lost patience and dispersed. Yanli returned to the ground to gather herbs. Once she had collected enough, she would slaughter the wolves she caught and bring them home to cook and eat. Back in the village, Jibai had not left yet. Seeing Yanli return, he complained, "Why did you come back so late? I've been waiting for you a long time." "Waiting for me to do what?" How do you eat the green millet? Teach us how to cook it. Yenli suddenly understood and said, Sure. Before I teach you how to cook, help me shell those green millet first. Yenli explained, I've been too busy lately to shell the millet. Talking about how busy he's been, Yenli sounded a little worried about himself. Jibai said, Okay, we'll do it. Where do you keep your green millet? Yenli pointed in a direction, and Jibai took people to move it. They quickly found a basket of green millet in the storage room, poured it into a rice husking machine, and turned it on. The millet and shells separated. Meanwhile, Yenli was teaching Shuang-er and Lala how to cook the rice. Green millet makes good rice, but porridge doesn't taste as good. It's a bit hard to eat. So he was just teaching how to cook simple rice. Cooking rice is very easy. Just add enough water, watch the fire, and don't let it burn. Put the green millet into a stone pot to cook, and you don't need to watch the fire all the time. It was almost evening now, and the clouds in the sky looked like they were on fire, layered with colors from dark to light. Yenli asked Aisha to wash the herbs she collected, while he went to cook dinner for tonight. When it was completely dark and the stars filled the night sky, dinner was ready. Jibai left a lot of green millet, enough for a big pot after cooking. Yenli served everyone a bowl of green millet rice. Once everyone had their bowls, Yenli showed them the proper way to eat. Some people looked annoyed or uncomfortable with the way to eat, while others looked unsure. Yenli saw these expressions and asked, What's wrong? Using 2 small bamboo sticks to pick up rice is too little for one bite, Lai Yen said first. We all like to eat big pieces of meat at once. What's the point of eating such small pieces? Orcs usually eat rice in large bites, so their eating habits are different from theirs. Not being able to eat meat freely is the biggest problem with rice. Yenli didn't mind and picked up a piece of meat to put on the rice. Don't rush to judge.
Try a bite first.
Mo Yi was the first to taste. The green millet rice was soft, sweet, and had a fresh plant aroma. Eating it with meat wasn't strange, but it wasn't particularly impressive either. After all, green millet rice is just rice, not some rare delicacy. But it was edible. Is it okay? Yenli asked Mo Yi. Mo Yi nodded. Yenli said, Rice isn't especially tasty, but as a main food, eating meat and rice together can save a lot of meat. The main point is to add another edible thing. If hunting fails to get meat, we won't go hungry and there's still something to eat. After everyone tasted it, they all agreed with Yenli's words. They always have high hopes for what Yenli makes, hoping it will be better than before. So, when they tasted the plain, slightly sweet green rice, they felt a bit dissatisfied and disliked it because it was bland and hard to eat. But they didn't realize that it was much better than before Yenli arrived. Before, they couldn't even fill their stomachs, so they had no right to complain about the food. Having a new edible food is good, but eating it like this is really troublesome. Isn't there a better way? Lai Yen asked. Orcs are wild. Even after Yenli came, their wild nature wouldn't change overnight. For example, sitting at the table and eating politely with chopsticks. Seeing Lai Yen keep asking questions about eating from the start, Yenli sighed helplessly and chose to ignore him for now. He asked Jibai, do you also think eating like this is troublesome? Yes, a little, Jibai nodded. There are only a few grains of green rice with each chop, so eating isn't satisfying. The green rice isn't sticky and is quite soft. When using chopsticks, it's hard to pick up many grains at once. Orcs are used to grabbing a piece of meat and eating it greedily. Eating rice this way makes them unhappy. Yenli stood up, went to the kitchen, and brought back a small spoon for them. Use this to scoop and eat. Jibai took the spoon, scooped some rice, and ate it with the meat. It was a big bite, and Jibai nodded with satisfaction. That's better. Yenli got up again, went to the kitchen, found a leaf, washed it, and spread the green rice on it. He added shredded meat on top, poured some vegetable juice, rolled up the leaf, pressed it tightly, then unrolled it. Unfortunately, because the green rice was soft and not sticky, Yenli rolled it again and handed it directly to Jibai. Try eating it like this and see if it tastes good. Why do I have to eat it? Right now, your tribe is the only one with green rice, and you're the one who asked me to teach you how to eat it. Since I made it for you, you should eat it. Whether it tastes good or not, and whether it should be done this way, isn't that your White Eagle King's decision? White took the vegetable wrap and said, I think eating it like this tastes good enough. No need to try other ways. He looked at the wrap with some disgust and chewed it with his eyes closed.
伊儿靠近燕离的耳边低声说，汪最怕吃那种野菜，不管吃多少次，他都不喜欢。
Sure enough, picky eating is something everyone does.
歪忍着不喜欢，把菜卷和米饭一起吃下去。
The wild vegetable leaves are crisp and slightly sweet, with some plant juice and meat inside the rice. One bite doesn't taste as bad as White thought. Is it because I like eating green rice? White mumbled before swallowing.
燕离问，味道怎么样？还行，能吃。
White swallowed the rice. With his opinion, Yanli washed all the remaining wild vegetable leaves in the kitchen and let everyone prepare their own food. Wrapping rice with wild vegetable leaves made eating simpler on the bamboo table. Without a bamboo table, the beastmen gave up on wrapping and just ate rice and meat directly. Everyone felt it was pretty good and acceptable after eating. White took another bite of rice wrapped in wild vegetables and asked Yanli, Why don't you eat like this? Because I don't eat raw food. I don't like raw meat or raw wild vegetables. Fragile females, in our tribe, everyone eats raw. Iso's disdainful voice sounded faintly. Yanli looked back and saw Iso sitting where he was sleeping, holding a bowl of rice. He wasn't used to chopsticks and ate with his hands directly. Night Dragon tribe eats raw meat? Hearing this for the first time, Yanli asked curiously. Iso replied, Of course. We catch live, fierce beasts, don't shave their fur, bite into them directly, drink their blood, then skin and eat the meat. That's a very beastman way of eating. On this continent of Amand, beastmen eating like this is considered normal. Why don't you guys start fires? White asked. Iso snorted. Of course we can start fires. Dayan asked, Then why do you eat raw? Iso said, Because fire creates smoke. If outsiders see the smoke, they can find our tribe. To avoid being discovered, our tribe doesn't start fires. Exactly. Yanli's eyes lit up. She suddenly realized that on this primitive and backward continent, any place with smoke must have beastmen living there. Using this method, even the most hidden beastman tribes could be found. Even if you keep searching, you won't find the Night Dragon clan because you don't use fire. Jibai nodded understandingly. But the Night Dragon clan claims to be the strongest group. I didn't expect that. To hide their clan, they don't even use fire. We just don't like outsiders, especially beastmen, disturbing our lives, Isido said angrily. Outsiders are all terrible, and we refuse to associate with them. Now you're saved by an outsider female and living on their land, eating their food, Lai Yan said calmly. Looking at Isido, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Jibai's lips curled into a sneer as he glanced at Isido. Exactly. The Night Dragon clan says they dislike outsiders, but aren't you now on outsider territory? Are you so hungry that you can't shut up? Yanli said. Jibai replied, Yanli, I'm just teaching that little Night Dragon a lesson. I just see a small one bullying a weaker one. A young beast with no bad intentions. And don't forget, when we had no allies, how did you see me? Jibai and Lai Yan were silent. Just eat and stop talking about nonsense, Yanli said. Jibai and Lai Yan dared not bother Isido anymore and obediently ate. Isido looked at Yanli, turned his back to them, and continued eating his food. Tonight, with food available, the meat and rice quickly filled everyone's stomachs. Jibai was pleased to see some meat left over tonight, which increased his good impression of green meat. Yanli asked everyone to wash their dishes and then sat together to teach them how to write. Seeing them writing, Jibai asked curiously, Yanli, what are you all doing now? Teaching everyone to write. Don't ask me why, I'll tell you the benefits of writing. Seeing Jibai was about to ask, Yanli quickly interrupted and explained the advantages. Currently, the main benefit of writing is that Yanli doesn't have time to visit their clan, but to teach them, the best way is to write things down and learn by following the written words. Jibai's eyes lit up when he heard about the benefits of writing. So, we really need to learn writing. Eaglet, is it easy to learn? It's okay, not too hard, Ingchu said. Jibai nodded. Then you all must study hard. After learning, go back and teach your clan members. Zibai, since I'm teaching you writing, you haven't shown any appreciation, Yanli asked. Zibai asked, just tell me what you want. If I can accept it, I'll give it to you. Just having you here is enough. Tell me what you want, and I will do my best to help, Yanli said happily. Zibai was very generous when giving things to Yanli, not afraid of any big requests. Halfway through writing, suddenly a beast man from the wild lion tribe hurried over, looking anxious. Lord Moy, several members of our tribe have been badly injured by ferocious beasts. The king asked you to come help Yanli. Moy immediately stood up. Before he could speak, Yanli also stood up and said, let's go. I'll get some herbs. What kind of injuries do they have? Yanli asked as they walked. They were bitten by ferocious beasts and lost a lot of blood. Yanli took some hemostatic and bruise medicines and followed them to the wild lion tribe's village. The injured beast men were placed in the square, surrounded by tribe members. Yanli is here. Someone shouted. Everyone looked at Yanli, hoping for help. Yanli said, everyone step back. Don't crowd here. It's hard for me to treat them if you're too close. Hearing Yanli's words, the crowd hesitated and moved back a few steps. Yanli examined the injured, all of whom were badly hurt. The most serious, one had lost both legs. Yanli, do you have a way? Yetuo asked while applying medicine to the least injured beast man. The treatment for beast men was simple. They only crushed herbs and applied them to the wounds. Minor injuries could be treated easily, but severe ones often couldn't be saved with just herbs. I'll try. Yanli approached the most seriously injured beast man. She saw that this beast man not only had no legs but also had a serious head injury. His breathing was weak, and he looked close to death. Yanli didn't hesitate. She took out a bottle of basic nutritional medicine, forcibly opened his mouth, and fed it to him. He took a breath of relief. Then Yanli carefully prepared a quick-healing hemostatic medicine from the herbs she found. Moye, help me crush these herbs. Moye took the herbs and quickly crushed them with a stone given by a beast man nearby. Yanli gently touched the injured head. Just a light touch made the beast man grimace in pain. The area that should be the skull was now strangely soft, probably broken. Is there still hope? Yanli wondered silently. She had already used one bottle of nutritional medicine. If she couldn't save him, it would be a waste. Thinking this, Yanli looked at her available medicines and took out a universal wound spray, applying it to the head wound. After spraying the medicine, she waited quietly. I went to check the injured orc again, and found that the hardness had slightly improved. I don't know if the universal healing potion or other nutrients worked, but the orc's face and breathing looked much better. Not to mention, the medicine provided by the system is really powerful. Yanli, the medicine is ready, Moye said, bringing the crushed herbs. Yanli took the herbs and first disinfected the wound on the orc's broken leg. After disinfecting, she applied the crushed herbs on the wound and then wrapped it with gauze. Thanks to the treatment, bandaging, and the herbs' healing effects, the bleeding stopped. Yanli checked the orc's condition again. The critical wounds had been treated, and his breathing and expression improved a lot. She then examined other parts of his body and found that 2 of his ribs were still broken. She applied medicine and bandaged the broken ribs. After finishing the first aid for the orc, Yanli was sweating heavily. Looking at the orc's condition, his breath was still there, and the frown caused by pain had eased. Yanli then checked on the other orcs. There were 6 injured orcs, each with a broken bone and various skin wounds, but none had as severe injuries as the one with both legs broken. Using the herbs she collected over the past 2 days, Yanli prepared crushed herbs to apply to their wounds. After working for a while, she and Yi Tu finished treating all the orcs' wounds. All the injured orcs' lives were saved, and Yanli finally relaxed. Her tense nerves loosened, and she sat on the ground, not wanting to get up. Thank you for your help, Yanli, Yi Tu said, leading his tribe members over with gratitude. I didn't expect you could even save Lion Yuan. His name is Lion Yuan? Yanli looked at the most severely injured orc.
Yetu nodded. Yes.
Seeing Lion Yuan, who had lost both legs, Yanli didn't know what to say. On this dangerous continent, what can a legless orc do? Why are they so badly injured? Yanli asked, changing the subject. Yi Tu replied, they were attacked by unknown fierce beasts. Where? On the newly discovered hunting plain. Yanli was silent. She had heard Mo Yi mention that new hunting plain before, but she hadn't been there once since she learned about it. Are you going to seek revenge? If the beast is still there, we will go and kill it. Take me with you. You want to go? Yi Tu's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Yanli, widen your horizons, see more fierce beasts. If one day the same beast attacks the village again, you'll know how to handle it. King of the wild lions, don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. If you're going, then come with us, Minji suddenly said. Maybe it's a good idea to have Yanli go along. Even the lion spirit that couldn't be saved was rescued. If the beast men seek revenge for that fierce beast, and someone gets hurt, Yanli can help treat their injuries. Yanli made a simple stretcher, placed the injured beast man on it, and carried him home to recover. After finishing, Yanli washed his hands and, with Minji's, returned to the valley. The two of them arrived back in the valley. Minji sealed the stone at the mountain gate. Are you really going with us tomorrow? Minji suddenly asked. Yanli asked back, aren't you worried about me going with you? The beastmen of the wild lion tribe are very strong. So many injured beastmen tonight. It might be dangerous for you to go. It's okay. I can run very fast. Minji frowned and was silent for a moment. Then he said, Yanli, the injured tribe members survived because of your treatment. If you want to thank me, there's no need. We're good friends. Thanks and gratitude are a bit awkward. Yanli, no one among us can treat as well as you do. If you get hurt, no one can heal you. Do you understand? Yanli's expression suddenly froze. She was speechless for a moment. Yes, she hadn't thought of that. On this continent, she's the only one with those medicines. If she gets hurt, who will treat her? Yanli, think carefully about whether you want to go with us. I don't want you to get hurt, Minji said before turning to leave. Yanli said, I want to go, not just to broaden my view, but more importantly because I'm worried you might be in danger. Minji was stunned and stood still. Yanli continued, if I go with you, at least if you get hurt, I can treat you immediately. So, I will protect myself in danger, and also protect you. Minji didn't expect Yanli to say such words. He slowly turned around and looked into Yanli's determined, bright eyes. You care about me so much because we are good friends? That's part of it, but you've been helping me since we met. So, as long as I'm alive, I will help you. Yanli smiled at him, her warm smile making his heart feel warm. Yanli, if you really want to go, you must stay somewhere safe. Yes, I can. I'm not a child. Since I want to help you, I definitely won't cause trouble for you. With Yanli's reassurance, Mo Yi relaxed and seemed to agree to go with Yanli. They agreed, and Mo Yi spread his wings, looked at Yanli, then flew back to the village. Yanli watched him leave, then turned to the dark corner and asked, Isido, how much longer do you plan to hide there? Isido stepped out of the darkness. Under the moonlight, his blue eyes shone brightly as he looked at her. Why do you follow me to the lion tribe, then come back, and also hide and listen to our conversations? Why do you do these things, Isido? Yanli asked. I don't understand. Don't understand what? Why is a female like you the leader of a tribe? And why do you have such a good relationship with outsiders, like the beastmen? You do many strange things. Everything you do is strange. So I want to know what kind of female you really are. Are you such a curious little one? Even at your age? Yanli said as she walked toward the wooden house. Isido followed her. I just want to know what kind of female you are. Everything you do is strange. Your tribe and that beast man named Mo Yi, why don't they have any doubts about you? They do have doubts, but I don't say anything. What can you do to me? Yanli looked at him with a slight smile in her eyes. Isido said nothing. Then just see me as a strange female, little one, Yanli said, rubbing his small head. Tomorrow, they will go to the lion tribe to deal with the fierce beast that injured Lion Yuan and others. Yanli took a bath, checked her merits and cultivation today, then went to sleep to rest well. Early the next morning, Yanli told them about the plan. Schwanger worriedly held Yanli's hand. That fierce beast injured 6 beastmen from the lion tribe. It must be very dangerous. Yanli, you must be careful when you go.
Got it.
King, should I go with you?
Qian asked.
Yanli shook her head. You need to go hunting with Wenze. If you don't hunt, we won't have meat today.
King, what about me?
I want to go with you. Xiongxing raised his hand. Yanli still disagreed. You should learn from the carpenter I taught you. I'm waiting for you to help me build a beautiful wooden house. If it's just for making furniture, I can teach you to use bamboo, which is faster.
King.
No, you can't. Before Xingyin could speak, Yanli quickly objected. There are many things to do in the clan. Losing one person means everyone will be very busy. We don't have many people now, and I don't need your protection. Just stay in the village and wait for me to come back. Yanli looked confused and asked, Usually I go out alone and you never worry. Why are you so worried this time? Even the beast men of the Wild Lion clan are injured, so we are naturally worried, Qian replied. I'll go with you, Zibai said. My instincts tell me that the fierce beast must be very strong. I don't want to lose you as an ally, so I want to go with you for safety. King, you must protect Yanli, Shuang-er said. Zibai nodded with a smile. Shuang-er, don't worry. Even if I get hurt, I won't let Yanli get hurt. No, you can't get hurt either. Shuang-er said anxiously. Zibai felt warm inside. I know, I won't get hurt. I haven't waited for you to become my partner yet. Seeing them getting affectionate, Yanli shook her head helplessly. All right, I'm leaving. If you want to come, just come along, Yanli said. He stepped toward the Wild Lion clan, and Zibai kissed Shuang-er on the forehead before letting her go, and following Yanli. The Wild Lion clan sent nearly 50 strong young beastmen to avenge their injured members. On the way to seek revenge, Moyi told Yanli about the fierce beast. The beast's fur was brown-gray, looked like a wolf, and had 2 heads. If one head attacked, the other would attack in return. The beast men were injured because of this. Yanli nodded solemnly. When Zibai heard Moyi describe the beast, his expression grew serious. A 2-headed fierce beast was the first time he had heard of such a creature. He thought, luckily I came along, so I can see how powerful this beast really is. The new hunting ground for the Wild Lion clan was closer than the previous one. A green plain was divided in half by a slow-flowing big river. However, this plain was not as good as the previous one, which had many fierce beasts to hunt. In this plain, only 4 or 5 brown-gray 2-headed wolves were seen wandering leisurely. The 2 wolves looked very conspicuous in the plain, as if they wanted to claim the territory for themselves. There was a male and a female, openly doing things to leave descendants in broad daylight. The beastmen of the Wild Lion clan clenched their fists tightly as they watched. The tribe members nearly lost their lives. The fierce beasts that injured them now wanted to settle on this land and reproduce their kind peacefully. Lord Moyi, there are only a few of these fierce beasts. Let us go and kill them. There are only about 4 or 5 beasts and over 50 of us here. We can easily defeat them. Moyi said nothing, scanning the surroundings. His gaze finally settled on the beasts. They were a bit far from the beasts. When looked at closely, the beasts were slightly larger than their transformed selves. Their strong limbs showed muscles with every step. Their limbs were powerful and sturdy. Their long mouths were filled with sharp, orderly teeth, densely packed. If bitten, one could tear off a piece of flesh. These beasts were the kind that might make orcs hesitate slightly, but they were common on this continent. While Moyi was thinking, Yanli examined one of the beasts and confirmed it was non-toxic.
Right now.
Wait, I have a better idea, Yanli interrupted Moyi's order. Moyi asked, what idea? Are you planning to transform and fight them?
Yes.
The orcs' fighting method was simple. Transform and bite until one side kills the other. The one who bites the opponent to death wins. Yanli said, transforming makes you vulnerable to injuries. We should try to avoid getting hurt. How can we avoid injuries? We have the advantage in numbers. There are only a few fierce beasts over there. We don't need everyone to attack at once. More people can cause chaos. 6 people form a group, 5 groups in total. The rest stay to support and watch the surroundings, Yenli explained. This plane is strange. Only these few beasts are moving around. Be careful. Also, killing a beast will cause blood to spill, which might attract more beasts nearby. Be prepared to retreat and escape if needed. Mou was stunned, and Ji-bai was also surprised. The orcs are naturally wild and savage. They don't care much for tactics. When they see a beast, they attack immediately. Yenli's plan was good, but for now, Mou, Ji-bai, and the others didn't know exactly how to carry it out. Yenli, you decide what we should do, Mou said, giving the authority to Yenli. It didn't matter if it was troublesome. What mattered was that the tribe members could avenge themselves without getting hurt.
Yenli nudda.
All right, if you're willing, just follow my lead. I'll first divide you into groups. As agreed, 6 people per group. However, not all 6 orcs fought together. Only 3 actually engaged in battle, while the other 3 came to support. If anyone was injured, they would immediately replace them and let the injured orc retreat. To prevent orcs from getting hurt, the best way was to keep a distance and fight. The most common method to fight from a distance was to use long-range weapons. There are 2 easy-to-carry long-range weapons, guns and bows. Obviously, they didn't have either. To fight from a distance, the only readily available material was wooden sticks. Yenli told the orcs to cut nearby branches or small trees that were roughly the right size. After cutting, they should sharpen one end. Yenli then asked the main attacking orc to step forward and teach them how to use the sticks to better hurt the fierce beasts. Yenli, who had lived for over 500 years, had learned many martial arts. Her skills were good, but she couldn't make the orcs instantly as strong as herself. They didn't have time to learn fancy moves. So, Yenli told them, no matter what fierce beast it is, its weakest spot is only one, the eyes. If you can't hit other parts, the first thing to do is poke out their eyes. Once their eyes are blind, the beast will be in pain and won't focus on you. When they can't attack, you can transform and bite their necks. The orcs looked at Yenli with doubt, holding sharpened sticks. Is it really possible to fight fierce beasts without transforming? They had never seen Yenli kill a wolf with ears or other fierce beasts, so they trusted her very little. If they hadn't seen her save their tribe, they wouldn't listen to her. After entering, each group should lure the fierce beasts to a far place to fight, so they don't accidentally hit each other. Keeping some distance will also help each group focus on fighting their own beast. Yenli continued to explain her tactics, regardless of whether the orcs listened. The orcs nodded, they understood this. They prepared enough wooden sticks for use. Yenli took one and said to the orcs, "Let's go and avenge the Lion Yuan and the others." Yenli was filled with righteous anger and was about to charge forward. Mo Yi quickly grabbed her arm. "Didn't you promise me to stay somewhere safe?" He frowned. "Let me try." Yenli's voice softened as she gently looked at Mo Yi. "I am the king of the Beast Clan. On this continent of Amand, one day, my tribe will face fierce beasts. When that day comes, I will lead my people to confront the beasts. Mo Yi, I need to train myself to handle any beast before that day arrives. Only then can I protect myself and my people. I don't want to be an incapable king." By the end, Yenli's eyes became very firm. Mo Yi listened and slowly withdrew his hand. "You're with me." "Okay." Yenli's eyes lit up as she cheerfully agreed. Yenli arranged herself and Mo Yi in the same group, while the orcs who were supposed to attack first moved to support positions. After confirming the groups, the orcs headed toward the plain. Before they reached the 2-headed wolf, the wolf sensed their arrival and let out a warning growl, rushing toward them. As the 2-headed wolf approached, everyone realized that the beast was much larger than they had expected. One orc asked, "With such a big beast, can we win with just a few sticks?"
"Do as I say." Yenli shouted starly.
Watch their movements carefully, try to avoid their attacks, and find the right moment to blind their eyes. The orcs looked worried. Setting aside their advantage of being able to transform into beasts, they wondered if this method could really work. Yenli was already semi-beast form. She watched the charging 2-headed wolf, dodging the attack from the left head. When the wolf lowered its head to bite her and didn't quickly pull back, she used all her strength to the sharp end of her stick into the wolf's chin. Thud! The stick pierced the flesh, and a few drops of blood splattered onto Yen Li's fair face. The two-headed wolf let out a painful howl. Seeing Yen Li's first strike work, everyone was stunned for a moment. Yen Li shouted loudly, "The beast's hide isn't thick. Use your strength to break your sticks and aim to stab the vital spots of the beast. Stay focused and deal with the beast in front of you.
Give me a stick."
The supporting orcs quickly took a stick from among the orcs holding more than 10 sticks and threw it to Yen Li. As Yen Li caught the stick, the uninjured wolf head of the angry beast opened its sharp-toothed mouth at her. Before the wolf head could get close, Mo Yi pierced its neck with a stick. The two-headed wolf in front of them let out a mournful howl. The right head drooped weakly, while the left head, surprised by the heavy injury, angrily lunged toward Mo Yi.
Stick.
Mo Yi stretched out his hand behind him, and the supporting orc immediately threw a stick forward. Dodging the wolf's attack, he then stabbed the stick into another wolf's neck. Both wolves had their necks pierced and collapsed to the ground. The double-headed wolf twitched twice and then stopped moving. Once this threat was dealt with, Mo Yi and Yen Li went to help other orcs. At first, the other orcs didn't know how to use what Yen Li had taught them, but when Mo Yi personally demonstrated how to kill fierce beasts with sharpened sticks, they suddenly understood and found the right way to use the sticks. Soon, 5 fierce beasts were all defeated quickly, without any orc getting hurt or even having a scratch. It was the first time they won so easily, without even tearing the skin. Although they had the advantage in numbers, the victory was still a bit surprising. Impressive. This is the first time I've seen such a way to kill fierce beasts, said Ji Bai, who had been watching nearby. Yen Li, I didn't expect you to know how to hunt fierce beasts. Just 5 slightly aggressive beasts, it's no big deal. Lord Mo Yi. There are many fierce beasts coming this way, and they are all double-headed wolves. Lord Mo Yi, over here too. Here as well. Over here too. As soon as Yen Li finished speaking, the orcs observing the surroundings received bad news. With their reports, Yen Li clearly felt the ground tremble slightly. Looking up in all directions, double-headed wolves were rushing toward them from every side. They were surrounded. They had thought their numbers would give them an advantage, but now it seemed the enemy had the upper hand. Lord Mo Yi, what should we do now? The orcs gathered around, asking Mo Yi what to do. Mo Yi looked at Yen Li. Yen Li said, "Form a circle. Support orcs in the middle, attack orcs on the outside. We need to break through the path back to the village. Now, gather all the usable sticks." Mo Yi went to the dead double-headed wolf and pulled out his stick. The other orcs could only trust what Yen Li said at this point. They arranged themselves into a formation. Yen Li continued to encourage everyone, don't panic. If we panic, we'll suffer more casualties. Follow the plan. Also, once your sticks are gone, turn into beasts. Mo Yi, you and I will stay here and quickly deal with these double-headed wolves. This was the way home. As long as they could break through here, everyone could retreat back to the village. At first, Yen Li felt something was strange. Why were there only 5 fierce beasts on such a large plain? It seemed the two-headed wolf was trying to prevent other fierce beasts from entering the territory it had just taken over. The other fierce beasts were hiding around the edges. Is it because they have 2 heads that they are a bit smarter? Of course, they are just fierce beasts and cannot speak. Yen Li and the others retreated to a safe escape route while the fierce beasts surrounded them. Fortunately, the 5 fierce beasts from earlier had practiced fighting, so facing many beasts made the orcs a little nervous. But as they fought, they became more skilled and calmer. Suddenly, everyone remembered Yen Li's words, stabbed their eyes out. The fierce beasts trying to bite them increased in number. Dodging one wolf's head, another would come to bite. But if they stabbed one wolf's eye, it would be in brief pain and hesitate to attack immediately. They couldn't kill the beasts outright, but blinding their eyes gave them a chance to breathe. The orcs gradually saw the benefit of stabbing the fierce beast's eyes and focused on doing so. Soon, they retreated back to the path they came from. However, The number of two-headed wolves was more than expected, and their support sticks were running low. Some sticks couldn't be recovered from the beasts, and others were broken. Seeing fewer usable weapons, Yanli no longer asked for more sticks. She drew her dagger, tiptoed, and leapt onto a two-headed wolf. When one wolf turned its head to bite, she quickly stabbed directly into its eye. Pulling out the dagger, blood covered Yanli. The nearby wolf, seeing Yanli on its companion, opened its big mouth to bite her. Yanli hurriedly dodged, and the large mouth bit into her companion instead. The companion, in pain and anger, bit back at the wolf. Unintentionally causing internal conflict, Yanli quickly moved away to attack other fierce beasts. Jibai watched nervously as Yanli fought. They had agreed to stay in formation, but Yanli was the first to break the rules. She moved like a slippery eel among the beasts, her short dagger unable to keep a distance, but each strike injured the fierce beasts. Blood from the beasts stained her clothes more and more. Soon, the number of fierce beasts around her decreased. After finishing off another beast, Yanli shouted to everyone, "That's enough. Transform into beasts and run toward me." When the orcs heard Yanli's command, they immediately transformed into beasts and ran toward them. Some fierce animals blocked their path, biting or swiping at them. Finally, they escaped the surrounding beasts. Moyi saw Yanli still holding the rear, attracting the attention of the fierce animals. He transformed into a beast and flew toward Yanli, wrapping his arms around her waist and lifting her high to escape. The two-headed wolf, bloodied and furious, chased after them for a while until it couldn't catch up and stopped. Yanli finally relaxed and loosened her grip on the dagger, wiping sweat from her forehead. "Phew, that was close. I almost thought I'd have to stay here. Are you afraid too?" Moyi asked. Yanli sheathed her dagger. "I wasn't at first, but after killing them, I started to feel scared. Who would have thought we'd be surrounded by fierce animals before coming here? Still, I didn't expect you to lead everyone out," Jibai Fei said, standing nearby. "Yanli, I suddenly want to send some of our people to learn how to hunt these beasts from you. There's no time, and besides, you sent people here. We don't need food, but I don't have enough people to cook on my side." Yanli shrugged. She had too much to do. Besides gathering herbs, she needed to prepare everything for survival. This continent is still too dangerous. Having enough medicine is the key to staying alive. "Then I'll send 2 people to you," Jibai said. "They can stay with you, and whatever you need them to do, just tell them. Just to follow me and learn?" Yanli asked. Jibai nodded. Yanli thought for a moment. "That's not a bad idea, but 1 person is enough. 2 people following me makes me uncomfortable. I already have a little tail following me now." She looked down and saw a small black shadow flying through the forest. Both Jibai and Moyi lowered their heads at the same time, and upon closer look, they realized it was Isidoro. "That little night dragon is also here?" Jibai exclaimed in surprise. Yanli nodded. "Where I go, he follows. He probably wants to repay me for saving him. He's following you to learn things secretly," Moyi said. Yanli didn't believe it. "What he learns from me can't be used in their village. They don't dare to use fire because they're afraid the smoke will reveal their location. Learning from me is useless. But he can learn how you hunt the fierce animals," Moyi added. Jibai said, "In that case, that little night dragon is quite clever. Seeing that you're different, he's following you to learn." Both Moyi and Jibai firmly believed that Isidoro was just trying to secretly learn from Yanli. But Yanli felt that this little guy didn't have any bad intentions. Returning to the wild lion tribe, everyone was safe and resting at the village entrance. Yanli looked over everyone's condition. Some of the orcs were injured, but only minor cuts, no serious wounds. Yanli applied the prepared herbs to their injuries. They didn't enter the wild lion village and went straight back. Jibai Yasuo and Yanli returned together, while Moyi led the tribe members into the village to tell Yi2 everything that happened on the plains. Yi2 and Shirtian heard about how they were surrounded by fierce beasts and almost couldn't return safely. Their hearts jumped with worry, and they felt scared for everyone. Yi2 was silent for a while before speaking slowly. "Luckily, Yanli went with you. Without her, fewer people might have made it back. Moe can fly, so he would definitely return and might bring 2 or 3 orcs with him. Whether others can return depends on their ability. Thanks to Yanli's help, all the orcs who went could come back. Yi too felt grateful to Yanli. Yanli is really impressive. Usually, she teaches us some skills and we thought she only knew those. But I didn't expect she also knows how to deal with fierce beasts. Shirtian sincerely praised Yanli. I wish my Nana could be as strong as her. Yi too said, if all the females in our tribe could be as capable as Yanli, our wild lion tribe would become the strongest tribe. Shirtian added, if Yanli's beast clan had more members, her tribe would definitely be the strongest. Yi too nodded in agreement, but then looked puzzled. It's a bit strange. Yanli is so powerful. Why did she come to our tribe in the first place? She didn't teach us anything when she arrived, but only started teaching us after she left. Father, Moe interrupted their conversation. No matter what happened before, Yanli left the wild lion tribe, but still wants to be friendly with us. That's enough.
You're right.
No matter what Yanli was thinking before, she has taught us so much now and saved many of our people's lives. There's no need to dwell on the past, Yi too said. I do feel a little regretful, though. If she's so capable, she could help us do even more if she stayed in the tribe. Yanli is doing well now. Moe continued to speak for her. She has formed alliances with the Fierce Wolf clan and the White Eagle clan and can get help from them when needed. Moe's words were all for Yanli's benefit. Yetuan knew he liked Yanli. No matter how many times he said Yanli was wrong, he would agree sentence by sentence. There's no need to keep talking about this. Yetuan said, yes, agreeing with Moya. Moya added, Jibai also went today. He didn't help us directly, but he asked Yanli to arrange for a beast man to stay nearby and learn. Yanli agreed. Can you also ask Yanli if you can stay close and learn from her? Yetuan asked. Let me go learn? Moya asked in surprise. Of course it's you. Who else would it be? Moya frowned and was silent. He didn't answer right away. His golden eyes, lowered, showed some hesitation. Shirtian asked, Moya, don't you want to stay with Yanli all day? Did you argue with her? No, Moya said. Then why aren't you happy about staying close to Yanli to learn? I'm not unhappy. Is that what you call not being happy? Yetuan gently poked Moya's furrowed brow with his rough hand. Moya was startled, leaned back half a step, realizing his expression betrayed his true feelings. He lowered his head slightly, trying to hide his thoughts. Yetuan said, since you've been with Yanli, your face has become more expressive. I can see what you're thinking. But, Moya, you need to tell me out loud what's on your mind. Only if you speak can I understand what you truly feel. During the attack on Yuan and the others, I didn't go hunting. If I had gone, maybe some of them wouldn't have been so badly hurt. Moya honestly shared his thoughts. Yetuan understood. Since Moya became more mature, he had always taught him to prioritize the tribe above all else. When Yanli was expelled from the village, Moya's interactions with her increased. During this time with Yanli, Moya had fewer chances to go hunting with the tribe. The injuries of the tribe members made Moya suddenly realize how long it had been since he last went hunting with them. It was my fault for letting you learn from Yanli. I'm really sorry, Yetuan said. Moya stiffened. Father, it's not your fault. It's mine. Moya, listen to me. If you truly care about the tribe, you should stay close and learn from the ones you see. Father, whenever we leave the village, danger follows us. Instead of considering saving a few orcs, you should learn more from Yanli. Today, Yanli led you all to escape from many fierce beasts without getting seriously hurt. Moe, the more you learn, the less danger your people will face in the future, Yi said softly. Moe thought quietly for a moment. When he looked up again, his eyes were firm as he looked at Yi. Father, I understand. Go ahead, talk to Yanli about this. Moe nodded, spread his wings, and flew toward Yanli. Watching his figure leave, Yi sighed deeply. Is my child a bit too naive? Why do you say that about Moe? Never mind. I didn't teach him well. I made him a bit dull. A big question mark appeared over Shirtian's head. He didn't understand what Yixiu meant by his words. Yanli returned to the valley. Aisha and others saw she was covered in blood and hurried over to ask what happened. Yanli said casually, "This isn't my blood. It's from a fierce beast." "Aisha, do you have hot water? I want to take a bath." In the beast clan led by Yanli, they have the habit of drinking hot water. Now it's summer, very hot, so they always keep a clay jar boiling with water. Aisha poured the hot water into a wooden tub. Yanli carried the tub to take a bath. Yisudo watched her leave and went to his nest to rest. Wendy ran over with muddy hands and stood in front of him, staring at him intently. Yisudo asked, "What are you doing?" "Wendy is so good. She can stay with the king all day." "I also want to stay with the king," Wendy said enviously. Yisudo didn't reply. Thinking about how Yanli killed the fierce beast, he suddenly felt an unexplainable agreement with Wendy's words deep in his heart. Schwanger and others asked Ji-bai what had happened during their trip. Ji-bai told them everything clearly about what happened on the plains. After listening, everyone's eyes showed admiration for Yanli. "Yanli is really amazing," Schwanger said. Ji-bai smiled slightly, but suddenly her smile froze at the corner of her mouth. "I'm going back to my tribe." "Are you going back so soon?" Schwanger asked. "Yes," Ji-bai nodded. "That plain is a bit far from our usual hunting grounds, but with the fierce beasts that suddenly appeared, many of them, I worry something might happen again." "Schwanger, I will spend more time in the tribe during this period. Be careful here." "It's okay. With Yanli here, we're safe. Anyway, you should be careful," Ji-bai said with concern. Schwanger nodded to reassure him, so he wouldn't worry too much. Ji-bai didn't say anything else and left in animal form. Before leaving, he went to find Xiu and asked him and others to protect Schwanger. Yanli finished her bath and came out, while everyone else was busy with their own tasks. Moi waited for her at the pavilion. Yanli approached, poured herself a glass of water, and asked Moi, "Would you like some?" "No, thank you," Moi replied, glancing at Yanli. "Father asked me to stay close and learn from you. Are you going to learn everything from me?" Yanli asked back. Moi nodded. "That's fine," Yanli agreed. Hearing her quick acceptance, Moi wasn't surprised because Yanli had promised him long ago that she would teach him anything he wanted to learn. Only he knew her secret on this continent. "By the way, aren't you going to deal with those two-headed wolves?" Yanli asked. Moi said, "There are quite a few of them. We killed many today, so we've avenged our people. That plane belongs to them now. We'll look for a new plane. Taking revenge in small steps is good." Yanli nodded with satisfaction. "All right, then we won't bother with those two-headed wolves. Let's focus on our own things." "Yes," Moi replied simply. But while they wanted to live a relaxed life, the two-headed wolves didn't want to lose out. That night, before dinner started, the beast men from the wild lion tribe quickly reported to Moi. "Lord Moi, we saw two-headed wolves in the forest near the plain. When they saw us, they ran away immediately. The tribe leader said they might be looking for our tribe and will come back for revenge. Some fierce beasts act like this. If they don't catch the beast men who hurt their own tribe, they go around looking for their enemies. When they find them, they lead their group to attack. Two-headed wolves are not the only fierce beasts that do this. It's normal for ye two to worry about such things." "Lord Moi," the tribe leader asked if you have any ideas? The beast man from the wild lion tribe asked, glancing at Yanli. Suddenly given a big task, Yanli wasn't surprised. She asked, "When do you think the two-headed wolves will come back for revenge?" "It's hard to say with fierce beasts. Some patrol outside the village every day, looking for lone tribe members to attack. If they find any, they'll attack immediately. If not, they'll just keep watching. Sometimes, after finding a beast man group, they attack right away. We've only encountered these two-headed wolves once, so we don't know how they will seek revenge," Moi explained. Yanli rested her chin on her hand and thought for a moment. "If that's the case, we should make more wooden sticks today, and by the way, Moyue, didn't you say you have a lot of turtle bone?" Moyue nodded. "How many are left?" 6 pieces, this big," Moyue gestured. "Take 3 out and make long spears," Yanli said. "Sharp wooden sticks wear out quickly, After killing a few double-headed wolves, they become dull. But turtle bone is hard. If we use it for spearheads, they should last a while. Moyue looked at Yanli with a confused expression, clearly showing, I don't know what a spear is. Yanli looked at the sky. There was still plenty of time. We're going to the wild lion tribe. I'll tell you more as we go. Okay. As they stood up to leave, Schwanger grabbed Yanli's arm. Yanli, can I go and see too? You're going to the wild lion tribe's village. What do you want to do by coming along? Lala asked nervously. Schwanger said, I want to see what that long spear looks like. Also, with Yanli here, the beast men of the wild lion tribe probably won't bully me. But her tone sounded uncertain. Of course I can take you, Yanli said, but the territory of the wild lion tribe isn't mine. It's Moyue's. You should ask Moyue if you can go. Hearing this, Schwanger looked at Moyue with shy eyes, her gentle gaze full of pleading. Can I join your tribe? Yes, Moyue agreed. Then let's go together. Yanli took Schwanger's hands and followed. Yisudo, hearing their conversation, also stood up and silently followed. Schwanger's heart was pounding as they headed to the wild lion tribe's village. She was so nervous it felt like her heart might jump out of her chest, and her palms were sweaty. Yanli said, relax, it's okay. Moyue agreed to let you go. If anything happens, he'll be the first to come out and protect you. Moyue had been following Yanli all day. Though quiet and reserved, he had never shown any hostility. Schwanger knew Moyue was a good beast man, but she was still nervous about going to their tribe. Yanli, have you thought about what will happen if they don't let you leave when you go to other tribes?
Schwanger asked.
Yanli replied, there are many ways. When your strength isn't enough, you pretend to be obedient, make them think you're timid and afraid to escape. When they relax their guard, you find a way to run away. The second way is, when you are stronger than them, just defeat them confidently and walk away proudly. But we females are not as strong as the orcs. Strength is hard to judge. You need to work hard to improve yourself. Even a useless person can become a genius. If you think you're weak, even a genius can become useless. So, no matter when, you must never lose effort or confidence. With these two things, you will become a strong person, Yanli said. Schwanger nodded, seeming to understand but not fully. By the way, Schwanger, can you show me your beast form? Yanli asked. I haven't seen what a female white eagle looks like. Okay. Schwanger transformed, her hands turning into wings with smooth, white feathers. Yanli touched her wings and asked suspiciously, can you fly with these wings? Yes, I can fly. Why haven't I seen you use your wings before? Yanli asked, puzzled. You always sit on Jibai. I thought your wings couldn't be used. Schwanger explained, female wings are not as strong as those of the orcs. They're slow and can't fly very far. Have you ever tried to see how far you can fly?
Schwanger shook her head.
Females are not allowed to leave the territory. We usually don't use our wings except when reaching the mountain peak.
Yanli sighed regretfully.
You have such beautiful wings, but they are just for show. They could be useful, but they are wasted. Schwanger, starting tomorrow before sunrise, you need to fly 10 laps around the valley. You can rest after that. At first, 10 laps might be too much, so start with 2 laps today and gradually increase. Schwanger was stunned, her red eyes blinking. Yanli, why do you want me to fly? Schwanger, maybe females lose to orcs in physical strength, but we can't always show weakness. We must improve our abilities. When danger comes, even if we can't help the orcs, we can protect ourselves and avoid causing trouble, Yanli explained. Schwanger paused, thinking about Yanli's words, then understood the reason. Her blood-red eyes sparkled with excitement. Yanli, you're right. I want to become a female who doesn't trouble the king. Then, when training, don't complain about being tired, Yanli said with a smile. Schwanger nodded vigorously. Yanli and Schwanger and the others went to the wild lion tribe. They saw the orcs carrying 2 laughing birds, 3 porcupines, and 5 black sheep heading out. Knight too stood nearby watching. Yanli approached and greeted, Wild Lion King. Why are you here? Yeti glanced at the visitor and immediately understood what was going on. He said, I asked someone to find out what you should do. I didn't expect him to bring you here directly. I came on my own. I think it's better to come and teach you myself.
What do you want to teach?
Of course, how to fight the fierce beasts with as little injury as possible. Yetu wanted this. You can teach however you want. It's all up to you. If anyone disobeys, just tell me, and I will help you discipline them. Okay. By the way, these are for you. Yetu looked at the 10 fierce beasts and said, You saved my tribe members and taught them new ways to fight the beasts. We can't give you nothing in return. The 10 fierce beasts Yetu was giving looked strong and healthy. Yenli said, Then I won't be polite. I'll accept them. If you can teach us more, we can give you even more. Good. Yenli and Moe took a few orcs from the wild lion tribe outside the village to find suitable branches for spear shafts. There were many trees nearby, growing wildly in the forest. Yenli used identification skills to find trees suitable for making spear shafts. After cutting them down, he returned to the village and shaved the branches into appropriate-sized sticks. Once one was ready, Yenli asked Moe to take out the stone turtle bones from their tribe. He shaved a piece of stone turtle bone into a sharp spearhead, then attached it to the shaved stick. He drilled a hole at one end of the bone and stick, threaded a wooden nail through it, and finally fixed it with vines. Finally, the first spear was finished. Yenli shook the spearhead made of stone turtle bone, ensuring it was very secure. Then he looked at the trees not far away. He picked up the spear and stabbed it into a tree trunk. The stone turtle bone's spearhead pierced into the tree.
Wow.
The orcs couldn't help but praise when they saw this. Yenli struggled to pull out the stone turtle bone, which showed no signs of wear. This bone is really tough. It was the first time he saw a bone comparable to iron. Yenli thought to himself, Luckily, the stone turtle isn't a particularly fierce beast. Otherwise, with such hard bones, how would he fight? He played with the spear in his hand. The bone's spearhead was lightweight, without the weight of iron. Even females with less strength could use such a weapon. Yenli threw the spear to Moe. Make weapons based on the standard. They will be better than the ones we used this morning. Moe caught it and nodded while looking at the spear. The sky darkened early while Yenli was making the spear. Yetu invited, Yenli, tonight you will dine with the wild lion tribe. Yenli heard this and did not refuse.
Okay.
The female members of the wild lion tribe immediately became nervous when they heard that Yenli would be eating here tonight. They worked hard to prepare the meal so that Yenli could see their progress. Yetu warmly hosted Yenli. Since leaving the wild lion tribe, Yenli had come back here several times. However, each time was hurried, unlike now, when she had enough time to calmly observe the village. Unfortunately, it was already dark now. In the village square, 3 fires burned, lighting up the nearby scenery. Amid the noise, Yenli faintly heard the sound of flowing water. Previously, the wild lion tribe didn't know how to bring water into the village. Since they learned to do so, they also learned how to direct water to where it was needed. But the tribe still had no proper way to entertain guests. Yenli sat here for a long time without being offered a cup of water, so she had to be straightforward and get her own water. Master Yenli, a gentle voice called softly beside her. Yenli turned her head to look. Mei was kneeling and bowing to Yetu, holding a young cub. King, may I say a few words to Master Yenli? Yes, Yetu nodded. Mei stood up, holding the lion cub closer. Master Yenli. Yenli nodded gently, her gaze falling on the cub. The cub's big, round eyes looked straight at her, which she liked very much. Can you hold him a little closer so I can see him? Yenli asked. Mei nodded and brought the cub over. I heard that Master Yenli is eating in the village, so I hurried to bring him over before the meal started, so you could see him. The life of Lily was saved by Master Yenli. We will never forget this kindness, Mei said with gratitude. Yenli had saved them once, and often sent food back with Shershin. She understood medicine and brought back food that was good for the females who had just given birth. Mei's health improved day by day after eating it, and she kept this kindness in her heart. Yenli took the little one into her arms. The cub was clean, with a faint milky scent. Its soft, chubby body was not afraid of strangers and didn't cry in Yenli's arms. It looked at her curiously. Yan-li smiled slightly at him, and the little one responded with a smile. He's so cute, Yan-li sincerely praised. I've helped deliver many babies, but I never got to meet them again. Lily is the first little one I delivered and met again. You look so small, but you've helped deliver many females? Yetu asked. Yan-li accidentally revealed too much and added, after learning, more people come to ask for help. That's true. In the future, the females of our wild lion tribe will go to you, Yetu said. Yan-li smiled. King of the wild lions, aren't you afraid I might deliver a cub for your females and then have an orc come to help in my tribe? If that happens, your orcs might all end up in my tribe. I'll find another way to repay you next time. Yan-li smiled but said nothing, gently pinching the small paw of Lion-li. Seeing her affection for the cub, Yetu asked, You seem to really like cubs. The little one is soft and smells like milk. So adorable. I like cute things, Yan-li replied. Do you think Mo-yi is cute? Yan-li was surprised by the question and looked at Mo-yi, unsure how to answer. Mo-yi didn't expect Yetu to suddenly ask such a silly question. Father. Mo-yi looks so good. When he was young, he must have been adorable, Yan-li said. Yetu nodded in agreement, yes. When he was born, I thought he was the cutest cub in the world. Now he's taller and stronger than me, but he's still the most handsome.
Yetu ganti patet movye se shoulder.
Mo-yi frowned slightly. Father, don't say strange things. It's not strange. The king of the wild lions is telling the truth. Mo-yi, you are indeed the most handsome among the orcs. That's how I felt when I first saw you. Did you hear that? Yan-li also says you're the most handsome. Yetu raised an eyebrow and gave Mo-yi a meaningful look. Mo-yi kept a serious face, looked at Yetu with some helplessness, and said nothing. He felt that Yetu suddenly praising him in front of Yan-li was like talking about how delicious this piece of meat was. Yan-li, since you like cubs so much, have you ever thought about having one yourself? Yetu said again, surprising everyone. Yan-li shook her head. Not yet. I don't have that idea. I just want to grow my tribe now. The rest can wait. Even though life on the Amand continent was busy, she enjoyed her current life. Every day was spent improving her skills and accumulating merit, and she also enjoyed many delicious foods made from new plants and animals. At first, her interactions with the wild lion tribe, the white eagle tribe, and the fierce wolf tribe had some friction. But once the alliances were established and they spent more time together, they gradually became close. Orcs are wild and straightforward. Because of these two reasons, they are easy to get along with and not very interested in other things. Don't worry. They won't betray themselves, and there's no need to fear conflicts or falling out over petty disputes. They won't encounter the frustrating problems they used to face when doing tasks and accumulating good deeds in the mortal world. Yan-li's personality is easily influenced by outside forces. After being emotionally sealed and years of tempering, her nature should have become calm and steady. However, sometimes she still encounters people with no bottom line, doing things she finds disgusting. Although the continent of Amand is dangerous, it's more comfortable than being hurt by cold arrows. During this time here, Yan-li no longer wants to return to the primal world. She might as well spend her life here. Having a partner by your side can help you grow your tribe better, Yetu said. Besides, growing the tribe is something I will keep doing at my age, but finding a partner can't be delayed. Yan-li raised an eyebrow and looked at Mo-yi sideways. King of the wild lions, you keep talking about partners and offspring, but are you trying to make me and Mo-yi become mates? Yan-li, you really are a clever female. Your intentions are too obvious, King of the wild lions. It's hard not to guess. Yan-li said. Yetu, since you've guessed, what do you think about it? Mo-yi is so handsome and capable, he's a suitable partner.
But
Yan-li pinched her small lion paw, pausing for a moment. But what? If I really become a mate with Mo-yi, he would have to join the Wansho tribe and become a beast man of that tribe. Can the king of the wild lions accept this? Yan-li asked seriously. Yetu's smile froze slightly, and seeing Yan-li's expression, he didn't speak. Yan-li said, Mo-yi is your only cub. He will definitely become strong under your leadership in the future. As for me, once I decide to do something, I will stick to it. Since I've decided to build the Wansho tribe, I will dedicate my life to it. So, I can't become the female of that tribe just because I have a mate. She lifted her head and looked directly at Mo Yi. Mo Yi did not avoid her gaze. Their eyes met, and their bright starry eyes reflected each other's images. In this stare, both showed understanding. There was no anger from rejection, nor arrogance from superiority. Yan Li's lips curled slightly. She knew Mo Yi understood her feelings and respected her. He openly expressed his thoughts without anger or sadness. Father, Yan Li is a different kind of female. Let her do what she wants. You should stop overthinking. Passive Mo Yi takes the initiative to attack. He says, I will become good friends with Yan Li. I won't leave my tribe, and Yan Li won't leave her tribe either. Have you really never thought about becoming partners with Yan Li? Yi Tu asked. As long as I can see Yan Li, I am happy, Mo Yi replied. Yi Tu suddenly felt a tight chest and almost couldn't breathe. It was the first time he felt such strong feelings for a female, yet he insisted he didn't like her and didn't want her to be his partner. You two can get along however you want. I don't care anymore, Yi Tu said, sounding a bit stubborn. The two involved didn't seem to care at all. During this time, Yan Li was teaching the lion tribe how to make and use long spears every day. The day after Ji Bai returned, he sent an orc named Eng Luan to learn from Yan Li. On the day they arrived at the 10,000 Beast tribe, Ji Bai told Eng Luan, follow Yan Li wherever she goes and learn everything she knows. Eng Luan knew a little about Yan Li and understood. She was very capable. At first, he refused to go to the lion tribe because he was worried he might be attacked and killed by their orcs. But remembering Ji Bai's words, he had no choice but to go bravely. Fortunately, Shuang Er also went with him. Since she was also from the White Eagle tribe, even though she was female, it was brave of her to go, and Eng Luan didn't want to be embarrassed as a male orc who dared not go. When Eng Luan first arrived, the lion tribe was angry and wanted to chase him away. Yan Li stepped out as a mediator, and they allowed Eng Luan to stay, but strictly warned him not to get too close to the females of the lion tribe, fearing he might accidentally kidnap one. Yan Li taught for 4 days, and the lion tribe's orcs learned the basics. Considering how useful stone turtle bones are, Yi Tu sent 15 orcs to gather more. They made 23 long spears from the remaining stone turtle bones in the village. On the 5th morning, an orc patrolling outside the village hurried over with a worried look. King, something's wrong. There are many two-headed wolves outside the village today, and they seem ready to attack us. Yi Tu asked how many. Not counted exactly, but it's a dark mass, probably more than our tribe members, the orc replied. Take me to see, Yan Li said, standing up. The orcs agreed and led her and Mo Yi outside the village. After walking about 300 meters, Yan Li saw a large group of two-headed wolves, some napping, some playing happily. She looked relaxed, with no sign of wanting to seek revenge on the wild lion tribe. Yesterday, there weren't so many, and today I don't know why there are so many. It feels like they're waiting for their kind. Once there are enough of them, they'll come to fight us, said the orc. Yan Li was puzzled. Are there such smart beasts among the ferocious animals? Survival habits, said Mo Yi. During hunts, we see that no matter what kind of fierce beast it is, there are usually at least 4 or 5 companions. Very few hunt alone. Most of these beasts move with their own kind. The only ones that don't are snakes. Wolves and similar animals usually hunt in large groups, Mo Yi explained in detail to Yan Li. Yan Li thought about the hunting scenes he usually saw and nodded. If the two-headed wolves are really waiting for their kind, and there are already so many of them, we don't know how many more will appear if we wait. Should we strike first? Mo Yi didn't understand what strike first meant. Yan Li said, we attack them proactively, instead of waiting for them to attack us. We must seize the initiative. Mo Yi was silent for a moment and asked, should we go back now and attack them? Yan Li nodded. Let's go back and discuss it. The two returned to the village and told Yi Tu about the situation and their plan to attack. Yi Tu listened, frowned, and said, The orcs who are supposed to get the stone turtle shells haven't returned yet. We only have 23 spears now. Facing so many fierce beasts, that's not enough. We still have the sharpened wooden sticks prepared earlier. We can use those temporarily, Yanli suggested. What if that's not enough?
Yi Tu asked.
Stones. We can have someone nearby the forest pile up stones about this big, Yanli explained, holding his hands apart to show size. Once the stones are ready, we can cut some branches and place them in front of the stones to hide them from a distance, so no one sees the large pile. When he suddenly mentioned stones, Yi Tu looked confused. What are we going to do with stones? Use them as weapons. These large stones, when thrown, could hit a few two-headed wolves. Since there are many of them and they run fast, stones will be a good weapon, Yanli said. Find some strong orcs to be responsible for throwing the stones. Hurling stones at the wolves made Yi Tu and Mo Yi excited. Yi Tu immediately arranged for people to gather stones. Yanli added, "Let the females and young of our tribe go to my village to hide."
Why?
The two-headed wolves are numerous and close by. The village wall is made of trees, and I worry they might crash into it and break in. For safety, it's best to hide with my group. You're right. We must ensure the safety of the females and the young ones in the village. Yi Tu agrees with Yanli and arranges for 5 orcs to send the females and young ones to Yanli's village in groups. Yanli chooses the 23 orcs who are best with spears. The spears made from turtle bones are strong and durable, but there aren't many. Yanli divides the orcs into 6 groups of 4, with 2 orcs supporting. Each group has 2 orcs with turtle bone spears and 2 with sharpened wooden spears. The wooden spears aren't very powerful and wear out easily. They mainly hold back the monsters. The orcs with turtle bone spears can strike and kill the monsters quickly. There are 10 groups of attacking orcs, based on the number of spears. The remaining 3 turtle bone spears are held by Yanli, Mo Yi, and Yi Tuesday. They prepare for the attack, and Yanli and Mo Yi lead the team out. The orcs who move stones have already brought many stones outside the forest and disguised them with branches. From the two-headed wolves' view, they can't see the stones clearly. Yanli doesn't know if, without leaves blocking the view, the wolves might guess their plan when they see the stones. After all, they are just monsters. But these monsters will seek revenge on the village, so it's better to be cautious. Yanli tells the orcs, "I will lure the two-headed wolves here. Wait for my signal before throwing stones. Find a hiding spot first. Be careful, they might run over here." Yanli, "Let me go and lure them," Mo Yi says. Yanli disagrees, "It's better if I go. Your beast form isn't good for running in the forest. Mine is small and quick, perfect for luring them." Lord Mo Yi, I know it's not the right time to say this, but Yanli is really fast, sure how steps forward. I've seen her run. She's faster than I can catch, much faster than a snake. Oh, that time, Yanli recalls. It was when she went to the valley to pick gourds and was chased by a snake. Don't worry, Mo Yi. I've faced storms and strong winds before. I never do things I can't handle. Trust me. Yanli pats his shoulder. Since she said that, if she now says she can't do it, it would be disrespectful. Mo Yi doesn't stop her and lets Yanli hide at the designated spot. After hiding them away, Yanli stretched her arms, loosened her muscles, and prepared for the chase. Once her muscles were relaxed, she held her stone turtle spear, tipped down, and stepped onto the lowest branch. She then leapt onto another branch using the same method. Soon, her figure disappeared into the forest. Shi Hao and the others couldn't help but exclaim when Yanli jumped onto the first branch. Yanli is so amazing. What kind of female is she? She can jump so high, I can't even reach that height, Shi Hao said. Isn't it obvious she's a female of the cat tribe, with cat ears and a tail? Zize asked back. Shi Hao rolled his eyes. That's not what I mean. I mean Yanli is so impressive. It doesn't seem like she's just a female. When did you start talking like Yanli? Sometimes it sounds like you understand her, and other times like you don't. If only that were true. If I could be as strong as Yanli, I might be able to say things like her. Maybe then all the females in the tribe would like me, and I wouldn't be afraid of not having a partner. Focus. Mo said sharply. We're about to face many fierce beasts. Do you have time to talk about other things? Shi Hao and Zize both fell silent, not daring to speak further. Yanli used the branches to jump quickly through the forest and soon reached the area where the two-headed wolves rested. Looking carefully, Yanli realized that among the two-headed wolves, some were gray, some brown, and others gray with spots. They looked similar in shape, but their fur colors didn't seem to belong to the same species. Even Mo and the others, who had lived here for a long time, had never seen such fierce beasts before. They didn't know if their appearance was a coincidence or for some other reason. But regardless of why the two-headed wolves appeared here, they harbored resentment against the crazy lion tribe and came to seek revenge. Dealing with the two-headed wolves here was crucial. It wasn't just the crazy lion tribe that was in danger, the beast tribe was too. The beast tribe currently had only a few members living comfortably, mainly because they relied on the protection of the crazy lion tribe. The crazy lion tribe and the beast tribe are in a life-and-death relationship. Therefore, Yanli helped the crazy lion tribe partly out of loyalty to Mo and partly to protect her own people. Yanli looked around from her perch in the tree, her gaze fixed on a two-headed wolf that was farther from the main group. Carefully, she moved along the branches to above the wolf's head, then looked around to confirm that only this one was alone. Yanli clenched her stone turtle spear, pointing downward, and drew a dagger for defense. The double-headed wolf only kills one head, but the other head will attack as well. Therefore, both heads must be dealt with at the same time. Holding the weapon tightly, Yanli jumped down. The stone turtle's spear pierced one wolf head, while the other wolf head let out a scream and bit at Yanli. A prepared dagger then stabbed the other head's neck. Howl. The double-headed wolf let out a weak cry and twitched on the ground. Blood from the double-headed wolf splattered on Yanli. As the wind blew, the smell of blood spread into the wolf pack. When the wolves heard their companions scream, they became alert. When they smelled the blood, their eyes turned red, and they growled angrily with their sharp mouths. One of the double-headed wolves noticed Yanli and roared at her. All the wolves looked at her, then rushed over like a flood. The trap worked. Yanli immediately turned back along the original path. The double-headed wolves behind her, with red eyes, chased her fiercely. Soon, Yanli saw a stone wall disguised with branches. Quick, throw stones. The orc hiding behind the stone wall stood up quickly. Seeing the many double-headed wolves behind Yanli, he grabbed stones and threw them forcefully at the wolves. The wolves didn't realize the threat of the stones until the first one hit a wolf's head, smashing it into a mess of flesh. The wolves then became afraid of falling stones. But there were too many wolves. Some stones, blocked by trees in the forest, fell unpredictably and accidentally hit some wolves. Yanli retreated outside the woods. Seeing more and more of their companions injured or dead, the wolves' eyes turned redder. They no longer hid and charged wildly toward her and the orc. Yanli shouted immediately, "Form a line. Block them." The spear-wielding team quickly stepped forward to stop the wolves from attacking the orc throwing stones. Yanli also quickly returned to her team and stood beside Mo. A double-headed wolf charged at her. Yanli and Mo on either side simultaneously pierced through the wolf's neck. Yanli paused for a moment and looked back at Mo. Mo was also looking at her. Very good. Good teamwork.
Yanli Braiza. Mów jen odetgięty.
Their coordination was truly excellent. Every attacking double-headed wolf was taken down by them, one on each side. Yanli was used to fighting. Her moves were much faster than those of the newly learned orcs. Mo could keep up with her speed, which surprised her. But the fierce beasts kept coming wave after wave, making her feel like they could never be killed all at once. All the stones they brought and threw were used up. The corpses of the double-headed wolves in the forest increased, and the smell of blood grew even stronger. In the forest, other fierce beasts smelled the blood and came to share the feast. They fought with the twin-headed wolves, starting a conflict. Fierce beasts are not rational. Some attack the twin-headed wolves, while others attack Yanli and his group. Originally, it was a battle between two sides, but when more fierce beasts joined in, it turned into a three-way chaos. The nearby fierce beasts, including the savage lion tribe's orcs, knew how to kill quickly with one strike. With the help of stone turtle spears, killing these fierce beasts became much easier. Everyone was tense and fighting hard. At this moment, an orc shouted, "Yenli, we've used all our wooden spears. Follow the plan. Combine beast transformation with the stone turtle spears to kill the fierce beasts." The wooden spears would run out eventually, so Yenli decided to have the unarmed orcs transform into beasts and join forces with the stone turtle spear group. The transformed orcs bit one of the twin wolves' heads, while the other wolf's head was handed over to the stone turtle spear group, expanding their strength. They didn't know how long they had been fighting, but more and more orcs transformed into beasts, breathing in the blood-stained air. Both orcs and twin-headed wolves fought fiercely, neither giving way, determined to fight to the death. As the sky darkened, only a few twin-headed wolves remained. Seeing their kin's bodies all around and no longer fighting, they turned tail and fled in shame. The orcs cheered loudly as the fleeing twin-headed wolves escaped, celebrating this hard-won victory. Yenli finally relaxed his tense grip. He sat on the body of a twin-headed wolf, smiling with everyone in victory. "Yenli, are you okay?" Mo Yi asked. Yenli smiled slightly. "I'm fine, just exhausted. I've used all my strength, even lifting my hand is hard." The savage lion tribe had over 700 members, with about 500 capable of fighting. Yenli divided the fighting orcs into 3 groups to join the battlefield. No matter if they were injured or not, the orcs fought the twin-headed wolves for a while, then retreated back to the village to rest, allowing the second group to go in. When Yenli suggested this, the orcs initially disagreed, thinking that fighting all together would be faster. However, the twin-headed wolves were too many, and fierce beasts attracted by the blood smell would join the chaos. If everyone fought at once, they'd tire out and have no one to support them. Moreover, the orcs waiting in the village weren't idle. They sharpened wooden spears to ensure that the new fighters had enough weapons, so they wouldn't have to fight barehanded. In a prolonged battle, logistics are very important. With rotations, tired orcs could rest, and injured ones could receive timely treatment. Yi Tu and Mo Yi listened to Yenli's words, then divided the team into 3 groups. The orcs fought fiercely until the end, still full of energy. Because Yenli and Mo Yi had to command the orcs, they didn't get a rest. Mo Yi was in good physical shape and still alert, but Yenli was completely exhausted. "Should I carry you back to rest?" Mo Yi asked. "Yes, please." Too tired to move, Yenli didn't resist and let Princess Mo Yi carry her. After taking a few steps, a damp breeze blew in, and suddenly, the gray sky started to drizzle. Back at the village, the rain continued to fall steadily. Yi Tu and others waited for them, cheering loudly when they learned they had won. With some strength regained, Yenli sat on a chair and said, "Bring back all the bodies of those double-headed wolves. The ones that can be eaten." In Yenli's common sense, if something is non-toxic, it can be eaten. There were so many wolf corpses, they needed to be dealt with. Piling them up wasn't good, and eating them was the best way to handle it. Also, the wolf fur was valuable. Hearing that the bodies could be eaten, Yi Tu immediately ordered the remaining active orcs to bring back the wolf carcasses. But when he saw that the pile of double-headed wolf corpses was almost full, Yi Tu said, "There are so many. If we don't eat them all soon, they will spoil." "Can be dried or preserved with salt," Yenli replied. Yi Tu asked, "How do you dry them?" "It's simple. Cut the meat into large pieces, rub salt on them, then string them up with vines and hang them under the eaves to dry, or use fire to dry them," Yenli explained while gesturing. Yi Tu looked somewhat confused but understood. Yenli added, "The king of the wild lions, I may not have contributed much to killing the fierce beasts, but I did some work. These fierce beasts should share some of the credit with me." "Of course, you don't need to say it. I will give you your share, all of it if you want." Although the wild lion tribe contributed the most to killing the fierce beasts this time, Yenli had taught them a lot over the past few days. And even though they only suffered minor external injuries, they faced many fierce beasts. Thinking about the people like Yuan and others who were injured by the double-headed wolves, Yi Tu regretted not having Yanli teach them this skill earlier. If they had learned sooner, they wouldn't have been hurt so badly. But regardless, Yi Tu was very grateful that Yanli helped them solve this crisis. As night fell, clouds piled up in layers and a damp wind blew through. Experienced orcs knew that rain was coming soon. After dealing with the double-headed wolves, Yanli needed to return to the village. The orcs of the wild lion tribe helped Yanli carry some of the wolf carcasses back, while others went to bring the female and young of the valley back to the village. Back in the village, Yanli asked Nana and the others to stay behind to teach them how to cure and dry the meat of double-headed wolves. Seeing the continuous arrival of double-headed wolves sent by the fierce lion tribe's beastmen, the others were stunned. Chiyun was the first to react and exclaimed, "King, there are so many double-headed wolves. How dangerous is this? Why didn't you bring me along?" "It's okay. Isn't everything fine now?" Yanli said calmly as he continued curing the meat. Chiyun hurriedly said, "King, this isn't a small matter. We have a duty to protect you. Chiyun, you're always nagging like an old mother." "Wendy, pass me a fruit," Yanli said lightly, trying to ignore him. Wendy climbed onto a stool, grabbed a fruit from the table, and stuffed it into Chiyun's mouth. Chiyun took the fruit out and continued worriedly, "King, next time we face this kind of situation, you really need to take us with you. We are here to help you." Yanli sighed helplessly, "Chiyun, I can't take you because I simply don't have the time. Hunting fierce beasts requires learning how to use spears and how to arrange our troops, working together smoothly. But we don't have the time. You and Wenze can't stop hunting. If you stop, our food supply will run out. Chiyun and the others are managing the fierce beasts in the village. I am planting crops, making pottery, furniture, bamboo items, salting salt, and gathering wild vegetables and fruits. If we had more time and manpower, I would teach you. It would be good for the tribe, and for me if you became stronger. But right now, we are short-staffed and can't afford to let you go." I didn't want to explain so much, but Chiyun kept nagging, so Yanli had to clarify everything. After hearing this, Chiyun understood why Yanli was doing all this. He nodded and said nothing more. Yanli handed Nana the cured meat with salt and then said to Chiyun, "My insistence on forming alliances with other tribes is also to prevent situations like this. If one day we face a large number of fierce beasts, there will be beast men who can stand up and help. The fierce lion tribe is very loyal. The more I help them, the more they will give me in return. Their strength is also good for us. You should trust them more."
Exactly.
Our fierce lion tribe is very good. The more others help us, the more we will help them back. Nana agreed loudly. Yanli gave Chiyun a meaningful look. "See, I was right." Chiyun didn't know what to say, so he could only accept it. The number of fierce beasts they killed this time was very large. Fortunately, Yanli had people salting the meat daily, and the salt was enough to satisfy everyone. These fierce beasts' meat can be preserved by salting and drying, so it's not a waste to keep them. Yanli asked Aisha and the others to continue salting the wolf meat while she went to cook it. The two-headed wolf looks like meat that isn't very tasty, but with Yanli's cooking, the flavor wouldn't be too bad, though not great. The meat from the two-headed wolf has a fishy smell that persists even after cooking. Therefore, she needed to add more to remove the fishy smell. Alternatively, soaking the meat for a longer time before cooking could help remove blood and odor, making it taste better. Meat with a fishy smell isn't good for making soup, as the smell would become stronger. For a picky eater like Yanli, she wouldn't cook a soup she couldn't drink. But since the two-headed wolf smell was strong, it was best cooked with spicy seasonings like chili, which could mask the fishy smell. The only downside was that it tasted more like eating the seasoning than the wolf meat itself. Yanli didn't mind as long as she could eat it. After all, on the continent of Amand, the fierce beasts she encountered were all delicious. Nana and others also noticed the fishy smell issue. They asked the orc who brought the two-headed wolf meat if there was a way to hide the smell. Yanli shared her method, and no one else asked about it afterward. After dinner, since there was a lot of wolf meat and she was worried it might spoil by tomorrow, Yanli asked everyone to help finish salting it before sleeping. There was a large amount of meat hanging under the eaves, with many pieces not yet hung up. Fortunately, it didn't rain, so they could hang the meat outside. To prevent rain, Yanli asked Xingyun and Xiong Luoming to build 2 small pavilions for hanging meat the next day. Finally, all the meat was salted and hung up. Yanli lost track of time. After several hours of hunting and butchering, her energy was low, and she was busy cooking and salting meat. Her body was covered in a fishy smell, and she had no desire to take a bath. She lay down on the bed, about to close her eyes, when she suddenly heard Bar's voice in her mind. "Why haven't I seen you for a few days? Your cultivation has increased so much?" When Bar left, her cultivation was 2,158, with 14,200 merits. But now, Yanli's cultivation had risen to 7,546, with 15,128 merits. Yanli glanced at her merits and cultivation, then let out a big yawn. The wild lion tribe was attacked by double-headed wolves while hunting on the New Plains. I helped them kill the wolves. But those wolves came back seeking revenge. To deal with them, we almost killed all the revenge-seeking double-headed wolves. I guess killing so many fierce beasts increased my cultivation. Haha, after speaking, Yanli yawned again. Bar, I'm very tired now. Don't chatter in my mind. You can see what's happening over there yourself.
Just don't disturb my sleep.
Good night. As soon as she finished, Yanli hugged her animal skin pillow and fell into a deep sleep.
Beaya seid helplessly.
You really take on everything wherever you go. After a day of life and death danger, she had pushed her body to its limit. Yanli slept deeply and peacefully. The next day, the sun was high, and birds in the forest chirped nonstop. Feeling rested, Yanli woke up feeling no fatigue. She was about to sit up and stretch when suddenly, her muscles protested strongly, sending pain through every part of her body from overuse. Yanli took a deep breath. It's still a female body. I can't push it too hard. Killing 20 or 30 fierce beasts was manageable, but yesterday, after killing over 1,000 with the wild lion tribe, not getting hurt was lucky.
Still, she paid some price.
She endured the pain and took a bottle of low-grade nutrient solution. Soon, the nutrient solution took effect. The soreness eased, and the pain gradually disappeared. She finally felt better. After a while, the pain was much less, but the low-grade nutrient solution wasn't as effective as a higher-grade one. She still felt a little discomfort. Within her tolerance, Yanli got up. On the Amand continent, there's no time to rest. Amand and the others had already started working. When Eagle Luan, waiting for her, saw she was awake, he immediately came over. ISO, hiding in the shade in beast form, saw Yanli wake up. His shiny eyes flickered with a sharp light as he stared at her. Yanli went to look at the dried, cured double-headed wolf meat. She planned to smoke some and air-dry the rest. Deciding to smoke it, she immediately began working. She found some firewood and large leaves to make curtains, surrounding the drying house for the wolf meat. After finishing, she started the fire to smoke it. Once done, she took a quick look around. She checked her increased cultivation, then looked at the scenery in the valley, and finally her gaze settled on the people like Duoer, who were shaping clay. After carefully reviewing her points, Yanli silently selected the intermediate carpenter skill. When she activated the skill, various carpenter tools instantly appeared in her backpack, along with more than a dozen house design plans. Clothing could temporarily be replaced with animal skins. For food, she had plenty of double-headed wolf meat, both raised and hunted, which was enough for now. As for shelter, she knew she had to build it early. More and more people were coming to the valley, and so were more fierce beasts for raising and hunting. Houses were being built one after another, and soon the land in the valley would be too crowded. Using land wisely was also something a king should do. The first step was to improve the house structure. Building a 3-story house in the same spot was much better than just 1 story. Yanli planned to build her first house not for herself, but to store food and other supplies. A house for living was enough, but storage needed to be kept clean and well ventilated. Yanli looked through the design plans and chose a 3-story wooden house. She opened the plan. The design appeared vividly before her, with each piece of wood marked with its length, height, thickness, and size. Yanli sorted the materials, columns, wooden planks, and calculated how many of each she needed. She did her calculations while marking them on the wooden boards with charcoal. Once she finished, she kept studying the design plans. One very important part of the wooden house was the roof tiles. Simply put, they are used to cover and protect the roof from wind and rain. Using large leaves as a roof isn't impossible, but during heavy rain, water can pool and damage the leaves, which would need frequent replacement. Yanli didn't want to spend effort constantly repairing the roof. From what she had seen of ancient houses, tiles were used for the roof. The design plans also showed tiles as the roofing material. Tiles are easy to obtain just by firing clay. Another thing that can be made by firing clay is green bricks. Green bricks can be used to build houses, and houses built with them are stronger. Unfortunately, Yanli didn't know how to use green bricks for building houses. Without detailed plans and skill bonuses, she wouldn't be able to build with bricks. She would have built a house long ago if she knew how, so she wouldn't have needed to spend 5,000 experience points on skills. Although she couldn't build with bricks, she could use them to pave the ground. Paving the ground is such a simple task that anyone who says they can't do it is just underestimating themselves. Finally, I have finished everything I needed to do. Yanli first went to the wooden house area and found some pieces of wood to make a mold for green bricks. Making green bricks is not very difficult, but firing them at the right temperature is the hard part. If not fired properly, they become fragile, so they can't be used. Holding the mold for the green brick, Yanli went to Xingyun and Xiongxing. He saw they were still shaping bowls and dishes. Yanli said, Xingyun, Xiongxing, you don't need to shape bowls and dishes for now. I will teach you a difficult task. What task, Lord? Xingyun looked at Yanli with eager eyes. Yanli took a piece of clay, put it into the mold, shaped it into a green brick, and handed it to them. Try firing this piece of clay. First, fire 10 of these. After firing, bring them to me. If I say they are good, then you're done. If not, keep firing until I say they are okay. Understood. The two stared intently at the green brick. This was a task given by the Lord, and they had to do it well. You can use your own methods, such as adjusting the firing time or using different types of clay. Orcs are not stupid. They just lack guidance and learning opportunities. At least, Yanli saw this potential in Moi. They don't have to worry about food every day, leaving more time to do other things. For the orc civilization to progress is not a difficult task. Yanli handed the green bricks to Xingyun and Xiongxing and took Cixin to walk in the forest to see what kind of trees are best for building houses. Right now, the wooden house has many usable logs, but it's still far from enough for building. Most trees in the forest are of the same type within this area. So, if they find one useful tree, the surrounding trees are likely useful too. Cixin didn't know what Yanli was looking for and asked, Lord Yanli, what are you searching for? I'm looking for trees suitable for building houses. Do you have any good suggestions, Cixin? Lord Yanli, we just find any trees for building. That's not acceptable, Yanli sighed. The biggest problems with the wooden house are dampness and termite damage. If we don't find good trees, the termites will eat the wood, or it will rot from moisture. The house won't last 2 years. When that happens, we'll have to rebuild. Building a house that lasts 2 years for a year's effort isn't sustainable. The system provided 2 buckets of anti-termite and anti-moisture paint, but 2 buckets aren't enough even for building a simple toilet. So, we can't rely on that. We must solve this problem from the root. Lord Yanli, you are right. Our house indeed won't last long before it needs to be torn down and rebuilt. But isn't that true for everyone? Shixin looked at Yingluan, who was following behind. Yingluan glanced at him and said, We live in caves. We've never lived in wooden houses. So they didn't know how long a wooden house could last. You can apply the juice of moon fragrance grass on the roof, Yisudo suggested. Ants and bugs don't like the smell of moon fragrance grass. When you spread it on the wood, the surface becomes very smooth, rainwater won't leave marks, and bugs can't chew through it. Our tribe uses the juice around our houses, so our homes last a long time. Smooth? Yanli tilted her chin and thought for a moment. She asked, Yisudo, can you take me to find some moon fragrance grass? Also, can you tell me exactly how to use it? Yes, Yisudo agreed without hesitation. Yanli was a bit surprised. This is your tribe's thing. Are you really willing to teach me? I've learned a lot from you. When I go back, I will teach my people too. But I won't ask for anything in return. I can teach you how to use moon fragrance grass. That's fair. Come with me to find the moon fragrance grass. Yisudo flapped her wings and slowly flew ahead, with Yanli and the others following behind. Yisudo, do you plan to return to your tribe?
Huh?
Do you remember the way back? Yisudo sensed there was more to Yanli's words and turned to look at her. If you're asking where our village is, I won't tell you. Don't worry, I wasn't asking that. I just saw you're healed. Your wound is gone, and you're still here with me. I was just wondering if you've forgotten the way home? I haven't forgotten. Yisudo looked away nervously. I just want to learn more from you. You little kid, with such small thoughts. Yanli smiled. If you return to your tribe, can you tell your people that our tribe has many new and interesting things? Our alliance isn't a bad deal. Look at how the furious lion tribe and I are allies now. They don't go hungry anymore. Yisudo remained silent for a long time and didn't answer. Yanli didn't press further. From Yisudo's willingness to teach her how to use moon fragrance grass, it seemed the night dragon tribe wasn't too bad. Yisudo led them on a long walk and finally stopped at the edge of a cliff. That is the moon fragrance grass. That white little flower? Along the cliff, beside some weeds, there is a vine that looks like climbing ivy covering the entire wall, with small white flowers that resemble lilies of the valley in full bloom. Isijuo nodded. Yes, that's the one. There's so much of it. If it's really useful, we could build 2 houses with it. Moon fragrant grass grows quickly. It can grow a lot in just one night. Then let's gather some first and try it out. How exactly should we use it? Crush the moon fragrant grass, squeeze out the juice, leave it overnight, then pour out the water. Dry the remaining material in the sun, then stir it with hot water, and finally spread it on a wooden board. Hearing this series of steps, Yanli stared at Isijuo in surprise. Seeing her silent for a moment, Isijuo asked, Did you not understand? I understood, but with so many complicated steps, how did you all learn this? Considering the intelligence of the orcs, it's quite surprising that they spend so much time researching ways to prevent wood from rotting and being eaten by ants. My mother is smart. While my father goes hunting, she tinkers with these things at home.
But what?
My mother always makes my father and me eat strange things. Recalling that memory, Isijuo shivered. Yanli didn't speak, but from her expression, it was clear that those things probably didn't taste very good. However, as Yanli expected, the orcs, given enough time and no worries about food, become interested in their surroundings and start tinkering with things. Yanli didn't forget the main task and asked Shershin to cut a large amount of moon fragrant grass to bring back. On the way, Isijuo suddenly pointed at a tree and said, This is a sweet tree. Its sap is very delicious. How can the sap from a tree be drinkable? Shershin asked skeptically. He looked at Yanli, seeming to ask, Do you know about this, Lord Yanli? Yanli examined the tree with an appraisal skill, and the result showed that its sugar content was very high. She knew there was a type of tree whose sap was very sweet and nutritious, and indeed drinkable. Is this also something your mother discovered? Yanli asked. Isijuo nodded. It's one of the tastiest things my mother found. He was still a child, and sugar was very attractive to him. Yanli looked around and saw many sweet trees nearby. Let's go back first. Tomorrow, we'll bring some jars to collect the sap, Yanli said. Isijuo's eyes lit up at her decision. Shershin asked, Lord Yanli, can the tree sap really be drunk? Just look at how adorable Isijuo's face is. Do you think he would lie to us? Yanli gently pinched Yisudo's small face to show Shur-Exion. Shur-Exion recently became a father and now has a new view on life and children. Seeing how cute Yisudo is, his fatherly love overflowed. His head shook like a rattle, saying, No, little ones don't tell lies. That's good. Let's go back first and see which trees are suitable for cutting down. On the way back, Yanli found a tree suitable for building a wooden house. There aren't many people in the tribe, so only Sher Xian can do the tree cutting. Sher Xian happily accepted the task. Back in the valley, under Yisido's guidance, Yanli crushed moonflower herbs into juice and left it overnight. The next day, he poured out the water and found a white powder settled at the bottom. He let the powder dry in the sun. Yanli didn't forget to collect sap from sweet trees, bringing several jars. Then he cut some small bamboo and, with Yisido, went again to the sweet trees. The sweet trees are close to where they collected moonflower herbs. Yanli drilled holes in the trees, inserted bamboo, and aimed the water outlet at the jars, waiting to see how much juice they could collect the next day. Yisido returned with moonflower herbs, wrapping around the jars with more herbs. Many bugs and ants like the juice from the sweet trees. Without wrapping the herbs, they'll crawl into the jars. When that happens, no matter how much juice there is, it can't be drunk. Very thoughtful. Of course. I often go with my mother to collect sweet tree juice. I know how to do it. Once we collect enough juice from the sweet trees, you'll be the first to taste it. Hearing this, Yisido couldn't hide his happiness. Seeing his joyful expression, Yanli smiled too. At this moment, the little guy looked just like a child. After finishing the collection of sweet tree juice, Yanli and Yisido headed home together. Back in the village, they found many people in the valley, dirt-covered, animal skin dirty, and emaciated orcs. It was obvious they were wandering orcs. Yanli secretly counted. There were 7 wandering orcs, 2 females and 3 cubs. In total, 12 people. Yanli quietly calculated that the current houses wouldn't be enough for so many people, but luckily it was still early, so they could quickly build 2 houses. Yanli, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I have something important to tell you. Jibai hurried over when he saw Yanli. Yanli asked what happened. Is something wrong? Big trouble. Know the white path. Don't do anything for now. Hurry up and store some wild vegetables and similar food, understand? Don't speak unclearly. You need to tell me exactly what happened so I can decide what to do, Yanli said. Know the white path. The double-headed wolves that you helped the lion tribe kill. At first, I thought it was strange. We've lived here for so long and never seen them. The elders in our tribe also said they've never seen them. So, I followed the direction where the wolves came from to find out more. I flew all day and saw many bright locusts in the distance. These locusts eat all the leaves, weeds, and wild plants in an area. After they come through, it takes a long time for new leaves to grow back. The double-headed wolves probably left their original home because the locusts ate all the trees and plants there, so they moved here. Yen Li's face darkened. The bright locusts, which eat all plants and reproduce quickly, are a bit troublesome. We also left our original village because of the locusts, said a wandering orc, a young, strong orc with orange hair, leading the group. There are many locusts. We killed a lot, but they breed so fast that we can't kill them all. Other tribes come to steal our food too. From this, Yen Li concluded, the locusts ate all the plants, leaving no wild vegetables. Other tribes attacked them, forcing them to leave their tribe. Can't the locusts be eaten? Yen Li asked. The wandering orc shook his head. No, they only have bones, skin, liquids, and intestines.
There's not much meat on them. Yen Li fronat.
They can't eat the locusts, and the locusts also eat their food. These are pests. Yen Li, the locusts will move to the next place after eating everything in one area. You should store food quickly and wait for new plants to grow. Know the white path advised. The wandering orc said, that means storing a lot of food. The locust saliva is toxic. Trees and weeds that have been bitten will die within 3 days, and even tougher trees will take a long time to regrow. Also, after they eat enough, they might stay in one place to reproduce. They will linger for a while, lay eggs, and then move on. We can't let them stay. Yanli said, let them live freely and happily. If they want to have babies, let them. If they want to eat, let them. This way, the whole continent will become their domain. We need to find a way to deal with them here. Jibai replied, the Lang locusts are not like the 2-headed wolves. They won't fight us, and they always stay high up. When we get close, they run away. It's hard to handle them. It's difficult, but we have to deal with it. Otherwise, we'll have to hide whenever we see them.
How can we live like that?
Yanli asked. Jibai asked, "What do you want to do?" Yanli frowned and thought for a moment. Then he asked, "Jibai, can you notify the Fierce Wolf tribe? Ask them to send someone to discuss a plan with me." Send someone to the Fierce Wolf tribe? Jibai looked troubled. I can't leave here, and the locusts are not good for anyone. The Wolf King won't be angry if you go to their territory. Yanli believed that as long as the White Eagle tribe went without hostility, the beastmen of the Fierce Wolf tribe wouldn't do anything to them. Okay, I'll send someone to talk to them. By the way, can you take in these wandering beastmen?
Jibai asked.
Yanli said, "Of course I will. Our tribe is short of people, so I want more. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yanli, and I am the king of the 10,000 Beast tribe. My name is Kaiga. I am a beast man from the Yellow Tiger tribe. This is my partner, Yunji. And this is my cub, Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun is a young female. The other two young females are also beast men." They all introduced themselves. After learning their names, Yanli asked, "Are you willing to join my tribe and serve me as your king?" "Yes, we are willing to join your tribe and serve you as our king." Before coming, Jibai had told him some things about Yanli. He said that although Yanli was a female, she was a remarkable and powerful female. Under her, no one would go hungry or suffer cold. At first, he didn't fully believe Jibai's words. But after experiencing the locusts and seeing their tribe's food stolen and members killed by other beastmen, they had nowhere to go. Xiaoyun was still very young. As a father and partner, Kaiga only wanted them to have enough to eat and a shelter from the wind and rain. When they arrived at the 10,000 Beasts tribe, the scenery of the village surprised him. A village with fewer than 10 beastmen had many houses, plenty of food, and new, interesting things. This alone made Kaiga believe Jibai's words. He was even more willing to join Yanli's tribe. They agreed so quickly that Yanli didn't need to persuade them. "From today on, you are my tribe. Whatever I say, you must listen. You are not allowed to betray me. If anyone dares to betray me, I will not let him go easily. Do you understand?" "Yes." Everyone responded. Yanli called Elsa, asked her to prepare some hot water, and gave them clean animal skins so they could take a bath and get clean. She also asked Xingyun and Xiongxing to bring some food for them. Yanli then sent Jibai to inform the Liling Wolf tribe to come here, while she went to the Wild Lion tribe to find Yitu. She told Yitu everything about the Lang locusts. When Yitu heard about the Lang locusts, he suddenly understood. No wonder we've seen double-headed wolves before. The Lang locusts have eaten all the leaves and fruits in one area. Some fierce beasts that rely on leaves to survive will leave, and meat-eating fierce beasts will find it hard to find food here, so they will go elsewhere. King of the wild lions, I plan to go ahead and deal with the Lang locusts, so they won't come here. What do you plan to do?
You live so close to the Wild Lion tribe.
Everything you do isn't just for the Wan Beast tribe, but also for the Wild Lion tribe. So, if you want to kill the Lang locusts, we, the Wild Lions, won't just stand by. Yanli smiled. King of the Wild Lions, you're very easy to talk to. During the battle with the double-headed wolves, you helped us a lot and provided us with plenty of food. This time, dealing with the Lang locusts isn't just about helping you. So, it's not that I'm easy to talk to. With enough food, Yitu also understood the danger of the Lang locusts. When Yanli came to ask about the barrier against the locusts, he couldn't refuse. He's not afraid of losing. Now that they have plenty of food, they can wait until the plants regrow. Saving is possible. Winning would be even better. The tribe members could learn new skills and improve themselves. Anyway, King of the Wild Lions, I hope you can agree to this, Yanli said with a smile. Suddenly, she remembered, oh, I asked Jibai to invite the people from the Fierce Wolf tribe to discuss this. They should come tomorrow. King of the Wild Lions, can you let Yi come? You don't need to come. Yitu wasn't angry. He smiled and said, all right, I won't go. The tribe will eventually be handed over to Yi. Let him learn more from you. King of the Wild Lions, I told you you're very kind and reasonable. Yanli nodded and praised him. Yitu didn't understand what this gesture meant. Hearing her praise, he instinctively thought that this gesture was also a compliment. You have many things to do, go back and attend to them. When Moyi returns, I will ask him to find you. Okay. By the way, what has Moyi been busy with these past 2 days? Hearing Yenli ask about Moyi's whereabouts, Yitu raised his head, squinting with a narrow smile. Are you concerned about Moyi? No, I was just asking casually. He went hunting over in the plains. Check if there are any double-headed wolves. These fierce beasts hold grudges. If not dealt with properly, they might come back for revenge. Yenli nodded understandingly. I'm leaving now. Oh, by the way, there are many hard fruits on the plains. I asked the tribe members to gather more and send some to you. If the locusts haven't been dealt with, at least there will be some food. Then I won't be polite. Go back now.
All right.
Goodbye, King of the Wild Lions. This time, Yenli didn't stay longer and returned to the valley. Back in the valley, Kaiga and the others had already taken a bath, changed into new beast clothes, and filled their stomachs. Yenli began assigning them work. They are all new orcs, many things they don't know how to do. Yenli asked Xingyun and Xiongxing to lead them separately. Xingyun took the new orcs to dig mud, make clay, and prepare enough clay for pottery, bricks, and tiles. Although the arrival of locusts disrupted the building plans, preparations for the houses still needed to be made. Once the locusts are dealt with, building the houses will be much easier. As for Kaiga, Yenli instructed him to take 2 tribe members to build the house they will sleep in tonight. Whether they can avoid sleeping outdoors depends on how quickly they build the house. The faster they build, the more of them can sleep inside. The slower, some will sleep outside, some inside. Yenli didn't let Xingyun and the others build because she was worried they would be too slow, and then they wouldn't have enough space to live, which might cause complaints. The Huanghu tribe had just moved in. Although they agreed quickly, since they had only just met, Yenli wasn't sure if they were good or bad, so she tried to reduce friction between them. She let the 3 females stay with Aisha to work. Aisha, being the only other female in the tribe besides her, carried a heavy responsibility. She handed people over to Aisha, and Yenli solemnly patted her shoulder. Aisha, taking care of 3 people alone might be difficult. If you really can't teach them well, let Shuang'er help you. King, I will do my best. Yenli nodded. She also assigned a beast man to Xiongluo. Xiongluo is now responsible for studying the blue bricks and firing the pottery jars. Yenli asked him to gather some clay pots. Isido told him about the sweet tree, and if the sap from it is truly drinkable, it could be turned into sugar. Sugar is high in calories and could help them get through tough times when food is scarce. Luckily, the locusts arrived at the right time. The young ones can't do much work, so Yenli told Wendy to take them to play on the flat ground. The last 2 orcs stayed behind with Yenli to check the traps and bring back any prey caught inside. After collecting the trapped animals, they went to the seaside to catch some food from the sea. Once they filled 2 baskets, they took the dried salt back home. Yenli returned to the valley near sunset. Birds were returning to their nests, and fiery clouds stretched across the sky. Moyi, returning from the plains, carried a basket of nuts for Yenli. Father said these are for you, he said. Yenli took them without hesitation. Moyi, did the Lion King tell you about the locusts? Locusts? What's wrong with the locusts? Lion asked curiously. Yenli explained the situation with the locusts. Lian's expression suddenly stiffened. Yenli, how do you plan to deal with those locusts? I haven't decided on a specific plan yet. I'll wait until the Lion Wolf King arrives tomorrow, Yenli replied. He actually found it a bit troublesome. If he told them his ideas now, and then discussed them again tomorrow with Liang, it would be too much talking. It would be better to wait until everyone is here to discuss together. Lian lost interest. My father probably won't come. He said last time he wouldn't visit here again. This time he will probably send Bailing instead, he said. Bailing? Yenli asked with a question mark. Yaya's father, her partner, Lai Yan explained. Your sister's husband? A husband? What's that? In our tribe, we call a sister's partner her husband. How is your sister's husband? Is he easy to talk to? Does he argue or fight? Yenli asked. Lai Yan said, Bailing has the best temper in the tribe. My sister chose him because he's very patient, never gets angry, and often helps settle disputes without fighting. Everyone in the tribe likes him, but he's a bit slow. As long as he's good-tempered. If someone with a hot temper comes, fights, or argues with outsiders, it could cause trouble for the locust cooperation. Yanli didn't want to face such problems. It would be too tiring. Lilang clan. Bailing returned from hunting and heard Liang looking for him. He went to find Liang and saw her happily holding Yaya, who was already approaching middle age. King, are you looking for me? What's the matter? When Bailing arrived, Luing put away her gentle expression from playing with the young, adopting a serious look. She said, Yanli told the White Eagle tribe's beastmen to pass on a message. There are locust swarms approaching our group. She wants to deal with the locusts and hopes someone from our side can discuss it with her. Tomorrow, you take 10 tribe members to her place to see what she plans to do. King, is it suitable for me to go? Although Bailing is Liying's mate, he is no different from ordinary tribe members and does not have a higher status because of this. However, Liying still values him somewhat and ordered him to go hunting outside with Liu Yan. Liu Yan went to help Yanli build a wall, so he is the only one leading the hunt. Fortunately, food is plentiful now, so hunting has become easier. Staying with Yanli can teach you a lot. The Liu Wolf tribe has strong beast men, so they won't fear any attacking tribes.
You have Yaya.
As her father, you should learn more to protect her.
Yes.
After listening to Yanli's arrangements, if you find anything unclear, discuss it with Liu Yan. This time, I allow you to do whatever you want without my opinion. But remember one thing. Bring back every tribe member you take with you. A flicker of surprise crossed Bailing's eyes. Then, he calmly replied, yes. Early in the morning, Yanli and Isido went to the sweet tree to collect sap. They arrived under the sweet tree, protected by moon-fragrant grass, so there were no insects or ants in the jar. In places without moon-fragrant grass, many different ants crawled around, and their large numbers were quite frightening just to look at. Upon inspection, many of the ants carried toxins. I'll go get it, Isido said. Yanli nodded in agreement. Though small, ants bite painfully. Since their toxicity was unknown, it was uncertain what reactions might occur if bitten. Isido spread his wings and flew over to carry the jar back. After a day and night, the jar contained about half a jar of brown tree sap, more than expected. Isido brought over the other jars, most of which held about half a jar of sap. Yanli poured the sap into the jar, then used the empty jars and the ones he brought to continue collecting from the sweet tree. The two carried the jars back to the village. Once back, Yanli let the hungry Isido drink a cup of the tree sap. The sweet sap, with a fresh forest aroma, was very refreshing to drink after sweating in the hot summer. Yanli took a sip and looked at Isido with admiration. Very good, share a cup with everyone. Okay. Isido's lips curled into a slight smile. The always proud child who had been here since the beginning finally gave Yanli a smile. Yanli took a cup and checked how many people there were. She poured 1 cup per person, then handed them out, leaving half a jar. She took another jar to the kitchen, poured the contents into a stone pot, and tried to see if she could turn it into syrup and then into sugar blocks. Sugar blocks help with storage. You can take them out when needed. After a while, Wendy and the 3 little ones came over, holding small wooden cups made just for them, looking excited. King, we want more of that water, not now. I'll give you more tomorrow, Yanli said while rubbing their little heads. When Wendy heard there was no more, she looked a bit disappointed. Will there really be more tomorrow? Did I lie to you? No, go play now. Tomorrow I'll bring more and you can come to drink. The little ones were happy to hear there would be more tomorrow and happily put down their small wooden cups to play. Yanli! Lai Yan shouted. Yanli looked up and saw a big red wolf happily running over. When it reached her, it didn't rush to shift back from its beast form but stared at Yanli with eager beast eyes. Yanli, do you have that tree sap? I want more. Lai Yan looked at Yanli expectantly. His excited expression, still in beast form, reminded Yanli of a not-so-smart husky. Are you about the same age as Wendy? Yanli asked. Lai Yan looked confused. What do you mean? Whenever you find something tasty, you want more. You can't even wait. Why wait? That tree sap is so good. What kind of tree does it come from? How do you make it? Teach me quickly. Lai Yan became more and more excited, leaning closer. Yanli was almost pushed aside by his wolf head. She frowned and tried to push this husky-like red wolf away, but suddenly someone grabbed her hand and pulled her back.
It was Mo-yi.
Mo-yi, you're here. I came in the morning. You and Isido went out, so I went back to the village to handle some things. Today was the day to discuss working together against the locusts. Yanli thought that the White Eagle tribe and the Fierce Wolf tribe wouldn't arrive so soon, so she went out to get the tree sap. The White Eagle tribe and the Fierce Wolf tribe should also be arriving soon. Oh, this morning I went with Isido to collect sweet tree sap. Try it, it's pretty good. After we finish talking, I'll take you to see what the sweet tree looks like and how to collect its sap. Yanli, why are you teaching Mo-yi instead of me? I also want to learn. Li Yan said sourly beside them. Yanli replied, You still want to help me build the wall? Go build the wall. I will teach the other beastmen in our tribe how to get tree sap. Wait until Bailing comes. I'll ask him to help me build the wall, and then I'll go learn how to get tree sap from you, Li Yan muttered, looking unhappy. Mo-yi didn't understand what they were talking about. What's the use of tree sap? Li Yan said, To drink. Mo-yi asked, Can you drink tree sap? Li Yan said, Yes, you can. I didn't believe it when Isido said it was tree sap, but it's really tasty. Here I have some. Mo-yi, try it. Yanli poured a glass from a water bottle for Mo-yi. Mo-yi took a sip. The sweet tree sap isn't sticky like regular tree sap. Over time, it doesn't harden into chunks. It stays liquid like water. It has the smell of trees but tastes sweet and pairs well with that aroma. After tasting the chicken cooked with hard nuts, Mo-yi knew that this flavor was called sweet. It's sweet but not overwhelming, and a bit refreshing. It's really good. Yanli, I want some too, Li Yan said eagerly when he saw Mo-yi drinking. Yanli rolled his eyes. That's all we have now. We need to share it with everyone. If you want more, wait until tomorrow when we gather more. All right, Li Yan agreed, being a grown beast man and understanding the situation. By noon, the beastmen from the White Eagle tribe and the Fierce Wolf tribe finally arrived. As Li Yan predicted, it wasn't Liang who came, but Bailing. Seeing the unfamiliar beastman, Yanli introduced himself first. Hello, I am Yanli, the king of the 10,000 beast tribe.
I know.
I am Bailing, he said, shaking Yanli's hand. Thank you for saving Yaya. It was just a small effort. Come over here. Let's discuss how to deal with the locusts. Yanli gestured for them to sit. They all moved to the pavilion. 5 of them sat down, and Aisha brought over a water jar to pour drinks. Bailing looked at the porcelain cup. The Fierce Wolf tribe is also learning to make porcelain but hasn't mastered it yet. They are still learning from the 10,000 beast tribe. He had heard before that a cup made from baked earth could hold water. Seeing it for the first time, he found it a bit new and interesting. He looked at the water in the cup, which had a strange color different from the water he had seen before. While he was still observing, Jibai had already taken a sip of the sweet tree sap. After tasting it, he looked up in surprise. What kind of water is this? It's sweet and very tasty. Yanli, how did you do it? This is tree sap, the sweet juice of a tree, Iliado told me. Yanli turned to look at Iliado. Iliado, being the center of attention, paused for a moment, then proudly lifted his chin. People can actually drink tree sap? Jibai found it hard to believe. He took another sip of the sap. Although it was his first time drinking it, he trusted Yanli's choice. Yanli said, Once we finish talking about the tree sap, I'll take you to see the sweet trees. But right now, we need to focus on the main matter. A returning orc told me that the locusts are almost done eating all the leaves and weeds in that area. It won't be long before they come here. Yanli, I have to tell you something I've never said before. Fighting so many locusts, we don't stand a chance. Knowing how serious the locust problem is, Jibai didn't waste time chatting about other things. He focused on this issue. Locusts aren't very strong fighters. If we just let them eat the leaves and then let them go, it's fine. But if we fight them, our orcs might get hurt, Jibai said. Yanli replied, Jibai, I still believe that if we don't stop the locusts now, they'll keep coming back in the future. They breed quickly and eat a lot. Trees that are eaten will take time to grow new leaves. If this keeps happening, it will be much harder for us to survive. Yanli, the continent of Amand isn't just our tribe. Other orc tribes will also attack if locusts threaten their land, Jibai said. Yanli disagreed. There are many orc tribes on Amand, but how many can unite like us? The Keish tribe was attacked by locusts too. They fought back, but other tribes would come and steal their food or harm their people. Jibai, do you think any other tribes can handle this situation like ours? We're fighting not just for others, but for ourselves to protect this land, Yanli said. Yanli has never been the type to say, I can't do this, let others handle it. She always solves problems herself and never waits for others to help. Jibai hesitated. In the past, if he encountered locust problems, he would just tell the Red Phoenix tribe to be careful. But after becoming allies with Yanli, his first thought now was to tell her, not the Red Phoenix tribe. But he hopes that the Beast tribe can withstand this locust invasion, rather than fight against it. Yanli also said that now few tribes can sit together peacefully without arguing or fighting, like one united group. For example, the Huang Tiger tribe where Kaigo is from has already been forced to leave their village due to the locust attack. If they encounter other tribes and are attacked when their village is in trouble, they will also suffer. To protect their village, it is truly necessary to eliminate the locusts. Yanli, do you have a plan to deal with the locusts? Moyi asked. Let me share my plan. After I finish, you can tell me what you think, okay? Yanli first asked for their opinions. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yanli said, I need your tribe to send 120 beastmen to help me. That many? Lion exclaimed in surprise. Knowing the number, he understood how many 120 beastmen were. Currently, the largest tribe is the Wild Lion tribe with over 700 members, while the White Eagle tribe and the Fierce Wolf tribe each have about 500. Youngsters, females, and elders, if they send 120 young beastmen, their village will be very dangerous. I want to apologize to you all because our tribe doesn't have many people. That's why I ask you to send more tribe members. If you think it's too many, we can discuss the number again, but try to send as many as possible. After speaking, Yanli looked at everyone's expressions. Everyone present seemed sensitive to this number. Seeing they didn't speak, Yanli continued, to prevent the locusts from entering our territory, we need to leave our land and go to the main route the locusts use, intercepting them there. When the locusts are dealt with, we will return. Leave our territory? Jibai frowned. Yanli, do you know how far the locusts are from us now? No, I don't. Can you tell me? Yanli asked. Jibai looked around at everyone and said, it takes about 3 days for our White Eagle beastmen to fly there. If your beastmen go on foot, it will probably take longer because the land routes are difficult, untraveled paths, and there are fierce beasts. I saw a large fierce beast. What kind of large beast? A spider with 8 eyes. On the way to the locusts, it built a huge web nearby.
There's a large forest there that is its nest.
Knowing the white path, the nest is over there, which means that forest at least has many small 8-eyed spiders. These spiders bite painfully, and if we get bitten many times, we could all die. Will the locusts fly into the territory of the 8-eyed spiders? No. The fierce beasts are not stupid. The 8-eyed spiders are much stronger than the locusts. If a locust hits their web, it can't escape, and their webs are very dense, so it's easy to see them. How far is that web from us? 2 days. Yanli helplessly rubbed his forehead and sighed heavily. Moyi asked, are you worried that the 8-eyed spider might also become a threat to us in the future? Moyi, you understand me. Yanli said, the nest of the 8-eyed spider is 2 days away from us, and they are constantly laying eggs. When the babies grow up, they will probably leave home, right? When they leave, they might come to our nearby territory. If we don't deal with them, they could threaten us later. Yanli, you wouldn't have killed that 8-eyed spider, would you?
Jibai asked.
Yanli replied, if that spider comes near your group to expand its territory, would you give up your place for it?
Jibai,
think further. First, The locusts don't dare go into the territory of the eight-eyed spiders. They will go around eating all the trees and leaves nearby, then move to the next place. But what do the eight-eyed spiders eat? If they can't find food, they will leave. They might come to our tribe. If we do nothing, we will face the situation where the locusts eat all the wild plants and the eight-eyed spiders come to us. Do you understand? Yanli used an analogy. Ji Bai imagined the possible events Yanli described, and as he thought about this possibility, his brow furrowed immediately. You're right. If we do nothing this time, both the locusts and the eight-eyed spiders might come here. Ji Bai agreed. Moe said, it's not just a possibility, they will definitely come back. Don't you remember the two-headed wolves that Yanli and we fought against recently? Those wolves were driven here by the locusts. Ji Bai was stunned again, recalling the two-headed wolves. Actually, he only knew about the locusts because of the sudden appearance of many two-headed wolves, which made him go see what was happening over there. The two-headed wolves were the beginning of the chaos caused by the locusts. Looking back now, Yanli was right. If we didn't deal with the locusts, we wouldn't know what dangers might come later. I agree with leaving the territory to intercept the locusts at their main passage. But, Yanli, you also need to understand that since the locusts can drive away the two-headed wolves, they might also bring other fierce beasts. If we block them at their passage, we could also be attacked by other beasts driven out by the locusts, Ji Bai warned. Yanli nodded. If blocking them directly isn't good enough, then how about this? Yanli took a few empty cups from the plate. She picked up the only white cup first. This cup is like us. First, we need to find a camp. The camp should be neither too close nor too far from the locust's path. Using this camp as a base, we can send some beast men out daily to fight the locusts. Whatever they can kill is good. The people in the camp will handle logistics and gather information. We can't solve the locust problem in just a day or two. We need to prepare for a long-term fight, maybe a month or two. Ji Bai, have you thought this through? Balin is not the king of the fierce wolves. He can't prepare for battle. Only Ji Bai is the king here. So, Yanli wants to see what Ji Bai thinks. Ji Bai thought silently for a while and then said, I'll ask the Red Phoenix tribe to send some beastmen to help us. Can we send fewer beastmen from the White Eagle tribe? The White Eagle tribe doesn't have many members. Sending 120 strong young beastmen for a while worries Ji Bai. Even if Yanli is very capable and solves the locusts and the eight-eyed spiders, what if other beast tribes attack while they are away? Although Yanli is more determined than them. The beast tribe currently has only about 10 or so beastmen. She, as the tribe leader, is worried about going to fight the locusts with them. She fears their tribe might be wiped out when they return. This is not a problem. As long as you can gather enough beastmen, even if they come from other tribes, it's fine. But I have one request. Make sure they do not fight or argue with other beast tribes. Okay. To know exactly what to do, we need to see the situation with the locusts firsthand. Only then can we decide how to act, Yanli said to Balin. Balin, please return to the village soon and tell the fierce wolf king about our decision. If you are willing to send people to help us fight the locusts, I'd like to hear from you by tomorrow. I hope we can set out in 3 days. If we delay further, more unexpected events may happen. Yanli wants to settle things quickly and resolve the issue fast. Balin heard Yanli speaking and said, The king told me that this time we don't need his permission. We can do whatever we want. If we're unsure about something, we should discuss it with Lai Yan. Lai Yan, what do you think we should do this time? Lai Yan asked in surprise, Did my father really say that? Balin nodded. Then we definitely need to participate. We must deal with the large locusts and the big fierce beast, the eight-eyed spider. Opportunities like this are rare. Yanli made it very clear that if we don't handle them, they will come to us. We have to go no matter what. Lai Yan said loudly. We don't have enough orcs to send out. Can we send fewer orcs? Balin asked. When talking about orcs, Lai Yan agreed with Balin. Yanli, our Lai Wolf tribe doesn't have many orcs. Sending out 120 orcs could be dangerous for our group. Our Wild Lion tribe can send more, Moe said. When they came, my father told me that if you need orcs, our tribe can send 250 orcs. That many? Yanli exclaimed. Aren't you worried that sending so many orcs might put the tribe at risk of attack? This territory, besides the orc groups we know of, has no other orc tribes. After the experience of fighting the double-headed wolf pack a few days ago, many orcs have become much stronger. Everyone now knows better ways to deal with fierce beasts and enemies. My father said that they're all getting stronger because of you. Even if we send more orcs, we don't need to worry about attacks from outsiders or fierce beasts. Also, after killing the double-headed wolves, we sent some tribe members to retrieve the stone turtle bones. They have already brought back the bones. Now, the tribe is using those bones to make the long spears you taught us how to craft. Once finished, all 250 orcs we send will have stone turtle bone spears. Mo Yi clearly explained the current situation of the wild lion tribe to Yanli. Hearing this good news, Yanli was so excited, she almost ran forward to hug him. She suppressed her excitement and said, Mo Yi, with your tribe's help, I believe we have a great chance of winning this time. Not to mention, having 250 stone turtle bone spears will greatly boost our fighting power. Mo Yi looked at Yanli and smiled gently, then turned to Ji Bai and the others. This time, we are working together to kill the locusts. It's not just for me, nor just for you. Since we are going together, we should be fair. Your wolf tribe can send fewer people, but you need to bring more food and share some with us. I'm not just speaking for Mo Yi, but his request isn't unreasonable. The wild lion tribe is willing to send 250 people to make up for your lack of numbers. You shouldn't expect them to do both the work and supply the food. You need to bring more food, and the 10,000 Beasts tribe will mainly be responsible for providing food, Yanli said. Just forget it, Ji Bai said with dislike. Lai Yan also looked annoyed. Your tribe is only this big, and there are only a few orcs. If you don't bring enough food, you'll all starve. Besides, you can hunt for food nearby, right? Our wolf tribe will take responsibility for the food shortage. Yanli, without you, we wouldn't have gathered to approach the locusts and the eight-eyed spiders. How to deal with the locusts and spiders mainly depends on your judgment. We will learn a lot from you, and that will be enough to solve the problem of your tribe not having enough people, Mo Yi said kindly. The three tribes would dislike whoever brought less food or had fewer people, but they would never dislike Yanli for not bringing anything. They all felt strangely tolerant of Yanli and didn't expect her to do everything. Seeing their kindness, Yanli smiled and said, I can still bring some food. Last time, the double-headed wolves helped fill my tribe's storage, but that's all I can do. If you don't mind, that's fine. The attack on the locusts was scheduled to start in 6 days. They needed to find a good place to set up camp first. Once the camp was ready, the other beast men arriving later would have a place to rest. Otherwise, they would wander around looking for a place to stay, which would only tire everyone out more. It took 3 days for the beast men from the White Eagle tribe to fly there and back. Originally, Yen Li wanted to leave in 3 days to fight quickly, but due to the camp issue, she had to delay for 3 more days. The main force would leave in 6 days, but the team searching for the camp would set out today. The camp was very important to everyone. A good resting place would help them better fight the locusts. Yen Li wasn't confident in their search, so she decided to lead the vanguard team herself to find the camp with a few others. The fast-moving orcs are definitely from the White Eagle clan. Mo Yi immediately volunteered to go when Yen Li needed an orc to fly. Yen Li didn't refuse and went with Mo Yi, Ji Bai, and a few other orcs from the White Eagle clan. Before leaving, Yen Li asked Ji Bai and Ba Lin to return to the village and tell the villagers to gather more vines to make nets. Setting traps for hunting dangerous beasts is very important. Seeing how easy trap hunting is and wanting to quickly deal with the locusts, traps are essential. The Lion clan mainly focuses on making stone turtle bone spears. If they can craft more than expected, it will greatly boost their fighting strength. They agreed that once everything was planned, they would learn how to extract sweet tree sap. But Yen Li was eager to leave. She approached Isido and gave the little guy a sweet smile. Isido, can I ask you to help teach Lai Yen and the others how to get sweet tree sap? Isido frowned. I can teach, but I also want to go with you to hunt the locusts. All right, you can join the others in 6 days. How long is 6 days? Since Isido hadn't learned with Yenli, he didn't know how long 6 days was. Yenli said, "It's okay. When they come to find me, I'll tell them to call you. Then you can go with them. Will they bring me along?" "Yes, they will. The Lion Clan and I are allies. I'll tell them and they'll listen. Then tell him to bring me. If he doesn't, when he comes back, I'll bite him to death." Isido growled fiercely, showing his small sharp tiger teeth. Faced with his threat, Mo Yi remained calm. "If he really needs to go, I'll tell the clan members to bring him before we leave." "Listen," Mo Yi agreed. "Can you teach them how to get the sweet tree sap?"
Sure.
The deal was done, and Isido happily wagged his tail. Seeing his proud little attitude, Yenli was a bit confused. "Isido, why do you always stay in beast form?" Isido rarely showed his human form. Even when eating, he stayed in beast shape. If someone didn't know, they might think Yenli had a dragon by her side. "Father said that the Amand continent is dangerous. Staying in beast form helps me respond to any danger at any time. You guys have no sense of danger at all." Being lectured by the little guy, Yenli smiled and said nothing further. She got up to find Elsa and told her that during her absence, she should explain what needs to be done in the village. She also asked her to tell Xingyun and Bear Star that brick burning must be kept up without laziness. It's best to finish the bricks as soon as she returns. The house must be built. Even if locusts are causing trouble now, Yenli will never forget this task. She explained everything clearly, then went to her room to pack a few clean beast clothes and a towel. She also took some salt, oil, and prepared spices. The sweet tree sap she was boiling had become very thick, but she didn't have time to taste it. She poured the remaining sap into a small jar. After preparing everything, Yenli picked up her bundle and headed out to meet Mo Yi Jibai. Shuang'er was also there. She didn't know what she talked about with Jibai, but Jibai looked very angry, with a pale face and furrowed brows. Jibai cared a lot for Shuang'er. When she cried, he became panicked and didn't know what to do. Seeing him look cold and distant at Shuang'er, Yanli asked, "What's wrong?" "Yanli, please tell Wang that I want to go with you," Shuang'er said, holding Yanli's arm. Before Yanli could speak, Jibai harshly said, "No. You think going there is fun? That's not our territory, and there are many fierce beasts. We might not even be safe. Why do you want to go?"
Wang.
Shuang'er looked at Jibai with sadness. She wanted to cry, but remembered Yanli's advice to be strong. She held back her tears and said, "Wang, I've become much stronger now. I can protect myself if I go there. You're going to kill locusts, so you probably don't have time to cook. I want to go and cook food and heat water for you." "No need." Seeing Shuang'er almost crying, Jibai softened his attitude. "We used to eat casually in the village and we didn't wash often, but we managed. Just eat something simple now, no need to make things complicated." Yanli looked at Jibai with a look of disgust. Jibai didn't understand her expression and asked, "What's wrong?" "Jibai, I didn't expect your beast form to be so white, and your name also has bai in it. You're surprisingly not very clean." "Clean? Let me say this first. I can't stand not bathing for 2 days. At the camp, there must be a place for me to wash." Yanli was not a native Armin beast man. She has a habit of taking a bath every day. After all, she is a fairy and cares about cleanliness. She simply can't do without it. "Yanli, killing locusts is so tiring. After finishing, where would I find the strength to take a bath? Others may not have it, but I do. Plus, locusts have a lot of body fluids. Just thinking about being covered in locust fluids makes me feel uneasy. We really need some females to help us with laundry and cooking." Jibai isn't stupid. When Yanli said this, he understood what she truly meant. He looked worriedly at Shuang'er and said, "Yanli, no matter what you say, I absolutely won't." "Jibai, females are not weak. They can become stronger too. It's just that you've always thought they need protection, so they haven't had the chance to grow. The Amand continent is very dangerous. We don't know which will come first, danger or safety. Giving them some training isn't a bad idea. Also, with 3 tribes orcs working together to protect 2 or 3 females, they really can't be protected all the time." Yanli's calm and determined eyes looked at Jibai and asked. Hearing this, Jibai hesitated slightly. Females can indeed become stronger, just like Yanli. What Yanli shows makes everyone naturally see her as a strong person. Whatever she says or does, everyone believes she can succeed. They didn't stop her from killing locusts and even followed her advice to deal with them. Yanli's strength might also mean that Schwanger, who has been with her for a while, could become strong too. King, Yanli asked me to fly around the valley every morning. On the first day, I couldn't even complete 3 laps, but after a few days, I can now fly several laps. I've also learned other skills from Yanli. I've really become much stronger. Please agree to let me go, okay? Just one female going to cook and fetch water for so many orcs is exhausting enough. Would the wild lion tribe be willing to send some females? Jibai turned to Mo Yi and asked. Hearing this, Mo Yi understood that he had agreed.
Schwanger happily hooked nearby.
King, thank you. Don't celebrate too early. If only you one female, go, I wouldn't agree. I think 3 females from our tribe would be willing to go, Mo Yi said. Of course, Yanli already knew who those 3 females were. The 3 females who used to bully her the most are now her most loyal fans. What is dangerous? Anywhere Yanli dares to go, they dare to follow. Later, I'll ask the wild lion king for his opinion, Yanli said. Mo Yi nodded in response. Could Schwanger go? It depends on whether Yi Tu is willing to let Nana and the others go with her. After saying goodbye to Schwanger, they first went to the wild lion tribe's village and told Yi Tu about this matter. Since it concerns the females of the tribe, Yi Tu didn't dare to agree immediately. He called Nana, Suesu, and Liu over and asked for their opinions. When they heard they could go along to hunt the locusts, Liu was the quickest to agree. Nana and Suesu also quickly said they wanted to go. In the past, beast men thought dangerous places were off-limits to females. But after meeting Yanli, their view slowly changed. They realized that even females could escape danger in risky places. Since Nana and the others were willing to go, Yi Tu allowed them to join without objection. They all decided to go together. Jibai also had no objections to Schwanger going along. After fully taking care of village matters, they finally set out to find the camp. The search for the locusts took half a day, less than expected. The reason was simple. The locusts had eaten all the plants in their previous area and had moved closer toward their direction. Yanli also saw the 8-eyed spider that Jibai had mentioned. The 8-eyed spider was much larger than she had expected. Its nest covered an area larger than her valley, and when it moved, it was like a small mountain in motion. Seeing the 8-eyed spider, Yanli gained a new understanding of giant predators. Compared to the 8-eyed spider, the other fierce beasts she had seen before seemed small. Around the spider's web, she also saw many smaller 8-eyed spiders, numbering in the hundreds. Seeing this, Yanli thought that even without the locusts, they would eventually have to move because of the 8-eyed spiders. After seeing both the locusts and the 8-eyed spiders, Yanli remembered her original purpose here. The camp was only a temporary shelter, so they didn't need to spend too many resources on it. To better observe the situation, occupying a high point was their main goal. Yanli wandered around and finally found a flat area on a mountain peak. From there, she could see both the locusts' approach and the spider's nest, giving her a good view of both sides. This was the best place to set up camp. Once they found the camp, Yanli and Mo Yi didn't rest either. They started chopping trees and building houses. Since they wouldn't be staying long, they just wanted a simple shelter to block the wind and rain. Conveniently, nearby they found a large bamboo forest. Using bamboo to build the house would be much faster than using wood. They took the tools they brought and went to the bamboo forest. They sawed and carried bamboo all afternoon. As evening approached, Yanli and the others headed back together. Back at the camp, which was open and empty around them, Jibai told Yanli, "Tonight, we will take turns having monsters watch over the camp." "That's fine. We can set some traps nearby. If dangerous animals come close, they can help us defend. But if we set traps, won't someone need to stay and watch them?" Yanli only taught them how to set traps to catch dangerous animals, not how to arrange traps when no one is there. Moe stepped forward and said, "I'll set the traps." "Okay. You all go set the traps, and bring back some vines for me." Moe nodded and led a few monsters away. After arranging the monsters to cook dinner, Yanli asked Ji Bai to bring some bamboo. Once they had the bamboo, Yanli broke it into pieces and drilled small holes in each piece. She asked Ji Bai and the other monsters to help drill holes in the bamboo pieces. Ji Bai didn't understand why Yanli was doing this, but he listened as she drilled the holes. When Moe returned with vines, they had already drilled many bamboo pieces. They threaded the vines through the holes in the bamboo, spaced them out, and tied small knots. Seeing the partially finished items, Ji Bai immediately understood what Yanli was making. "Yanli, are you making something like the warning devices around your tribe?"
Yes.
When night falls, even if someone is watching, dangerous animals might still come close in the dark. It's late now. The bamboo warning devices can't be made in large numbers, but placing 2 together allows the watching monsters to only need to monitor one spot. The sound of the bamboo will tell us if dangerous animals are near. They were the vanguard team, with few people. To reduce the burden of watching, making bamboo warning devices was necessary. Yanli, bringing you here was really the right choice. "Your method is better than others," Ji Bai said. Yanli replied, "It's okay, it's okay. I was the one who wanted to come, so I should do something." Understanding what Yanli was making, everyone worked together and quickly finished the bamboo warning devices. Night had fallen. Since Ji Bai and the others had good night vision, they went to tie the bamboo devices. Yanli and Moe stayed behind to watch the nearly finished dinner. They had been flying for 3 days. As soon as they landed, they were busy with this and that. Even though Yanli's body was strong, after finishing all the work, she was overwhelmed by exhaustion like a flood. She let out a big yawn. Moe saw this and asked, "Yanli, do you want to eat something and rest first?" "No need. We are now comrades, sharing both good and bad times. I won't eat first and rest while I'm tired. When Ji Bai and the others return, we will eat together and then rest. As a female, I will do my best to keep up with you all." Never giving up easily is Yanli's motto. She knows her strength isn't great, but she won't give up easily. She's a little tired, but not so exhausted she can't continue. Moe's eyes darkened slightly, showing admiration. He knows Yanli has always been different from other females. Seeing her unique side again and again, he can't help but feel respect from his heart. It didn't take long for Ji Bai and the others to finish making bamboo alarm bells, and they returned quickly. After having dinner together and filling their stomachs, Yanli lay down and immediately fell asleep. Moe, Ji Bai, and the other beast men didn't fall asleep so quickly. As beast men, they can't sleep immediately without protection. For safety, they all transformed into beast form before sleeping. Transforming into beast form helps prevent attacks from fierce beasts, which could be deadly if they don't have time to change. After transforming, Moe looked at Yanli, covered with a thin beast hide, and moved closer to her. Her tail, with only a small tuft of hair at the end, was like a lion's tail. He gently wrapped her with his tail for safety. He was worried that while she was sleeping, a fierce beast might her away. Having his tail around her made her safer. Everything was ready. Moe sighed in relief and lay down to sleep. Suddenly, a pair of hands grabbed his tail. Moe stiffened and turned to look. He saw Yanli turn over and touch the only tuft of hair on his tail. Perhaps because her hair was soft enough, she simply hugged his tail and continued sleeping. Many beastmen are very sensitive about their tails. If someone's tail is grabbed, they might not even be able to walk properly. Moe's tail isn't that sensitive, but it felt like something was constantly scratching him, making him itch all over. He didn't know what to do. Yanli was sleeping soundly. Moe didn't want to move her or wake her, so he endured the discomfort and stayed still. Sleep was hard to come by. Moe lay on the ground, quietly waiting for dawn. That night was very peaceful. Because of the locusts, all the surrounding plants, leaves, and fruits were eaten clean. Fierce beasts couldn't survive in this area anymore and had already left. This is why they could camp and rest here without being attacked by other fierce beasts. Finally, dawn arrived. Mo slowly turned his head and looked at Yenli. Yenli was very happy with a soft pillow, changing his sleeping position several times overnight, never letting go of Mo's tail. Every time, Mo looked like a frightened rabbit, afraid to move. When dawn finally arrived, it seemed Yenli had slept well all night, so Mo quietly took his tail out of Yenli's arms. But just 1 second after the tail left Yenli's hands, Yenli grabbed it again, holding it very tightly. A strange feeling spread from the tail through Mo's entire body, making his bones feel weak. Mo felt his body go limp and couldn't move. He dared not move again. As the sun rose from the horizon and the bright morning light spread through the forest, the other beastmen woke up one after another and went about their own tasks. Bai also got up, stretched lazily, and looked at Mo and Yenli. Mo was still in beast form, lying on the ground as a large, dark lion with open eyes. For some reason, Bai saw a trace of pity in those dark eyes. "Since you're awake, why don't you get up? There are many things to do today," Bai said as he approached. Mo glanced at him sideways. "I also want to get up." Perhaps because he had just woken up, Mo's voice was hoarse and deep. Bai, also a beast man, didn't understand what a pleasant voice sounded like, but hearing Mo's words, he was startled and got goosebumps all over. "What's wrong with your voice? What's wrong? It makes me uncomfortable to listen to." Mo remained silent, not wanting to pay him any attention. Bai urged again, "Hurry up and get up. Don't be lazy." "I can't get up." "Are you hurt? We didn't encounter any fierce beasts yesterday, so how did you get injured?" Mo sighed and looked at Yenli. He thought, Yenli falls asleep when extremely tired, usually sleeps late the next day, and is carried away while sleeping, so he won't wake up. Mo had tried this before, so he knew. Seeing Mo look back, Bai went around to his back and saw Yenli sleeping soundly while holding his tail. He immediately understood what was happening. In their different tribal positions, Bai still disliked Mo, but at this moment, he sincerely sympathized with him. Beast men with tails often have a deadly weakness, many tails. Bai, an eagle without a tail, also had his own deadly weakness and understood what would happen if someone touched that weakness. "I'll wake her up," Bai said. Mo replied, "Yenli is not easy to wake up." Bai did not believe, so he walked over to Yenli, squatted down, and shook his shoulder. "Yenli, wake up. It's time to get up." Yenli was unwilling to wake, curling his head into the animal hide, refusing to listen to Bai's voice. Bai called several times, but Yenli showed no sign of getting up. Mo asked, "Is that so?" Bai had no other way and said, "Usually she looks very strong, but how can she sleep so soundly in such a dangerous place outside? She won't wake up. If a fierce beast comes, how can she run?" Mo also became worried about this. "Now, what should we do?"
Bai asked. "Montag jeweils unsure."
Bai said, "You stay here and keep her company. Yenli has done so much for us, so let her rest well. I will go and cut more bamboo to bring back." After speaking, Bai left with a few beast men. Mo watched his back disappear and couldn't help feeling a bit envious. He then turned to look at Yenli and sighed softly. Fortunately, Yenli did not sleep for too long. While the other beast men were cooking, Yenli, smelling the aroma, slowly woke up from her sleep. When she woke, she saw her tail in her arms and the now beastified Mo before her. The moment her tail was released, Mo immediately turned his head. Seeing Yenli finally let go of his tail, he didn't think much and quickly pulled it back. His speed was so fast that it startled Yenli. Mo tried to explain, but didn't know how to explain why he quickly retracted his tail. Yenli asked, "Did I sleep holding your tail all night?" Mo nodded. "No wonder I felt so warm. When I first fell asleep, I still felt a bit cold, but later I felt much warmer." Mo, "I didn't expect your tail's fur to be so little but so warm," Yenli praised, honestly sharing her feelings about sleeping with his tail. She completely didn't realize how hard it was for a beast man with a tail to have it held all night. On the other hand, when Moyi heard Yanli say his tail was warm, the pain he endured last night suddenly disappeared, and his mood naturally improved. Good enough as long as it's warm for you, he said. After a good sleep, Yanli felt incredibly refreshed. After breakfast, they began building a temporary house. The Bai-Ing tribe lived in caves and didn't build houses. The Kwangsher tribe used trees to build houses, but they used bamboo, and they didn't know how to build with it. In the eyes of the beast men, building a house with bamboo was not a good idea. Bamboo was too thin and fragile. It wouldn't last a year. The bamboo would rot and become brittle, and it would fall apart in the wind. So, orcs never choose to build houses with bamboo. But now, since they are only temporarily living here, building houses with bamboo is the best option. Yanli considered that many orcs would come, and building a house for 3 or 4 people would be too wasteful. Also, their camp is neither too big nor too small, so they definitely can't build that many rooms. To make sure all the orcs can live comfortably here, Yanli immediately thought of building a wooden house. Not aiming for many, just a 2-story bamboo tower would be enough. Building a bamboo house is similar to building a wooden one. The structure doesn't change, only the materials differ. Plus, a 2-story bamboo tower can also be lived in. With this idea, Yanli decided to build the bamboo tower using her intermediate carpentry skills. First, the supporting pillars must be sturdy trees. Strong pillars are essential to prevent the house from collapsing. While they went to gather materials, Yanli planned the ground and drew the size of the house to be built. Once everything was prepared and the materials delivered, she could immediately instruct the orcs to start building. They dug the foundation, buried the pillars, and the busy work of building went on. Jibai, Moyue, and others didn't know what kind of house Yanli wanted to build but listened to her commands and worked hard. Yanli's requirements for the bamboo house were simple. It must be sturdy and not collapse. The support beams and stairs were made of bamboo, and the stability between the bamboo pieces was maintained by tying them with vines. The walls were also simple. Bamboo was split in half, and one half was pressed onto the ground. The oval-shaped bamboo became flat, and these bamboo pieces were tied into rows with vines to form walls. Such walls wouldn't be very strong but could block wind and light. The areas where people would step needed to be solid. The first 2-story bamboo house was completed in 3 days and 2 nights. When everyone saw the finished bamboo house, they couldn't help but admit it looked beautiful from the outside. Jibai and others found it hard to believe they had built such a house themselves. With some nervousness, they followed Yanli inside. Yanli looked around and said, "Jibai, have 5 orcs go upstairs and walk around to test it." "Yanli, is that okay? What if they're too heavy and the house collapses?" "When a building collapses, we rebuild it. We need to know how much weight the second floor can support. Knowing this helps us plan how many orcs can live upstairs. Once we know how many orcs can stay there, we can figure out how many houses to build. The first floor, based on its current size, can comfortably hold over 30 orcs. If the second floor can also hold more than 30 orcs, then one house could accommodate at least 60 orcs. The Wild Lion tribe sends 250 orcs, the Fierce Wolf tribe fewer, maybe less than 100. The White Eagle tribe and the Crimson Phoenix tribe together have 150 orcs. With a total of 500 people, building 10 such bamboo houses would be enough. So, knowing how many people the second floor can hold is very important. Jibai orders 5 orcs to go upstairs. The orcs stand in different spots and transform into their beast forms carefully, worried about damaging the house. After transforming, they stay still and don't move. Yanli walks around downstairs and sees that the second floor's floor isn't sagging or cracking. He then says, "Jibai, ask them to walk around." The orcs follow the order, walk around, and their footsteps can be heard upstairs, but there are no signs of damage. "Jibai, tell all the orcs to go upstairs." The vanguard teams, 25 from the Fierce Wolf tribe and 25 from the Wild Lion tribe, plus their 3 commanders, total 53 people. Jibai and Moyue are a bit worried about having 50 orcs go up, but they follow Yanli's advice. After all the orcs go upstairs and walk around, the floor remains stable. Yanli happily says, "It's very sturdy. We can have more orcs sleep upstairs without any problem. Jibai and Moyue watched nearby, also worried about the house collapsing. But since so many orcs went up and there was no sign of it sinking, it proves the house can support the weight. Keep building. Before they arrive, let's finish the house. When they see it, they'll be shocked. Jibai already imagines their expressions when they see the house they built. They all worked together to build the house, and after finishing, they couldn't believe they made it themselves. It's a bit difficult, Mayue says. It took us 3 days to build one house with 50 people. They're coming 6 days later, plus the journey, so they'll probably arrive in 3 days. At that point, we might only manage to build one more house.
We can do more, Moyue suggests.
At first, we didn't know how to build the houses. We had to ask you about every step. But after finishing this house, everyone will know what to do. That saves time so we can build faster. Certainly, let's not waste time chatting. Let's keep building, Yanli said. Everyone worked hard to build the first house, then quickly moved on to the second. 50 people divided the tasks, and by the time the main group arrived, they had already built most of the third house. When Nian and others saw the 2-story bamboo house, they couldn't believe their eyes. How did you manage to do this? Such a nice house, built just to kill locusts. What a shame.
Lei Yan said.
Yanli replied, it's okay, not too much of a loss. These bamboo houses are simple to build and don't last long. Living in them for a month or 2 is fine. Lian nodded. Yanli, I haven't seen you in a few days, but I feel like you're different now.
Different how?
Just listening to you, I feel like you're a bit stubborn. When we first saw these things, we thought they shouldn't be wasted like this, but you say it's worth it. It's worth it, no doubt. Stop chatting here and go help build the houses. Yanli urged them to help with the construction and also sent some beast men to build the kitchen to prepare meals, so they wouldn't be left without food during rain. After organizing everything, Yanli turned around and saw Song, Nana, Cui Su, and Li Yue following behind her. They looked at Yanli with admiration and anticipation, waiting for her to give them tasks. Under their lively gazes, Yanli said, You all have been following me for a while. You must be tired. Rest today, and I will assign work tomorrow. Yanli, I'm not tired. I can help right now.
Li Yue said.
Da nodded. That's right, we want to help.
Their enthusiasm surprised Yanli.
From their bright eyes, she saw their determination to help. She smiled happily. When there's work to do, you can rest today.
She then sent them to rest.
After they left, Dribai and others approached. Zhuofei was the first to greet Yanli. Yanli, did you teach everyone how to build the houses?
Yes.
Why are you here? Someone from our tribe was sent to invite us. Ah Fu said I am the future king of the Fengfengzuo, and I should learn more from you. So I brought our tribe members to help. Zhuofei, I see you are responsible. You must take good care of your tribe members and avoid fighting with other tribes. That's a tough task, but I believe you can do it. Yanli said seriously, patting his shoulder. After the orcs arrived here, they each stood in their own tribes, still close together. Although they stood separately, their eyes kept flicking to their neighbors, worried that others might attack at any moment. The most numerous were the fierce lion tribe. They suddenly felt confident, with proud smiles and confident looks, even giving provocative glances at others. The white eagle tribe, the red phoenix tribe, and the fierce wolf tribe couldn't tolerate this. They also looked back at them with challenging eyes. Tensions were rising. Seeing that a fight could break out at any moment, Yanli decided to let Jibai and the others handle the situation. Yanli, my people know what to do and where to do it. As long as others don't bother us, we won't bother them, Zhuofei said, patting his chest. Before anything bad happened, Yanli could only take one step at a time and see what would happen. Yanli also wouldn't let the orcs waste time fighting. They still needed houses to rest in. The vanguard team consisted of the fierce lion tribe and the white eagle tribe, who had already learned how to build bamboo houses. So, Yanli asked some of the fierce lion tribe orcs to learn how to build bamboo houses from the others, and the white eagle tribe to work with their own people. Building bamboo houses together might help improve their relationships. At least, after the first 50 orcs built houses together, the atmosphere had become much better. This only worked when there were fewer people. With more, Yanli worried they might fight. So, he arranged for tribes to work together gradually to improve their relations step by step, without rushing. The fierce wolf tribe was responsible for the safety around the camp. Although there were no dangerous beasts nearby due to locusts, it was still better to be cautious, so patrols were necessary. He arranged patrols, and also had each tribe send hunters out to find food. Although everyone brought some food, fresh food was always better than food that had been stored for a while. Plus, they didn't know how long they would stay here, so it's wise to stock up more. After everything was arranged, Yanli went to see the bone spears brought by the fierce lion tribe. The bone spears were very strong and beautiful. They had also made adjustments to the length to suit different users. As their teacher, Yanli was very pleased to see them seeking to improve and change. "Call all the orcs who have nothing to do over," Yanli said. Moy and the others went to gather the free orcs. Yanli looked around and asked, after traveling for 3 days to get here, "Are you tired?"
No taller.
The orcs responded in unison, even though they hadn't planned it together. Yanli said, "Very good. Since you're not tired, come with me to hunt the lang grasshoppers." "You're going to hunt the lang grasshoppers so soon?" Jibai asked in surprise. Yanli replied, "Not so soon anymore. During the days we've gathered, the lang grasshoppers have moved closer to us. Now that everyone is here, if we don't deal with them, will they come to eat our area? Besides, the sooner we deal with the grasshoppers, the sooner we can go back." Jibai wanted to go back early the most. As the king of the White Eagle clan, he should stay in the tribe. But in recent years, few cubs have been born, and there are fewer young beastmen. Very strong beastmen are also rare. Jibai is now the strongest beastman in the White Eagle clan. He is safe among his people, but outside, beastmen face many dangerous wild animals. He is still young and prefers to go hunting and do risky tasks with his tribe members. He is also a king, but he is rarely with his people. This time, being away from the tribe for so long makes everyone worried. Going back early is definitely good for him. "What's the plan?" Moyi asked. Yanli said, "The attack power of the lang grasshoppers isn't strong, and they aren't poisonous. We don't need to work hard to deal with them. Just be careful. You two should team up. Pair up and stay together at all times. You can defend or attack, depending on your cooperation. The trouble with the lang grasshoppers is their ability to reproduce quickly." Yanli saw it herself. On trees where the leaves had been eaten clean, female grasshoppers laid eggs. The eggs looked like small fruits hanging all over the trees. In 5 days, the young grasshoppers hatch and swarm into a dark mass. Yanli was amazed to see such strange creatures. In just 5 days, thousands or even tens of thousands of grasshoppers could hatch. Fortunately, she didn't listen to Jibai's advice about storing food and ignoring the grasshoppers. If they did, they would eventually starve because of these grasshoppers. The beastmen heard Yanli and quickly paired up. Lian saw Yanli alone and approached her, about to ask to team up. Moyi arrived first and asked, "Yanli, do you want to team up with me?"
Yes.
Yanli agreed without hesitation. Lian, disappointed, glared at Moyi angrily and patted his shoulder. "Lian, you can team up with me."
Lian.
Lian looked a bit sad. Lian looked at Yanli and Moyi to comfort him. "They're not partners yet. You have a chance." Bolin was a bit confused by Lian's sharp question. "You don't like Yanli, and you're fighting with Moyi over Yanli?" "I do like Yanli, but I don't want Yanli and Moyi to be together for too long." "But what does that mean about having a chance?"
Bolin.
Bolin knew that Lian had never pursued females and didn't understand what liking someone felt like. Still, he thought he might be too clueless. He wanted to be with Yanli, but didn't realize that this feeling was actually love. Feeling sympathetic, Bolin patted his shoulder. "Join me." The locusts weren't far from the camp. After walking about 20 minutes, they hadn't seen the locusts yet, but could hear the sound of leaves being chewed loudly. Everywhere they looked, they saw many locusts of different sizes, densely packed like a huge ant nest. This was the first time the orcs saw so many locusts. Their most dangerous feature was their jagged, sawtooth-like jaws on both sides of their mouths. If they avoided the jaws, they wouldn't be hurt, but the large number of locusts made them feel creeped out. Lai Yan felt uncomfortable all over. The squeaking sound made his scalp tingle. How can there be so many locusts? He asked, with so many locusts, how long do we have to keep fighting? Until they're all extinct. They reproduce so quickly and damage plants a lot. Leaving even one alive would be a big problem, Yanli said, gripping her bone spear.
Charge.
After speaking, she was the first to rush into the swarm of locusts, with Mo Yi following closely behind. The beastmen of the wild lion tribe all carried bone spears. They didn't transform into beasts, staying human-shaped, and easily cut down locusts with their spears. The White Eagle tribe had no weapons and relied on beast transformation to attack. Unlike the wild lion tribe, which had been trained by Yen Li to work together when fighting two-headed wolves, they lacked that coordination. They agreed to work in pairs, but once transformed, everyone forgot who was who. Sharp claws pressed down on locusts, and their teeth bit through, splitting the locusts' heads from their bodies. Yen Li transformed into a beast, moving quickly to dodge the locusts' claws. She swung her bone spear, splitting the soft bodies of the locusts in two, green blood splattering all over her. Locusts are herbivores, so their blood wasn't as foul as expected. Instead, it had a faint, fresh scent. But even with its pleasant smell, the sticky liquid was still unpleasant to feel on her skin. Out of concern, Yanli examined the blood of the bright locusts that had fallen on the body again. It was fine if she didn't examine it, but when she did, she surprisingly found that it had detoxifying properties, capable of neutralizing most poisons. While the blood inside the bright locusts can actually detoxify. Thinking carefully, these locusts eat leaves from various plants, and among them are surely poisonous herbs and flowers. If they eat poisonous plants and still survive, it shows they're immune to toxins. Having immunity to toxins means the bright locusts are like natural antidotes. Yanli felt a bit conflicted. She had thought these locusts were useless pests, but now they could be antidotes. Killing them all would be a bad decision, but keeping some might be useful. Thinking about their terrible ability to reproduce, they could eat all the leaves of the plants on this continent. Yanli stood still, killing the attacking locusts while considering how to keep some as detox agents. Mo Yi cut off the head of a locust and looked at Yanli. He had seen her fight fierce beasts several times and was always impressed by her enthusiasm and seriousness. But this was the first time he saw her so unmotivated to kill locusts. Could it be because they are too weak? Yanli didn't call a stop, so the beast men kept killing locusts. As the sun set and the evening glow turned red, Yanli finally told everyone to stop and return to the camp. There was a waterfall a short distance from the camp. Even the beast men who didn't like bathing were covered in locust blood, sticky and messy, and wanted to wash it all off. Yanli told them to wash at the waterfall. After washing, it was her turn. She sat by the fire, staring at the flames, still thinking about the locusts. Mo Yi saw she was deep in thought and sat down beside her. He asked, "What's wrong?" "You've been thinking about something since you started killing the locusts." "I'm thinking about how to raise bright locusts," she replied. "Raise locusts?" Lei Yan came over and overheard. "Yanli, what are you thinking? We worked hard to kill the locusts, and now you say we should raise them? Are we going to kill or keep them?" "Of course, we kill them. But if we raise them, it's about controlling their numbers. When I was killing the locusts today, I noticed their bodies, no, I should say their blood, can detoxify many poisons," Yanli explained. "If we accidentally eat poisonous herbs or flowers, we can use the locust's blood to detoxify. But whether to drink it directly or extract serum needs testing and investigation. So, until we develop a proper antidote, I definitely want to keep some locusts alive." Hearing this, Ji Bai and the others looked like they had heard a joke. On the continent of Amand, orcs all know about the danger of locusts. Locusts have a lot of blood and mucus, and no meat is edible. They are completely useless to them and cause big problems. Despite this, Yanli tells them that locusts are useful and even very helpful. Ji Bai finds it hard to believe. "Yanli, how do you know locusts can detoxify?" "It's simple. They eat all the leaves and fruits of plants they can see. You should know that many plants and fruits on the continent of Amand are poisonous. If they eat these and don't die, it means the poison isn't harmful to them. Exactly. Where locusts have been, no plant leaves are left, and the grass is eaten down to the roots. Yet, they still jump around to other places to eat. This shows they aren't afraid of poisonous plants or flowers. Balin agrees with Yanli. Orcs rarely touch fresh, unfamiliar fruits or wild grasses because they fear these might be poisonous. They only try new ones when there's no other food available. Otherwise, they never dare to touch them. Yanli, even if locusts eat poisonous plants and don't die, how do you know they can detoxify? Maybe they carry deadly poison, Jibai asks. Yanli confidently smiles. Jibai, you don't need to ask me. You know the answer. Don't forget, only the wild lion tribe fights locusts with weapons. You all kill locusts with your teeth. You've probably bitten many. Surely some locust blood has flowed into your throats. If locusts were poisonous, would you still be standing here now? Jibai shivers and turns to look at Zhuofei. Zhuofei is also surprised. He remembers that when they killed locusts, quite a bit of blood had flowed into his throat. Before killing the locusts, Yanli told them that locusts are not poisonous. Orcs have lived on this continent for a long time and have encountered dangerous, toxic beasts. When facing poisonous creatures, they never bite them. Instead, they use sharp claws to scratch and kill. Because Yanli said locusts are harmless, they dared to bite them without worry. Honestly, locust sticky blood has a faint, pleasant smell, and it tastes a little sweet. Later, they even drank some to restore their strength. They drank so much. If the locusts had been poisonous, they would all be lying on the ground now. We will catch some small locusts to raise among the Hui people. Yanli, can you teach us how to do it then?
Of course I can.
But we shouldn't rely too much on locust blood. Even if there is an antidote, the poison still harms the body a lot. If you want to know if something is poisonous, just ask me first. Moe nodded in agreement. Jibai and others found it hard to believe that locusts could cure poison, but Yanli's example made them start to believe. Besides, poison is one of the main killers of many beastmen. If there is an antidote, at least many beastmen could avoid dying from poison. Thinking of this, Jibai clapped his hands and said, "Our tribe also raises locusts. Yanli, please teach us too. We will also raise them." Yanli, thank you for helping us. We will never forget it, Lai Yan added. Yanli didn't refuse. She agreed to their requests. I like helping each other. I hope our alliance friendship lasts forever. But we are busy with many things now. Let's finish those first, and take things one step at a time. Since they relied on Yanli to teach everything, she could say whatever she wanted. After discussing how to raise locusts, Yanli felt lighter and more relaxed. She went to the kitchen to help Schwanger and the others prepare dinner. They had plenty of seasonings like salt and oil, brought by the troops later. Yanli helped cook dinner for the beastmen of the Lai Wolf tribe. The beastmen from the Lai Wolf tribe liked spicy and strong-flavored food, while Schwanger and the others only knew how to cook light dishes. To make sure everyone ate well, Yanli decided to do it herself. She placed dried double-headed wolf meat on dried bamboo shoots, added water, and simmered. She looked at the seasoning jars and saw one she had never seen before. She reached out to grab it. Schwanger saw that the jar in Yanli's hand looked familiar, but hadn't remembered what it was. Before she could think, Yanli had already opened the lid, and a sour, rotten smell wafted out. Yanli was almost choked by the smell, her face twisting. What is this? Why did you bring such a stinky thing? That's sweet tree sap, Schwanger replied. Yanli looked confused. Sweet tree sap? How did it become like this? After harvesting from the tree, it turns into this in 3 days. It can't be eaten. We brought it to tell you, Nano explained. By the way, I have something else to tell you. Schwanger suddenly ran to the resting room before finishing her sentence. Yanli looked at her in confusion. You didn't finish talking, and now you're leaving? She went to get something to show you. Before we arrived, Xiong Luo asked her to bring a dark object for you to see, Nana said. Yanli nodded, understanding. The sour smell coming from the jar was very strong and siji to the senses. Yenli walked to a quiet corner and poured out all the sweet tree juice from the jar. After pouring it out, she washed the jar thoroughly and returned. Nana looked at her empty jar with regret and said, "The sweet tree juice is so tasty, but unfortunately, it can't be stored for too long. When I want to drink it, it's gone." Yenli, is there any way you can make the sweet tree juice last longer? If she had magical powers, Yenli would know exactly how to prevent the juice from spoiling. But right now, she had no magic at all, and keeping the juice from going bad was quite difficult for her. Yenli didn't answer. She stared at the jar for a long time, then suddenly remembered the sweet tree juice she had brought that had been boiled. She found a small jar she brought in the kitchen. When she opened it, she saw the thickened sweet tree juice had hardened into a solid block, while fixed inside the jar. Using chopsticks, Yenli scooped a bit of the sweet tree juice to taste. It hadn't gone bad, and after boiling, its sweetness had increased a lot. She took a small piece of the sweet tree juice powder, dissolved it in hot water, and watched as the juice gradually changed color, becoming almost the same as the original. Seeing this, Nana asked in surprise, "Yenli, how did you turn the sweet tree juice into this?" "I boiled some of the juice over the fire until it became thick, then stored it in a jar. That's how it turned out," Yenli said. She picked up a cup, blew on the hot steam, took a sip, and found that the flavor of the boiled juice was less like a tree's taste and more like sweet syrup, sweet and similar to drinking sugar water. "Try it," Yenli said, pouring half of the sweet tree juice into another cup for Nana. Nana blew on it, took a sip, and exclaimed, "So sweet." "Let me try a sip too," Chui Su said, taking the cup. She sipped and brightened her eyes. "It tastes very similar to the sweet tree juice, but it's less like a tree's flavor. I think it's even better."
Really?
"I want to try too," Li said, grabbing the cup and drinking. "Yenli, the sweet tree juice you brought doesn't smell bad at all." At first, Yenli only wanted to see if she could turn the juice into candy and didn't think much beyond that. Unexpectedly, this method found another way to store the sweet tree juice. "Yenli, Xiongluo, and Xingyan asked me to give this to you." Shuang Er finally returned. Yenli took it, not knowing what it was, wrapped in layers of animal hide. Finally, it was opened, revealing a dark, rectangular brick. Yenli was surprised. It's a brick. Although the brick is completely black and a bit rough, it looks just like the blue bricks she has seen before. She didn't expect Xingyun and Xiongluo to finish making the brick so quickly. Right now, she was busy with the locust problem and had almost forgotten about the task assigned to Xiongluo and Xingyun. If she hadn't seen the black brick, she might have forgotten to give them their tasks. To test if the black brick is strong enough, Yenli went to a nearby stone, took the brick, and hit the stone hard. With a dull thud, a small dent appeared on the stone. The brick also had scratches, but it didn't break, showing how hard it is. "Is this also made from clay? How can it be so hard?" Jibai asked as he walked over. The White Eagle tribe can now make porcelain, which is fragile and breaks easily if dropped. He knew this well. Yenli happily shook the black brick. Although it's made from clay, you can tell from its shape that it's much harder and better quality. "Jibai, tomorrow send 2 tribe members to my valley.
I have some things to pass on to them."
Since the black brick was successfully made, she planned to keep making more. Maybe they could turn the wooden house into a brick and tile house. Yenli knew that building a brick house mainly depends on the right kind of soil. But this soil isn't ordinary. It's rammed earth soil. There are 2 types, raw soil and processed soil. Processed soil is fermented and mixed with sand and lime to make a type called 3-in-1 soil. In the past, Yenli saw people building houses and adding bamboo strips or threads into the soil for reinforcement. After the locust problem is solved, she can study this further. Thinking about the many tasks ahead, Yenli didn't feel tired. Instead, she felt motivated. Making antidotes and building houses, her previous tasks were never easy, but she had never been this busy before. And she had hope for the future. After telling Jibai about the plans, he agreed to send 2 tribe members to the 10,000 Beasts tribe tomorrow. They would continue making black bricks, model tiles, and learn how to boil and store sweet tree sap. Once everything was arranged, they finished dinner, rested, and patrolled as usual. Yan Li and Xuanle lived upstairs, where there was a space separated by animal hide curtains. The house wasn't big enough for all the orcs to live in, but as females, they had special privileges. There was no bed, just a hard surface, but it was still much better than sleeping on the dirty ground. Yanli was extremely tired. As soon as he lay down, he fell into a deep sleep. Tonight, Mo Yi was on patrol with the beast men of the Wild Lion clan. To prevent misunderstandings and conflicts, the patrol was done in turns by the 4 clans of beast men. Besides the 8-eyed spider, there were no other fierce beasts nearby, and the spider had not left its nest. The area was covered with bamboo strips, so even without a protective wall, the camp was relatively safe. Late at night, Shihao, who had just woken up, came over. "Lord Mo Yi, it's your turn to rest now." "Okay," Mo Yi replied. "Even if there are no dangerous beasts nearby, we can't afford to be lazy. We can't predict what the beasts might do." "Understood. Don't worry, Lord Mo Yi," Shihao said, patting his chest. During the day, Mo Yi had used a lot of energy killing locusts, and now, after staying up all night, he was truly tired. He shifted into beast form, yawned, and closed his eyes to sleep. Not long after closing his eyes, a loud noise of bamboo strips clashing sounded from a distance. The noise grew louder and more chaotic. Mo Yi's eyes sharpened. He, along with Shihao and others, grabbed torches and ran toward the sound. When they arrived, they could hear the bamboo strips breaking apart and disappearing among the trees. "Lord Mo Yi, should we go and see what's happening?" Shihao asked. Mo Yi shook his head. "No need. If they see the fire, they'll run. It's probably beast men, not fierce beasts. Fierce beasts are not very smart. When trapped, they wouldn't run just because they see a fire. Only beast men would run." "Beast men?" Shihao asked again. "Lord Mo Yi, are they the nearby beast men?" "Probably," Mo Yi replied. Before coming here, Kaiga's tribe had been destroyed by other beastmen tribes, which meant there were still other beastmen groups nearby. Mo Yi didn't expect that the beastmen group was so close. That was not a good sign. If the beastmen attacking Kaiga's group were from a different tribe, they might attack them too. Thinking about the possibility of being attacked by other beastmen tribes, Mo Yi frowned. "Be extra careful during patrols. Don't get caught off guard." "Yes." Although he knew other beastmen tribes knew their camp's location, Mo Yi wasn't overly worried. Saving energy was important. In the forest without a protective wall, no one knew what dangers might appear next. During rest time, they should make the most of it. Mo Yi stayed in beast form, lying by the fire, closing his eyes to sleep. The orcs running far from Yanli's camp saw that Mo Yi and the others didn't chase after them, so they finally relaxed. Goi took apart the bamboo strips on his body and complained to Adams. "What kind of thing is this? It makes noise whenever it's touched." That tribe was very strange. Several different orc tribes lived together, and besides the Sea People tribe, we've never seen other tribes living so peacefully together, Adams said. "Should we tell the king about this?" Goi and Adams are brave warriors of the Swift Snake tribe. Today, it was their turn to check on the locust situation. Of course, they also had the task of burning all the locust eggs. The locusts caused great trouble for their tribe. No matter how many they killed, the locusts kept coming back. The tribe members fought the locusts for a long time and were all exhausted, so their king gave up on hunting the locusts further. The locusts had reduced their food supplies, so they couldn't let the locusts be free to destroy more. They arranged some tribe members to go out and burn the locust eggs. While burning the eggs, they saw Yanli and the others fighting the locusts. Although there were still other orc tribes nearby, no one wanted to come and deal with the locusts. They were afraid of exhausting themselves or being attacked by other tribes. When Yanli and the others attacked the locusts, Ji Bai and the others used beast forms to fight. Though they all fought the locusts together, each fought separately. It looked like they were helping each other, but also not helping each other. Driven by curiosity, some came to see where they lived. Before they could get close to the camp, they were entangled in bamboo strips and made loud noises. Of course, they told the king. If other orcs come to fight the locusts, they can take the chance to steal some food while the others are away. They had been suffering from locust attacks for several days. The surrounding plants were gone, and the fierce beasts they could eat were also gone. Their food was running out, and they could only survive by stealing from other orcs. All right, let's go back and tell the king. At the camp, during breakfast, Mo Yi told Yanli, Ji Bai, and the others about the orcs from other tribes who had attacked last night. Yanli was not surprised. Kaiga and the others were attacked by other orcs in the area where the locusts are rampant. Now that we are so close to the locusts, it's not strange to see other orc tribes. Yanli, they're not from our tribe. You should see them as dangerous beasts. We don't know if they might attack us suddenly. Not all orcs are as friendly as we are, Ji Bai warned. Hearing Yanli's relaxed tone, he thought that Yanli's first reaction upon discovering a new orc tribe was not to be cautious, but to consider forming an alliance. I understand. I will observe them first to see if they are suitable for an alliance. If they refuse to join us and start bullying us, we'll fight back. That's the right way to do it. Since we don't know much about their tribe, we should send fewer orcs to hunt locusts and keep more people at the camp. The camp is our resting place, and we can't let it be destroyed. Ji Bai also agreed with Yanli's plan, so he supported the decision. They decided who would stay at the camp to guard it, then set out again to deal with the locusts. They arrived at the place where they had fought the locusts yesterday and saw a shocking scene. The locusts' bodies, left untreated yesterday, were being eaten by live locusts. Yanli was stunned when he saw this scene. Aren't locusts only herbivores? Predatory beasts eating their own kind is not unusual. When they haven't eaten, they will bite their companions to fill their stomachs. This is one of the differences between us orcs and wild beasts. Hearing the phrase "the difference between orcs and wild beasts," Yanli immediately understood what Ji Bai meant. Even if they are orcs, they are still humans. How can they be the same as wild animals? Yanli sighed with emotion. Mo Yi suddenly propped his elbow and gently nudged Yanli's arm. There are other beasts nearby. He looked in the direction of a large tree, where an orc peeked out and immediately hid upon meeting their gaze. Should we catch him? Ji Bai also noticed the orc. Bring him over and ask what he wants. They were about to fight the locusts soon, and Yanli didn't want to be exhausted and then be ambushed. It was better to ask what the other side planned to do first. Ji Bai and Mo Yi exchanged a quick glance and immediately understood each other's thoughts. I'll go around from behind, Mo Yi said. We'll stay in front and keep an eye on him from above. The two coordinated their actions and quickly moved into position. Yanli retreated to a safe place with his people. Before long, they caught the orc hiding behind the tree. Yanli examined them. The two wore orc clothes, each with a patch of green. Obvious signs they had also killed some locusts on the way here. Their faces didn't look fierce or terrifying, so they should be able to communicate. Which tribe do you orcs belong to? Yanli asked. Goy and Adams looked at each other, then turned to Yanli. They didn't understand why, among so many orcs here, a female was speaking to them. Did they think she looked down on them? I am the king of the Beast clan. My name is Yanli. Can you tell us why you are hiding over there and secretly watching us? Only two people. They probably came to see how we are doing, Ji Bai said. They were caught by us, and no one came to rescue them. That means there are no other members of their group nearby. Yanli nodded in agreement and looked at Goy and Adams carefully. Has your tribe been attacked by locusts? They still refused to answer. Li Hua, standing nearby, couldn't hold back. Yanli, since they don't want to talk to us or tell us anything, let's just kill them. Don't be impulsive, Yanli said, giving him a sharp look. Then she continued speaking to Goy and Adams. I don't want to be enemies with you. I am here to kill the locusts. If your tribe is also suffering from locust attacks and wants to stop them, join us in fighting. I can share food with you. When they heard the word food, Goy and Adams' eyes lit up. Can we trust what a female says? Goy asked. Just look at their expressions. You'll see if you can trust us, Yanli replied, glancing at Mo Yi, Ji Bai, and Balan standing beside her. They didn't say a word when Yanli mentioned sharing food, and their expressions were very calm. All four tribes now had enough food. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left so many jobs behind just to kill locusts. They didn't oppose or say anything against it, so that means they agree with my decision, Yanli added. Jibai said, anyway, the food we lend out will be returned. There's no reason to oppose. Balin said, after forming an alliance with a Liling tribe, we will never worry about running out of food. We all appreciate you. Lending some food isn't a big problem. Although the Liling tribe came to fight locusts, their food storage work never stopped. Their supplies kept increasing, so they weren't worried about lending out some food and starving themselves. Let their king come and speak, Moy said. They can't decide for themselves. Then send someone back to call him, Yanli replied. Goy quickly said, I'll stay here, and Adams can go back. Let me stay. Adams also hurriedly said. Yanli said, I won't hurt you. Before your king arrives, I promise not to harm you. So anyone who wants to go back is fine. Adams, your partner is pregnant with a baby. You should go back.
Goy,
I don't have a partner. I live alone. Adams, for Leia, you should go back. Adams paused, thinking of his partner and the unborn child at home. He clenched his teeth and said, Let me go back. Adams looked intently at Yanli. I will bring the king. Yanli nodded, signaling him to let go. The person holding him released his grip. Adams glanced at Goy and left worriedly. Yanli then said, You also let him go. Don't hold on. They released Goy. Yanli then gave a new task. Moy, have half of the Beast clan go kill the locusts. The fierce wolves and white eagles just stay here and guard. Dealing with the locusts is their main job. They shouldn't waste time if they don't have to. Moy sent half of his people to fight the locusts, but he was not in a hurry.
He was confident.
Even if the enemy brought hundreds of beast men to fight them, Moy didn't think he would lose. Waiting time was neither long nor short. Soon, Adams arrived with their king Reno. Reno looked to be about 40 years old, with faint dark circles under his eyes. He hadn't slept for days, so he looked very tired. He didn't bring many beast men, only 15 in total. When he saw Yanli and the others, Reno hesitated, but then walked forward decisively. Adams said, You are the king of the 10,000 Beasts clan? Reno asked. Yanli confirmed, Yes, my name is Yanli. I am Reno, king of the Swift Snake clan. Reno introduced himself. Then he asked, I've never heard of a clan called the 10,000 Beasts clan nearby. Why are you here? Our clan is a bit far from here. We came because the locusts have eaten all the nearby plants, causing fierce beasts we've never seen before to appear. I thought if this keeps up, the locusts will eventually come to us. So, I gathered help from the fierce lion, the fierce wolf, and the white eagle clans to come here. Yanli explained his reason and added, We mean no harm. We just want to kill the locusts. We captured your people because we didn't know if you were enemies or friends. After all, we don't want to fight the locusts to be attacked by you. Reno didn't speak immediately. He frowned and thought deeply, trying to figure out how to respond to Yanli. Yanli was not in a hurry. She waited until he thought carefully before speaking. But after waiting quite a while, she still didn't hear Reno speak. She boldly guessed, You will definitely attack us, right?